Chapter 1. Harry Potter. My father told me about it ages ago. As Malfoy was speaking, a voice interrupted him. Is everything all right there? Malfoy and his goons looked to their side, checking to see who had spoken. And then Harry observed the change in Malfoy's behavior. His face changed from his usual haughty to a more neutral expression. Then a new student entered the compartment. He was tall and lean. He was already dressed in his robes. His robes were neat and crisp, and his hair was set in a fashion that Harry had seen in magazines. Yes, everything here is good. I was just telling them about the special event that Hogwarts is hosting this year. Malfoy spoke, his voice not carrying his usual spark. The senior looked at Draco while raising his brows. Well, you should not spoil the fun, Malfoy. The headmaster will announce it during the feast. They can enjoy the news along with the rest of the school. Now, off you go. Draco looked at the boy for some time, before he turned back and started walking away. The boy looked at them for the first time and Harry was quick to spot the badge with H on it. Harry noted that he was also wearing glasses, though they were in a much better condition than his. Hello everyone. I hope there wasn't anything serious going on there. All of them looked at each other and shook their heads. Malfoy was just being a nuisance, and well, that was just normal for them at this point. The boy looked over the compartment until his eyes landed on Hermione. Hermione was also looking at the boy and had closed her book. Ah, Hermione, what a coincidence. I was about to look for you. I have brought all the books and notes you wanted. Do you want them now or I can give them to you? Before he had finished his sentence, Hermione had spoken. Now. She said, a bit too excited in Harry's opinion. Perhaps she felt that herself because she coughed and then spoke again, in a much milder tone. I mean, could you give them to me now? I could place them with my luggage. The boy smiled while shaking his head, probably at Hermione's antics. Then come with me, they are at the front. I can help you bring them to your compartment. Hermione nodded and stood up, leaving all three boys alone in the compartment. Harry looked at Ron, whose mouth was wide open as if he had seen a ghost or a galleon. He bumped him on the shoulder to break him out of his perplexed state. Ron looked at Harry and spoke in a shocked voice. Man, did you look at his robes? Yes, Ron, I did see the head boy badge, Harry spoke. Ron shook his head. No. Not the badge, Harry. The color of his robe. Harry tried to remember and was shocked for a moment too. It was green. He was a Slytherin, Neville spoke from the side. His eyes were still fixed on the closed door of their compartment. Harry was also shocked by the revelation. The senior was from Slytherin. The bigger shock had been Hermione's interaction with the boy. It seemed that both of them were more than mere acquaintances. How do you reckon Hermione knows the bloke? Ron asked him. I don't know. Do you know him, Neville? He asked the plump boy. If the boy was Slytherin, he would have to be pure blood. Neville looked at them and shook his head. Well, they would know soon enough. They just had to wait for their best friend's return. After some time, Hermione returned to their compartment. She opened the doors and spoke. Boys, can you help me place it with my luggage? She said while pointing at a bag. Harry and Ron looked at each other and got up to help their friend. After they had settled down once more, Ron spoke first, unable to control his curiosity. Who was that guy, Hermione? Hermione looked up from her book. Oh, him, he was a senior, his name is Edward Wright. 7th year. Professor McGonagall introduced me. That was both a shock and assurance for Harry. If McGonagall had vouched for him, it meant that he was probably not a bigot, but the question. Why would McGonagall do that? He asked, stopping Ron from probably insulting the guy. Oh, you know, I took all those classes last year. It was taking a toll on me, so she introduced me to him. He is the only student other than me who took his owls for all those subjects. Oh, so he is a nutter, Ron spoke and Hermione's expression changed swiftly. Nutter. He had the highest practical scores in all the wand subjects, in over 3 decades. According to Professor McGonagall, he already has job and apprenticeship opportunities lined up. Her scathing words echoed through their compartment and he could see Ron turning red from embarrassment. His words were cut off, and a nutter has been helping you get by in your exams all these years. And with those scathing remarks, she had walked out of their compartment. Bang. Probably closed the door on her way out. Ron had turned red from the embarrassment. He just got up and started stuffing his dress robes back into his luggage. Harry looked at Neville, who just looked very floundered. He looked outside the window. The storm had gotten worse. The heavy rain and the strong winds were rattling the window. Well, there was their fight of the year. It had just come early this year. As they made their way to the Great Hall, Harry spotted Hermione walking with some girls from their year. Ron was behind him talking with Dean about the World Cup and ensuing chaos. From the back, he saw Peeves carrying a bunch of balloons making his way toward them. He picked up a balloon and threw it toward the girls. Some of them shrieked and tried to move away. Just as it was about to land, it stopped mid-air. Peeves, I think they are cold enough. Why don't you wait for the summer? He looked at us and saw Edward coming towards them, his wand out and pointing towards the falling balloons. All of whom had stopped. Behind him, McGonagall was coming with a blonde girl. Peeves, the headmaster will hear about this. McGonagall was annoyed, that much was evident from that voice. The boy spoke once more. No need for that, Professor. Why don't you postpone this and we can make plans for some other time? Peeves just giggled and made an okay sign. He then made a face at Professor McGonagall before flying off. McGonagall just shook her head and moved on towards the incoming first years. Why don't we warm it up here a bit? He said while waving his wand, and Harry could feel the temperature around him rising. The boy then waved at Hermione and rushed to meet up with Professor McGonagall. Hermione looked down and he could spot a small red blush covering her face. Harry could see multiple girls staring dreamily at his retreating back. Well, he would have to curb his curiosity for the time being because hunger came before curiosity or anything else, even if it was curiosity over a nice Slytherin senior. And there was still that special announcement that Malfoy had mentioned. Harry was making his way to the dorms, as he thought about the announcements. The Triwizard Tournament sounded exciting, but the cancellation of the Quidditch season had been a bummer. Their new professor was weird, he hoped he was competent. Hermione was still not talking to them, Ron had again blurted out words before thinking. He was embarrassed but too pig-headed to apologize. But he would talk to her tomorrow, hopefully, she would have calmed down by then. He changed into his nightdress and sat on the bed. Sirius had still not replied to his letter about his scar. The visions and the pain had been constantly bugging him. He looked out the window and could see that the storm had mellowed out. Hopefully, tomorrow would be a clear day. This is going to be updated weekly. You can read ahead and support me on Patre0n. Patre0n.com/Durkest. Chapter 2. Minerva McGonagall. McGonagall had been a teacher for the better part of 3 decades now and deputy headmistress for over a single one. Over the years she had taught and tackled a lot of students. From the infamous marauders to the rambunctious twins. From careless delinquents to excessively studious. She had taught them all. A lot of them held a special place in her heart. Lily Evans for one had been a brilliant student, bright and hard-working. The marauders also had their brilliance. McKinnon remembered the quiet and hard-working girl. There were many more over the years. She felt saddened. The war had been cruel, destroying so many futures and damaging countless others. It had caused a divide in their society. The destruction and devastation. Hundreds of dreams were destroyed and many more stifled before taking form. She shuddered. She had thought that she had seen them all, and this had been the case for some time. That was until Edward Wright, a Muggle-born orphan who had come to Hogwarts, enchanted and amazed by the magical castle like many others. It had started from the sorting, and since then he had been an amazement to watch. Slytherin, it had shouted after some time. The staff had been shocked. It had been a long time since a Muggle-born had been sorted into the House of Snakes. The boy had been shocked himself. She still remembered the shift in his features. She had decided to keep an eye on him, to help the boy settle in. After some time, it was evident that the boy was special. How special? Well, very special. Professor, you have to help me. I cannot do this. I still have my newts and a plethora of other stuff to complete. I even wrote a letter to you regarding this. You know I rejected being a prefect last year due to my special workload. Please, Professor, I am sure there are many other students more worthy and hungry for such an opportunity. From his tone, she could tell that he was tired, and that much was evident from his unkempt hair and his half-closed eyes. So, he said while placing the badge on the table, you can have it and I will be on my merry way. And he had immediately taken off. She did not miss the small fist bump by him on the way. She just shook her head at his antics and spoke. Right. If you step out of that door, you are getting detention with me. He stopped, for the whole year, and she could hear him groan. He turned back and made his way back to the seat. She looked at him, and there was a slight wish in her heart that the Sorting Hat had shouted, Gryffindor, that day. She had seen many brilliant students in her time, yet Wright was a different kind of prodigy. His performance with a wand had left a large portion of the staff baffled, while there had been some altercations within the house according to Severus. But, by the end of the year, they had learned not to mess with him. And according to Severus, most of the purebloods began to adopt a policy of quiet disregard. Now, as I previously remember mentioning in the letter, despite noting your vehement protests, the headmaster was confident that you were the best student for the job. So, you are going to take that badge and carry on with all the duties, she said, while sliding the badge over. He was pouting. She smiled triumphantly, and spoke, if you are still not satisfied, you can take it up with the headmaster. She said with a raised brow, her voice carrying perhaps a hint of amusement. He will be in his office on Thursday. He sighed as he took the badge, pocketing it as he got up. It seems that I will have to. As he was about to leave, she spoke for the last time, you should probably have someone else help you with the makeup. It was quite poorly done. She could see her words register, as he left her office with more vigor than he came in with. Harry Potter. Harry yawned as he made his way towards the Great Hall. Last night's dream of winning the Triwizard Tournament and the smile of a very specific girl, still gave him butterflies. He spotted Hermione in front of her and rushed to join her. Hello, Hermione, he spoke, testing her temper. Hello, Harry. She gave him a short reply. I just wanted to apologize. He was cut off by her. You don't have to do that for him. If he wants to, he can do that himself. She said, her words harsher than usual. This is going to last a while. Are you excited about the Triwizard Tournament? Harry questioned her as they sat down. Oh. A little bit. But according to Edward, he noted the slight smile on her face as she continued, that there might be some plans to have something a bit more exciting. He connected the name to the face of the Slytherin prefect. Harry was curious about him as well, so he asked, who exactly is he? I don't remember seeing him over the years. At this, Hermione looked at him. Her eyes went over to the Slytherin table, the boy in question absent from their tables. Well, he is usually at the table at this time. She muttered. Hermione, he had to get her attention once more, once her focus was on him again. He asked her once more. Oh, it's funny you don't know him. She was laughing as she continued, according to him, he was the most popular student at Hogwarts, and then came another one taking my place. Harry found himself laughing at the weird tone. You mentioned exam scores, was he famous for those? He said while taking a small bite of the egg. Their timetables were getting distributed. Hermione handed him his timetable while continuing, well, academics are a part of it, but it is more because of his sorting. He was the first Muggle born to be sorted into Slytherin, in more than 3 decades. At this, Harry looked at her. Perhaps, expecting her to say that it was a joke. He found her looking at his shocked face with a small smile. When no such rebuttal came, he tried to question, but everyone says that Slytherin is evil, she finished his words. According to him, this has just become popular recently, previously there were many Muggle-born sorted into Slytherin. This division came out more after the war. At this, he could see her expression becoming grimmer. She then looked up and said in a small voice, people just started calling everyone from Slytherin, evil. He also mentioned that a lot of his followers were from other houses. At this, Harry thought about a certain rat. He had been in Gryffindor, yet he had betrayed them. They had trusted him, but despite being sorted into the House of the Brave, Wormtail had betrayed them. Suddenly Hermione got up, excuse me, and left, joining a couple of girls further up the table. Ron joined him with Dean and Seamus a couple of moments later. Looking at Hermione, he spoke, what is wrong with her? Ron questioned him. Harry looked at his friend and saw him piling up food on his plate. He just shook his head at his antics. He had not changed at all. The hall was beginning to fill up, so he focused on his breakfast, ignoring the tattle around him. He started going over his timetable, yet his mind lingered on the conversation with Hermione. Herbology, divination, and care. It seems that he will have to wait till tomorrow to get his first lecture with the new Dada professor. Support and read ahead on Patreon. Patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 3. Elizabeth White. Elizabeth felt a little satisfied, watching her friend squirm as all the prefects left the classroom. It was nice to see his plans fail. She saw him slouch into the chair. Finally, we are done for the day, I cannot handle any more of this. I would rather take Snape's class over this farce. At this, he looked at her, his purplish eyes completely visible, as he had put his glasses on the side. I am not forgetting anything, right? She looked at him, and he was haggard, his hair was all over the place and there was weariness on his face. They were only 2 days into the year. She decided to have mercy on him. No, we still have to submit a schedule to Professor McGonagall. But I will take care of it. She saw him visibly relax when she said those last words. He thanked her and continued sitting in the chair. She also sat down and spoke. I know the workload is large this year, but the term is just starting. How can you be this exhausted this early in the term? While there was a competition between them, over the years she had grown to respect him. She was concerned for him. Usually, he would be like this only near the end of term. That was because Mr. Brilliant had exam frights. Well, it isn't just from all this, he pinched his nose, I had to leave the orphanage this year. I had to make arrangements for that too, and then the increased workload from all those electives. He just shook his head, it's taken a toll on me. You should not have picked up all those electives. Warding and enchanting are considered tough enough on their own. And you picked alchemy as well, that was bound to be a disaster. She was right, warding and enchanting were highly demanding, and most people don't even take them. She had chosen warding, but right, in his stubbornness, had taken both and then picked alchemy in addition to them. It was no wonder that he was struggling this much. Maybe, I will drop one of them. But hopefully, Dumbledore will accept my resignation, he said, eyeing his badge. Do you need my help with the makeup tomorrow? She asked teasingly. He put a hand on his face as she tried to stifle her laugh. Don't remind me about that. I should have never listened to Cedric about this. Honestly, I should have known better than to trust him. She could not stop herself from laughing as she remembered his tale of the incident. McGonagall had seen right through him. Then, she remembered the incident during the summer. So, she asked him. Did you read about the Quidditch World Cup? Yeah, it was a mess. 14 years and there are still so many people stuck with such idiotic ideals. Though he had a neutral expression, one could still see the anger brimming in his eyes. Discrimination based on blood purity was a concept that was still prevalent in major circles of their society. She was aware that her friend had a very personal view regarding it. Now that she thought about it, most of them made bets on how long the Muggleborn would survive in Slytherin. How wrong had they been? He had risen against all odds. Defying all expectations, the ignorant little mudblood had not only survived but thrived. Well, that as well, but I was talking about the match itself. I remember someone predicting the result and saying they would bet all their savings on it, she mentioned conspiratorially. And that was true. At the end of last year, he had predicted the result and most of them had called it rubbish. Ireland won with Crumb catching the snitch, but he had been right. It was a shame that she had not believed him. She could have gotten good odds. And that someone made quite a killing, a smile came across his face, perhaps you should have listened to that someone. At this, she pinched his arm. Ouch! Spare me, you violent woman! He shouted while getting away from her. Come on, tell me a number. Just how much did I miss out on? She asked him in a pleading tone. Nah, ahn. Don't you know the saying never ask a woman her age and a man his salary? Let it remain a mystery. She narrowed her eyes at him, taking out her wand she leveled it at him. I could tell you if you promised to keep it to yourself. She acquiesced, pocketing her wand. You do know that resorting to violence. He stopped as she started taking out her wand once more. Okay. Okay. Sheesh, here this is the slip from Gringotts, he handed her a small slip. She looked at the number and continued staring at it. This cannot be real. This has to be a lie. She looked at him, but he was grinning at her. That is the real number, my friend. And now you finally understand the true prowess of divination. She just slumped into her seat, that much money from a single prediction. Perhaps she should have taken divination as well. 0000. After she had finished her rounds, she made her way to Hufflepuff dormitories. She reached the large circular door and knocked on it 3 times. The door opened and she entered them. The corridor was illuminated with the lamps along the walls, providing the much-needed warmth. She made her way to her room. A couple of students were still in the common room. She shook her head at their antics and made her way towards them. What area are all of you doing this late in the night? Prefect rounds ended some time ago, you should be in bed. It startled both of them. They looked up and smiled upon seeing her. Cedric Diggory and Amy Layton were the 2 Hufflepuff prefects. Many had expected Cedric to become head boy after Edward refused to become a prefect last year. He was handsome, tall, and hard-working. An exemplary puff if there was one. Amy Layton, on the other hand, was the resident gossip queen. She was a Muggleborn, and her parents worked in the fashion industry. She was still looking at the newspaper in her hand. She was also Elizabeth's best friend. Elizabeth found it difficult to make friends due to her competitive nature. Many students had called her a jealous person, and various profanities. Her housemates had tried to approach her, however her introverted nature made it quite difficult to connect with other people. But then Amy came and helped her out, helping her grow out of her insecurities and self-doubts. Oh, we were just waiting for you, have you heard? Amy was just about to continue her tirade when Elizabeth cut her off. Is someone dead? No. Then this can wait till the morning, she said, and turned towards Cedric as he was about to speak. He stopped, seeing her raised brow, paused and then got up and made his way towards the boys' side of the dorm. She made her way towards her room, Amy following behind trying to speak to her. Wait, Lizzie, you have to listen to this. I heard from Henry that Ed mentioned. Amy, I am too tired to hear anything at this time, Elizabeth said while yawning. She opened the door to her room and Amy came in behind her. Amy made Elizabeth turn around, and then continued speaking. But, this is about Ed's secret love. And according to Henry, I can assure you, I can wait till the morning to hear about Edward's alleged relations, Elizabeth said while changing into something more appropriate for the night. Amy just huffed and sat on her bed on the other side, her expression was similar to that of a kicked puppy. After changing, Elizabeth went over to Amy's side and hugged her. Come on. You know I don't like seeing you like this. Amy just huffed and turned her head sideways. When she did not budge after some time, Elizabeth decided it was time to bring out the big guns. Well, you know what? It seems that I was wrong. I cannot possibly sleep without listening to my friend's voice. So, come on, tell me what new scandal you have uncovered this time. Amy turned towards her and there was a smile on her face. She sat up and leaned forward in a conspiratorial way. Henry was telling me that Ed has been in constant correspondence with someone abroad. And according to him, that someone is a girl. Edward was quite famous in the female circles, and his romantic escapades, or lack thereof of such escapades, were a source of constant gossip. Rumors about him swinging the other way, and even rumors regarding both of them were quite widespread. Elizabeth usually did not pay much attention to them, and neither did he. Both of them were just good friends and had no intention of jeopardizing it in any way. You know, Edward did mention a girl once, but I don't remember the details. It was just a passing comment, she said while trying to remember the specific combination. Han, why are you like this? You missed such a juicy story. You must ask him tomorrow. Do you think he would tell you? Maybe, but I think this is late enough. We have classes tomorrow. Let's go to bed, Elizabeth said as she moved towards her side of the room. Okay, sweet dreams, Lizzie. Elizabeth used her wand and the lamps were off. Good night. As she slid under the covers, she thought about Amy's words. Perhaps she should ask him about this tomorrow? On the other side of the castle, an owl landed on a window. It had journeyed across the country bearing a letter from a certain student. The window opened and the owl entered the room, finally, ending its journey. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office in the headmaster's office. He gazed at the newspaper in front of him. The Debacle at the Ministry by Rita Skeeter. It was a ridiculous piece, which would not have passed the editorial board in any reputable news agency. Yet, the headline was true. The ministry was in disarray. The appearance of Death Eaters during the World Cup had been a disaster. Fudge was trying to cover it all up and blame it all on Sirius Black, probably on the advice of Lucius Malfoy. The people were panicking, even though the attack had not resulted in any casualties. The people who had survived the previous war were getting anxious once more. Could he be back? Was he dead? Would the peace last? Dumbledore was also frustrated. That despite the turn of the decade, the ideas of discrimination were still so strong. People had not changed. There was a knock on the door. A student entered through the door. Edward Wright. 7th year. He recognized the boy. A smile came across his face. Minerva had mentioned this, he thought. Fox trilled from the perch and scooped towards the boy, pecking him on the head. The boy tried to avoid it but in vain. Calm down, you flaming flamingo. The sweets are in my pocket, and the boy took out some sweets. Fox picked at them, before flying out the window. Greedy bird. The boy muttered. Dumbledore just smiled. Haha. It seems it is a bad idea to bribe a phoenix with Muggle confectionaries, Dumbledore reminded the boy, who just looked away. It wasn't mentioned that it had succeeded in getting a single tear from Fox. And wasn't that a show? Last year in alchemy class, Mr. Wright had bribed Fox into giving him a single tear. It was only the second time Fox had cried for anyone. Well, why don't you take a seat? I think it is going to take a while, he told the boy who sat on the chair. Thank you, headmaster. This won't take long, I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity, but I don't think I can carry on with my duties. Dumbledore smiled as the boy exaggerated the burden of his studies. He sang platitudes about the importance of the newts. Dumbledore patiently listened to all of it, thinking about how long it had taken to come up with all this. So, you can take this badge back and give it to someone more appropriate, Edward placed the badge on the table. I am afraid that I cannot accept your resignation, Mr. Wright, Dumbledore spoke softly, before continuing, cutting Edward off. As you are aware, the Triwizard Tournament is this year. With 2 other schools showing their best, I need the head boy and head girl to represent the very best of Hogwarts, and the best students for the job are you and Miss Elizabeth, Dumbledore finished. The boy had a small smile on his face as he was complimented. And it was true by all stretches. Edward Wright was amongst the most brilliant students he had ever seen. He was the perfect response to the blood purity dogma. A Muggle-born orphan, who had risen to the top at Hogwarts leaving all the purebloods in the dust. But sir, what about my studies and the lectures? The boy tried once more. Dumbledore had prepared for it. Ah, well about that. I have talked to the staff about it, and all of them agreed that they consider you responsible and brilliant enough to complete your work by yourself. So, you are exempted from the classes as of today. Though I would recommend you get a copy of their lecture plans so you could keep up. All of them agreed easily. The boy was capable of taking the newts during his 5th year. And that was 2 years ago. There was little they could teach him. All of them were aware of his study sessions outside the regular workload. He was amazed at the news, and muttered a thank you. So, will that be all, Mr. Wright? Dumbledore asked the boy. The boy stared at him for a moment before he spoke once more, his words quite disturbing. Yes, Professor, there was one more thing. I just had a question about our new Dada professor. Ah, Alastair. Well, his first lesson had been shocking for Dumbledore as well, but Dumbledore had still not conversed with his friend. But, the boy's next words shocked him. You know the Weasley twins. They stole his flash and took a swig of it, both of them transformed into the professor himself. The flask had polyjuice potion in it. Dumbledore was shaken. Color leaving his face. It couldn't be. He thought. When did it happen? He asked the boy. His voice was very strict, quite rare for someone like him. Just now. I just came from the hospital wing, the boy replied, and Dumbledore nodded at those words. His mind was racing as it thought of various possibilities, each worse than the next. I just have a suspicion, and with Sirius Black infiltrating the castle last year, I thought. The boy tried to explain. You did well in bringing this to my notice. I am afraid this is all the time I have for now, I will look into it immediately. You should mention to the prefects that all lectures of Dada will be cancelled for today, Dumbledore told the boy. Edward understood the implication of those words and nodded, becoming much more serious and his face losing all of the usual cheer it had. Thank you, Headmaster, and the boy left his office. As soon as the door was closed, Dumbledore closed his eyes and focused on the corridor of the Dada class. He vanished with a crack, his expression furious and his wand in his hand. There was a notice that evening on the school notice board. Dada classes are dismissed for 3 days. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, Professor Alastair Moody will not be able to take the classes for some time. For now, these lectures will be self-study sessions. Other classes will continue as per schedule. 00000. Canon is out the window. Even if Out MC took his time, he finally is ready to tackle life like a real person. As always, you can read ahead on Patreon. Patreon.com/drkest. If you find that the story is easier to read and quality has improved, then thanks the most generous beta reader. A man who may use the Force but he is not a Jedi. Comment, 'cause they fuel me. Chapter 4. Edward Wright. The meeting with Dumbledore had gone better than I had anticipated. The freedom to not take lectures was something I had not expected. Now, there was ample time for me to focus on my studies. It was my last year in these magical halls, and I planned to take full advantage of it. I was walking slowly towards the Great Hall, recalling the conversation I had just had. It was a gamble, telling him about Moody. Even in my 4th year, I had been conflicted about telling him about Quirrell. Ultimately I had chickened out. During that time I was still focused on firmly avoiding the Golden Trio. But, in hindsight, that had been wrong. When I first met Hermione last year, I had been ashamed of myself. They were children. Children studying at a boarding school, worried about acne and tests and all other trivial matters. It was not right to burden them with the problems of a rotten society because of some misguided notion about prophecy and the greater good. So, I decided to act. I was better equipped. For all 7 years, I had focused firmly on the practical side. To the general dismay of some of the professors. My written work had always been barely adequate. The essays I wrote were short and concise. My marks had always suffered because of it, but after some time, upon seeing my practical work, the detentions and objurgations had lessened. Students passed by me as I crossed the hall, and as I was coming down the stairs, I saw 2 friends walking towards me. A Hufflepuff and a Slytherin. Both of them were almost opposites in their appearances. Cedric Diggory was all prim and proper, with his brown hair brushed back, buttoned uniform, and crisp robe. Talking to the boy next to him, in a hushed tone. The Slytherin boy had a wild appearance. His hair was dyed an unnatural blue. His shirt, unbuttoned and his cuffs, folded up. Piercings in his ears and a large grin on his face, as he was busy conversing with the Hufflepuff heartthrob. Yes, I was just coming back, I replied. Both of them looked at each other, then Henry grinned. So, how did it go? Did you get rid of that wretched badge? He asked me. Well, no, but we reached a compromise. The staff gave me a free pass for the lectures. Given my track record, they expect me to be able to keep up on my own. There was smugness in my tone. Both of them were looking at me incredulously. That cannot be true. You are screwing with us, Cedric said from the side. We had now reached the Great Hall and moved towards the Hufflepuff table. Perhaps, I could find Elizabeth here? I did have to inform her about the Dada class cancellation. Nat, I have the letter with me. It is signed by the headmaster himself, and I waved the letter in front of them. Henry took it out of my hand and started reading it immediately. I spotted Elizabeth talking to her friend Amy at the table and moved toward them. Both Cedric and Henry behind me were still engrossed in the letter. Amy saw me first, waving at me. I waved back. Hello, Amy, Elizabeth, I said, taking the seat opposite them. Hi, both of them replied. Elizabeth tried to say something but was cut off by her friend. So, how did your resignation go? You do know that several wagers have been made regarding this, so spill the beans, Eddie. I just shook my head at her antics. But I could see that both of them had been anxious about it. For completely different reasons, of course. It was rejected. But a compromise was reached, and I will continue as head boy. Thank you, I could see the slight relief in Elizabeth's eyes. No, how could it be? You were so unwilling. You must be lying to me. She spoke. No, he isn't. Check this out, Cedric said, finally sitting down beside me with Henry taking the seat opposite him. He handed Amy the letter and she started reading it. After some time she spoke. This has to be a lie. This cannot be possible. I could see that Elizabeth shared her sentiment. As real as the news I am about to give you, I spoke to Elizabeth. A special notice will be on the board any second now. All classes for Dada are dismissed for the day. Professor McGonagall will announce it as well, but I want you to tell the prefects. She nodded, but from everyone's expressions, I could tell they had questions. This is straight from Dumbledore. On a separate note, could you stop students from approaching Professor Moody's office? Clear the whole corridor, no student enters, I informed them. Why? Has something happened? Cedric asked, for them all. Not yet, I shook my head, but I need you all to be extra cautious. It is a suspicion, but it might be something similar to last year. I said gravely. All of them nodded their heads. Last year, the incident with Sirius Black had been a near disaster. Of course, they did not know that he was innocent. But a terrorist in a school of children had caused quite the panic. The gates to the hall opened once more and Professor McGonagall entered the great hall, her face stern and serious. She approached the dais and spoke, addressing everyone. Dada classes will be cancelled for the day. Everyone present should inform the rest of the school. A formal notice has been posted on the board. The fourth floor corridor with the Dada professor's office is also sealed. No student is allowed to enter it. Anyone who tries to enter it will be punished severely. There were some whoops and hurrahs, but it seems the gossip mill had gained a new topic to keep them busy. 0000. The room of requirement had been my constant companion. Despite the various theories, the room was much less impressive than expected. It could not generate copies of materials in the castle, nor did it have any sophisticated training dummies. The room was just one thing, a place for the storage of objects lost throughout the castle. Various objects, that had been lost through the centuries, had been placed in the room by the house elves tasked with the maintenance of the castle. This included lost books, letters, manuals, worksheets, money, jewelry, and many other such things lost by the students. It was not the time-altering, omnipotent room many theorized it to be, but was just a never-ending storage room. Over the course of 7 years, I had gone over a large portion of its contents, and I had found a decent amount of change. A few pieces of jewelry were also found, in an old wooden box, though most of them were ancient and had fetched me a small fortune from some rather shady places. Yet the biggest gain had been the books. Though none of them were like tomes of ancient and powerful magics, getting those books from the market would not have been easy or cheap. I looked at the book in front of me as I tried to study, but my thoughts continuously moved on to other matters. The whole castle had been gossiping about the Dada classes. Notice for their suspension had gone up some time ago, and this had just inflamed the conspiracy theories. Dumbledore had not addressed the students, though a few of the students had reported that they had seen the headmaster leave the fourth floor corridor furiously. I closed the book and got up, picked up the bag from the side, and exited the room. I started walking towards the first floor. It was time for the meeting with the prefects again. As I was walking, I heard my name being called out. Edward. Edward, wait. I stopped and turned to see Elizabeth rushing towards me. She seemed quite angry. Where have you been? I have been looking for you all over the castle. She asked indignantly. Her face flushed and her breaths quick. Oh. I am sorry, I was just reading up on something. What happened? There is still some time in the meeting, right? I inquired. Had I lost track of the time? Yes, there are still 30 minutes until the meeting. I just wanted to ask you something. She said as both of us started moving towards our destination at a slow pace. I nodded my head and gestured for her to ask away. What happened with Professor Moody? No one is telling us anything. The staff just say that he had to leave for personal reasons. But they clearly are trying to hide something, right? She said in a single breath. And? I inquired. This was not something completely new. And the last person to see Dumbledore was you. So, the person with the greatest chance of knowing something is also you. So tell us something, she asked me seriously. Her voice was filled with worry and anxiety. I cannot give you a definite answer. Let's just say, the issue is quite similar to the one we had last year. I don't think the staff wants to announce it, because with the other schools coming, and with the Tri-Wizard tournament happening, they don't want things to get out of hand, I replied, and she nodded her head. Her face had gone white, and she seemed a little shaken. But, don't worry. I have already planned. The patrols will be done in pairs and I will hand these out during the meeting, I said, tossing her a coin from my pocket. She caught it in her hand and started examining it. Her eyes widened as she understood the implication of what I had made. Not invented. Made. So, you finally completed modifying the protean charm. She exclaimed. And yes, I had claimed that this was possible during class in the 5th year but had been rebuffed by a couple of students. Them believing it to be impossible. But, I had known that it was possible, and when I had been free for some time during the last term I had made them as a pet project. Who knew I would have to use them this year? She tried to hand the coin back but I stopped her. You should keep it. This is the master coin. You can program it and send messages to all the other coins. With you making the roster you should have it. She nodded her head and once again started observing the charm and rune work. It was quite impressive if I say so myself. I had not needed to disguise it as a galleon. So, I had more room, and once could send a short text on it. There was space for only about 50 to 80 words, but this was enough. It would be like a text message. And in case of an emergency, you would just have to break it and it would alert all the other coins. They would heat up and could also guide a person towards the specified area. Kind of like an SOS GPS signal. I could see her struggling to make it work. Here, let me help you. For writing, you just rotate. I have to compensate Hermione for it, I thought to myself. After all, it was originally her idea. Perhaps a nice rare book from my collection. Yes, that should be enough. After all, I did stop them from learning defense under a renowned terrorist. 0000. As always, read ahead on Patreon. It helps a lot. Comment your thoughts. And greatest thanks to my beta who strives to disturb the balance of the Force, for he is not a Jedi. Chapter 5. Minerva McGonagall. How could this happen? 2 years in a row. For the castle to be infiltrated for 2 years, how could this happen? She had been distraught when Dumbledore had called the emergency staff meeting. For an impostor to take place of Alastor and for every one of them to not notice anything was mind-boggling. She just shook her head and could see the worried expression on the rest of the staff as well. Dumbledore himself was quite furious and worried, a very rare sight from the usually always calm and benevolent behavior he usually shows. I could look over the wards if you permit it, Albus. Flitwick said from the side. The aged charms master had a mastery of wards, and his input could be valuable. She looked at Albus, who replied while nodding his head. Well, I checked everything myself, but if you deem it necessary, you could have a look at them yourself, Filius. Filius just nodded his head at that. If Dumbledore had not found any discrepancy, then there was little chance they could find any. She just leaned back in her chair and thanked that the issue was noticed as early as it was. If the other schools had arrived for the tournament, this would have been a huge disaster. Well, it seems you were right in naming Mr. Wright as headboy. I worry if the situation had not been reported as early as it was, this could have turned into quite a catastrophe. The Hufflepuff had supplied her own input. Pomona had wished for Cedric to become headboy, though Dumbledore had made a firm decision and had not been swayed. Thank the gods, she thought. Her thoughts were interrupted as the youngest potions master spoke in his usual drawl voice. We can discuss the what-ifs and whatnots, but we have a whole new issue about the Dada classes. We need someone to fill in at that position now that Alastor is at St. Mungo's. Well, his concern was valid. For students taking their owls and newts this year, time was crucial. They could not afford another debacle like Gilderoy. We could try and fill in for Alastor for some time if he takes the post after his return from St. Mungo's. She said to Dumbledore. I don't think that is possible. It will take significant time for Alastor to heal, and he has refused to take the post after his recovery. I am afraid we will have to arrange a replacement, he said while shaking his head. To arrange a replacement after the start of the term was not going to be easy. Perhaps she could ask one of her old colleagues. As she was going through some initial names, Albus spoke once more. I have good news regarding that. Despite the short notice, I was able to arrange a replacement. They may lack experience as a teacher, but their skills and knowledge should not be an issue. A bit of mirth escaping into his tone. That is quite a relief, her colleague said from her side. And she nodded at that. The staff could assist them with the lessons if they lacked experience as an educator, that is if they were willing to listen. She just shook her head, remembering a certain golden-haired buffoon. Yes. They come highly recommended by Alastor and were an Auror trainee recently. Albus told them. Auror trainee, she thought. That meant the person was young. She might even have taught them. Oh, how were you able to convince them to come and teach here then? The charms master asked in his usually high-pitched voice. And he was right. If the person was an aura trainee, then there was little chance that they would want to become a teacher. Being an author was a high-risk, high-pay job. For them to leave their training could be detrimental to their career. Well, even in my old age I believe there are several people willing to listen to the words coming out of this old man's mouth. She could hear a faint chuckle from their young runes professor, at those words, not minding the smirk spreading across her lips as well. I just promised them I would mention them in some exemplary words, to some of my friends at a later time. She just shook her head at that. Bribery. Albus could be quite cunning it seems when he wishes to be. Well, I believe that this is everything we needed to cover. The new teacher will join us tomorrow. I believe we must all wrap this up. Albus said while leaning back into his chair, taking off his half-moon glasses and placing them on the table. All of them started getting up and vacating the office. All of us except Severus. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore could feel the stiffness in his joints. He could feel his age catching up to him. He had just wanted to be an educator, yet it seems that the world was not quite done with him just yet. All of the staff left his office. And now only Severus and he remained. The young potion master sitting in his chair, his face devoid of all emotion. Many times Dumbledore had contemplated using legilimency on him, to know what went behind those emotionless eyes. Yet he just couldn't bring himself to do it, for he had a small suspicion that it would be like looking at a mirror. Ariana, he lamented for the millionth time. So, how is it that two people, imprisoned in Azkaban were able to escape and there has been no action from the ministry? Severus asked him. And wasn't the answer disappointing? The level of corruption and deceit had shocked him. Disappointing. According to our esteemed minister, it was probably a small mix-up and we should not make a fuss about it with the incoming competition. Severus scoffed at that. Then how is it that Bart Crouch Jr., a person who is supposed to be dead showed up at Hogwarts, just after we saw the debacle at the World Cup? The young man continued, you can see the pattern, Albus, this is him. Severus was right. Albus could see Tom's hand behind all the recent happenings. The show at the World Cup had been a call. A call to his followers, to remind them of their loyalty. But what was the purpose of sending Crouch Jr. to Hogwarts? Alas, when Albus had tried to confront he had killed himself. Dumbledore had been unable to recover the body. Dumbledore felt sad for the loss of a young boy who had lost his way but had such huge potential. Lost to a heinous deception. Yes, I can see them. Yet we are unable to do anything. Our enemy remains unseen while we are in the open. All we can do is wait. His words making the young head of the house react. We can prepare. You could teach Lil. But he was cut off by Albus. No. No, I will not involve children in this. They are young, ambitious, and filled with so much potential. I will not have to burden them with the mistakes of the previous generation. Severus was about to say something but Albus narrowed his gaze at him and spoke, his tone brokering no argument. Every year at this school, Harry had been forced to go above and beyond regular students' duties. He has been put in danger continuously at this school. He doesn't need us adding to his troubles. Dumbledore finished and immediately, Fox appeared in a flash. Its warm song soothed his agitation. Albus closed his eyes and let himself soak in the pure magical tune reverberating across his office. After a while, the music stopped. Thank you, Dumbledore said to his cherished companion who took to the skies through his window. Vanishing into the starry night. He looked at his young colleague and could see the same blank irises staring at him. Though his shoulders seemed a little less tense. I believe we can table this for another time, it has become quite late and I believe we both have classes to take tomorrow. At this, the young man nodded and got up. Leaving his office and making his way to his chambers. Dumbledore turned his chair and looked out into the starry sky. Identifying a small star he chuckled, well it seems he forgot to tell them the name of the new Dada professor. Well, they are going to arrive tomorrow. Nothing wrong with a little bit of surprise. 0000. Nymphadora Tonks. She cursed herself once more for accepting this offer. Professor Dumbledore had convinced her that taking this job would be good for her resume. Madame Bones had also accepted the offer from the headmaster. And now here she was, back at the good old Hogwarts. She was quite nervous as she moved through the corridor. Her mentor, Moody, was at St. Mungo's and had told her everything. She was quite dumbfounded that someone had gotten the drop on him. Many people called him paranoid but it seems that he was right this time around. She started going up the stairs, the castle was still quite familiar to her. She spotted a couple of students moving in the corridor. One of the girls looked at her and narrowed her eyes. Tonks, is that you? A very familiar voice called out. She smiled and observed her black-haired junior. Ex-junior, to be more precise. She hugged her, both of them embracing each other. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be out on the streets being a cool aura and all that? Amy Layton, the black-haired junior asked her. It seems she was still a gossip. What can I say? I missed you lot so much that I decided to come back. After all, someone has to keep a look on you lot, lest you blow up the whole place. She teased her friend. Ha ha. Very funny. But seriously, why are you here? Amy pressed on. Well, she could be quite focused if she suspects a scoop. And it seems her scoop senses have only gotten sharper. Let's just say soon, you are gonna want to kill me because the bitch assigned so much work. Tonks said while trying to mimic a specific person's voice and tone. She could see the realization dawn on her face. Damn, you are here to teach. So, the rumors were right, Dumbledore really killed that moody guy. Amy said in quite a loud voice. Aha. So there were rumors that Dumbledore had killed Moody. They were quite imaginative. Now that she thought about it, Croc Jr. had killed himself after Dumbledore had confronted him and he was using polyjuice to appear as Moody. So, they were quite accurate. Technically. Yes, I am your new Dada professor. So, I have to be responsible and not be late on my first day. She said looking at her watch. She had to meet Dumbledore and the rest of the staff in 2 minutes. Moody had given her all the lecture notes he had prepared, but she still had to go over them all. Wait. You have to tell me more than that. You cannot leave me hanging. Amy started going off on her usual tangent. But Nymphadora started walking towards the 7th floor once more, hollering back at her future student. Gotta go. It was nice seeing you, Amy. She waved back. Her steps became faster as she rushed to the 7th floor. Well, she is here now. Let's see if teaching is everything Professor Dumbledore made it out to be. 0000. Hello. Welcome to one of my favorite characters. Nymphadora Tonks is the new Dada teacher. I had to decide between her and Kingsley. But I decided to add her because she is someone I could play around with, as a character. Plus, I never liked her pairing with Remus. The story is going to continue moving. Chapter 6. Albus Dumbledore. Alchemy is perhaps the most wondrous art of magic. While the various branches of magic are complex with each of them being governed by certain rules and principles. Yet alchemy is the simplest in this regard as it only has a single fundamental rule. Dumbledore spoke as he stared at the small batch of students in front of him. All of them paid attention to each of his words. Dumbledore always felt most at ease with a blackboard at his back, guiding the bright minds of youth as they stumbled across and discovered the various wonders of magic. Even with his various other duties he always tried to make time to teach, for he believed it to be his calling. Can any one of you tell me what that rule is? He questioned them. This was the first class and he did not expect them to obtain a correct answer. Most of the students just looked at each other and after his encouraging smile, one of them raised his hand. Dumbledore motioned for him to answer. The law of singular existence. By means of one, we have all, within one, all things exist. The boy from Ravenclaw stated. Dumbledore smiled at the answer. It was a good answer. While that is one of the governing ideologies, my question asks for a singular law that could explain most, if not all the practices of alchemy. Though 5 points for a good answer, Mr. Foster, and then everyone gained the needed confidence. Many began giving out answers. This was all they needed, a bit of encouragement. After countless wrong answers, Edward Wright raised his hand. The bow was seated at a desk in the back. Yes, Mr. Wright, what do you believe is the singular fundamental law that governs the practice of alchemy? He repeated. The law of equivalent exchange. To obtain something of equal value must be lost. The answer made Dumbledore smile. Yes. Almost all of the practical alchemy we will study can be governed by this very law. Yet can you give us an example where such a law can be declared obsolete? This question was a bit out of the way. Yet the boy surprised him with his answer. The Philosopher's Stone is touted by many as the only exception to this law as its magical prowess is absolute, the boy replied, and the answer would have been enough, but he continued. Yet many including myself theorize this notion to be wrong. The boy continued, surprising Dumbledore. And Dumbledore was never one to discourage students from speaking their minds. And why would that be? Dumbledore questioned. Because while it is true that the use of a Philosopher's Stone requires no such exchange, we cannot make such a statement about its creation, which remains a mystery to this day to all except the Flamels. Dumbledore did not correct his misconception. For he too was aware of this mystery, yet had vowed to take it to the grave. 20 points to Slytherin for the right answer. And perhaps Mr. Edward would be charitable to share it with us once he finds the secret himself, he jokes, lightening the mood of the class. The class continued for an hour or so before the students left the classroom with amazed eyes and ruminating minds. 0000. Edward Wright. I was walking in the corridor making my way to the Great Hall when, suddenly, I heard my name being called out. Edward. Edward. I looked back and saw one of my best friends approaching me. Cedric was walking towards me briskly. I slowed down, waiting for him to catch up. He caught up to me and immediately began speaking. Do you have any idea who the new Dada professor is? Cedric asked, wiggling his brows at me. At his words, I just increased my pace. No. I do not. Why? I asked, and Cedric could not control himself as he spilled the beans. It is an Aurora trainee. Supposedly she was Mad Eye's student. And she was our senior a couple of years ago. Our senior by a couple of years. And I began thinking of names and faces. I had not taken the Dada class, because I was preparing for the arrival of the other schools. A Hufflepuff, and an Aurora trainee linked to Moody. It couldn't be her. Is it Tonks? That metamorphmagus from Hufflepuff. I tried to guess. And from the look on his face, I was right. I just smirked at him as he stood there gaping at me and continued walking. How did you know? Did Dumbledore tell you? How do you even know about the metamorphmagus? Back when she was at Hogwarts you were a recluse. Cedric spluttered as he caught up to me once more. The Hufflepuff prefect just huffed when I refused to respond to his allegations. Though he could not stop himself for long, as he started talking after a while. Though this time there was a very sinister smirk on his face. I am not going to like this, I thought. Forget about that. You know there is a certain rumor going around in multiple circles. And I just wanted to ask my friend about the truth of it all. Cedric asked in an overly sweet voice. That goddamn smile was still on his face. When I refused to entertain the ruse, he continued. There are rumors about our friend having someone very special to him arriving at Hogwarts this year. Someone so special, that our friend has been in touch with for years. Now, I would not want the girls in the castle to be taken by surprise if that special someone really exists. Honestly, it would break their hearts. And before he could continue the eulogy, I increased my pace. Not entertaining him any further. But Cedric did not relent, for he was a true puff. And persistence and hard work were their two virtues. Along with being troublesome gossip. But Edward. You have never mentioned any special girl. Like ever. You live like a saint. And it takes reading one of your letters for us to find out about this. Come on, you have to give me something. What is she like? Which year is she in? Which country does she live in? How did the two of you meet? How? And before he could carry this tirade any further, I intervened. To spare my ears. Okay. Stop. Honestly, no wonder Hufflepuff is so united. They behave like Indian aunties, gossiping all day. And to answer your question, she is 0000. Fleur Delacour. Nervous. Fleur Delacour was extremely nervous as she sat in the carriage. She kept feeling nervous about meeting a certain someone at Hogwarts. This was quite an odd scenario for Fleur Delacour, the castle's delight, the dueling champion. For all of Beauxbatons Academy, she was the pinnacle to beat. The Miss Perfect residing among the plebeians. Ha ha ha. Honestly, in all these years I have never seen you this nervous. You have always been this symbol of excellence. And right now you are biting your nails. Fleur Delacour biting her nails. Fleur lowered her hand, sending her friend a glare who just laughed harder. But I don't understand, why are you fussing so much? You two have known each other for years. Why are you so stressed about meeting him at Hogwarts? Faye Dunbar asked her friend. Her tone lost the mirth as it got serious. But before Fleur could reply, a boy from the opposite side spoke in a condescending tone. She is probably worried that he would see her true colors. It is about time he learns about your true nature. Shut up, Nelson. Faye shouted, honestly, you get rejected by someone once and you cannot accept it and move on. You really have some deep abandonment issues. Faye said, shaking her head at the boy opposite to her. Nelson Dupont was a jealous, spoiled rich boy who had been rejected by Fleur a couple of years ago. He had taken it as an insult, and over the years had tried to slander her image. Fleur just got up from her seat and moved towards the other room. Her friend Faye followed her, but not before glaring at Dupont. Fleur. Fleur. Faye shouted. Stop. You do not have to pay any attention to what Dupont says, everyone knows he is a jerk, Faye tried to assure her friend. But what if he does? What if he believes him? You know he has not said anything over the years, maybe all this is just my imagination, and he doesn't even like me, Fleur spoke out her thoughts. Do you think so little of him? Faye asked, with a raised brow. Fleur shook her head at that. And it was true, over the course of their friendship she had found Edward to be extremely courteous and unprejudiced. You cannot let Dupont get to you. And there is no way that he is not into you. Just believe me, I can tell, when you two get together, it makes me feel lonely. Fleur laughed at her friend's words. Punching her lightly on the arm. Faye rubbed her arm before she continued. Have you even read the letters you write to each other? You know, if I was so devoted to writing my homework, I would have aced my owls. They are larger than the essays I wrote for my exams. And you say he does not like you? Faye shook her head at her friend. She had seen them at their first meeting and had predicted their romance. And her predictions were never wrong. At least when it came to romance. Fleur laughed lightly at her friend's words. Feeling her nervousness die down. Faye was right, she was fussing over nothing. She had nothing to be afraid of. DuPont and his goons were idiots and there was nigh a chance that he would be ensnared by their slander. Okay. Now that you have calmed down. We have to get back to the cabin. We are going to be at Hogwarts in a little while and then I can hand you over to your Prince Charming. So, let's go back and sit. Fleur nodded at that and went back to the sitting area. All traces of nervousness and anxiety were gone from her face. Her thoughts went towards a certain bespectacled boy. As she remembered his last letter. He had mentioned a very special surprise for her. She started staring out the window and her eyes found the towers of an ancient castle hidden behind the clouds and her heart began to race slightly. Finally, she was here. She would meet him once more after more than a year. The carriage tied behind the magical Abraxan slowed down. As they made their way over the lake. And a voice went through the carriage. Everyone get ready. We have reached Hogwarts. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore was still on the dais. As the delegation from Drumstrang settled down. He watched as students mingled with students and conversations began to stir. Students from different backgrounds and different schools began talking to each other. His eyes found a certain group of students. 3 students Wright, Layton and White sat with a certain student from Beauxbatons Academy. Fleur Delacour was the dueling champion for the under-17 category. She had won the tournament this year. Though she had lost for 2 years, each time she had lost to the student sitting by her side. Edward Wright. Edward himself had won the tournament last year but had not competed in it this year. A proposal had been made by both of them for an exhibition match. Madame Maxime had also given her consent, it would be a nice show for the students watching perhaps the best of their generation duel. As the food from the plates vanished. He spoke once more. I hope you are all well fed now. But before we end the night. I have a new announcement to make. And the mutterings died down completely, all the students gazing at him as he spoke his next words. Due to the fortunate circumstances, we find ourselves in. We have arranged a surprise event for all of you. The hall was completely silent at that. A dueling exhibition match, he announced, and applause broke out in the hall. He raised his hand after a while the commotion died down. Though this will not be your average match. For it will be between 2 youth dueling champions. And the students began to mutter once more. This year's champion Miss Fleur Delacour will face last year's champion. Your very own Mr. Edward Wright. And there was a loud cheer from the hall. Loudest from the Hufflepuff he noticed. He then announced the details and the rules. But most of the students were no longer listening. He smiled as he saw their excited faces as most of the junior students preened to catch sight of the 2 competitors. 0000. Alright people. Story is moving on. Your comments motivate me to write, so spare me a moment. Huge thanks for the Passivery for correcting my mistakes. Read ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 7. Edward Wright. I cannot believe you hid it from us for all this time. That is very uncool, right? Very uncool. Amy Layton said to me. Cedric, who was sitting by her side, nodded at that. Amy is right, Edward. How could you keep this from us? Elizabeth also teased me. I just shook my head at that, explaining for the 100th time. As I have explained previously. There was nothing to hide. We met a couple of years ago at the dueling championship. We met and talked and found our interests to be very similar, so we just kept in touch through letters. And that is all there is to it. We are just friends. My words seemed to have the opposite effect on Amy, as her eyes lit up. She then pointed at me and spoke. There. Right there. Just friends? Don't you know there is no such a thing as just friends? There are friends at this, she pointed towards our group, and then there are the other friends. And she wiggled her eyes after that. I just made a face at that, like really. Then why didn't you tell us about her before? Why is it that this is the first time we are hearing about this and even now we have to force each nugget of information out of you? Elizabeth said from the side. And what was I supposed to say? And I did mention her, you just don't remember it. I retorted, and Elizabeth narrowed her eyes at that. You mentioned her once. And after that, there was complete silence. All of them were ganging up on me. So, I just gave up. I raised my hands in surrender. Okay. What do you want to know? She will be here in a couple of minutes, so you could just wait. And Amy was now eyeing me greedily, she had the same expression as a dog eyeing a ribeye steak. What about her name, height, age, family? She trailed off. Whoa. 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 Pump the brakes. Sheesh. You are worse than a reporter. Yet Amy kept staring at me. I tried to get out of the situation but it seems I was caught. So, I just relented. Well, her name is Fleur Delacour. She won the dueling tournament this year. She is in her final year at Beauxbatons. I could see Amy getting excited, and then the doors opened and the headmaster went to welcome the students from Beauxbatons. I and Elizabeth also got up. Amy tried to speak but I cut her off. And you can ask her the rest yourself. Headmaster Dumbledore led Madame Maxime to the stage and the students entered the hall. I and Elizabeth went forwards to greet them. Welcome to Hogwarts. I am Elizabeth and this is Edward, and she began helping them settle down. While she was doing that my eyes were searching for a familiar face. I found Faye Dunbar waving at me, and I smiled and waved back. Behind her stood probably the most gorgeous blonde I had ever seen. Fleur Delacour in her blue satin uniform looked as ravishing as a model. A supermodel to be exact. Were they even a thing yet? I waved at her and was about to meet her but was stopped by a pinch on the arm by Elizabeth. She gave me a very scary smile and spoke in a quiet voice. Guide the boys to their tables. You can ogle your girlfriend later. I will seat her at our table. I wanted to retort that, she was not my girlfriend. But Elizabeth White was still smiling. So, I got back to work. All right, as she mentioned I am Edward Wright. If you have any query. And then I began guiding them to their table. I saw Elizabeth approach Faye and Fleur greeting them and speaking to them in a hushed tone. Faye smiled widely as the conversation went on and then both Faye and Fleur began making their way toward our group. I gave Fleur a small nod as she walked past by me. She smiled and nodded back. Elizabeth hummed and I straightened up once more. As I turned to help the last batch of students, I saw the predatory eyes of Amy Layton staring at me and she had a sinister smile on her face. And a single thought went through my head. I am so screwed. Then I saw Faye sit beside and alarms began ringing in my head. I am very screwed. 0000. Amy Layton. And he has the nerve to say that they are just friends, Cedric commented as he had a grin on his face. Amy was eyeing the girls as well. And damn was she breathtaking. She saw Edward eyeing the girl, his dazed eyes and that goofy smile told her everything she needed to know. She just shook her head at that, damn liar. Then he went to converse with the boys and Elizabeth went ahead and greeted the girl. After some time, she was guiding her toward them. They reached to their side and then Elizabeth introduced them. This is Amy Layton and Cedric Diggory. Both of them got up and shook hands with the two girls. Hi, it is nice to finally meet you. And the girl nodded to her. Nice to meet you as well, her English had only a hint of an accent. The blonde seemed a little flustered at her enthusiasm. She then shook hands with the brunette beside her. Faye Dunbar, she introduced herself, and then they all sat down. After some light conversation, she asked. So how do you find Hogwarts? She asked the two girls as Dumbledore began introducing the students from Drumstrang. The answer came from the silvery blonde's friend. Oh. It is very ancient. But in a good way. Just like Edward described it, the castle is Gothic, and Fleur simply nodded at that. Suddenly there were whispers in the hall. Crumb, it is Crumb. Faye turned and saw a familiar face in the Drumstrang students. The broad-shouldered teen with a crooked nose, who had taken the Quidditch world by storm stood beside a rather large man. A rather large man with yellowish teeth. He looks much better in the pictures, she heard the brunette say. And Amy found herself agreeing. Though she was interested in the celebrity from Drumstrang as well, she was much more interested in the silvery blonde in front of her. So, she began talking with them once more. So, how did you get to know Edwards? She asked looking straight at the silvery blonde beauty. She could see many boys in the hall preening to catch a glimpse of her. Many of them were drooling. Ach, Amy thought. Though none of them stand a chance. Oh. We just met at a dueling championship a couple of years ago. We fought against each other in the quarterfinals and talked a bit after that. Then we just kept in touch. Amy nodded at that, but before she could investigate more, the brunette just rolled her eyes and spoke in a very sinister voice. Oh, you removed all the interesting details. And Amy's eyes brightened at that. She had a gut feeling that she and this brunette, Faye, her brain supplied the name, were going to be particularly good friends. Let me tell you, and she could see Fleur trying and failing to stop her friend. Both of them were like the youngest competitors there. Two young prodigies vying for the spot of the champion. It was unfortunate that they met in the quarterfinals because their match was riveting. The whole arena was on its feet. Fleur rolled her eyes at that and tried to stop her friend, yet Amy was hanging on to each of her words. After the match, both of them began talking to each other. But the thing is, they did not just talk for minutes. No, they sat down together for hours breaking down each of the duels, hunched in the corner of the arena. Oh, they were just so adorable. The silvery blonde's face had a light flush. We were just talking about the matches. Both of us just had similar interests, the silvery blonde added in a small voice, like that explained everything. Faye nodded at that, and then the food was served. She saw Edward moves towards them. Finally done with his duties. He sat down next to Fleur and the atmosphere around the girl changed completely. Hello, Edward. The silvery blonde greeted the head boy. Hi. I am sorry I could not talk earlier. It was just that I had to deal with this head boy crap, he said immediately to the girl. Oh no, it is fine. And Fleur's voice was melodic as she replied to him. And then the food was served, and all of them began to eat. Though one very specific thing Amy noted was that the both not lovebirds, couldn't keep themselves away from each other. She just stared at them and then hers and Faye Dunbar's eyes met and both of them just went. Can you really believe they are just friends? Beside them, Elizabeth had a similar expression. After the announcement, Dumbledore took to the dais once more. His announcement regarding the exhibition duel surprised all of them. You won the championship this year. Amy asked the drop-dead gorgeous. Fleur seemed a little embarrassed but nodded her head at that. Then she spoke in a small voice. Yes, but Edward won last year, and he did not participate this year. But the lovebird rose to the defense immediately. She is downplaying herself. She is just as if not more talented than me. She won because she deserved it, my participation has little bearing on her winning. Edward explained from the side. Fleur preened up at his words. Then Dumbledore began explaining the rules of the Triwizard Tournament. All the hall went silent as the magical goblet was brought to the front. Amy considered entering, before discarding the thought immediately. Then her eyes focused on the two idiots of their group. Both of them were just busy talking to each other, completely ignoring Dumbledore and everyone around them. 0000. They were in their dorms now, and both she and Elizabeth were preparing to go to bed. Amy couldn't control herself, so she asked Elizabeth. So, what do you think of Fleur? Elizabeth was still preparing her bed when she replied. I think that she is very brilliant, she is also very smart and is extremely talented. Come on. You know that is not what I am talking about. What do you think about her and Eddie? Amy asked her friend once more. Well, that is an even simpler question. We have all been duped by Edwards. Simple. And Amy nodded at that and then asked in a very serious tone. But what about the rumors between you and... But she was cut off by Elizabeth, who was now lying on the bed. As I have mentioned 1,000 times, Edward and I are friends, very good friends, and I would not want that to change it in any way. And it would never have worked between us. You know how my father is. And there was sadness in her tone. Elizabeth's father was a businessman. To him, everything in life was a profit and loss statement. He had been trying to get Elizabeth to match with one of the rich pure-blood heirs for quite some time. But was being stalled by Elizabeth. Well, now I can understand why he wouldn't look at a girl twice here at Hogwarts, Amy added. Yeah. You can say whatever you want about Edward, but he does have some high standards. Elizabeth replied. Well, why do you think Edward has not made a move yet? You know, properly ask her out or anything. Faye asked. Well, I do not know the exact reason, but it probably had something to do with his living condition. He was an orphan with nothing to his name. And from what I know, Fleur's family is quite famous in France's magical world. I remember my father mentioned a Delacour once. That he was planning to run for minister there. Elizabeth replied. She had been thinking the same question as Amy. She had seen the way the boys had turned to look at Fleur and how their eyes gained a special haze around her. But I don't think he will wait anymore, she added. And Amy's head jerked towards her. Why? Amy asked. Because I think Edward thinks he is ready now. He told me about the place he bought, and from what I saw of his account balance, he is quite loaded at the moment. Plus, I saw him getting irritated as the boys were drooling over Fleur. He will not wait anymore. Elizabeth knew Edward. He liked to plan things thoroughly. And it seemed his romance had taken a similar approach. While this may seem unromantic by some fairytale standards, this was a practical approach. Well, I hope he wins her over, because I have never seen him smile like today. And Fleur seemed into him as well, she will be good for him. He deserves to be happy. And Elizabeth nodded her head. Amy was right. Edward had struggled a lot in his life and had come out of it all without a single complaint. He deserved any happiness he got. 0000. In another corner of the country, in a very decrepit building, a large snake was coiled around a shriveled-up small body. A plump man, with large front teeth, was kneeling. My lord, it is done. I can go to Hogwarts and bring you the boy. The plump man spoke. No, a hiss came from the shriveled body settled in the chair. The green snake hissed at the plump man. This time, the boy will come to us. A soft and shriveling hiss was heard once more. How, my lord? You do not have to worry about that. You just have to do as I say. The plump man bowed his head, receiving further instructions. He left the house hours later. His face had a small smile as he thought over his master's plan. Truly, he had chosen right all those years ago. 0000. Well, here is a new chapter. Writing this story has not been as fun as I thought it would be. But onwards we go. Thanks to a certain not Jedi for helping me improve. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 8. Edward Wright. Have you entered your name? Fleur asked me as we made our way toward the Great Hall. I shook my head at that. Even though I planned to do it, I had not gotten the chance to do it last night with all the commotion. Have you added yours? I asked Fleur and she nodded her head. Headmistress Maxime had us all place them last night. I nodded at that as both of us took a seat and food appeared in front of us. Have you given any thought to my proposition? She asked suddenly. I just nodded my head. Fleur had written to me about the charms professor at Beauxbatons retiring. The school was looking for someone to take his place. Fleur had mentioned that I should apply for that post. It was not a bad proposal and there was a high chance that my application might even get accepted. I have, but I have not decided yet. After all, it is a big decision, I said. Fleur nodded at my answer, though I noticed the slight change in her expression. I personally think you should accept. In the international community, Britain has amongst the most archaic laws. You could fulfill your potential in France, she added once more, a small hint of desperation in her voice. I just narrowed my eyes at that. Was my suspicion correct then? I am not ruling it out. Plus, I have some time to think about it, I said once more. And Fleur nodded her head at that. Fleur finally focused once more on the food. Though her eyes still had that worried look. She picked up her spoon, and held it tightly, chewing her lips. I noticed her hesitation and placed my own spoon down. Placing my hand over her other hand, she looked up at me. What is bothering you? I asked. Fleur tried to shake her head, smiling weakly. It is nothing. She said, squeezing my hand, and then just as I was about to ask her once more, someone interrupted us. Ah, would you look at that? So, you are her latest prey? You are a pretty one. I looked up and saw a boy wearing a blue jacket, the Beauxbatons insignia shining on his pocket. His face was something I could say was above average, if not for the heinous glint in those eyes. Beside me, I could feel Fleur stiffen slightly, and my eyes immediately narrowed at the boy. I am Nelson Dupont, final year at Beauxbatons. He offered me a hand. Which I ignored. Still staring at him. Well, it seems that you are completely ensnared by that harlot, well He suddenly stopped. His eyes were wide with fear and amazement. My hand now right over his shoulder, on his face's side, fire dancing along it. You wouldn't want me to burn your pretty face now, would you? I said sweetly, and he just gulped. As I moved my hand close to his face, the fire in it singing his sideburns. Now, you are going to simply apologize to her, and then you are never going to approach either me or her ever again. I finished as I moved closer to him, our eyes level at each other. He simply nodded and gritted his teeth and turned towards Fleur, who was staring at all this with an aghast face. I apologize. Fleur just nodded a little dumbfoundedly. As the flame in my hand extinguished, I pinched his shoulder, making him squirm. And I got up close to his ear and spoke in an exceedingly small voice. Next time, there will be no warning. The kid nodded and started walking back. His steps hurried as he moved out of the great hall. I looked up and saw several people staring at me. The hall was staring at us. I just shook my head and picked up a sandwich and then took Fleur's hand and started walking out of the hall. Fleur was following me quietly, though her eyes were staring at me intensely. 0000. Hermione Granger. Now, that was intense, Ron said from the side. The redhead had given her a small apology and Hermione had accepted it for the sake of their friendship of 3 years. That was wandless magic. I thought only extraordinarily strong wizards could do it, Harry said with an amazed tone. The implication behind his words was clear. No, that is not the case, Hermione shook her head, and both Ron and Harry stared at her. What do you mean? I have always heard that wandless magic can only be performed by powerful wizards, Ron asked. That may be true in general, but it is not the only case. With enough practice, we can use wandless magic, but it requires extreme focus and a very profound understanding of magic. The rumor that only very strong wizards can use wandless magic was propagated because it is often these people that can control their magic without a wand. Otherwise, our underage magic was also wandless, she explained. She had found the theory in Edward's notes and had looked it up herself, consulting even the professors. Well, it is the same thing, Ron said, and she just shook his head at that answer. From Harry's expression, it was evident that he was still trying to process her words. Well, leaving that. Do you have any idea who is placing their name in the goblet from Gryffindor? she asked. Angelina's done it from Gryffindor. Though I have heard that Warrington from Slytherin has done it as well. Ron said. And Hermione nodded, it was good that someone from Gryffindor was participating. Though, she had noticed that Ron had not mentioned Edward's name. Was he not going to participate? Well, did they mention anything about that exhibition duel? Harry asked her. She nodded her head at that. McGonagall mentioned that it will be before the tournament's first task, so next week most probably. Harry nodded and then she saw the twins walk in along with Dean Thomas. We did it! We did it! They shouted and a cheer went through the whole hall. Dean approached their table and she asked. What are they so excited for? She asked him. We made the aging potion. Now we are going to enter our names and if we win it we are going to split the money, Dean replied excitedly as he cheered and hooped with the rest of the table while Hermione just stared at them like idiots. There was no way that they were going to fool Dumbledore's age line with an aging potion. The twins took a small gulp from the 2 vials they held, and she saw their features change slightly. At least, the potion was brewed perfectly. Hoo-hoo-hoo, the whole hall cheered. Then both walked up to the goblet of fire and looked at each other before jumping over the line. And the line let them pass through. Hermione was surprised. This was not going to work, she thought. Hoo-hoo-hoo, everyone cheered, and just as the twins were about to place their names in the goblet, the age line glowed and a ripple went through the hall, and the twins were thrown back. Their faces had begun to morph, their hair becoming white as frowns and wrinkles appeared on their face. The hall was laughing now. Honestly, do you guys have a thing for the hospital wing? You guys just got out of it a week ago, a somewhat annoyed and amused voice said from the entrance. And she saw that the head girl was here. Elizabeth White, the head girl, was shaking her head at the twins even though Hermione spotted a small smile on her lips. Terrence! Take them to the hospital wing and tell Pomfrey what they did, she shouted, and Hermione saw the tall boy get up and levitate the twins and take them out of the hall. That was unlucky, Ron said. That was stupid, they are idiots if they think they can fool Dumbledore so easily, she commented and went back to her breakfast. 0000. Elizabeth White. Elizabeth was just about done with the Weasley twins. Honestly, did they have any limit? She made her way to the front of the table and sat down to start her breakfast. She had woken up a little late today. She looked around the table and noticed the absence of a certain person. He is usually awake by now, she thought. She suddenly felt a slight tap on her shoulder and saw Cedric approach her. She smiled and greeted her year mate. Good morning, Cedric, she said. Good morning to you as well, and he took the seat by her side. Both of them were about to begin their breakfast when suddenly she noticed someone else rushing towards them. Did you guys see it? Amy asked impatiently as she took the seat by her side. Amy had rushed to the Great Hall, her hair was still a mess and she seemed very excited about a twins prank. Yes, I was here when the twins attempted to enter the tournament, she replied but Amy cut her off. No. I am not talking about that. I am talking about Edward's confrontation, and Elizabeth's heart dropped. Her head jerked towards Amy. What happened to Edward? She asked, trepidation building in her heart. By her side, she noticed that Cedric had stopped eating as well. One of the girls told me about it. Edward was having breakfast with Fleur and then someone from her school came and began bad-mouthing Fleur. As soon as those words left Amy's mouth, Elizabeth's heart skipped a beat. She had heard rumors from some Slytherin about the retaliation from Edward. Edward had been vicious to those who insulted or bullied him. And the way he had treated Fleur, it was clear that she had a certain place in his heart, and if someone was going to insult her like this, well, he was going to retaliate. She said that Edward burned the guy's face and made him apologize. Elizabeth stiffened at that. Burning someone's face. This was going to get him into trouble, she thought. Where is Edward? Cedric asked, looking around the hall. He is not here. She said that she was Edward with the silvery blonde. He was making his way towards the basement, Amy replied. Elizabeth nodded and got up, leaving her breakfast unfinished. Where are you going? Amy asked her. I am going to the hospital wing to check with Pomfrey if someone with a burned face has come to her, she replied. If Edward had done such a thing, the injured person would have gone to the hospital wing. Amy also got up, as did Cedric, and joined her. All three of them were rushed to the hospital wing. And upon reaching it, Elizabeth asked Pomfrey about any student coming in with a burned face. No one with a burned face came in, but someone did come in and had singed his sideburns due to some prank spell, Pomfrey replied. And Elizabeth's heart eased at that. Well, at least he had shown restraint. This could have become a huge incident. All three of them left the hospital wing a lot more relieved. 0000. Okay people. The chapter is done. Honestly. This story has been a challenge to write, against all my expectations. But we tread on, without stopping at all. A thank you to the fish-loving devouring beta reader. As always, you can read ahead on Patreon. It would be a delight to have your support. Patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 9. Fleur Delacour. Fleur watched as Edward led her through the small round door of the basement. She had to lower her head to pass through, and what she saw made her eyes widen. There were hundreds of house elves working in the place, which she identified as the village. She looked down at her hand and Edward was still holding her hand. She had never seen this side of him. He had always had this calm look to him. Yet his reaction to Dupont had been somewhat new to her. It warmed her heart a bit to see him defend her this way. Even though he did not need to be this way. You did not have to do that, you know. She spoke lightly, and she saw him turn towards her. Looking straight into her eyes. The purple in his eyes reflected her own blue eyes. He was being a bully and I know the perfect way to deal with people like him, he replied with a slight smirk. Though she did not miss the intensity of his gaze as he mentioned bullies. And how would you know that? She questioned him. Well, let us just say that the rumors about Britain are quite accurate in some cases. The war may have ended yet the tragedies continue. An understanding dawned on her. She had heard about the War of Purity that had ravaged Britain a little over a decade ago. And then she looked up at him, once more. And he had faced the remnants of that war. All on his own. Still, you do not need to fight my battles for me. She retorted and she saw him smirk slightly. What if I want to? What if I want to fight all your battles for you? And her heart skipped a beat. An emotion not unknown to her erupted in her heart. She saw his face approaching her, his features getting clearer each second, she could feel his cool breath on her face. And she heard him whisper in her ear. What if I want to fight them for you for all my life, and her eyes widened. All her worries and insecurities left her body. She felt her face warm up, as his arms wrapped around her. Do you even have an idea about how much they may be? She whispered, as she felt her body melt in his arms. She saw his eyes glow a bit, magic thrummed around her. No matter what I face, he stopped, and his nose touched her nose, his eyes staring intensely at her. As he finished his words, melting her heart, they will be worth it. And she did not let him speak any further, pushing off her toes. And her lips crashed onto his own. His arms tightened around her, and she felt her mind getting lost as she left all the other worries behind her. To her, it was just him and her, at that moment that mattered. She did not know how much time had passed, but both of them only stopped when she heard a slight pop by their side. Their eyes widened and their faces separated, her body still in his embrace, and she looked to the side and saw a house elf staring at them both. Master Edward, did you need anything? The elf asked Edward. Yes, just get me the regular stuff, Edward replied, and she looked up at him. He just gave her a slight smile. The elf vanished and soon there were several ingredients on the table next to her. She felt Edward brush her hair back slightly as he separated from her. And then he began rolling up his sleeve. What are you doing? She asked him. He just smiled at her as he picked up the flour and the eggs. I remember a certain someone mentioned once that they are quite picky about what they eat, and her face heated up at that. She pinched his arm at that. So I am checking if I would even be able to feed my girlfriend or we are both going to die of starvation, he continued. And she tried to pinch him once more. But he just jumped back. She narrowed her eyes at him. And then she saw the flour and she smiled. No. No. Come on, it was just a joke. But before he could continue she had showered him with flour. His whole uniform and face got covered with a layer of white flour. Ha ha ha, she laughed at his conundrum, missing the slight glint in his eyes as he began to approach her. Two can play at that game. And she felt hands rub her cheeks and her eyes widened. But she did not relent as both of them dirted each other's clothes. Plus. Edward took the dish out from the oven and began putting it on a plate. Here, try it, he said, placing it in front of her. And she saw a plate full of chocolatine glistening slightly. She could tell that he had practiced making it at least a couple of times. How did you know that I liked chocolatine? She asked. Very few people knew about that. And Edward did not reply, and she just narrowed her eyes at him. Come on, try it. And tell me how it is. And she picked up a piece and bit into it. The chocolate melted into her mouth and the outside crunch had a perfectly fluffy inside. She ate the whole piece looking at Edward with a surprised expression. This is really good. I did not know you could cook. She exclaimed. Edward smiled at her. I couldn't, and her eyes widened at that. It is just that, and now he was sitting in front of her. I wanted to do something special for you. So, I learned. And it was Faye who told me that you liked this. And Fleur both thanked and cursed her friend in her heart. And then she felt him hold her hands. She looked up at him and was jolted by his next words. Now, would you like to tell me what has been bothering you? And she evaded her eyes. A bit embarrassed. Did Faye mention anything? She asked with a bit of heat in her tone as she pulled back her hands. But she saw him smile slightly. No. I may have bad eyesight, but I am not blind. You have been a bit tense for some time. So, tell me what has been bothering you. He spoke softly. She opened her mouth to speak but she could not think up the words. They had just started their relationship. Was it right to burden him with such things this early? She was about to lie when she felt his hands wrap around her face. And then she felt his forehead touch hers. Cold, his forehead was cold, and it soothed her. Whatever it is you can tell me without any hesitation. Didn't I promise to stand by you for this whole life? And he smiled, and she felt her worries ease up as she saw the sincerity in his eyes. She raised her own hands. Touching his face, she felt the cold face and the smooth skin, on the rivels of her hands. And after a while, she began to speak. It is just that during the summer my father was quite insistent, she spoke softly, and she felt his body stiffen slightly. His face getting slightly colder. Insistent about what? He asked her to continue. Insistent about an engagement. As soon as she completed the sentence, she felt his hand stiffen slightly and before he could speak any further, she continued. I stopped him. But I had to tell a lie. This time she pulled her hands back as she was quite embarrassed about this. I told him that I was already seeing someone. And she saw him stiffen and his face froze for a second. Who? He asked in a small voice after a moment of silence. She did not reply immediately and then finished with a small smile. A certain boy from Britain. And she saw his eyes widen at her words. Then a huge smile appeared on his lips. And he broke into a small laugh. Well, I do not see a problem with that. He said in between laughs. But she replied in a grave voice. It is just that. He wants to meet you. And his laughter stopped immediately. Now, he was staring at her. And his eyes widened at her next words. This Christmas. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore was quite exhausted when he entered his office. He had to prepare for the selection of the champions in the evening. But as soon as the door closed, he stopped. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the room. He took out his wand and cast several spells to check for any curses or foreign magics, yet the result was negative. Then his eyes narrowed at the box laying on his table. He then turned towards the pictures of various previous headmasters. He saw one of them awake and spoke to it. Dippet, can you tell me who brought that box to my office? He asked in a mild tone. The aged man in the picture turned and smiled at him and then replied. Ah. Albus, I think your phoenix brought it some time ago. Albus was somewhat eased by the reply. Then he closed his eyes and called the name of his closest companion. Fox. And in a torrent of flame, the magnificent bird appeared on its perch. The atmosphere in the office changed with the appearance of the majestic creature. The echo of darkness that had spread out throughout his office eased up. What have you brought me, my friend? He asked the red-feathered bird. The bird just cawed lightly, refusing to give Albus any hint, and took flight. After circling the box, it flew out through the window. Dumbledore just shook his head at its antics. But phoenixes were mysterious creatures. So, he approached the box slowly. He began examining it, and the box was normal, yet its contents seemed not so normal. There was something sinister about those contents. Something deeply sinister. As he looked closer, he saw the combination lock on the box. A Muggle mechanical combination lock. He flicked his wand, using the general opening charm, yet the lock did not budge. Magic was not working. Dumbledore could probably break whatever enchantments that were on it, but he decided against it. What secrets are you hiding? He muttered as he spotted an envelope placed under one of its corners. Dumbledore picked it up and opened it slowly. Inside was a single piece of paper. With a single line of text printed on it with what he suspected was Muggle machinery. Which year did Tom Riddle enroll at Hogwarts? And his eyes widened as he read those words. How could it be? He placed down the piece of paper and his fingers went over the mechanical lock. 1-9-3-8. And the lock clicked open. And his eyes widened as he saw the inside of the box. The sinister feeling he had been feeling thickened. Inside the box was a glass container, but what was most interesting was the silvery shining tiara inside the container. The diadem of Ravenclaw. The object of so much consternation and mystery lay right in front of him, giving off an awfully familiar ambience of darkness and dread. It could not be, he thought. He thought. He then noticed another piece of paper placed by its side. And with trembling fingers, he reached for it. And just like before, he noticed the printed message and his eyes widened as he read through the letter. Brother of Ariana and Aberforth. Your fears are right. Riddle still lives and plots for his return. Sustained by the vilest of the magics. His soul split into several parts, and he remains immortal for as long as the pieces remain intact. I have found tracks of some of them, and from my information, you may have obtained the means of destroying them. And Dumbledore's heart stopped at that. The implications behind those words' eyes go wide. Whomever this person was aware of Voldemort's identity. He also confirmed one of Dumbledore's theories. Horcruxes. His heart skipped a beat at that. They were also aware of the diary and its destruction by Harry Potter. And his eyes lifted to the gleaming sword hanging on his office wall. The sword of Gryffindor. Goblin steel. Coated with basilisk weapon. Dumbledore shook his head and read further. Destroy this. And wait for my next letter. I am close to locating another one of these repositories. Be careful, he plots in the shadows and grows powerful each second. Arsène Lupin. And Dumbledore took his seat with shaking legs. He breathed out a heavy breath. Then he read through the letter once more. He cast several magics over it but found no clue about its origin. His eyes then went toward the gleaming tiara. The words engraved on it shone out to him. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. Under any other circumstances, Dumbledore would have loved to examine the long-lost artifact. Study the magic of the brightest of the founders, yet he only felt reviled by the darkness surrounding it. He then closed the box and placed several enchantments and charms over it, placing it in a corner of the room. It was time for the selection by Triwizard Tournament. He would look into this later in the night. Dumbledore was beginning to gain a better picture of the scenario. The person sending the letter had made a small mistake and had given Dumbledore a lead. But Dumbledore would not probe uselessly. Let them play the game for as long as they want. He got up and left the office once more. Outside the window, his fiery companion vanished in a torrent of flames. 0000. Edward makes a move. A Horcrux has landed in Dumbledore's hand. Does Dumbledore have the right person in his mind? Thanks to Apicivery for correcting this piece. Read ahead and show your support on Patreon. Patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 10. Cedric Diggory. Cedric was sitting in the class for Dada. The new professor was young but had quite a bit of practical knowledge regarding the subject. She might not have been the best professor they had been taught by, but she was definitely amongst the better ones. Okay, now I want you all to understand that your newts are going to be a bit different than your owls. Your owls focus more on the theoretical portion, but you will need a better grip on the practical side to score well on your newts. The former Auror trainee spoke. She had allowed even those with acceptable to take the class, so the class was quite full. This was the reason he sat with Amy Layton, who groaned as she heard those words. Amy had been somewhat forced by Elizabeth to take the class. I suck at that. I never should have taken the class. It is quite hopeless, Amy lamented in a hushed tone. Just as he was about to reply, the door to the classroom opened up and he saw someone enter the classroom. I am sorry for being late, Professor, his friend Edward apologized to the professor. Though from what it seemed the new professor did not seem to mind. Yes, I received the note. But please try to be on time from now onwards. Take a seat. And she continued speaking. Edward walked to the empty seat beside him and took it and was immediately bombarded with questions from Faye. Where were you? We searched the whole school for you, McGonagall was looking for you. She spoke in a hushed tone. Edward just hoped that the new professor did not spot them. I was busy somewhere. Plus, I just met McGonagall. So, no need to worry. And then he began to take out a book. But Amy was not finished yet. Why did you even attack that French kid? Honestly, they could have suspended you for that. You were never this careless, she spoke worriedly, and she was right. Edward had been behaving a bit differently this year. Not much, mind you, but previously he always tried to maintain a low profile, but this year he had given up on it and was taking the spotlight. Too much spotlight, some could argue. Edward just turned his head to look straight at Amy and replied with a very telling smile. I couldn't let the boy insult my girlfriend, now could I? And Cedric nodded his head at that. But the words took a moment to register. But when they did, Cedric's head whipped towards his friend, who was smiling at them. But it seemed that Amy could not control herself. I knew it. Finally. She somewhat shouted. And the whole class quieted down beside them. Everyone was looking at their table, and from what Cedric could see, the new professor seemed a little bit annoyed at her once favorite junior. Miss Amy, do you have a question? The professor was giving her a way out. Many would have simply chucked her out of the class for this. Amy realized the conundrum she was in and stood up. Yes. I have a question. I wanted to ask about the difference between the use of this subject in different fields. Like how its use is different as an Auror to, let us say, the use as a duelist. And he saw Professor Tonks nod at that. It was weird calling her professor. That is an incredibly good question. Would anyone like to take a shot before I give an answer? Everyone kept their hands down. Then he noticed Edward raise his hand. Yes, Mr. Edward. And he was pointed out. Well, first it would be the suitability. Duelists would prefer showy spells as it is basically a sport. While as an Auror you would have to focus on the effectiveness. Edward began. And he saw the professor nod at him. And she asked him to continue. Second, would be the legality of it. Many spells are banned in the dueling circles outright while some spells are banned for the aurors, yet the rules are much more flexible. And perhaps the greatest difference would be the skill. While each duelist has his own style. Most aurors follow a ministry-designed curriculum and so each auror would have quite a similar skill set. Edward finished and the professor nodded at that. That almost covers it all. But I would like to point out that many aurors are ex-duelists and vice versa. So, if you are aiming for one of these professions you will have a backup option in the second profession. Though both of these professions are highly competitive so be careful when you apply for them. And the lecture continued. Amy had been staring at Edward throughout the whole lecture. Well, he had been as well. And as soon as the bell rang, and the lecture ended, all three of them were joined by Elizabeth and before words could be spoken Amy pulled out her wand at Edward. Details. Now. She said threateningly. Cedric nodded beside her friend. Come on. There is nothing to tell. But before he could finish the wand lit up slightly and Amy was now giving Edward a glare. Okay, but let us get out of the classroom first. Just then a new voice interrupted them as Cedric felt someone wrap his arms around his shoulders. Hello everyone. What are you guys talking about? It was the cheery voice of Henry Roll. And before Cedric could reply Amy spoke up. Edward has a girlfriend. Woohoo, man. You just won me 100 galleons. Congratulations man. 0000. Faye Dunbar. Faye just looked at the shimmering face of her friend as she just kept smiling. Both of them were in their room. And Fleur had regaled her the tale about just enough times to satisfy her appetite. Faye was quite happy for her friend. I told you that you were worrying over nothing. Anyone who had seen you two talk could tell that he was into you, Faye said to her friend who seemed a little embarrassed initially but counterattacked immediately. And why didn't you tell me that he asked you about my favorite food? If you had told me I wouldn't be so worried about all this. Fleur said heatedly. But Faye just shrugged innocently. What was I to tell you? I was not aware that he was going to make it for you himself. Honestly, it is good that he can cook. Because we all know of your prowess in that regard. And as soon as the words had left her mouth a pillow descended upon her. I will beat you up Faye, and both friends began to hit each other. Maybe I should tell Edward about your temperament. Warn him so that he could save himself, Faye said teasingly. But Fleur just blushed and smiled. Perhaps he is already aware of my temperament, Fleur said somewhat haughtily. Faye just shook her head and sat on the bed once more. And then she remembered something particularly important. Did you tell him about your father? She asked her friend. Fleur nodded her head as she also sat down on the bed once more. And what did he say? She further asked. Fleur looked up at her and replied. He said that I should not worry. That he will take care of it. Did you tell him about your father's nature? Honestly, I love you Fleur, but he scares the shit out of me. Faye said dramatically. And it was true. The man loved his family but was more of a traditional father. He was a seasoned politician and would use everything at his disposal. Fleur just chewed her lips at that and nodded her head at that. Then she spoke up lightly. He did invite me to a date with him next week. He also mentioned that he had something to show me. Oh ho. A date. He sure moves quickly. Faye said teasingly. Fleur just blushed lightly. Then how about the Tri-Wizard tournament? Will you compete against each other? Faye asked once more. Fleur nodded at that. Yeah. He placed his name in the goblet today. So, if we are chosen, we will compete against each other. Fleur replied. Well we will just have to wait for tomorrow. How about we talk a bit more about that date you have and what you are going to wear on the day? And the two friends would be busy deep into the night talking to each other. The darkness around the magical carriage would grow and soon the next day would rise. But in that darkness, several plots were being hatched. 0000. Ludo Bagman was walking out of the ministry after a long day at work. Tomorrow, he had to go to Hogwarts for the selection of champions. A small part of him was dreading it because he had to face those Weasley twins. He really had to get his habit into control. He was carrying a folder. This had all the tasks of the Tri-Wizard tournament. He moved through an alley in Diagon to reach his apartment. Just as he reached the door of the building, he stopped momentarily to get the key. But at that moment he felt a presence behind him. He turned around and before he could get his wand out, a spell hit him. Imperio. A stout man said in a gigglish voice. Ludo Bagman was many things but strong of a character he was not. And a certain haze took over his mind. Open the door and enter your apartment. The voice added. And Ludo followed. The two people reached Ludo's apartment. It was a small place filled with pictures of his time playing as a beater. Give me that folder. Ludo handed over the folder and the small, plump man began to read through it. And then he waved his wand and a copy of the papers appeared. And then the man pointed his wand at Ludo's form once more. Solium. And Ludo's eyes began to close. The man left the apartment and crackled out of existence. They had finally found a way to plan their master's return. 0000. Voldemort is making his own moves. Ludo Bagman just went bonkers. Thanks to Mr. Fish Eater. As you all know, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your appreciation helps a lot. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 11. Harry Potter. Harry sat in the Great Hall as he partook in the feast that had been arranged. The whole table was once again filled with exotic and foreign dishes. Dishes that Harry had never seen before. Ron beside him had again forgotten his manners as he had once more piled his plate with enough food for 10 people. Hermione stared disappointedly at their red-headed friend as she ate her food. The whole hall was buzzing with chit-chat and activity. Today was a special day, as the 3 champions were to be selected today. Each house had several people vying for the spot for Hogwarts. There was even a small betting pool. Most of those who knew a little bit about the seniors were rooting for Edward Wright. The head boy from Slytherin was the favorite to be nominated with Angelina from Gryffindor a close second. Ron suddenly laughed wildly at a joke from Seamus and spilled the goblet of pumpkin juice. Some of it getting splashed at Hermione. Ron. She huffed to set the jug straight. Ron turned and looked at the mess he had caused. I am sorry. He said dismissively, still giggling. He could see Hermione's temper and was expecting her to shout at Ron, yet she just shook her head and took out her wand. And with a wave, the spill had vanished. Honestly, he should at least be quiet while eating. She spoke up. And Harry found himself agreeing with his friend. And suddenly Dumbledore stood up and the noise lessened. Their aged headmaster waved his hand and the food vanished and now the whole hall quieted down. It is time for the selection. I know that many of you have been waiting for this moment eagerly. It seems that your wait has come to an end. Dumbledore waved his wand and the lights in the whole hall dimmed. The ornamental magical goblet remaining as the biggest source of illumination. Dumbledore had also come down from the dais as he walked near the goblet. Now I shall pick 3 names. 1 from each school and these 3 members will have a chance to win eternal glory and a prize of 10,000 galleons. The whole hall erupted in cheers. Though Harry might have heard some boos from the Weasley twins. The goblet shined brightly for a second and the fire in it danced as it changed various colors. Before settling into a yellowish light hue. It danced around spreading the light yellow hue around and a small creature of flame flew out of the goblet circling it once before landing in Dumbledore's hand, morphing into a piece of parchment. Dumbledore unfolded the piece of paper. The champion of Beau's batons is Miss Fleur Delacour. And the whole hall erupted in applause. The biggest came from the Hufflepuff table from where the girl stood up. Another person stood up beside her as he hugged her and the dashing blonde made her way to the stage. Dumbledore shook her hand. Congratulations. Please move towards the back room. Dumbledore said to the girl while smiling. The girl walked past him and entered the back room. Harry remembered something from earlier as he looked toward his friend. Missing how the fire had changed colors once more. This time morphing into a raging red color. Didn't you place a bet on her, Hermione? He asked their studious friend. And she nodded a little embarrassingly. Yes, I did. She answered. How did you know? He asked once more and now Dumbledore was opening the second piece of paper. Well, I was given an inside tip, she said sheepishly. Harry wanted to ask her more but Dumbledore had begun to speak up once more. The champion from Drumstrang is Mr. Victor Krum. And this time the cheer was much louder. Perhaps because of Krum's celebrity status. The broad-shouldered boy got up from his seat. His face showed no emotion as the boy made his way to the stage. And after shaking the headmaster's hand vanished from the hall as well. The applause died down eventually and the whole hall became quiet once more. The silence was much more serious this time. And Dumbledore smiled as the fire sprang into life once more. And Harry stared at the magical fire as it went through various colors before it settled in a very familiar color. The green's flame was much more captivating than either red or yellow. They danced around and a piece of parchment appeared from them once more. It seems we have our final participant. Who will be the champion of Hogwarts? Dumbledore said with a smile, building up the suspense. The man unfurled the piece of paper and began to speak once more. And the champion from Hogwarts is our very own Mr. Edward Wright. And the hall broke into a thundering applause once more. All the houses clapped as the boy in question stood with much cheer from his seat. He walked up to the stage and Dumbledore smiled widely as he shook the hand of the head boy, now champion. And then the boy vanished to the back room as well. You got all 3 of them right, Hermione, he said to their friend. And Hermione was smiling and clapping like several others. Her face flushed slightly and joy danced across her face. Harry stopped speaking for a second as he just continued staring at his friend for a moment. Dazed as he just continued to stare, stopping only when Hermione turned to face him once more. You were saying something, Harry? She asked with that same smile. Harry was struck out of his stupor and he just shook his head in a slight panic, forgetting what he had wanted to ask her a moment ago. Nothing. It was nothing, Harry said hurriedly, and Hermione just nodded her head as the whole hall became quiet once more. This will be all. The first task will take place in 2 weeks. I know all of you are excited, but I believe we must end the night at this, and with that students began to walk out of the hall. The discussion about the Triwizard once more dominated the hall. Harry made his way to the dorm, gossiping, talking, and joking with everyone, but that strange emotion was still in the back of his mind. The same question rang in his head even as he covered himself with blankets at night. What was that? 0000. Edward Wright. I am my way down the hall and saw the striking form of my girlfriend before anyone else. She had been looking at the stairs and I saw her expression brighten up as soon as she spotted me. Both of our steps carried us toward each other and she pulled me into a hug as soon as I had stepped down from the stairs. You are here. We are both in the tournament, she said excitedly. A little bounce in her steps. Her body close to mine was like a drug and I had to control myself so I did not crash my lips on hers, because even now I saw McGonagall staring at me with a huge smirk. AKHM. She coughed slightly, making Fleur remember their location once more. And she hurriedly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Congratulations, Edward. I am glad that you were chosen to represent Hogwarts, the Transfiguration professor spoke up with a smile. Thank you, Professor. And then I spotted the third person in the room. Victor Crumb stood on a side of the room quietly conversing with his headmaster. Our eyes met and I nodded at the boy. The door behind us opened once more and Dumbledore came in the towering form of Headmaster Maxime. They came down and congratulated us all once more. I believe that members from the Ministry will now brief you about the rest, and with that, the 2 people from the Ministry joined in on the conversation. Bravo! Bravo! Such energetic faces. Kind of remind of my days when I played Quidditch for England. And before Ludo Bagman could narrate his whole life story, Percy Weasley, the replacement for the Deep Under investigation Mr. Crouch, interrupted him. I believe that it is already late enough. We should not waste any more time. He added, much to my delight. Of course. Of course. I was getting to it. Ludo Bagman said while waving at the red-haired Weasley. The man rubbed his hands as he began the explanation. All right, as you probably know, each task has a theme and you will be provided with a clue regarding it. Now, the clue for the first task is courage. You have 2 weeks to prepare. You can all prepare however you like. Outside help may be prohibited, but... The man leaned in conspiratorially and whispered. But there are several precedents claiming otherwise. And with that, he backed up once more. And that will be all. Now I will leave you guys with your preparations. We will see each other in some time, and the man moved out of the room with due haste. I believe that this covers everything. If you have any query, you can contact me as well as other headmasters regarding it. All 3 of us nodded at Dumbledore and the man smiled as he continued. Then I believe that this is goodbye. And all of you have my good wishes for the tournament. And we began to walk out of the room. Fleur is still attached to my side. So do you want me to go easy on you in the tournament? I asked in a teasing tone. Fleur flared at me from the side and huffed at my words. Watch, what are you saying? Keep talking like that and I will pull the rug from right under you in the duel we have, my dear Eddie. My head swirled toward her at her use of my nickname. A nickname that I did not like at all. Where did you hear that name? I asked, a part of me already aware of the answer. Fleur just smiled, refusing to give me the name. Tell me or I will have to find it out forcefully, I said with a small smile. Forcefully, Eddie? She teased me. And as soon as the words had left her, she was in my arms once more. Her body was trapped between me and the wall. My face inches from her own face. Oh, I am liking this. My little Eddie. She spoke up once more. I just smiled as I saw the huge smile on her face. I stared straight into her blue eyes. The light from the lamp made them shine perfectly in the corridor. I believe you are going to love what I do next. And with that my arms tightened around her. Our faces were conjoining as I felt myself melt in her arms. 2 people joined together in the shadows, their heads inseparable from the other. That night, much to the worry of Faye, Fleur did not return to the carriage. Yet Faye found solace in the fact that she had a very good idea about whom her friend was entangled with that night. 0000. As always, you can read ahead on Patreon and support me. Thanks to a fish eater, as always, for his guidance. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 12. Fleur Delacour. Fleur Delacour shifted in the bed. But her body stopped as she bumped into another body. Her eyes opened as she shook her head as she tried to focus on the form lying beside her. Her mind seemed to catch up with her, as she suddenly recalled all the events from last night. Heat rose up in her cheeks as she recalled her behavior. Honestly, what had she been thinking? Perhaps it was a blessing that one of them had been quite within his element, as Edward had not given in despite her overreach. Fleur frowned as she recalled her lack of control yesterday night. She had never felt like that. What was even going on with her? Her mind was still thinking of these things when she felt Edward shift as he began to rub his eyes. His hair was disheveled, shirt loose and wrinkled as it showed his well-toned form underneath. She blushed slightly as she saw him put on his glasses. His mouth had a huge smile as he spotted her form. He smiled and put his arm around her, and Fleur did not move as she felt him hug her slightly. "Well, last night was something," he commented, and Fleur wanted to bury her head in a ditch somewhere. Her face heated up as Edward just laughed slightly before he kissed her head. "Well, it was nice to see a new side of my girlfriend." Her heart warmed up slightly at his words. She punched him slightly as she separated from him. Trying to straighten her uniform, she got out of the bed. "Well, you are never going to see it again if I don't get back to my carriage before everyone wakes up," she said as she scanned the room. The room had a small window to the side that showed the huge Hogwarts grounds, while the rest of the room was quite simple and cozy with a single bed and a couple of chairs. Yet there was no door. No door. She frowned as she turned to face Edward, who had gotten out as well and was buttoning up his shirt. "Where is the door? I need to get back," she asked in a panicky tone. Edward just smirked at her, irritating her as he made his way toward her. "Don't worry, princess, I will get back to your carriage," and he closed his eyes. And Fleur felt the room shift. The window closed up and a door began to appear on one of the walls. She stared at Edward as he just opened his eyes, as if the whole room had not just changed magically. He was just smirking at her. "Don't worry, I will tell you all about it some other time," he relented when she had continued to stare. She nodded as they began to walk toward the door. She opened it slightly and found herself looking out of the castle's first-floor corridor. The Bosbaton carriage was visible through the window in front of her. She looked at Edward once more. "You are telling me everything about this," she said, her curiosity erupting as she thought about the sheer complexity of magic that controlled the room. Edward nodded and he just raised a brow at her, and Fleur looked to the sides as she walked out of the room, rushing towards the carriage. She reached the carriage with Edward right behind her. She opened the door and was immediately greeted by someone waiting for her. Her heart stopped momentarily, yet relief came back to her once she recognized the person waiting for her. "Where were you the whole night, Fleur? I had to make 1,000 excuses for the students and the professors," she said worriedly, and guilt rose in Fleur's heart as she listened to her friend's words. "I am sorry," Fleur said with a light tone, feeling guilty, yet if she had been looking up she would have caught the huge smirk on her friend's face. 0000. Hermione Granger. Hermione was making her way towards the Quidditch stadiums with the rest of the school. Today was the day of the exhibition match. The whole school was buzzing with excitement for the match. Fleur Delacour was a youth champion and Edward's accolades were no less. This promised to be an exciting matchup, unlike the whole debacle with Professor Lockhart. She saw their new Dada professor talking with one of the seniors from Hufflepuff. Hermione had seen her with Edward. Honesty, Professor Tuns as she likes to be called, had been quite good. The professor focused more on the practical side of magic like Professor Lupin, but she was still better than the other professors they had had previously. She walked towards them. "Hi Professor," she greeted the professor. The professor looked towards her and smiled. Her purple hair morphs into a lighter shade of pink. The metamorph magus ability still retains its fascination with Hermione even after all this time. It is a delight to see you, Hermione," she said as she motioned for Amy Layton. Hermione remembered the name, to carry on. She then continued while staring at her. "By any chance have you seen Susan from Hufflepuff? She and her friends wanted me to help me guide them through the duel." And Hermione frowned as she heard those words. But before she could reply, "Professor Tonks," she heard the voice of one of her classmates. And she saw the red-haired Susan Bones appear with two other girls. They walked towards them briskly and the girl apologized as soon as she reached Professor Tonks. "We are sorry for being late, Professor, but the corridor was blocked by Peeves so we had to take up the other route," she explained. "It is okay. Now that all of you are here we can take the seats," but Hermione spoke up. "But Professor, what are you going to be teaching them?" she asked the professor. "Oh, I am just going to discuss the spells and the tactics used. These students were interested in dueling so I thought I would tell them about a couple of things about it," she added, and Hermione felt her excitement rise as she heard those words. Perhaps the professor had seen her eager expression as she asked her before she could speak up. "Perhaps you would like to join as well, Miss Granger?" the professor asked, and Hermione found herself nodding her head eagerly. "Sure, I do not think one more person will change anything," and she began to walk towards the stands. And Hermione joined the group of girls, greeting them as she recognized them. "Hi Susan, Hannah, and..." She did not know the name of the girl from Slytherin. Yet the girl shook her extended hand. Daphne Greengrass, and Hermione recognized the name. She was the girl with the highest marks after her. "It is good to see you." Hermione spoke up and the girl just nodded her head. All three of them followed the lead of the professor. So are you interested in dueling, Hermione? Susan asked her. The girl from Hufflepuff had shared herbology with them for quite some time and Hermione had often paired up with her in charms as well. A bit. But it is a bit difficult to find out much about it at Hogwarts. The club in the second year had been quite a disaster. Hermione replied as she shook her head. Well, Professor Lockhart did not know the basics of dueling. The man was wholly incompetent. I have been a huge fan of it. Me and my aunt try and watch the finals every year. Honestly, this match is going to be awesome. Both of them have been crowned as champions once. The redhead said enthusiastically. Hermione just nodded along. You can ignore her, when it comes to dueling Susan is a pure nerd, her friend, Hannah said from the side with a giggle. Unlike Susan, she had brown chestnut hair that reached just above her shoulders. Susan huffed at her friend and Hermione found herself smiling as she saw the two of them interact. She has not stopped talking about this since it began. She initially had this huge crush on a specific senior, and Susan tried to stop her friend from speaking any further, but in vain, and she cried for days when she found out that he was seeing her favorite dueling champion. Susan was now bright red. As she tried to strangle Hannah. Those are lies. I am telling you. All lies. She said emphatically. Both Hermione and Daphne broke into laughter as they heard the emphatic explanation. They reached the seats in front. Professor Tonks, sitting in the center. Dumbledore walked to the center of the specially arranged arena. The goalposts had been removed and the ground had been marked with a boundary. Hermione also noticed the wards surrounding them all. Today all you have gathered for the exhibition match between two young champions. Dumbledore's voice rippled through the stands. But before we move on toward the match, I would like to invite Mr. Garrick Ollivanders to conduct the weighing of the wands for the Triwizard Tournament, and Hermione saw the shopkeeper from Ollivanders come out. Weighing of the wands? She questioned the professor. Well, it is a ceremony to check the wands of all the participants to make sure they comply with the rules and have not been tampered with in any way. Hermione nodded at the explanations. But why did they bring Mr. Ollivanders from Diagon Alley? Aren't there any other experts? Hermione spoke up once more. But this time the answer did not come from the professor. It was Daphne that spoke up. The Ollivanders have been making wands for centuries. They are amongst the most respected wand makers in the whole world. While some may tout Gregorovitch as a generational prodigy, the Ollivanders' name is famous the world over because of its reliability. Hermione was impressed by the knowledge the girl had as she saw the three champions walk out. Each of them handed the old man their wand which he would spin and hand back with a nod. Why isn't this being projected? Susan spoke up before Hermione could ask the same question. Well, it is said that a wand's composition can tell a lot about a person, and it is considered etiquette to limit the spread of such intimate knowledge. While many believe it to be false, there are still many people who don't like to tell others of their wand's composition. Professor Tonks explained once more. With the ceremony complete, it is time that we begin the event everyone has been waiting for. We have the honor of witnessing a duel with two youth champions. Dumbledore's voice reverberated across the stands once more. On one side we have this year's champion. Please give it up for Miss Fleur Delacour. Hermione began clapping for the blonde foreign student that walked out. She was not wearing her uniform, instead, she was wearing something like a black ornamental shirt with similarly fashioned trousers. Besides her, she did not miss the shining eyes of Susan. And on the other side, we have last year's champion. Our very own Mr. Edward Wright. And the stands erupted once more as Edward walked out once more. He waved to the students in the stand, clad in formal robes that completely fitted him. His glasses shone as he made his way to the center of the stage. When he had turned towards their stand, she had not missed the dreamy conflicting expression on Susan's face. Professor Flitwick, a champion in his own time, will be our referee, and now I believe that I must leave the stage for our two contestants. And with that, Headmaster Dumbledore walked off the stage. And Hermione was on the edge of her seat as the noise died down. The two people in the ring stared at each other. Both of them bowed to each other and took out their wands. And then she heard the voice of her charms professor. Begin. On the other side of the castle, a rat made its way through the Hogwarts ground. It reached the edge of a huge lake called the Black Lake. The rat stopped at the edge for a moment before it disappeared into the lake. And even after the sun had set, it did not come out. 0000. Read ahead and show your support on Patreon. Your support helps a lot. Chapter 13. Edward Wright. Start. And as soon as the words reached my ears, my wand hand was in motion as three orbs went straight for Fleur. And while my sheer speed would have taken many by surprise, Fleur had faced me before several times and was quite aware of my moves. And it was quite indicative in how she had sprung up a shield right in time. But I did not relent as I continued to wave my hand, throwing a horde of spells at her. All of them silently cast with just minimal wand movement. Fleur continued to hide behind her shield as she tried to counter my offensive. But she was struggling. My sheer speed took her up by storm. Well, I think this is going to be just like our last two matchups it seems, I provoked her. But she did not reply, her focus completely drawn to my attacks. And just as I was about to demolish her with a bunch of shield breakers, she jumped to the side, dodging the spell instead of blocking them. Her wand aimed straight at me. My eyes widened as I put up a shield hastily. But my effort would be in vain. Thung! Her bombarda collided with my protego, making it crack due to its weakened state because of my lack of focus. And with the next spell, it would break, sending me flying to the side. And Fleur took full advantage of this moment, and as I tried to get up I saw two huge transfigured rods rushing toward me. And my eyes widened as I barely avoided them, recognizing that she had just used my trick against me. Now you are just being a copycat. It is like you are accepting that I am a better duelist than you, I shouted as I began to divert and avoid the oncoming onslaught of projectiles. Well, I don't see you doing anything other than talking at the moment, so-called better duelist, she spoke as she continued her attacks as she mixed in bone breakers and reductors in trying to hit me. I was barely avoiding it all. And I had to stop this wave, and when I saw a projectile headed straight for my chest I neither dodged nor diverted it. And with a razor-sharp focus slashed my wand, cutting the whole piece in two, and now I had a chance to attack. And I did so with intense ferocity as the ground around Fleur began to shift and several columns shot out of it, heading straight for Fleur. You have to understand, you cannot beat a master at his own game, I taunted as Fleur tried to avoid them, yet they would coil around her and attack at intricate angles as I continued to control them with my wand. And suddenly, instead of dodging or protecting herself from the earth columns, she took off in a sprint straight at me, as she shot out a barrage of spells at me at the cost of getting hit by one of my earth columns. Ack! She grunted, but her effort had not been futile. Boom! The ground in front of my feet exploded because of her bombarda. And I was struck by the fragments, injuring my left leg. I hissed in pain as I was pushed to the ground. And Fleur had gotten up once more by now, holding her ribs with one of her hands as she aimed her wand at my position. And she began sending a quick barrage of Expelliarmus, the disarming charm. I put up a shield to avoid her spells, yet her barrage continued. My shield weakened due to the amount of pain in my left leg. Well, since you used my moves, I will have to honor you with yours, and with that 3 orbs of fire formed at the tip of my wand and were bombarded straight at Fleur, who neither dodged nor put up a defense. Fire against me, now you must have learned how disastrous such a thing is going to be for you, and then she waved her wand in a circle and the 3 orbs lost their speed as they began to circle her with a small pace. I didn't relent as I continued attacking her with swathes of fire spells, and Fleur would just control them, making them her own as she appeared as if surrounded by a ring of fire like a flame goddess. Well, thank you for the gift. Perhaps, it is time that I return it, and with the downward slash of her wand, the flames behind her erupted into numerous tendrils and began to rush straight at me. Their volume was larger than what it had been, as Fleur had through her sheer mastery over fire-related magic made them stronger. I smiled slightly as the flames rushed towards me. Checkmate. And I closed my eyes as I raised my wand once more. But this time it was not the only thing arm I had raised. My other arm went up as well. And I could for a moment feel my magic rattle as it wrestled control over the magical flames out of Fla's magic. My body heated up and I could feel my face getting drenched with sweat as I waved both my hands through the hair, and the flames coiled around me, forming a large dome when I had wrestled out all of the magical flames out of Fla's grasp. Only then did the huge tornado of fire around me settle away, revealing what lay underneath. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore had been quite shaken in the last few minutes as he watched the duel between the two students. The two of them had been champions. And rightly so, Dumbledore would say, by the sheer mastery they had shown. And yet, Dumbledore had been truly shocked when his own student had raised his other hand to use as a conduit for casting. The technique required finesse and control that few could boast of. Very few, including a certain man imprisoned in a prison of his own making. Gellert Grindelwald himself had mastered this technique. And Dumbledore watched in sheer awe, as the huge swathes of fire surrounding his student settled down to reveal a flaming magical mass. Surrounding his student, and from the sheer silence in the special booth, he was not the only one in shock. What even is that? I have never seen a spell like that. Madame Maxime spoke with sheer surprise. She then looked towards him. Do you know what spell that is? She asked him, and Dumbledore narrowed his eyes at his bespectacled student as the huge fiery skeleton surrounding Edward took the French student's attacks without any damage. It then began to throw huge fiery arrows at her. And Dumbledore was very impressed with the youth champion from France as she tried to maintain her composure even in such a situation. But, he had gained a much better insight into the spell over this small amount of time. Well, I believe that this is not a spell actually, he spoke up with a chuckle as the French student began to summon swathes of water to attack the immobile form of Edward, who was having trouble moving due to his injured leg. If that is not a spell, then what is it? Madame Maxime asked him, and she was not the only person curious. It seems as if everyone in the booth was now looking at him. I believe that this is simply an extremely advanced form of animation charm and transfiguration. Mr. Edward is using his wand to cast the animation charm and using his other hand to cast some basic transfiguration to carry out his attacks, he explained. You do know the other person who could cast like that, don't you, Albus? Igor Krakow added from the side, staring at the match taking place on the ground. Yes, I am quite aware, Dumbledore spoke up. But Edward Wright has no connection to him. He is a simple Muggle-born orphan who has been an extremely gifted student, Dumbledore explained smoothly. Yet the tall headmaster of Drumstrang spoke up while shaking his head. It no longer matters if he is related to him by blood or not. Now, he shared a much more serious link to Grindelwald. The boy carried his skill, and for that, there will be many that will come for him, the man finished in a grave tone. And while Dumbledore would like to believe that such would not happen, he knew that hoping for that was a complete delusion. Dumbledore shook his head as he focused on the match once more. The flaming skeleton form around the former champion had grown smaller in size, and Dumbledore could see the kid struggling to maintain precise control. But in front of him, the French student was not in a much better situation, as she had taken quite some serious damage to her side. But she still had not given up, even as she hissed in pain. He saw the girl break out in a sprint straight toward her opponent. The fiery skeletal forms attacked her with his flames, which she would dodge and divert with her magic. But the huge form would stop attacking and just cover his student completely as it placed his huge burning arms in front of him. Yet the girl did not relent as she continued to run, and Dumbledore noticed water gathering at her wand's tip. And just as she was 10 feet from the fiery statue's arms, she would just bombard it with a huge stream of water and would continue to run. And soon after that, the fires would fizzle out, revealing the form of the girl pointing her empty hand at the form of Edward, who had his wand still in his hands aimed straight at her chest. And we have our winner. By disarming their opponent, our very own Edward Wright has won the match. The announced spoke up in a thundering voice. And Dumbledore could feel even his booth shake as the deafening cheer permeated through the whole arena. And Dumbledore watched as the hospital matron rushed to the field side to take a look at the two contestants. Edwards was resting on a chair as he motioned for Pomfret to look after his opponent first. And the boy would then limp to the lying form of the French girl, and Dumbledore could spot their lips moving, yet the distance made it impossible to guess what was going on. You have my congratulations, Albus. And do give your student my compliments. I don't believe that many could match what he did. He is a testament to your school, and Dumbledore shook her hand with good cheer. Of course, and I believe that the way your student fought almost evenly against Mr. Edward just shows her great potential. I believe that she has a bright future in front of her, Dumbledore replied, and Lady Maxime nodded at the compliment before she began to follow the others out of the room. Dumbledore was soon joined on the side by his trusted deputy. Minerva McGonagall stood by his side and said in a somewhat delighted tone. Now, that was quite something, wasn't it? She commented. And Dumbledore nodded his head at that. Yes, that was quite something indeed, he added with a chuckle, and then she spoke up once more. So have you given my proposal any thought, she asked. I believe that such a change would be very beneficial to both Hogwarts and the students, she spoke up once more. His mind reminded him of the earlier unorthodox recommendation from her. Maybe. There is much time to decide. Much time, he said with a small cheer. 0000. Merry Christmas to all my dear readers. May the holidays bring heaps of happiness to all of you. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 14. Edward Wright. So, you were finally able to complete that idea of yours. Fleur said as Madame Pomfret waved her wand over her. Several burn marks were visible through her burnt dueling robes. The robes themselves were singed and burnt in many places. Yes, I figured out the trick behind it some time ago. It is still not perfect, but this is the accumulation of 5 years of effort, I said, a bit of pride leaking into my tone. My own body ached and I was drenched with sweat. The makeshift Susano had been one of my projects that I had begun as early as I could. It was something that had just always fascinated me. 5 years of constant effort had led me to this result. Fleur just shook her head at me. And what about that casting with your other hand, where did you learn that from, she asked with a frown. And I had expected that question. And hadn't that been a find? Through some astronomical efforts, I was able to obtain a small memory of Grindelwald. The only man who could stand on the same pedestal as Dumbledore and Voldemort. Because I realized early on that I could never become like them, for both of them were blessed with unprecedented talent in their specialized fields. The dark arts for Voldemort and transfiguration for Dumbledore. And I lacked that talent, so I searched for an alternative and through my constant efforts was able to obtain a singular copy of a duel with a man who single-handedly brought Europe to its knees. Well, I can't tell you all my secrets so easily, dear. I have to keep a bit of mystery around myself, I commented while wiggling my eyes, and Fleur just narrowed her eyes at me. Speaking up after a moment. You do know, who used to cast like that, right? And I nodded my head. You should be careful now that you have shown such a skill, people are going to compare you to him now, she said worriedly, and I just shrugged. I had thought hard about this, finally deciding that there was no use in being so secretive. Let them, I am doing nothing wrong. Now Madame Pomfrey walked up to him and finally began casting diagnostic charms on him. But Edward, this could be detrimental to your future, she said as she sat up on the side of her bed. And just as I was about to respond, the tent was invaded by a group of individuals. Marvelous! Such a marvelous duel! Came the voice of the ex-dueling champion. And I turned to see several people including Dumbledore, Madame Maxime and McGonagall enter the tent. It was indeed a splendid duel. I dare say that such skill is rarely seen even in the main tournament. You both should be proud of yourself, Dumbledore said. And it was rare to get such a compliment from the Merlin of their age. Thank you, Professor, I spoke up. Then Madame Maxime spoke up. The duel was an electrifying spectacle. I congratulate you on your victory, Mr. Edward. That was some impressive spell work. And I nodded in thanks, then she looked at Fleur and with a small smile. Perhaps, you should visit France in the future. I can assure you that we will be eager to provide you with an opportunity befitting of your skill. And I was startled by the sudden recruitment pitch. This was an offer from one of the most prestigious magical academies in the world. She nodded at us both and left the tent. Dumbledore and the rest of them soon followed her back. Fleur immediately turned to face me. Her face had a huge smile on it. That was so impressive. Madame Maxime is said to be highly selective in her selection process. And she just offered you such an opportunity. I just nodded my head at that. This was indeed special. Fleur chewed her lips slightly. Perhaps you should give this another thought, she followed up in a small voice. I told her about my prospective plans. But maybe I would have to reconsider them. Maybe, but I do have a lot of time to think about them, I said, not erasing the chances for such a possibility. 0000. Harry Potter. Harry Potter sat in the classroom, trying to focus on the lecture being given by the new Dada professor. It was about the use of basic elemental magic and how to understand the complexities behind such magic. But Harry's mind was elsewhere, still transfixed on the duel he had witnessed yesterday. Such skill! Such magic! Harry had never seen such a spectacle. And evidently, he was not the only one. As the whole class was busy buzzing around, talking to each other in hushed tones, probably about the duel from yesterday. Okay, this is it. Clearly, none of you are focusing on the lecture. The trainee Auror spoke up in a resigned tone, as she closed the book in her hand. The class had quieted down. Well, you guys are probably talking about that duel from yesterday. She asked in a resigned voice. And the whole class just nodded their heads. And Professor Tonks just nodded her head. Then why don't I turn that into the lecture? I believe that will be more interesting, she said to much of the cheer from the class. And then she waved her wand and the board was wiped clean. Okay, now yesterday your seniors showcased something quite impressive. Something that I had also never seen, and the whole class was quiet. And all of you now want to learn how to do that. And Harry was now hanging on the edge of their seats. Well, let me burst your bubble. For most of you that will be impossible to achieve. What he used was not a single spell. But it was something far more advanced. And as she waved her wand once more, a miniature drawing from the duel appeared on the board. It was the use of a skill that has only ever been mastered by less than 5 people in history. A skill we call simultaneous casting. And Harry frowned as he heard those words. Simultaneous casting. In this, a wizard can use their hand apart from their wand to cast magic as well. And up till yesterday, the only person alive who could boast of doing something similar was Dark Lord Grindelwald. And he could feel murmuring break out once more. As one of the students raised their hands. Professor, then how did he learn it? And their professor just shrugged her shoulders. I don't know. And he is not obligated to release such information. He could have learned it from a book or figured it out himself. But I can assure you, that mastering such a skill requires extreme hard work and dedication. She finished before adding with a smile. That is why all of you are going to read chapter 34 of your standard book of spells by Friday, Harry groaned, as the bell rang. I am not asking for any written homework. But there could be a pop quiz in the next class. So, you better be prepared. 0000. Elizabeth White. I still cannot believe how you did that. How could you even try something so dangerous is beyond me. Days had passed since the duel. Days. But that duel was still the most discussed topic of the whole school. Elizabeth, you are worrying needlessly. I have been training for that for years, everything was under control. Professor McGonagall just exaggerated the dangers a bit too much, he said sheepishly from the side as they patrolled the corridors. And Elizabeth shook her head. Professor McGonagall had told quite strictly that if she found any other student trying to replicate Edward's magic, they were going to have detention with Filch for the rest of the year. And you said that, like that isn't just worse. You were putting yourself at such a huge risk. I did not expect this from you. Simultaneous casting was not just difficult. It was also extremely dangerous. One wrong move and Edward could have destroyed himself, ending his life as a wizard, permanently. You don't have to worry so much now. It all worked out in the end. He spoke up as he looked at her and continued with that smirk on his face. Plus, you cannot deny that it was extremely cool. And a part of Elizabeth was indeed impressed by the skill on display. But the greater part had been worried for him. And then she asked about the other upcoming event. Have you started preparing for the first task? She asked Edward. He nodded his head and replied. Yes, I have made up a basic plan. She nodded at that. And then she looked around the corridor before she spoke up in a hushed tone. And, you do know what you will be facing in the first task, right? If not, they have arranged for dragons, he cut her off. And Elizabeth felt a sense of relief wash over her. It was good that he knew. Honestly, she had been surprised when she had heard about it. Arranging for creatures like dragons for a simple tournament like this seemed quite overkill and dangerous. Good. That is good. I really cannot believe that they are using dragons for such a tournament. It all seems so overkill, she gave her opinion. Well, they do want to make it monumental. The Triwizard tournament is happening after a long time after all. But still dragons. They are classified as a 4-star dangerous creature. She said worriedly. You don't have to worry so much. Dumbledore did mention that they have set up protective mechanisms to make sure that the tournament is safe. So, it will all be alright probably. She nodded at that. Dumbledore had made a point in announcing this. That was somewhat reasonable. And then suddenly she remembered something else. Have you told Fleur about the first task? She asked with a teasing smile. And Edward's expression changed, that distinctive smile appearing on his face, as he nodded his head. Yeah, I told her, but she knew already. It was probably Madame Maxime that told her. I did see her visiting the ground some time ago, and Elizabeth frowned at that. Isn't that cheating? She is helping her student, and Edward just shrugged his shoulders. Cheating has been a part of this tournament for a long time. And somehow everyone is getting help, one way or another. So, it all balances out in the end. And Elizabeth just nodded at that. After all, she had also helped him, which was also illegal somehow. Then just as they were about to go their separate ways, Edward called out to her. Elizabeth I had a small favor to ask of you, and she frowned slightly as she nodded her head. Yeah, what do you need? She asked. Edward was a bit embarrassed as he asked in a small voice. You will have to take care of the patrols yourself on Saturday, I have a bit of an errand to run and might not be able to turn up, and she frowned at that. Saturday was the Hogsmeade visit day. All right, but why? She asked him. She could take care of the patrols, with their new form of communication. It was all much less hassle, anyway. I actually have a date planned with Fleur, and her family is coming here later in the evening. So, I might go to receive them, and Elizabeth shook her head at his reasons. Well, she couldn't hamper her friend's love life now, could she? 0000. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. A happy new year to all of you. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 15. Edward White. It was finally the weekend. I looked up and noticed that the sun had come out. The break from the cloudy, cold weather was much welcome. I stood by Hogwarts gates as hordes of students walked past me. Most of them on their way to the Hogsmeade to enjoy the weekend. I looked down at the time on my watch and realized that it was now 5 minutes past the agreed time. I frowned at this, and Fleur was never usually late. It was one of the things that I appreciated. And just as I was about to go to their carriage myself, I heard the sound of some rushed steps. I looked up and saw Fleur approaching me, walking briskly. She was dressed in blue-black jeans, tight but not too skinny, with black leather boots. But the most significant change was the huge woolen long coat she was wearing. And even with that, she seemed to be shivering. I am sorry for being late, but this weather is just too different and... She began to apologize when she reached me, but I cut her off. Moving to her side, wrapping my arms around her. You don't have to worry about it. Plus, I can see the effort. I said mirthfully as I looked at the coat. What can I say? The weather here is insane. It is just so cold, even with the sun, she complained. And she was right. The weather in France was much better. At least, according to her. Okay, are you ready? I said, and she nodded her head, and we began to walk towards Hogsmeade. It was the biggest wizard-exclusive settlement in all of Britain. Is there anything like this in France? I asked her. She nodded her head. Yes, there are a couple, I think. But they are different in the sense that it isn't just purely wizards that live there. She said cryptically, and I understood that there were probably some goblins, vampires, or Velas living there as well. Intelligent living beings that had simply been classified as creatures by our ministry. We finally reached the ancient settlement. Students were bustling around, playing and joking with their friends. Okay, the first place that we have to visit has to be Homeduke's. And then we moved towards the famed candy shop. I opened the door, and we entered the famed sweet shop for someone with a sweet tooth. This was supposed to be heaven. They are the most famous sweet shop in magical Britain, I added as I saw her eyes light up. We walked up to the counters, looking through the various items. Edward. It is nice to see you again, came the sweet voice of Mrs. Flumes. She ran the shop with her husband, Ambrosius Flumes. I smiled and waved to her. Hi, Mrs. Flumes, I replied to the kind lady. Where have you been, kid? I haven't seen you use that entrance for some time now, she asked me, and I could see the quizzling expression on Fla's face. Well, they have actually closed it down this year. After that second break-in at the school, security has been tightened. I replied. Yes. I did hear about that terrible business. Just terrible, and then her eyes found Fleur, and they began to glow. Aha! Is this the special lady you sneaked out of the castle for? And I just gave her a nervous laugh. This was going to require a bit of explaining to Fleur. Kind of, she just smiled as Fleur greeted her, but then she was called by another group of students. All right, kid, pick what you like. I gotta take care of that bunch over at the counter. Then. She turned to Fleur and spoke up. It is nice to finally see you after all. We walked out of the shop with a bag full of every sweet article at the shop. And as we were walking, Fleur asked me with a raised brow. Mind explaining what that was about? Sneaking out of school? Special lady. And she had a very sweet smile on her face as she interrogated me. I rubbed the back of my head sheepishly as I explained. Well, you do know that Britain does not have any legal dueling tournaments, right? And she immediately made the connection. And with a horrified expression, she turned to me. You cannot be serious. Illegal dueling tournaments. You sneaked out to participate in illegal tournaments. And I nodded my head, making her stop in her tracks. Yes, after I lost in my first year. I knew that I needed practice. So, I searched and found some less shady places. After all, I did have a certain someone I wanted to impress, I said with a teasing smile. But Fleur had still not calmed down. Do you know how dangerous they are? Dueling can get dangerous so easily. What if you got hurt? Or arrested? She was about to continue, but I cut her off. I know. That is why I did it for only 1 year. And Fleur just shook her head at this. It was time to change the subject. Okay, why don't we go and get something to eat? And with that, I took her hand and began to move in a specific direction. And I could see her surprise when she stood outside the shop. Madame Putafoot's tea shop, and I could her aversion by her expression. Fleur just stared at the pinkish girlish exterior for quite some time, then looked at me. And I could tell that she was barely controlling her horrified expression. I couldn't take it anymore and broke out into a small laugh. I am joking. We are not going there, and I could see the sigh of relief. She then turned to face me and asked in a somewhat horrified tone. What is even that place? So much pink? She asked. That, my dear, is the premier place for dates in Hogsmeade. It is said that most Hogwarts romances begin and end in that place, and it was true. And she looked at the pinkish exterior once more. I can understand the ending, but I don't think they can begin here. You don't have to worry. I have something much better planned, and I pushed forward my hand. Fleur placed her own in it. I hope you have operated before. If you haven't, hold on, I said, and Fleur nodded. I have. And then, with a crack, we both vanished from the village of Hogsmeade. Appearing in front of a particular restaurant in London. Fleur covered her face with her as she reoriented herself. Apparition was not fun. And after a second or so, we entered the place I had picked. A place that I remembered from a very different time. Le Gavroche. 0000. Fleur Delacour. Fleur Delacour looked at Edward as they both finished their meal. The day had been quite fun, and with the first task approaching, this had been a much-needed respite. More so, there was something significant that she needed to tell Edward. Something which she suspected that he was aware of, but she did not want it to creep up later. They finished the meal and walked out. There was still time before her mother and sister were to arrive. So, where to now? She asked, and he just smirked. Now, I am going to take you to an extraordinary place, he said as he put his hand forward once more. Fleur took the offered hand and held her breath once more as the world around them shifted. And after a second, she felt her feet touch the ground again. This time though, it was not concrete. And she opened her eyes and found herself staring at a house. Not just an ordinary house but an entire villa. She turned towards Edward, who just smiled and walked toward the gate. What is this, Edward? She questioned as she followed him. This, my dear, is the house that I have bought, and her head snapped toward him at that. And he just nodded his head as he opened the gates and kept on walking toward the door. You bought it, but how? She did not want to be rude, but she knew that Edward was an orphan. And he was still at school. Yes, he may have obtained some prize money from the tournaments he won, but such an estate was not easy to buy. This must have cost a small fortune. Well, I did make some investments both in the magical and mundane world and there was a bit of luck involved, but that is irrelevant. And he pulled her hand. You are the first person to see this, so come on, and she felt a bit sad when she heard the excitement in his voice. It was sometimes easy to forget how important the smaller things in life can be. She smiled as she walked behind him as he opened the doors to reveal the main hall. With 2 rows of stairs going to the second floor. There are 2 floors. This floor has the 2 bedrooms, the dining hall, and this. And they went around the whole house talking about it. Finally, settling down on the 2 sofas in one of the rooms. So, what do you think? Edward asked her. And Fleur nodded her head at that. It is lovely. You must have spent quite some time designing this all, and it was. The estate was different, with many elements she had not seen elsewhere. And she had been to many such places as a guest. Edward just smiled and spoke up after a long sigh. Yet. It did take me the whole summer to get this ready. It is such a shame that it will have to remain empty. Fleur frowned at that. Empty. And her heart stirred as she heard that. Empty? But why? She asked with a frown. Yes, after all, I cannot come back here from France every day now, can I? And her eyes widened at that. It couldn't be, and as if reading her mind, Edward nodded his head. Yet. Your dueling professor had a long chat with me, he plans to retire next year and has offered me a place on Beauxbatons staff. And she felt her eyes tear up at that. He had taken such care in arranging his place. But he would be leaving it all. All for her. Because whatever he may say. There was no way that he wouldn't get a job here. Oh, Edward. And she hugged him. And he hugged her back. Thank you. She muttered as she separated from him, and he waved it off. And then she began to think of what she had wanted to tell him for some time. Something that could change everything. Edward, I have something I want to tell you as well, he frowned at this. Nodding for her to continue. You must have heard some rumors about me. And he nodded once more. Not speaking up. Rumors that before she could speak up, she felt his arms wrap around her. Rumors that you are a villa. She nodded at this. However, she had not expected his following words. So? Why does that matter? And her head snapped up. His face now inches from her. Then you must have also heard about the other rumors and powers that. But she was cut off. As I said, that doesn't matter. I fell in love with Fleur Delacour, the witty hard-working girl that can demolish anyone twice her age with a wand, someone who sometimes gets flustered on over the smallest of things, all that other stuff is irrelevant. And she felt his face close up on her own. It all became irrelevant when she sat down next to me all those years ago, nerding over the duel we had just had. Her face heated up at that. The memory of that day is still clear in her head. I fell in love with her, the rest is irrelevant. 0000. In the office of Headmaster Dumbledore, the sword of Godric Gryffindor was placed by the side of a broken tiara. However, a blackish liquid oozed out of the tiara. Dumbledore sat on his chair, slightly exhausted and saddened at the destruction of such a historical artifact. The diadem of Ravenclaw. Destroyed. What a loss. And then suddenly, he looked up and saw a piece of parchment falling from his office's roof. It drifted down onto his desk. Dumbledore frowned slightly as the mechanism for such magic was unknown to him. He opened the letter and read its contents, his eyes went wide as the words registered in his brain. After reading it, he placed it back on the desk. His face changed as if he had aged 10 years. Regulus, a name long forgotten was uttered in a muffled tone. And then he would call on his companion. Fox. The phoenix would appear in a ball of flames and, with a chirp, begin to circle his office. My dear friend, can you take me to see Sirius? I believe that I have need of him. And with a last chirp, the phoenix would descend, and both would vanish in flames. 0000. A Horcrux was destroyed. Plus, what exactly did the letter reveal? How will this all affect Sirius Black? As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 16. Edward Wright. Me and Fleur stood in front of the ministry building, waiting for the arrival of her mother and sister. I had met Mrs. Delacour previously, though the interaction had been brief. I had found her a doting mother. The fact was more evident as she had often accompanied Fleur to the tournament. Besides me, Fleur was a bit nervous because of her changed status. She had told me that she had written to her mother about it previously, yet there had been no response from her. Only conveying the news of their arrival. I wrapped my arm around her, catching her attention. Why are you so nervous? Don't worry, it will be fine. I spoke reassuringly. Fleur gave me a smile though she seemed a bit unsure. What if it isn't? What if she doesn't like you? With my faith? And I cut her off with a scandalized scoff. What's not to like? And she smiled at my accent, but our conversation was cut short by a bundle of golden locks rocketing towards us. Fleur! Came a shrill voice as the ball of gold collided with Fleur, almost knocking her off balance. I smiled as I saw the two sisters hug. I looked up and saw the smiling form of Mrs. Delacour walking towards us, though her focus was not on her two daughters. Mrs. Delacour, it is good to see you. I hope the paperwork wasn't messy, I greeted her, and she smiled as she replied. Oh. Thank you, dear. I hope you haven't been waiting for long. She said as she gave me a small hug, and then she turned to Fleur, who had now separated from her sister. A sister who was looking at me with narrowed eyes. I met Gabrielle's eyes as I crouched down. Hi. I am Edward. But she cut me off in a strict voice. I know who you are. And I raised a brow at that. Though I had not missed the slightly worried expression on Fleur's face as Gabrielle continued. Fleur told us all loads about you. She said you are stronger than Harry Potter, she asked with the same narrowed eyes, and I just blinked at that. Well, Harry Potter is my junior, and I haven't dueled him. But I am confident I could take on him, and evidently, that was the wrong answer as her eyes widened. But he is the boy who lived. And from the laugh of Mrs. Delacour, I could tell that this was a very elaborate debate. I just nodded my head as I leaned in a bit closer and spoke in a snake tone. Not only that, but I actually defeated your sister as well quite recently, and now Gabrielle's face snapped to Fleur. Okay, Gabrielle. That is enough. We can talk about it later. Let us get to our hotel. And the conversation broke down, though, throughout the whole time, Gabrielle was looking at me with narrowed eyes. 0000. Sirius Black. Sirius shivered as he entered the cave once more. However, the cold did not bother him much. Not any longer. Years of desolate and prickling cold were something that made this slight cold feel like a summer day. He walked towards the fire that he had set up previously. The warmth and the light relaxed him as he inched closer to the fire itself. A small change of clothes was spread to the side, drying out. Buckbeak. He called for his companion. But there was no response. The hippogriff might have gone hunting. Sirius had been on the run for more than a year and a half now. The remnants from his stay at Azkaban still haunted him. He would often wake up with chills, writhing as he dreamt of those shadowy creatures creeping up on him once more. Only to wake up to find out that it was nothing more than a dream. Though, he could feel himself getting better. He could feel his body recover its strength, his mind gaining clarity as his memories resurfaced. Memories of good times and old times give him strength. Though some of them were not so old, and he smiled as he remembered his godson's face. Harry reminded him so much of his parents. His face was a near copy of his father's, with the striking emerald eyes of his mother. And Sirius cursed the rat in his heart as he longed to see his face once more. Wormtail. They should never have trusted him. That sniveling coward. Traitor. Sirius picked up the bag by the side and took out a can of tuna he had picked from the store. Due to his status, he could not stay in an established place, but he had been able to traverse the Muggle markets quite easily. Buying up food had not been difficult. He opened the can up and was about to eat when he heard the sound of footsteps. His senses went haywire as he immediately picked up his wand and extinguished the fire. He picked up the bag and tried to apparate but failed. Wards. He recognized. Showing that the intruder was a wizard. Sirius. Are you there? Came a small voice. A voice he recognized quite easily. Dumbledore walked slowly, with his wand illuminating the cave. Sirius? Asked his old headmaster once more. Sirius frowned as he moved out of the shadow, though his wand was still held tightly in his grip. Dumbledore. Sirius confirmed. It is good to see you, Sirius, came the voice of the headmaster as he smiled upon seeing him. Dumbledore waved his wand. The fire lit up once more, illuminating the whole cave. Why are you here, Dumbledore? Have they caught Wormtail? Has the Ministry budged on a trial? Sirius asked, and there was a bit of desperation in his voice. But to his dismay, Dumbledore shook his head. I am afraid not. Lucius has been using his influence to stop Fudge in this regard, and Sirius shook his head in dismay as anger rose in his heart. Lucius Malfoy was using his influence to prevent his trial as in case such a trial was to happen. Sirius would be able to name and implicate many of his friends. But I do bear good news. While Fudge could not be convinced, I have begun making inquiries about a different approach and hope to receive good news soon. And in that regard, I believe that I have need of you once more, and Sirius frowned at that. Why would Dumbledore need him? What do you need? I don't believe that I have much to offer. After all, I am wanted, man. Sirius spoke up. Nothing much, but it seems that we must return to your ancestral home. I need access to the House of Blacks. Sirius's eyes went wide as he recognized the name. A name he had not thought about in a long time. An unplottable place that would be perfect for him. But why would Dumbledore need such a place? But what about the Ministry? Won't they be able to locate me? He questioned. And Dumbledore just gave him a smile. Why don't you leave it to me? Sirius shrugged, ready to leave, but just as he was about to apparate, he stopped. His mind going towards his companion. Why don't you go on ahead? I will meet you there. Dumbledore frowned as he heard the sound of flapping wings and clacking hooves before he saw a very familiar hippogriff enter the cave. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore finished the incantation as he let his wand down. Immediately he could feel the spell place hold as the memory of the place was stamped in his head. Beside him, Sirius began to look around, his eyes in a daze. Grimmauld Place is the home of Sirius Black. And with those words, Sirius reoriented himself as he blinked once or twice. His long curly hair was unruly due to continuous neglect. Dumbledore's heart hurt as he saw the sunken cheeks, the stick-like figure. Sirius had had such light in his eyes in his youth, though now they seemed hollow and dull, and he had to stare deeply to find a glimmer of the shine they once held. I cannot believe that I had to return to this place, Sirius spoke up as he looked around the corridor. However, they would soon be surprised by the sound of steps. Dumbledore frowned as the sound of steps got louder. The wastrel young master has returned. Oh, the mistress will be angry. She will be angry. Came the grunting voice of a house elf. A very old house elf with drooped ears and a dirty sack covering his body. Just the house elf Dumbledore wanted to meet. Creaker. You are alive, you freakin' monster. And Dumbledore frowned as he heard Sirius's harsh words. 0000. Edward Wright. I hope he dies, that freakin' mudblood. Were the words I heard as I stepped into the common room. A small group of Slytherin sat near the fireplace, discussing the first task. And I saw Hogwart's eyes widen as he spotted me coming down. Hogwart Flint, brother to one Marcus Flint, was in his 6th year and was a representation of everything wrong with Slytherin. He had come to Hogwarts, expecting to enjoy the control his brother held, though that notion would soon be broken as Marcus would try and get heavy-handed with me. And after that, my retaliation would leave Marcus in the hospital wing for a month. A month in which Hogwart would join him a week later. I looked towards him and his friends, who had now gone quiet and were looking around nervously. After a second or so of thinking, I just shook my head and walked out of the room. They were not worth it. Though, as I would step out, I was joined by my best friend, who was just about to enter the dorms, at such a time. The crumpled-up state of his clothes showed exactly the kind of adventures he had been up to. Henry gave me a wolfish smile when I shook my head at him. Hello, Edward, he said as he swung his arm around my head. Hello. It is nice of you to show up, I snarked, and he just smiled. I wouldn't have come up but had to pick up my assignments for the day. His sentence made me look at him with a raised brow. You do know what day it is, right? I asked. Of course. It is the, and he would stop mid-sentence as he would remember the significance of the day. There aren't any lectures today. It's the first task of the tournament, I said as I moved past him. Oh, came the whisper, and then a louder one as he ran up to me. Oh. 0000. Sirius is a character one can play around with. His death was quite tragic, not that his life was any less so. But, the Backs are quite an unfortunate family. They are a house that represents the actual destruction caused by war. A divided house, a broken family, and what remains is just a painful memory of a once great legacy. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Chapter 17. Fleur Delacour. Fleur walked towards the tent that had been erected for the champions. The roar of the crowd could be heard even at such a distance. She had received information about the task a couple of weeks ago. And suffice to say, she had been surprised. Dragons. Literal dragons. What were they even thinking? It was good that Fleur had been able to devise a strategy. Hello, she heard a very familiar voice. And she turned to see Edward walking towards her with his usual cheer. His face lacked even a hint of nervousness. She smiled as she waved to him. Hi, she waved as he joined her, and both of them entered the tent. So, how are your preparation? She asked him. Oh. They are just fine. How about you? Do you have a strategy in place? She nodded. They had not discussed the task per se but had bounced strategies off each other over various scenarios. Yet, she replied, though she was pretty nervous. And he probably felt that as his arm wrapped around her. Don't worry. You will be just fine, and he seemed more sure about her than herself. She felt a bit relieved seeing his confidence in her. Okay. Everyone gather around. It is time for the first task. Came the voice as the tent's opening was flung open again. The representative from the ministry, along with Crumb, walked in. Good. Good. The first task was about daring, and what speaks of daring more than facing a dragon? Mr. Bagman said with a cheer. The lack of surprise from Crumb indicated that he had been informed about the task as well. But if Mr. Bagman noted anything, he did not say as he continued. For your first task, each of you will have to get a treasure. A golden egg from a dragon. He explained animatedly. 0000. Edward right. Now, before further ado, each of you will pick a dragon from the bag. And then we can start. And he put forward the bag in front of Fleur, who put her hand in and took out a greenish miniature dragon. The Chinese fireball, a feisty little creature they are. He commented as he put it in front of Crumb, who took out a rather pale-colored dragon nonchalantly. Common Welsh. It seems that you got lucky there, kid, he said as he placed the bag in front of me. I put my hand in and took out the only miniature dragon remaining in the bag. I pulled my hand out with a scaly black dragon in my hand. Its size was more significant than the other two, as it spews a torrent of fire from its mouth. The Hungarian horntail. One of the deadliest dragons in the world. He commented ominously. Besides me, Fleur was looking at me a bit nervously. All right, that is it. When the bell rings, you will go in. First, Miss Fleur, followed by Crumb, and Edward will be the last. He spoke up. Now I will leave you as I have to reach the box. Good luck to you all. He said as he rushed out of the tent. That was a bit unlucky. Will you be fine? Fleur asked me, and I smiled in return. Don't worry about me. Focus. The bell could ring at any moment, I shrugged off her worry. I looked up at Crumb and smiled as I spoke up. Good luck to you as well, I said. Thank you, he replied in his gruff tone as he also gave Fleur a nod. Tung. The bell rang, and Fleur stood up, ready to leave, as I held her hand. Stopping her as I whispered lightly into her ears. 0000. Harry Potter. Harry watched from the stands as the first contestant walked into a massive cheer from the crowd. It was the girl from the French school. Fleur Delacour had already been famous amongst the boys due to her beauty, but after her duel, she had attained a very acclaimed status amongst the male population of the boys. Roar. And his attention was drawn to another side of the arena where a green dragon bellowed a colossal roar, shaking the whole stadium. It's a Chinese fireball. They are only seen in China. The ministry must have spent quite a sum to get one here, spoke up Hermione as she looked at the giant dragon. Would Norberta grow to such a size as well? He questioned anxiously as he remembered the small dragon Hagrid had claimed as a pet. Of course not, Hermione said, and Harry was slightly relieved for some reason as he heard that. The Chinese fireballs are smaller, she would grow to a much bigger size. And the relief vanished into thin air. Begin. Came the shout from the commentator box, and Harry saw the girl raise her wand as she pointed it at the golden egg. Though nothing happened, Harry frowned. What just happened? He asked Hermione. She just tried to summon it. But it seems there is some kind of spell on it. The egg cannot be summoned. She will have to get it herself. The dragon, while still having that massive chain, had now circled the golden egg as it snarled towards the blonde. The girl waved her wand in an intricate manner, and after some time a slew of lights began to shine out of her wand. And what followed the small burst of light was perhaps the most melodious tone Harry had ever heard. The spell continued and Harry could feel even himself getting drowsy. And he was sitting quite far away from the arena. She is using enchantments and charms. Somehow she is enchanting her own voice. Hermione commented in a wondrous tone. And Harry could see the sheer fascination in her eyes. But unlike that held by the hundreds of boys around him. This wasn't for the blonde orchestrating such a tone. No, this was solely for the new magic Hermione had observed. It's fallen asleep. The dragon has fallen asleep. And Harry looked down and saw the dragon, whose eyes were now closed as it took periodic breaths. Though still coiled around the golden egg. Though it seems that this was exactly what the girl had planned, and she began to walk up to the dragon. Her steps were measured as she walked and Harry saw her scoop the egg. The dragon had spewed a small flame from its nostrils, which she had avoided with a shield charm. She's got it. She has taken the egg. And then she got out of there with small and measured steps before rushing towards the tent. Ring. The bell rang up once more. And the dragon keepers rushed in even though Harry thought it useless as the dragon was still slumbering away. She did well. She will probably get quite some marks with that performance. Hermione commented, and Harry could only nod. The performance had been quite perfect. Look. They are about to show her marks. Hermione said as she pointed towards the judge's booth. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. Albus smiled as he sat down once more. 45 marks was a good score. A well-deserved score for an excellent performance. That was an outstanding performance, I must say. He praised the French champion to her headmistress. Thank you, but I must say, Dumbledore, Igor is not being fair, she said with a frown, and Dumbledore just shook his head in dismay. I am afraid there is not much I can do about that. And it was true. All judges were completely independent in making their decisions. So, while his score of 7 from Igor was low, there wasn't much they could do. We shall see, and then he saw the second contestant walk into the arena. Victor Krum walked in with his wand in his hand. The Welsh dragon snarled on the other side of the arena. And Dumbledore shook his head as he saw Igor Kokorov shouting encouragement for his champion. Bang! And the competition had begun. And he saw the boy raise his wand toward the approaching form of the dragon. And the dragon would scream in agony and rage as a huge slash would be aimed at its eye. Roar! Bang! Trash! And due to the agony it would, the dragon would begin to thrash away as it let out huge swathes of fire around as its tail crashed into the golden egg itself, demolishing it partly. Dumbledore shook his head in disappointment as the dragon roared in pain once more. Victor Krum was making his way toward the egg, showcasing the agility and senses of a professional seeker as he avoided the chaos around him. He has got the egg. Or at least what's left of it, came the commentary, and now the kid was rushing back running with all his might, without looking back. A wrong move. As the dragon sent a ball of flame straight at his retreating back. Ah! The boy would scream in pain as the fire collided with his side. But it seemed that the boy had done enough as he crossed into the tent. Bang! And Victor Krum has run off with what appears to be crumbs of the golden EFF. But that will be enough. He has done it. Victor Krum has completed the first challenge. Ah! Such a show of courage. A true showing of courage. Igor shouted up with mirth as the dragon keepers bombarded the Welsh green with stunners to stop its rampage. Indeed. Indeed. A good showing from a star. Commented Ludo Bagman, and Dumbledore did not miss the scoff from Beauxbaton's headmistress at that. I believe that it is time to give out the marks, he cut in before this all could escalate, as he saw Krum coming back to the arena with Poppy by his side, casting spells on the burns the kid had received. Dumbledore would step up first, and taking out his wand, he would send out a ribbon that would fly away as it would transform into a resounding 8. A good score. But now he was getting a bit excited to see what Hogwarts champion would turn up with. During all this, Harry Potter suddenly left the stands along with Hermione Granger as they walked to a secluded area. However, they had not been alone and were accompanied by a dog. A black dog. The same dog who had roamed these grounds about a year ago. 0000. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. There are up to 5 next chapters available over there. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 18. Edward Wright. Edward could hear the roars and cheers from the arena. With his eyes closed, he was focusing on his magic. He was the last champion, and from the huge commotion some time ago accompanied by the bell, his turn would be coming in just some time. Ting! 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 The bell rang once more, and one of the proctors spoke up. Participant Edward, it is time, and Edward opened his eyes finally, his vision returned as he looked around the camp once more. He got up and, with a nod at the proctor, began to walk towards the specialized exit. As the fabric flicked to the sides, he was blinded momentarily by the striking Sunday. The crowd roared as he entered the arena, the commentators' voices reaching even his ears. And now it is time for the last champion. The champion of Hogwarts. Edward Wright. The dueling prodigy, who is a former youth champion, reputed as one of the great talents of his generation. I am excited to see the show he will put on. And now Edward was standing right in front of the arena gates, with the proctors giving him the final instructions. The dragon is a nesting mother and will be feral. She is bound by chains, but you must be careful. One of them explained. There is a ward around the arena to shield the audience, you are not allowed to interfere with that ward. If you do so, it will be a disqualification. Edward nodded at that. He had suspected such a thing as well. With that, the proctors got out of the way, and Edward finally stepped into the arena. And immediately, he was greeted by a crackling roar as the huge dragon bellowed out a threatening roar as she narrowed its eyes and snarled at the intruder. The Hungarian horntail is giving our last contestant quite a welcome, it seems. It seems that it is not ready to give up its prized egg. And as Edward looked at the huge scaly beast in front of him, he finally understood the extent of the courage of a specific bespectacled boy. The Hungarian horntail was huge, and its scales had a bloody tinge to them as they glistened in the sunlight. I took out my wand, and a very familiar sensation reached up from the wand and permeated throughout my body. The aspen wood fitted nicely in my hand as I raised my wand and aimed it squarely at the dragon. I could feel my magic resonate as I continued to weave my wand in a specific pattern. My lips moved in a continuous manner as I recited the magic spell. However, this was no ordinary spell. It was a highly complicated spell. A spell that I had found in the room of requirement in an ancient book. The book has a very familiar name scribbled into it. Gellert Grindelwald. Despite being quite a controversial figure, the genius of the man could not be denied. Gellert Grindelwald was a man who had brought the whole magical Europe to its knees single-handedly. Of all the books and notes I had recovered from the room of requirement, notes, and books belonging to him had been the most helpful in my studies. The Hungarian horntail encircled the egg and bellowed out another huge roar as it sensed the huge build-up of magic. It opened its huge maw and spewed out a huge torrent of flame straight at me, but with my left hand, I swiped, and the ground in front of me erupted up as shielded me from the torrent of flames. Shirring. Cooching. I could hear the sounds of the metal clacking as the dragon tried to leap at me, but the chains held as it failed in its movement. I could feel myself getting fatigued as swathes and swathes of magic began to gather around me. My control, while impeccable, was unable to stop some of the magic from leaking out, and I could feel the temperature drop around me. The spell reached its conclusion, and as the movements of the end stopped and I aimed it squarely at the hulking form of the dragon in front of me. And then, I muttered the name of the spell that I had learned specifically for this challenge. Respond to Hell's calling. And the world rippled as I let go of my control, and the world rippled in front of me. Nibelheim. 0000. Fleur Delacour. Fleur Delacour stood with her best friend Faye and their charms professor from Bosbaton. The aged old man had joined them on the balcony as he had congratulated Fleur on her brilliant performance. Fleur could feel herself getting slightly anxious as Edward walked out into the arena, though the small competitive part of her was quite excited to see his performance. So, are you watching this as his competition or as his girlfriend? Faye teased her from the side, and Fleur just elbowed her as she gave her the answer she had thought previously. I am watching this as a competitive girlfriend. And Faye shook her head at this reply. Edward had now walked out into the arena and was now standing still as he waved his wand in an intricate pattern. Fleur narrowed her eyes as she could not recognize the pattern once more. Though it seems that her professor had. Impossible. Her charms professor spoke out as he looked at Edward with narrowed eyes. Fleur looked at her Professor Delbrin Insole was quite an aged wizard who was now approaching his 100th birthday. He had lived past 2 wars and had been a renowned dueler in his time. However, his most famous attribute was his participation in the liberation of Drumstrang from Grindelwald himself. What is impossible? Faye questioned before Fleur could speak up. And the man was still looking at the arena with a narrowed gaze. Are you sure that his real name is Edward Wright? He questioned, and Fleur replied with narrowed eyes. Yes, I am quite sure. Why? She questioned further as Edward blocked the swathes of flames with a bit of transfiguration. It's just that the boys continue to bring up ancient pieces of magic. Magic that few could even boast of experiencing, let alone performing. Do you know what he is trying to do, Professor? Fleur asked the aged man, and the man nodded, and he replied in a grave tone. Yes, though it has been years, I will never forget such a piece of magic. This singular spell was able to bring the whole resistance force in the war to their knees. An elemental magic spell that requires significant control and power. And Fleur suddenly felt herself getting assaulted by a sense of cold. Her head snapped towards the arena once more. And her eyes widened as she saw the whole arena covered by a white fog. The slight shiver had now transformed into a frigid chill. The frost penetrated her bones, but suddenly, the cold eased, and she looked to the side to see that Professor Delbrin had brought out his wand. This is Hell's calling itself. The spell Nibelheim. She heard her professor mutter in sheer befuddlement. And Fleur was surprised as well as she stared at the white smoke covering the entire arena. And what a surprise! We cannot see a thing. The whole arena has been covered by a thick layer of frost. The magical broadcast has been interrupted as well. Even the wards put on by our dearest Professor Dumbledore have failed to stop the cold. Even in my chair, I can feel the chill. Well, this is our state outside the wards. I can assure you the Hungarian horntail will be feeling much worse. Wait, the broadcast is up once more, and we can see it up. They're standing with a yellow hue surrounding him. It is Edward Wright. But what about the dragon? And there was a pause, and Fleur watched with perplexity as the broadcast shifted away from Edward. It's frozen. It's completely frozen. The Hungarian horntail has been frozen solid. And Fleur's eyes went wide as she saw the frozen body of the colossal beast. And then the frame shifted to Edward once more, who was now walking towards the golden egg. The Hungarian horntail was coiled around the whole dragon. The ice melted under Edward's every step. His wand was still in his hand as he walked leisurely toward the enormous beast. When he reached the egg, Edward stopped and waved his wand and the ice around the egg melted. Then the egg levitated beside him, and with a final look at the dragon, he began to move towards the tent. I had never thought that I would ever see this spell again. But I believe that this is just one of life's surprises, it seems, Professor Dilbrin commented. The call of hell itself said to freeze worlds. Nibelheim. He finished with awe. The man then chuckled slightly as he looked towards her. I think that he has somehow found a way to outshine you once more, Miss Delacour. Though I think we will have to see how the judges respond to such a performance. He added, and Fleur felt the ground shake as Edward disappeared into the tent once more, finishing the first part of the task. Fleur looked at the arena and saw the dragon keepers rush to the ground as they conjured swathes of fire to melt the ice. Above in the judges' corner, she could see the judges getting ready to announce the results. Well, she will just have to see the results, it seems. 0000. Hogwarts, a certain cave. A rat snuggled into a small cave, though the behavior of the water at the cave's mouth spoke of some special magic. The rat shook off the water and, with a certain twist, morphed into the body of a plump small man. His front teeth were longer and gave his face a rather rattish appearance. He took out a small device out of his pocket and waved his wand, and the snarling tones coming out of it quieted down. And with that, his eyes went straight ahead as they focused on the setup in front of him. Various circles were drawn on the ground with some rather unique and mysterious materials. In the center of the circles was a altar thing having a single feather lying on it. Though what was most mysterious were the three cord-like projections coming out of the cup. The rat smiled as he glanced at the result of his hard work. And once more, he realized that he had made a correct decision all those years ago. Few could think like his master. And soon, the whole world will tremble at his master's feet once more. Soon, he thought. Very soon. 0000. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support is highly appreciated, so if possible, do give it a look. www.patreon.com/dcrest. Thanks for reading. Guess the inspiration for this move? Hint: it's an anime. Chapter 19. Harry Potter. That was one hell of a performance. Still, I wonder how the kid got his hands on such a spell, Sirius spoke from the side. Do you know what that was? I have never read about anything like that. Will we learn about it in Hogwarts in later years? Hermione immediately asked the questions that probably had been running through her mind. Sirius snickered slightly at Hermione's enthusiasm before his smile stopped suddenly as his face attained a forlorn look. Nat, I believe that many of your teachers won't even know any spells like those. Such spells are extremely difficult to find and even more difficult to perform. However, if the kid was able to perform them to an acceptable level as a 7th year, it speaks volumes of his skill. Hermione nodded at that. Then how do you know about them? The words escaped Harry's mouth as he stared at the judge while they gave out the marks. The bias of the Drumstrang's headmaster was visible as a shining 7 appeared on the screen. He gave Krum a 10, and this was way better than Krum's performance. Harry thought. Well, let's just say it is one of the perks of being a black. Our family is more than 4 centuries old, and let's just say such a long history and pedigree has led to the blacks having amongst the best repositories of magical knowledge. He spoke up with a smirk, and though it was just a small moment, Harry was sure that he had noticed a hint of pride in his tone. You have your own library. Hermione spoke with sparkling eyes, making Sirius chuckle, and for a moment, Harry found himself just staring at her face. At the moment, it was like he was seeing her for the first time. Yes, we do have a library. Perhaps you can have a look when you visit, Sirius replied mirthfully. Thank you, Hermione spoke up. 44, Harry spoke up as all the judges concluded, giving Edward his marks. Harry frowned as he tried to recall the marks given to the Beaux Batons champion. It is one less than the French girl, Hermione added from the side. Yeah, though I believe that is probably due to the struggle of the dragon keepers. They are still melting the ice off of the arena and the dragon. Sirius speculated, and it was true. The Hungarian horntail was screeching as frost still covered a part of its body, and the arena still had a layer of frost over it. What power, Harry thought. Well, I believe that I must leave now. Sirius suddenly spoke up from behind. And Harry's head snapped towards his godfather. But why? There is so much I want to talk to you about. Harry pleaded, though a part of him knew that it was futile. Sirius smiled ruefully and ruffled his hair. Then, crouching down, he gave Harry a small hug. Soon, I will be done with that accursed trial, and I will be free. Then, I won't have to meet you in secret. Hopefully, it will be concluded before the summer. And perhaps you would like to spend the summer with me. And the words took Harry by surprise, and for a moment, he was stunned, tongue-tied, and bamboozled as he found himself unable to reply. But his arms around Sirius tightened as the implications behind those words finally registered. Yes. Yes, that will be great, Harry muttered. And as they separated, both of them had huge smiles on their faces. And perhaps you would like to visit as well, Hermione. Perhaps take a look at our library. Sirius spoke to his friend. And Harry saw a small flush cover Hermione's cheeks as she nodded her head. Thank you for the invitation, she replied with a nod. Sirius then closed his eyes and took a deep gulp of air. All right, kiddos, I will be going now. Take care of yourself. And with that, the man morphed into a dog right in front of their eyes. A spectacle that was quite reminiscent of his first transfiguration class. And with a small bark, the grim-like dog began to run towards the other side. Harry watched it vanish behind an erected tent. A part of him was sad that it had been such a short meeting, but there was a ray of hope now. Hope that Sirius will get exonerated. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. Congratulations. Congratulations. Such magnificent performances. Such magnificent performances. It kind of reminds me of some of my own games as a BEA. AKHM. AKHM. And Dumbledore was thankful to the young Mr. Weasley for cutting Ludo's reminiscence short. This was not the time for him to begin one of his tirades. They had tolerated enough of them back in the judge's box. Mr. Weasley stepped up, acting in place of his boss Bartimaeus Crouch. That was an exceptional display of courage from each of you. I know each of you is eager to rest and relax, so I will be quick about this. The young redhead spoke up, though Dumbledore was no longer focusing on his words. His eyes were focused on the young man standing in front of him. Edward stood straight in front of him with one of his arms wrapped around the Beauxbatons champion. The seventh-year student had a small smile on his face and seemed completely oblivious to the storm he had just caused. Dumbledore had thought of his casting technique as a mere coincidence. But this spoke of much more than a simple inspiration. Niflheim was not a simple spell. It was an elemental spell. And a very obscure one at that. Years ago, Dumbledore had removed all of Gellert's notes and remnants from Drumstrang. He had brought them to Hogwarts for safekeeping. And from what he could recall, this spell was only ever mentioned in those notes apart from a couple of other ancient texts, but those would be in possession of pureblood families. Where had he found this spell? Should I question him about it? Who was Edward Wright, and why did he only now see the similarities between him and his old friend, and many more questions loomed in his head. Gellert Grindelwald had been hailed as a genius, much like Edward. And Dumbledore couldn't help but feel that there was a deeper connection between the two. Perhaps I must give an old friend a visit, he thought. The clue for your second task is hidden in the golden egg. The second task will take place in February, so you will have plenty of time to prepare. But before it, I must inform you about another tradition. At this, Dumbledore stepped forward. The Yule Ball has been held as a part of the Triwizard Tournament since its inception. He spoke up as the three champions looked at him, yet he found a look of slight surprise on only two of those faces. The ball will take place on Christmas Day. It is a tradition for the champions to open the ball, so I believe that each of you must prepare accordingly. And I believe if you have any questions, you can ask. And when they did not speak up, Dumbledore smiled as he ended the discussion. Then I believe that this is it. Good day to you all. Thank you, the three champions chorused together, and with that, Dumbledore left the tent, planning a visit to a very old friend. 0000. Fleur Delacour. Just as Fleur walked out of the tent, she immediately heard her name getting called out by a very familiar voice. Fleur. And she was barely able to catch the blonde bundle. Though Gabrielle still knocked the air out of her. Besides her, she heard Edward stifle a laugh at her sister's antics. Oof, she uttered as Gabrielle hugged her, and Fleur wrapped her arms around her sister as their mother walked towards them while shaking her head. Gabrielle, how many times have I told you to stop being so careless? Their mother repeated the words that Fleur had heard for over 5 years, yet had still not taken any effect on her sister, and from the way she was mocking Edward, they weren't going to take any effect now. You lost. I told you, didn't I? My sister is better than you, Gabrielle teased Edward, who had a huge smile on his face. Aha, but this was just the first task. The tournament is still left, and we will have to wait to see who wins it in the end. And she gave Edward a small glare. Gabrielle narrowed her eyes at Edward. We will see. But still, she did beat you today, so she is better than you till the next task. Gabrielle said haughtily. We shall see, little one. We shall see. And just as Gabrielle was about to respond, their mother intervened with a little heat. That is enough, Gabrielle, and Gabrielle did not speak though she was still looking at Edward with narrowed eyes. Congratulations on your performance, Edward. It was truly marvelous. Her mother complimented Edward. Thank you for your kind words, but it is true, today's event was won over by Fleur here, and Fleur flushed slightly at his words. The only reason she had a higher mark than him was because of Igor Karkaroff. Otherwise, even Madame Maxime had given him a score higher than her. Fleur wanted to ask him about his spell, but there had not been any opportunity for that kind of conversation yet. Fla's performance was magnificent as well. But yours was quite a spectacle in itself, her mother spoke up. Edward just smiled at that. And then Fleur finally spoke up. What are you doing here, mother? She asked. She knew that they were watching the performance, and Fleur did plan on joining them, but why had her mother approached her? Oh dear, I just thought that after such a showing, we could have a nice little celebration. Her mother said with a smile. Yippee! Mother even promised to buy me that chocolate cake from the other day. Fleur smiled at the reaction from Gabrielle. Though, after such an excursion, she believed that a celebration was in order. Sure, let me just change my clothes. She replied. Besides her, Edward spoke up, handing her golden egg back to her. Okay, I hope you enjoy your outing. And Fla's mood dropped slightly as he gave her a small smile and started walking away. From the corner of her eye, Fleur spotted an elderly couple hugging and laughing with the third champion. And she was once more reminded of the fact that he had no one there to congratulate him. However, before she could speak up, her mother had called him out. Edward. She saw him stop in his tracks as he turned to face her mother. Why don't you join us for the celebration? She saw his eyes widen at her words. Fleur felt her lips form a smile at those words. It's a family occasion. I wouldn't want to impose. But she cut him off. Nonsense. It will be delightful if you join us, plus you can show us around London. It will be quite fun. Fleur ignored her little sister's minuscule protest at their words. Fleur is right, dear. You should join us. Edward looked toward her, and she gave him a slight nod, and then he smiled as he looked towards her mother and nodded his head. Then I will be there. Thanks for the invite, Mrs. Delacour. And with that, he began walking towards the castle. He is a mysterious kid. Mysterious and smart. Her mother said, though she then looked her straight in the eye and added conspiratorially. And charming. Fla's cheeks heated up at that. And she slightly coughed at that. Let's go to the carriage. I need to change out of these robes. And they began to walk towards the carriage. If Gabrielle was grumbling about inviting Fla's rival, what could they do about that? 0000. Boom. Another chapter is done. Sirius is getting a trial, and Edward is getting a small party. Dumbledore is planning a visit to an old friend. An old friend who brought Europe to its knees. An old friend whose shadow looms over his particular student. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support helps me a lot, so if you feel generous, do give it a look. www.patreon.com/drkest. Thanks for reading this FIC. Chapter 20. Apollon Delacour. Apollon Delacour loved her daughters. They were her pride and joy. Fleur and Gabrielle were her greatest pride. She still remembered the days when Fleur was young and would start going to Beaux Batons and face society for the first time. How her little princess would slowly lose her smile and confidence when she faced all the challenges that came with her special heritage. Fleur had lost her cheeriness and had formed a shell around herself to protect herself from the harsh world. So, Apollon had been especially surprised when during her 4th year, she had come home talking about a boy. A boy from Britain whom she had met in a dueling competition. At that moment, Apollon had made a small prayer for her daughter. And then the mutterings in their home about this young wizard from Britain had increased. A young prodigy, much like her daughter, with similar interests. A boy that her daughter liked and perhaps loved. Yet the world had made her insecure. It had filled her with doubt. So, Apollon had been surprised when her daughter had written to her about her newly confirmed boyfriend. And so Apollon had rushed to Britain to see this boy for herself. And she was not disappointed. Edward Wright was smart and studious, evident from his reputation and performance. But the biggest thing for Apollon was that he made Fleur happy. And Apollon smiled as she saw Fla's features light up as the same boy rushed towards them. The boy had changed from his special robes and was wearing black trousers with a plain white shirt, topping it all off with a black coat. I am sorry for being late, but the whole dorm was quite erratic, and I had to sort out the situation, he apologized, and before she had spoken up, Fleur had already shifted to his side. It's fine, we just got here anyway, her daughter waved away the boy's concern. Apollon had noticed the elevation of her daughter's mood since she had decided to invite the kid. Well, perhaps she would get to know more about him during this. All right, let's go, she said as she held Gabrielle's hand. Fleur joined in and held her other hand, and then they all vanished with a crack. Now, all of them were sitting at a table, and Apollon finally got her opportunity. So, Edward, have you thought about your future? From what I recall, the 7th year in Hogwarts is the last year, unlike back in Beaux Batons, right? And the boy nodded as he placed down his fork. Yes, Hogwarts is only 7 years. As for what the future holds, I have a couple of prospects lined up, and we will have to see where it goes. The boy and Apollon noticed the slight frown on her daughter's face, and before she could ask any further, Fleur cut in. He is being modest, and he even got a job offer from our headmistress to become an assistant professor at Bosbaton. Professor Delbrin has proposed him to be his replacement and offered him an apprenticeship. Fleur had a huge smile on her face as she mentioned all this, and Apollon was impressed. She had studied under Delbrin as well, and the man was amongst the best duelists from France, and for him to nominate the kid and give him such an offer. It was incredible. Is this true? Then will you be moving to France? She asked, and the boy nodded as he gave her daughter a smile. I have told the professor about my willingness, though the details will be hashed out after my newts. But yes, moving to France is the plan. And somehow, Apollon felt relief as she heard that. A great part of her had been concerned about Fleur, for if she were right, then it would mean that Fleur would have to move to Britain, and while there was discrimination in France, things in Britain were much worse. So, you are going to become a professor at Fleur's school? Gabrielle asked from her seat, and Apollon shook her head as she spotted chocolate spots on her cheeks. Yes, I will be a professor at Bosbaton, the boy replied to her daughter. Gabrielle did not seem to appreciate the idea like her eldest daughter and seemed quite horrified. No. And Apollon could feel a small headache grow as she saw the look on Gabrielle's face. Fleur also seemed amusedly distraught at Gabrielle's antics. Though, the boy in question seemed to be having fun as he just bickered with Gabrielle. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore walked through the halls of the ministry once more. People seemed to part way as he moved past them, looking at him with awe. Dumbledore just smiled and continued towards the elevator and got on it. Level 2, and the door closed, and life moved up. Stopping after moments. And right in front of him were the offices of the DMLE. Though just as he had stepped out, he was greeted by an old student. Kingsley Shacklebolt, one of the best students to come out of Hogwarts, came to greet him wearing his iconic purple robes. He was now an established aura and was a leader of a team, from what he had heard. It is nice to see you, headmaster, the man said, and Dumbledore smiled as he shook the offered hand. It is nice to see you as well, Kingsley, and congratulations on your recent promotion, Dumbledore said as he congratulated his alumni. Thank you, Professor, and how is Tonks doing as a professor? And Dumbledore smiled as Hogwarts' newest professor hire was mentioned. Miss Tonks seems to be doing quite well. She has settled quite well in her role as a professor for Dada, and this was true. While her start had been a bit rocky, her more practical approach had been quite successful, and, it seemed that he had made the right call in putting his faith in her. Good, good. Any chance she might be looking to extend her stay in that role? Kingsley asked, and Dumbledore could only shake his head at that. I am afraid not. Her heart is still set on becoming an aura, though there is still time for her view to change, and Kingsley just chuckled at that. Well, I don't think that will be happening. Tonks was downright stubborn, if not dedicated. But still, what brings you here? Aren't you busy with that Triwizard tournament? And Dumbledore was quite busy, but today's task was quite important. More important than the tournament, for it involved the life of a man. Well, I am, but I just had to meet your head of department for a little something. Oh, you are here to meet Miss Bones. Sure, let me take you to her office, and then he began to lead him to the office of the head of the DMLE as they made some small talk. Then they stopped in front of a dark mahogany wood door with a name engraved on a gold plate. Amelia Susan Bones. Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. All right, Headmaster, it was good to see you, and then the man left with a small goodbye, and Dumbledore entered the office of her former student. Amelia Bones was pure blood from an ancient house. The Bones had a history older than Malfoy's but were more open-minded than most of the other pure bloods. Her own brother had been a part of his order and had lost his life in one of the Death Eater raids. Something which weighed heavily on him. Amelia had never been a part of the order, for she considered it an illegal organization. Dumbledore respected her views and did not hold them against her. Her office was a representation of her personality. There was only a single table with a stack of documents on the side. A wooden frame with a picture of one Susan Bones, her niece, on the other corner, along with a quill and some other knick-knacks. I have been waiting for you, Professor Dumbledore, and I must say you have been quite insistent on having a meeting without even giving me a reason. Came the voice of his former student, and it was as serious as it had been in her time at Hogwarts. Even at her age, Amelia Bones cut an authoritative figure with her hawkish gaze and stoic face. She had risen to this office after Voldemort's disappearance and had helped settle the chaos that had gripped the Auror department after the war. Well, first of all, I must thank you for accepting this meeting. And I can assure you that the issue I wish to discuss is of paramount importance and secrecy, and Amelia simply raised her brow at that as she motioned for him to sit down. We shall see about that. Dumbledore took the seat with a small smile as a cup of tea appeared in front of him. Amelia took off her glasses and placed them on the table. Okay, now why don't you tell me why you have been almost harassing me for an urgent meeting? And before you begin, if you need Aurors for the Triwizard tournament, I will have to decline. Fudge has been continuously cutting our funding, and I cannot spare even a single aura at this moment. Well, I can assure you I do need the auras for the tournament, though I am in need of your services regarding a very specific case. Amelia frowned at that. My services for a case, but you could have had Fudge take care of that for you. We all know how he operates, and that would have been the case if not for Mr. Malfoy. Hence, Dumbledore had to approach her. Well, our dear minister has been very busy and is not interested in this, so I bring this to you. And Dumbledore took out the legal file that Sirius had gotten prepared for himself and handed it to her. Amelia took it and opened it, her eyes going wide immediately as she read the name. Sirius Black. You bring me a file from a convicted Death Eater. She almost shouted. And Dumbledore could understand her rage, but he shook his head as he cut in calmly. Amelia. Please read the file, and if you want, you can shout at me after that. I won't mind. She frowned at that, and Dumbledore could feel her anger, but she listened to him and began to read the whole document. And Dumbledore watched the color drain from her face as she turned the pages, her eyes scheming over all the details that he had put together. And finally, she looked up from the file, horrified as she questioned him. This cannot be true. 13 years in Azkaban without a trial. 13 years. And she was rightly horrified. Azkaban was a horrible place. A place which Dumbledore had often petitioned to be banned for its inhumane practices. I am afraid everything in this file is true. Sirius has even agreed to a trial under Veritaserum to prove his innocence, and Amelia simply turned over the pages once more before she put it on the table and asked him once more. Why haven't you taken this up with Fudge? And Dumbledore just shook his head in dismay at that. People really overestimated his influence over the minister. I am afraid that the minister has his mind set on the matter. Of course, you must understand he cannot harm the interests of his biggest donor, and Amelia understood the reference as her face adopted a disgusted look. Malfoy, I should have guessed his involvement. He must have some vested interest in keeping this quiet, and she began to tap her desk with her finger. Dumbledore could feel her mind racing as she thought of ways to accomplish this task. When can Sirius appear for a trial? She suddenly questioned him. Sirius's appearance can be arranged within hours, and she smirked at that. So, he is in Britain. Good. This makes it easier, and Dumbledore smiled as she took out a piece of parchment and began writing something on it. Well, the minister is supposed to go on holiday in a couple of days. I am afraid it will be quite unfortunate that he will not be present to attend an emergency trial for a high-profile criminal, and she passed him the piece of parchment. Dumbledore smiled as he read over the summons call. But I believe he will not be missed. After all, trials are under my purview as the head of DMLE. And with a smile, Dumbledore put the summons call in his pocket. Indeed they are. Indeed they are. 0000. All right, Sirius is getting freedom. Hopefully, Apollon got to meet Edward, and Gabrielle is still angry at him for being better than Harry Potter. Amelia Bones is another one of my favorite characters. She was quite powerful and influential, evident by the fact that Voldemort himself eliminated her. She is like Commissioner Gordon to Batman. Hopefully, you people like this. Love you all. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support and patronage help a lot. So, if possible, have a look. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 21. Fleur Delacour. Fleur was slightly nervous as she trotted down into the lounge of their apartment. They had come home from the dinner, and the headmistress had allowed her to leave with her mother and spend some time with her. Being a champion obviously had its perks, more so when the headmistress was acquainted with their family. And as Fleur had expected, she found her mother sitting there, reading a book as she sat in front of the fireplace. Her mother had probably heard her and looked up at her and smiled at her. Ah, I was thinking about when you would show up. Fleur was slightly embarrassed that her motives had been read so quickly. Her mother laughed as she closed the book and beckoned her over. Fleur walked towards her and took her usual place below her sofa as she nested right below her. What are you talking about? I am just here to talk to you. It seems like you didn't miss me at all. Fleur complained, and her mother ignored her complaints as Fleur felt her mother's hands brush her hair. It was somewhat of a ritual at this point. Fleur would often sit with her mother like this, and they would just simply sit and talk about their lives. Though, mostly it was just her doing the talking. Come on, my little chick, give your mother some credit. I have lived through these years as well and have a very good idea of what you wanted to talk to me about. Fleur blushed at that and rolled her eyes as her mother just teased her again. So, if you are so sure about this, why don't you tell me what I am about to ask you? She goaded her mother, and it seemed she had also had enough as her mother finally replied to her unasked question. You, my dear, are here to ask me about your little crush. Fleur flushed at this and humphed and was about to walk away when she felt her mother's hand on her shoulder. Though, I must say you do have quite a keen eye. I can somewhat understand what you see in him, and Fleur stopped and turned to face her mother, who was simply smiling. So, what did you think of him? She finally relented and asked her. Her mother didn't reply immediately and only spoke up after a couple of moments. As I said, he seems like a good boy. He is smart and powerful, obviously, rich as well, given what you told me. Fla's heart lit up for a moment, but she saw her mother's expression shift slightly as she looked straight at her. But I must say, things aren't as simple as they seem, my dear. Fla's heart dropped at that, and she frowned as she asked for clarification. What do you mean? What isn't simple? And she felt her mother's hand brush her face as it slipped into her hair once more. My dear, let me ask you a question. Do you think anyone could do what Edward has done and the implications behind it all? And Fleur frowned as she tried to make sense of this random question. What do you mean? Of course, though her mother simply shook her head. Edward is smart, powerful, and rich. Being one of these things before being 20 would have been a miracle, even if he had a special pedigree. But doing all three as a no-name orphan raises a couple of eyebrows, and Fleur thought about her mother's words. Yes, Edward was powerful, but she did not think that there was much separation between them. Of course, the spell he had used in the competition had been a slight surprise. What do you mean, mother? I do not understand all these riddles. Her mother gave her a resigned smile. What I am trying to say is that your little boyfriend is a man of quite some mysteries, and I just hope you don't get caught up in them with him, and Fleur held her mother's hand as she aired the question that had been haunting her for months. Do you think father will approve of him? Her mother sighed. Your father cares deeply for you, Fleur. He always has your best interest in mind. He just has his own way of showing it. And Fleur chewed her bottom lip at that. She did not doubt this, but that was not an answer. You do know that he was quite angry when you told him about your boyfriend so suddenly, more so when he wasn't even from France. Fleur remembered that day. In order to escape from her father's plans, she told them all about Edward. But I am asking whether he will approve of him or not. Fleur asked once more, and her mother appeared as if she was thinking for a moment before replying with a smile. Well, I cannot be sure. But it seems your father might finally meet his match in him. This might even get quite exciting, and Fleur just rolled her eyes at this, as she settled between her legs once more and rested her head on her leg. Don't worry too much. Everything will be fine. And Fleur just hoped as well. 0000. Elizabeth White. Elizabeth sat in the great hall as the students began to trickle in. She looked up and saw that the tables were getting filled up as students settled down for their breakfast. Most of them were busy talking to each other, and she could guess the topic of their discussion quite easily. All the gossip was about the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. Probably more so about the performance of their champion. The champion who had just entered the hall. And immediately, she could sense the change in the behavior of the students, as students, young and old, immediately began to point fingers and murmur to their friends. Then, Edward looked around and began walking towards her as he spotted her. Hi Elizabeth, how you holding up? He asked her as he settled down opposite her, and she raised an eye at that. He probably should know the answer to that. You are asking me that even after you witnessed the whole mess the house had made, and he just smiled. Yesterday had been a mess. A general celebration had been arranged for the performance of the Hogwarts champion. And for whatever reason, Hufflepuff Storms had been chosen. It was just a bit of fun. Plus, you cannot blame me. I actually asked them to wrap it up quickly. If anyone, the blame lies with Amy, Cedric, and the Weasley twins, and she just shook her head. There was plenty of blame to go around, but it was all done. Speaking of that, how did your little date go? Did you also meet Fla's mother again? Edward nodded as he began to butter up his toast. Yeah, and thanks again for covering for me, and I did meet her mother and her little sister again, Edward added with a mischievous smile. Well, there was definitely a story there. However, he had still not answered her question. So, how did it go? Edward frowned as he thought about it for a moment. It went pretty well, though she was giving me quite some mysterious looks this time around. I don't know why though, Elizabeth scoffed at that. He was dating her daughter. Of course, she would give you those looks. Plus, there was a much better reason for those looks. Elizabeth had always known that her friend was special. Yet what she had seen yesterday had blown her mind. She had never seen or heard of the spell that he had used. And though it had left him quite drained, still. She had gotten wind of some very specific rumors about it. She also had her question and was about to ask them when they were disturbed by the hooting of owls. She looked up and saw a flock of owls rush in, each carrying their parcels. Her owl circled over her head before she came down and settled on her shoulder. Elizabeth tickled Iris, but it seemed it was in quite a rush as it flew away quickly. Where's your owl? She questioned Edward as she began to unfurl the copy of Daily Prophet. Well he is away on an errand for Hermione, and she nodded, at that as she opened the Prophet, stopping immediately as she spotted the headline on the first page. This was not good. Edward probably noticed something was off and looked up. What happened? He asked with a slight frown, and she just passed him the copy of the Daily Prophet. The first page was covered with a picture of a glowing Edward walking toward the frozen dragon. The Heir to Grindelwald, The Rise of Another Dark Lord. By Rita Skeeter. Well, that seems a bit presumptive, doesn't it? I haven't even formed an army or given a manifesto yet, Edward simply joked, and Elizabeth frowned at his nonchalance. This is not a simple matter, Edward. After your performance yesterday, people are going to raise questions. It's not a laughing matter, and it seems that the concern was lost on Edward. He just gave her an incredulous look. Come on, this could honestly be a joke piece, he spoke and then pointed to a paragraph. Look, read here, and Elizabeth leaned forward to read the specific part. Edward Wright's record seems to suggest that the boy is perhaps an incarnation of Europe's most feared Dark Lord, Grindelwald. Perhaps, Edward Wright is not just an heir but Gellert Grindelwald himself, disguised and preparing as he waits for an opportunity to bring about his revolution. Besides her, Edward was laughing at this. And truthfully, Elizabeth couldn't stop a smile from forming on her face as well. But that did not mean that she did not have any questions. As funny as it may seem, this is not good. Not that your spell work in the first task was any help, she said with a frown, and Edward just rolled his eyes at this. Oh, come on, just because I admire someone's skills doesn't mean I am bound to their ideology as well. It's Rita Skeeter. You know she just likes to spice up her stories, and while that may be true. Unfortunately, this was not good, as evident by the stares of the students. Still, ask McGonagall or Dumbledore to approach the prophet and have this removed. Edward just nodded his head, ignorant of the storm this all could bring his way. Sheesh, just a single spell, and people are calling me the next Dark Lord. Honestly, if they read up what Dumbledore and Grindelwald were doing at this stage, they would shut up in an instant, he complained as he put away his plate and began to sip his orange juice. His aversion to pumpkin juice still remained even after 7 years. And she just raised an eye at that statement and asked him. And how would you know what they were pulling off? And he was startled for a second. Elizabeth frowned, but after a second or so, he replied. You know, I have heard about them. There is even some mention of them in record books. Elizabeth was about to ask further when they were disturbed by a very familiar face of Hermione Granger. Edward, Professor McGonagall is calling for you. Edward looked at the intruder and smiled and, after finishing his juice, walked away. Elizabeth hoped that McGonagall had called him because of this article. She once more picked up the Daily Prophet and turned the page, and she is surprised to see that the article continued on. Well, she might as well read it. 0000. So, Rita Skeeter makes an entry. I have a theory that Rita is somehow related to messenger birds in One Piece. Like just a hunch, which is probably not true. A small clarification. Edward is not as powerful as Dumbledore, Gellert, or Voldemort. He is good, very good, but not to their level. All three of them had natural talent. Compared to them, he is a hack. A smart hack, but still a hack. A new character makes an entry next chapter. Make a guess in the comments. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support helps me a lot and allows me to write, so if possible, have a look and give me a patroness-worthy memory by giving your patronage. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 22. Hermione Granger. So how have you been? Edward asked her as they made their way through the corridor, and Hermione nodded as she answered. It has been easy, the lighter schedule and fewer classes give me some free time, plus your notes have also been a great help, and wasn't that true? Hermione knew that she was smart and had always focused on the books, yet Edward's old books had little additions and changes that often went against the author's instructions. But always gave better outcomes. Good, good. There is no need to stress about grades too much. Magic is supposed to be fun and exciting, not a simple regurgitation of mediocrely written books, he added, and a couple of years ago, Hermione would have been scandalized by those words, yet now she found them quite true. Then suddenly, Edward turned to face her and asked her an unexpected question. So have you made any preparations for the Yule Bal? From what I remember, 4th year are also allowed to participate, right? Hermione was slightly taken aback by the change in topic, though she had already made her mind about this, as she simply shook her head. Yet, 4th year are allowed to partake, though I don't plan to attend. That was only partly true, she did want to attend, but she was also quite self-conscious. Who was going to ask out the resident know-it-all? Plus, she had a perfect excuse. It's just that I don't know how to dance. Edward just scoffed at that as he suddenly stopped. Do you think anyone except those Pons purebloods know how to dance? He asked her with a raised brow, and though he made a good point, Hermione had a question of her own. Do you know how to dance? She asked the complaining senior, and he smiled as he nodded. I do, and I can have my instructor teach you as well, even though I believe McGonagall is going to arrange a couple of classes for students as well. and he suddenly poked her forehead with his fingers. And I can assure you there are several boys just waiting to ask you out, and Hermione felt her face heat up as she rubbed her forehead while giving Edward a glare. Why do you do that? Plus, how can you be so sure? She questioned him and he just laughed as he began to walk forward. Oh, I know. I just know. Plus, don't you want to meet this year's dueling champion? And Hermione's eyes widened at that. You were taught by the Beaux Batons champion, and he nodded as Hermione caught up to him. Yes, and I can assure you she is as good a dancer as she is a dueler, plus she also wants to see the so-called brightest witch of her age, and Hermione felt slight dread pool up in her gut as she looked towards Edward. What have you done? She asked Edward, dreading his answer, and her hunch was right. Nothing much, I just casually mentioned this sister-like junior of mine who could probably grow up to rival her. Fleur is quite excited to meet you actually, and Hermione just gave him a blank stare at this as Edward continued laughing. Though she could understand that he was doing all this for her. Before third year Hermione had been very intimidated by the magical world, she had a small circle of friends but lacked a close guiding hand. Despite the teachers' efforts they couldn't give her too much time, when Professor McGonagall had introduced her to Edward, she had finally gotten the helping hand she needed. She knew Edward treated her like a younger sister and indulged her, and this made her feel special. While the teachers and the students would often focus on Harry, given his status as the boy who lived. It felt slightly good to have someone look after her. Thank you for this, she said as she started walking by her side once more, and he just waved it away. Don't worry about it, I will tell you about the time in a couple of days, and she nodded. However, she suddenly recalled her new circle of friends. She still remembered how Daphne and Susan were very interested in dueling. Perhaps, she could help them as well. Can I ask you a little favor? She questioned Edward, and he looked at her, stopping right in front of the deputy headmistress's office. Sure, ask away, he replied, and Hermione spoke out her request. She would later walk into the Great Hall excited about the affirmation she had gotten. She rushed past Harry and Ron, who were busy arguing with each other, to join Susan Bones on the Hufflepuff table. During this whole ordeal, she had missed the pair of dark orbs chasing her form as they followed her from the opposite side of the hall. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore stared at the cave in front of his as he felt the ripples of the magic. Such dark magic made him feel nauseous. It was like he was just discovering the depth of depravities of his old student. Oh. Tom, what have you done? He thought as he raised his wand and slashed across his hand. Blood gushed out and Dumbledore stepped forward as he placed his bloody hand on a part of the wall. He could feel the wards click, as he felt magic ripple across the cave. The same cave Tom had trapped his orphanage bullies in. Dumbledore had already obtained the Slytherin's locket, yet he had found a small seedling of hope in Kreaker's story. He had asked Kreaker to give him a complete description, and Dumbledore had a small hope that his hunch might be correct. He felt his magic weaken as the sacrifice was accepted and the cave opened up to reveal a dark archway. For any other wizard, this much loss in magical strength would have been fatal, but unfortunately for his old student, he was not an average wizard. Not by any standards. He walked in the dark and found himself standing right in front of a small boat. Lumos. He whispered, and the Elder Wand followed its master's command as it lit up the whole area. The water was dark, pitch black, and one could barely make out a thing. In the center of the cave was a small island surrounded by water on all sides. Yet, Dumbledore's purpose was not the island. He crouched down and slowly placed a finger into the water, and rubbed the droplets between his fingers before giving it a small sniff. He was right. This was a preservative potion, maintained using some ritual. A dark ritual that involved human sacrifices given the sheer amount of inferi at the bottom. But this also gave hope to him. For such a potion should be very potent. Voldemort had probably designed it to trap any intruder for eternity. The inferi would pull them down, and once down they would go into a coma-like state, their body would refuse to move, yet their minds would remain awake. Inflicting such agony and cruelty was Voldemort's modus operandi. So, Dumbledore got up and closed his eyes and took out a small contraption from his pocket. It was a pocket lighter. Dumbledore's very own creation, and he flicked the switch, and several orbs of light shot out and illuminated the whole cave for a moment before they slowly descended into the dark waters. Dumbledore began to scan the waters for his intended target. The inferi were amongst Voldemort's initial weapons before he had established the Death Eaters as his army. The rotten flesh on the inferi with their hollow skeletal bodies and rotting skin, made Dumbledore shake his head in regret and remorse. How could someone fall to such levels was a mystery to him. Such depravity. Dumbledore had been in 2 wars. Fought against 2 Dark Lords. Gellert had been a Dark Lord with ambition, a visionary. A flawed one, but still, Grindelwald had been relentless and heartless, but Voldemort was different. Voldemort was no visionary. He was just a power-hungry person who only sought pleasure through the destruction of the world around him. He narrowed his eyes as he spotted what he had been looking for. A body lay there, entangled with the inferi, dark and frozen, yet unlike the rest of them, this one had not decayed much. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the earth around him morphed into several pillars that rose up and slowly began to approach the frozen body. The Inferi had quite a tangle over it and wouldn't let go. So, this limited Dumbledore's options as he once more raised his wand and murmured, "Infernos." And the extended columns lit up with a blazing flame. The Inferi shrieked as their bodies burned, but Dumbledore had achieved his purpose by then and had begun walking out. He flicked his deluminator once more, and the orbs of light returned to him. Now, he could finally focus on the body by his side. The Inferi had inflicted quite some damage to the body. There was a chunk of his leg missing, and Dumbledore could barely make out the classical black features in the hollowed face. Maybe he had been too late. But still, there might be a chance. A small chance for redemption. "Let's get you out of here, R.A.B." And Dumbledore vanished with a crack. 0000. Gellert Grindelwald. The world was changing. It had changed quite a lot since the last time he had gotten a glimpse of it for himself. Yet the occasional snippets of news were enough for Grindelwald to ascertain the change in the world. Nurmengard, a place he had built for his adversaries, would probably be his last resting place. His captors often thought of mocking him when they brought him various Muggle newspapers alongside the occasional magical ones, thinking that he had ever hated the Nomage. How wrong were they? And how wrong had he been? He had never hated the Nomage, why would he? He thought them his lesser. Thought them all to be cattle. The other. However, he could admit that he had been wrong. Wrong, for they may have been different, yet they weren't any lesser as evident by the sheer progress of their advancements. So, Grindelwald had accepted the fault in his ideals. "Here's the paper. You might find this one quite interesting. It even has a mention of you," said one of the female guards as she placed TE paper in the tray and pushed it in. Gellert couldn't see to the other SDE, yet had known that a specific guard had been giving him newspapers and books much more frequently. "Thank you," he said as he flicked his hand and the paper rushed toward him. Even without a wand he could do much more, though he did not have much reason to do so anymore. He looked at the first page and was surprised to see that the paper was the Daily Prophet, the British magical newspaper. And on its front page was his name in a headline followed by a picture of a student standing in front of Freen Dragon. Nibelheim, he recognized the spell immediately as the image moved and the kid approached the dragon with a very similar poise. "Oh, what have we got here?" he whispered as he began to skim over the whole article, laughing as he read the wild insinuations. But, overall impressed by the young wizard who had faced the dragon. "It seems things might be getting interesting. Perhaps, I will get to see you again, my friend," he spoke up as he placed the paper by the side. "Maybe I will ask Albus to show me this little competition. It might be good to see what the next generation is up to these days." 0000. Boom. Regulus is alive, though it might be only for a little while. But why would I introduce him? He. I have plans for Regulus, a very unique plan. Moreover, a bit of a look into a legend, Grindelwald. Honestly, Rowling destroyed him the way she wrote his character. He could have been such a huge character. He just has so much potential. A part of me even wants to involve him more in this FIC, though for that I will have to drastically change the plot. Perhaps I will run a poll on this. So, tell me what you think. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support helps a lot, so you can visit the page and read ahead up to 5 chapters, as well as some other surprises. www.patreon.com/drkest. Thanks for reading. Chapter 23. Sirius Black. After a long time, Sirius was somewhat excited about something. After his escape from Azkaban, life had been a roller coaster. He had escaped Azkaban to have his revenge, yet he had failed to kill the little rat. However, he had gotten to meet Harry. And that had been enough for him. Given the state of the Ministry, he had not hoped for much, yet then Dumbledore had come calling, arranging for him to come back to Britain. To his own home. "Take that, Mother." He joked as he leaned back into the sofa with a bottle of a Muggle beverage he had gotten addicted to. Sirius turned the bottle to make out the name on the bottle. "Mountain Dew, that's a weird name. I think he might have been drunk. Is there even dew on mountains?" he muttered as he simply put the glass bottle to his lips and took a huge gulp of the bubbly drink. Sheesh. This stuff is good. Sirius had been avoiding alcohol because of his health. He still had to visit St. Mungo's, though Dumbledore had said he might be bringing a healer here if the trial was interrupted for some reason. Sirius looked around the house, his family's ancestral home. He didn't have many fond memories of this place, yet this place had once been his home. Home to him and his brother. Regulus, he sighed as he remembered his younger brother. He used to follow him around when they were little. But then, the war had caused their relationship to deteriorate. Sirius still remembered how he had been approached by Regulus sometimes before Voldemort's fall. Yet he had ignored him, thinking that Regulus simply wanted Sirius to give out the location of the Potters. That fucking idiot, he muttered as he wiped his eyes with his cuff, stopping midway as he spotted the painting on the wall. It was their family tree. Even from the sofa, he could make out 2 scorch marks in the tapestry. Sirius got up from the sofa and walked up to the tapestry. He stood in front of it and found the name of his brother alongside one of the burn marks. A burn mark that had been caused by his very mother. To the side, there was another one nestled between 2 names. Bellatrix Lestrange and Narcissa Malfoy. Between them had been Andromeda Black. Andromeda Tonks, if he still remembered correctly. Perhaps, I should contact her. He considered and was about to walk away when he suddenly stopped. He looked at the tapestry with narrowed eyes as he felt something wrong with it. He stepped back to look at the whole tapestry. There were other names that had been removed as well across several branches. Though, each time the branch from the tree would simply stop at them, just like it had at Andromeda's name. But there seemed to be something wrong there. Sirius took out his wand and used a normal explorative spell, and it seemed it was okay. But there was something wrong. Something wrong besides his name. He thought about it for a second before remembering something. Creaker. He screamed for the house elf and with a very delayed pop. What does the disgraceful master want from this old elf, muttered the aged elf. Shut up. Sirius screamed, making him stop immediately. He then pointed his finger at the tapestry. Did someone mess with the tapestry? And the elf looked away. There has been no one. And Sirius was beginning to lose his patience with this. So, he picked out a handkerchief from his pocket and waved at the wide-eyed elf. Did someone mess with it in any way or order you to change it in any way? Sirius screamed at the elf, and Creaker stepped back as he replied. Yes, yes. Master Regulus. It was Master Regulus who came to the house one day. He put some spell on it. He ordered Creaker not to tell anyone, even Mistress. The old elf answered, making Sirius's suspicion right. Now get out of my sight. Sirius screamed, and the aged elf vanished. Sirius once more turned to face the tapestry and brought up the wand once more. What were you trying to hide, dear brother? He muttered and began to recall every counterspell he had ever learned. Sirius began to cycle through them, and then after quite some time, he would stop. Stop, for the tapestry would finally change, as the Regulus's name would glow up, and the area after it would begin to show clear movement. Movement as a branch grew out from Regulus's name and began to move forward. Sirius was so surprised that he missed the sound of the flow opening up. The branch would reach forward and entangle around a blank picture. A picture that, when the person had given a drop of blood to the tapestry, would be filled by Regulus's child. Sirius. Sirius. He was broken out of his reverie as his name was called out by a very familiar voice. Sirius, with heavy breathing, turned and found Dumbledore standing there. Perhaps seeing the surprise on Sirius's face, Dumbledore frowned and spoke up. What happened, Sirius? Why do you seem so startled? The headmaster questioned, and Sirius replied without thinking. Regulus has a child. And in his startled state, he missed the widening of Dumbledore's eyes, followed by the look of extreme sadness on the man's face. 0000. Hermione Granger. He is definitely staring at you, came the small whisper, making Hermione frown as she gave her new study mate a pointed look. Susan just shrugged, though Hannah came to her friend's defense immediately. Hey, don't shoot the messenger. Plus, Susan is right. He has been totally staring at you for the last couple of days now, and then she pointed her chin at the aforementioned stalker. Look, he hasn't even changed the book. It's the same book from yesterday, Hannah added, and Hermione just rolled her eyes as she began focusing on her own work once more. He just might be interested in that specific book, and you are just Mista. But Susan suddenly cut in. Yeah, he might be able to read it if it was upright. He is even holding it upside down, Susan added with a giggle, and Hermione turned her head slightly to look at the person sitting at the corner table. This person was not dressed in regular Hogwarts clothing and was wearing a brownish military-style uniform. His face had that distinctive wound on his nose, probably from his career. Victor perhaps caught her looking his way and suddenly looked down, and turned the book straight before pretending to read it once more. Hence confirming Susan and Hannah's insinuations. Hermione frowned as she turned to face both of them and finally questioned. But why? Why is he staring at me? Her question made both Susan and Hannah look at her as if she was an idiot. Hermione was perplexed by this. What? She asked with a shake of her head, making Hannah sigh. Hannah and Susan then looked each other in the eye. She cannot be this dumb, right? Hannah spoke up, and Susan just shrugged as she finally looked at her. My dear, what was the most recent announcement? Hermione frowned as she answered that question. It was about the Yule. And she would stop mid-sentence as the implication would dawn on her. Hermione would shake her at this. This is impossible. He wants to ask M. She almost screamed as Susan muffled her voice as put a hand on her face. What are you doing, you idiot? Susan said as Hermione squirmed as she struggled to escape from her grip. Merlin. She really is dense. Hermione finally managed to get away from Susan's grip as she replied to Hannah. I will have you know that I am pretty smart, at least smarter than both of you, she huffed, and Susan just shook her head at this. That's why you were going to scream like this. Honestly, you should ask Edward to give you notes about this stuff as well, Susan said as wriggled her brows at her. Hermione rolled her eyes at this. Very funny. Perhaps I should tell him about your little crush on him and his girlfriend, Hermione retaliated and Susan flushed at that. There is no such thing. I am just a huge fan of his dueling prowess. It's all lies. She replied as Hannah beside her laughed. Though about that, when are we going to get to meet him and his girlfriend? Has he contacted you about this? Hannah questioned, and Hermione nodded. Yeah, it is tomorrow. Plus, you should also tell this to Daphne and Tracy so they can join if they want to, and her words immediately made Susan's eyes sparkle. Tomorrow. Why didn't you tell me about it earlier? Geez, you don't know how lucky you are the way he treats you. Susan muttered, and while many people may have found it offensive, Hermione tended to agree with Susan. Having Edward watch out for her was a privilege. A privilege that she was beginning to realize was equivalent to the pure blood, bourgeois nonsense often spouted by Malfoy. Hannah was about to say something though she suddenly stopped, making Hermione frown, though the reason would soon reveal itself as a very unfamiliar voice entered her ears. Hi, but can I talk to you for a moment, he maiden? Hermione turned and saw the boy from Drumstrang standing there. Hermione had not expected his voice to be like this, she had expected a much deeper voice given his appearance, but it was quite normal. She was broken out of her stance by a pinch by Susan, making her break out of her stance as she replied. Yes. Yes, though my name isn't he maiden. It's Hermione, Hermione Granger, she corrected the Quidditch star. She missed how Hannah and Susan rolled their eyes at this. Though, it seems the boy did not mind as he gave her a small smile as he tried to correct himself. Hermione, he butchered it again. So, she spoke up again as she began to spell it out on a piece of parchment. It's Hermione. Hermione. She said as she indicated with the spellings. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. Albus was saddened as he watched Sirius weep by his brother's side. It seems that he had been too late. Even in rushing to the St. Mungo's had been fruitless, for it seemed that he had been too late once more. Once more, Albus could only watch as another one of his pupils lost his life. However, the biggest tragedy was the latest discovery made by Sirius about the secret child of Regulus Black. A child that the man had kept secretive. What happened to him was very cruel. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemies. Came a voice from his side. It was a lawyer, Ted Tonks. The same man who was to represent Sirius in his trial tomorrow. Though, I still believe that you should have waited for the trial. The man complained, and perhaps he was right. Yet Albus couldn't find it in him to keep this down after what Sirius had told him. Are the preparations for tomorrow complete? Dumbledore questioned the man, and he nodded. Yeah, I have prepared everything. By this time tomorrow, Sirius Black will be a free man, he said resolutely, and Dumbledore was somewhat elated to hear this news. Finally. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Dumbledore had arranged for a special ward for this as he did not want the news of this to get out. So, he frowned that someone was knocking on the door. Oh, it's probably Andromeda. She might have fled in, and Dumbledore nodded, for he was the one who had given Ted the go-ahead to call for her. Andromeda Tonks had been the first to turn away from the Black family, running away even before Sirius. She was a very strong witch, and she had run away from Hogwarts as she had run away with a Muggle-born wizard named Ted Tonks. Dumbledore had faced quite some criticism for allowing such an incident to happen on his watch. But what could he do? Stand in the way of love? Never. He thought as he unlocked the door. And for a moment, he was taken back by the incoming witch as he was reminded of a different black witch. Andromeda had always resembled her elder sister Bellatrix and had similar black locks, yet the difference was quite visible, for she had no cruelty of Bellatrix on her face. She walked in, and Ted immediately rushed towards her as he began to speak up. What happened? You mentioned something about Regulus. Dumbledore heard her whisper as Ted began to explain. 0000. Boom. Regulus is dead. Albus fails. But he has a child. Now, who is he? Let me clarify. It's not Edward, cause the age doesn't make sense. So, take a guess who is it? As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support is highly appreciated, so if possible, have a look and toss me a sub. www.patreon.com/drkest. Have a lovely day. Chapter 24. Fleur Delacour. Fleur sat with Edward as they both ate their lunch. She observed him while he ate as she thought about her mother's words. Edward still wore his gold-rimmed glasses and his usual Hogwarts robe. Her mother's words had been somewhat ominous, and Fleur had thought about them for quite a while. What was it that had her mother raise those questions? Perhaps feeling her stare, Edward suddenly looked up and looked at her with a raised brow. What happened? Is the food not good? He said, and Fleur shook her head. No. No. It's fine, I was just thinking about something, she replied as she finally picked up her own spoon to taste the food. Is everything all right? He asked once more, and Fleur nodded as she thought about her other worry and considered that it might be a good time to tell Edward about it. It's just that a letter came from France, and father will be arriving just after the Yule Ball. She was also a little miffed about that. While they did formalize their relationship, he had still not asked her out for the Yule Ball formally. Oh. He seemed a bit surprised by the news, though none of the concern and worry she was expecting appeared. Edward. You do know about. And he cut her off mid-sentence. I know. I know. Don't worry about it. Leave it all to me, he said nonchalantly, and she thought that he was taking this very lightly. Edward. She spoke out with a bit of heat. And he seemed to realize as his smile was gone, replaced by his serious face as his eyes focused on her. Convincing my father will not be easy. He is. And she couldn't think up an appropriate word before he spoke up. Stubborn. Rigid. Protective, he spoke up as he gave her a small smirk, and she frowned slightly. I have read about him a bit, don't worry about it. I will handle him. He said as he squeezed her hand. Let me tell you something, he began in his serious tone, and this was what she called his wisdom tone. Used when he usually wanted to lecture someone about something. In life you don't make a person choose between yes or no. You make sure that the no never becomes an option. She saw the huge smirk on his face and rolled her eyes. Okay mister, I leave it all up to you. Now didn't we have to go and meet those juniors of yours, she said as she glanced at the clock, and he nodded as well. Yeah, it's almost time. I have reserved us a classroom, so there will be plenty of space, so let's go, he said, and she got up from the bench as well as they began to leave the great hall. On their way, he suddenly spoke up. When you reach your carriage, check under your bed. He said, making her frown. What? Why? And more importantly, how do you even know that? She questioned him, and he just shrugged as he gave her an enigmatic smile. Magic. Literal magic. He replied as he opened the door to a classroom, not answering her questions. Just leaving her in suspense. 0000. Edward Wright. Victor Crumb asked me out for the Yule Ball yesterday. Hermione suddenly spoke up from the side as both of them rested from their waltz practice. Susan, Daphne, and Tracy already knew how to waltz and were all gathered around Fleur as they quizzed her about details of the dueling circuit. And how did you reply to this request? Edward questioned as he turned to look at the huffing, flushed junior he had more or less taken under his wing. Hermione seemed to be fidgeting with her hands as she replied. I said yes, she replied, and Edward nodded as he gave her a huge thumbs up. Good. Good. And you were thinking about skipping the ball and now you are attending it with a celebrity. Sheesh, look at you go. He joked and she just pinched his arm and he let her. It's just that I have never been to something like this. Plus. And Edward cut her off. Plus, nothing. Nothing. It's just a school ball, and I can tell you 80% of the students have never been to something like this. It will all be fine, don't worry. Plus, you have already somewhat learned the waltz. Edward bulldozed the girl's insecurities. Honestly, often he thought how she had ended up with such a personality. Though, she had been more social in this year as she had finally expanded her friends' circle. So, have you decided on what to wear to the ball? He asked her as he picked up the water bottle and took a small gulp to quench his thirst. Hermione gave him a stare and then nodded. Yeah, I have. Though I wanted to ask you a question. And Edward nodded. Ask away. And he noticed how Hermione hesitated for a second before she spoke up. Who exactly was Grindelwald, and why is the Daily Prophet calling you the next Grindelwald? Edward stopped at this. He was not expecting her to bring up such a topic. So, he thought about what he should tell her, given she would have already read what was available about the man, which was not much, given that he had stayed out of Britain for his campaign. Well, Grindelwald was a Dark Lord that rose up before Voldemort. While still debatable, some still hold him to be more dangerous than Voldemort given that he brought more than half of Europe to its knees. Edward began. Was he also a pure-blood supremacist? Hermione questioned, making him shake his head. No. He had a different ideology. An ideology called magic is might, of wizards and witches having superiority over the muggles or no-mages as they are called in America, I presume. And he was defeated by Professor Dumbledore, she finished, and he could see her process this all. But how do they relate you to him? You are a Muggle born? She asked with a frown, making him laugh. Well, this has to do with my skill set. The way I duel and the spells I use are somewhat inspired by the man. And while Gellert Grindelwald did horrible things, his talent as a wizard was second to only one person. A person who would eventually defeat him. And how did you learn all this? Like, how did you even find out those spells and techniques? Edward had always thought about how such a day would come. A day when he might have to explain his skill set and knowledge. He looked at Hermione, who was looking at him with a small frown on her face. He simply raised his hand and poked her on the forehead. And I will tell you if you beat my scores in your newts. But before that, let's get back to practice and get those final steps corrected. And he got up from his seat, as Hermione just held her forehead and gave him a nasty glare. Why do you always do that? She spoke through gnashed teeth, making me simply laugh. One day you shall understand. One day. 0000. Andromeda Tonks. Life was simply an enigma. An enigma that always surprised her. Andromeda Tonks sat in the stands as her husband walked up to the head of the DMLE and handed Amelia Bones a stack of documents. She had more or less forgotten about her family. The Blacks were ancient and one of the most historied families in the wizarding world at a time. A family which had now been reduced to merely 3 members. A runaway witch, a wife to a blood supremacist's wife and a wrongly convicted murderer. Bring out the accused, came the voice of Amelia Bones, and she could spot a couple of Aurors move as they brought Sirius forward. She should have known better. When she had gotten news about Sirius's betrayal, she had been shocked and disappointed. Disappointed that he had also become like the very family he had been standing up against. She had been heartbroken by his sentencing. Yet it was all a lie. A lie, and it seems he was not the only one who had changed sides. Regulus, she sighed as she remembered her little cousin. He had been the quieter one, much like her. Both of them silenced and ignored by the shadow cast over by the larger-than-life elder siblings. Andromeda had mostly been ignored for her elder sister Bellatrix and then for the younger and prettier Narcissa. A blessing she could now realize given how both of them had been doctrined by their mother and aunt's influence. And this here says that you wish to give a statement under Veritaserum. Amelia Bones spoke from her seat and she could see Dumbledore's hands over this all. With the Christmas holidays there was only minimal staff at the ministry. Most of this staff was under his influence. She looked up and found the headmaster himself sitting on the stands opposite to her as he looked on at the proceedings quite calmly. She frowned slightly. She had never understood the man. She still remembered the different rumors and stories she had heard about the man from his grandfather. Stories that if even were partly truth would change the man's image completely. This is one of the reasons she had never accepted help from the man. She had also stopped Ted from engaging the man, cutting off his contact completely when they had vanished from school. Objection. Sirius Black is an Occlumens and hence could resist the effects of the Veritaserum. Spoke up the other lawyer, making Ted stand up. While that is true. The accused stands here without a wand and has presented an oath not to use any magic during the trial. And she felt pride seeing him stand there. Ted Tonks. Named partner at one of the oldest law firms in magical Britain. Ogden and Tonks. The Ogdens were purebloods, though they did not believe in the pureblood bullshit, and when Ted was struggling to find a job, had hired him. And now, years later, even after receiving several other lucrative offers, Ted had remained at the firm, becoming one of their biggest attorneys. Overruled. Came Amelia's voice as she banged the gavel. I have the written declaration right here. Moreover, the Auror Shacklebolt will be observing the accused during the whole process. She finished and gave a nod to Ted, who picked up the Veritaserum bottle and passed it to Shacklebolt. Another one of Dumbledore's vigilante group members, from what she recalled. The whole procedure was carried out. And it was too much of the court's surprise when Peter Pettigrew was revealed to be the secret keeper. The whole chamber was filled with murmurs, and she could see the look of pure surprise on the faces of the porters present. This was the biggest scoop in years. A major scandal. They were going to have a field day with this. The court declared Mr. Sirius Black free of all charges. And the ministry shall present him with an apology for his wrongful imprisonment as well as appropriate compensation. Bang! And a swarm of reporters rushed to the gate as they raced to report this to their superiors. She saw Sirius smile as he waved toward her. A smile dimmed by the loss he had suffered yesterday. Ted shook hands with the man as Dumbledore also came to join them on the court's floor. She stood up from her seat and began to walk out. The trial was over. There will probably be quite a celebration, but before that, there was to be a funeral. A quiet funeral for the ever and now forever quiet Regulus Arcturus Black. 0000. Boom. Sirius is free. Andromeda has the middle child syndrome. Ted's a lawyer, not part of Order of the Phoenix. What's hidden under our dear Fla's bed? As always, you can read ahead on Patreon and show your support. If possible, have a look and drop a nut or a sickle or a galleon, i.e., whatever you can. It helps a lot. Chapter 25. Faye Dunbar. Faye walked into her room in the carriage and found Fleur crouched down beside her bed as she was trying to reach for something under it. What happened? She found herself asking. Though it seemed that Fleur was startled by her voice as she suddenly bumped her head on the bedside in trying to look up. Ouch! Fleur screamed as she held the side of her head and gave Faye a small glare. Did you really have to do that? She complained, making Faye shake her head. Don't blame me for your carelessness. Plus, what are you even doing down there? Faye retaliated, for she had done nothing wrong. Though it seems Fleur did not think so, evident from the small glare she was still receiving. Faye just resigned herself as she raised her hands. All right. I apologize, she said as she walked towards Fleur and sat beside her, and gave her friend a small hug. Though, can you now please tell me what you were doing down there? She questioned once more. Fleur suddenly frowned as she looked towards her with an accusatory gaze. Don't play coy with me. I know what you have done. And Faye was perplexed by the accusations. What are you talking about? What have I done? Faye questioned. Fleur simply gave her a stare and simply shook her head. Come on, don't play dumb with me. Edward has already told me about it. You can drop the act now, and all this was still not making any sense to Faye as she simply got up while shaking her head. I don't know what you are talking about, and dear, I haven't talked to your boyfriend for days, though it seemed that Fleur still did not believe her and was still looking at her with a narrowed gaze. Faye was getting tired over this. Can you stop being so cryptic and tell me what's wrong? She asked, and Fleur simply pointed at her bed. Are you sure you don't know what's hidden underneath my bed? Fleur asked, and Faye shook her head. Of course not, and why would I? And then suddenly it all made sense. Oh, so this what it's all about, she said as she looked at Fleur with a small smile and added. Well, I swear had nothing to do with your boyfriend's plans, but now you have got me intrigued, so tell me, what is it? She asked, and Fleur leaned on the floor once more as she reached for something under her bed. I don't know. I was just trying to get it out when you came in, Fleur replied as she finally got a hold of it. Got it? She said as she slid out a box from underneath it. A very luxurious box, from what Faye could tell. Oh, this is gonna be nice, Faye said as Fleur straightened up and finally got a hold of the box. Fleur then looked at the leather box and looked towards her. What do you think is in it? Fleur asked her, and Faye simply shrugged. Well, open it up, Faye replied as she got down on the floor to sit beside Fleur. Fleur opened the lid of the box, her eyes going wide as she spotted the contents of it. Besides her, Faye's reaction was much more animated. Damn! It seems your little boyfriend is not holding back, Faye said as she looked up towards her friend's face and could see her surprise as well, with a single thought running inside her head. It seems my acting skills are quite good. As she laughed internally for having fooled her dear little friend. 0000. Sirius Black. Sirius Black had often dreamt of this day. Dreamt how he would celebrate this special day, on how he would spend the whole day partying and getting drunk and reliving his teenage dream. Yet it was nothing like this. Sirius simply stood in front of a grave. A newly built one amongst a myriad of older ones in their family's private graveyard. Sirius, it's been enough time, came the voice of his old friend. Lupin had come to meet him when he had heard the news about his freedom. Yet even meeting Lupin had not elevated Sirius's spirit as he had thought. Sirius gave the name on the grave a final look before turning to face his friend. Regulus Arcturus Black. The greatest resistance is often the most silent. Yet, let's go back, Sirius said as he joined Lupin as they began to walk towards the estate. You shouldn't blame yourself this much, Sirius. Those were tough times, Lupin said, and Sirius could understand his friend's sentiment, but that didn't mean he agreed with it. He should have tried. He should have listened to Regulus that night. He should have given him a chance. Has Andy figured something out about the tapestry? Sirius suddenly asked, and Mooney simply nodded. Yet, your cousin was still looking at the books when I came out. Though I don't know whether she has figured something out or not, Sirius frowned at this as they both entered the house. Andy! He called out. A reply came from the library. In here, Sirius walked towards the library and found Andromeda looking at a book with a narrowed gaze. So, have you figured something out? He asked her, and she gave him a nod. Yet, it seems that your guess was right. There is another way to make the tapestry work, though I believe the results will not be perfect, she replied as she passed him the book she was reading. Sirius simply gave her a stare. Do you think if I were into reading, I would have asked for your help? He joked, making her roll her eyes as she snatched it back from him. God! How did you even pass the newts with that attitude, she complained, and Sirius just smirked as he replied. With my dashing looks, and he posed confidently, making Lupin chuckle behind him as well. Andromeda did not find it funny as he did and simply got on with her explanation. As I was saying, the tapestry can still give an indication as to Regulus's child, though it will only give us a face and the nature of the relationship, neither the name nor location of the said progeny," and Sirius nodded at this. At least this was something, a small lead. "Do we have some of his blood?" he asked her, and Andy gave him a forlorn nod. "Yeah, we do," and Sirius then began to walk towards the drawing room as he spoke. "Well, then bring it here. Let's do this," he said as he walked up to the huge family tapestry once more. He passed his hand over the burnt parts having his and Andromeda's name. "Perhaps I should have it restored," he muttered. "Well, you could. After all, everything belongs to you now," said Andy from behind as she passed Sirius a silver vial. Sirius held it up and removed the cap, and looked towards his cousin for instructions, who simply shook her head. 3 drops on Regulus's face should be enough, and Sirius nodded as he gingerly placed his mouth over Regulus's face and tilted the vial. 3 drops of blood came out and reddened the tapestry. Sirius handed the vial back to Andromeda and frowned as he stared at the unchanging tapestry. The blood began was soaked up by it, yet there seemed to be no change. "So did it work?" questioned Moony in what Sirius would call his nerdy voice. He was probably fascinated by this piece of magic, though it seems it was not working, given he spotted no change whatsoever in the family tree. "It seems not," Sirius said, a bit miffed about this, and began to walk away. "Why, though? The grimoire was quite clear about this," questioned Andy as she reopened the book, leaving only Lupin to stare at the unchanging wall. "Well, it was probably the work of one of our Ponzi ancestors, as he thought about fooling us all. They might have just put it there to show th. But Sirius would stop mid-sentence. "It's changing. Sirius! It's changing," Lupin suddenly shouted, making Sirius rush back towards the ancient tapestry. And it was. Sirius watched with a quickening pace as Regulus's face glowed for a second as the branch extending from his face extended and coiled around a new entity as a new date appeared on the tapestry. September 1979. "They might be at Hogwarts then," Sirius exclaimed as the picture began to clear up. A portrait began to form, and Sirius would find it quite familiar, and as more and more of the features were detailed out, his heart beat faster and faster. That frizzy hair and that freckled face with characteristic dark eyes. Sirius had seen that face. And he was not the only one, as Lupin would mutter in disbelief beside him. "Impossible. This has to be impossible." Yet it seemed highly unlikely. And Sirius's suspicion was proven right as he stared at the very familiar face with a thumping heart and a huge smile growing across his face. 0000. Harry Potter. Harry was feeling very groggy as he sat at the breakfast table with his friends. He had been having trouble sleeping once more due to frequent nightmares once more. However, that was not the only reason though. Another one of the reasons was the upcoming Yule Ball. Harry was yet to find a date and was running out of time. A couple of days ago, he had thought of asking Hermione out, but then the news about her going with Victor Krum had come out. "Hello, Harry," came the familiar voice of Hermione as she took the seat opposite to her, breaking up his thought process. "Good morning, Hermione," he said as she stifled a yawn, making her frown. She narrowed her eyes at this, and Harry could feel the question coming. "What happened, Harry? It seems that you have not been sleeping well," she asked in a voice filled with concern, yet Harry could not tell her the truth. "Yeah, a bit. It's just that the boys' dorms are quite rowdy this year for some reason," and that was partly true. For whatever reason, the twins had made it their purpose to make the dorms their business center, and the whole dorm was now filled with joke items. Harry felt slightly guilty for not telling her about his nightmares, but knew that she would overreact about them and ask him to go to Dumbledore. Harry knew that this would be futile and had been thinking of writing a letter to Sirius once more about this. "Yeah, the twins have been out of control this year. Maybe I should talk to Edward about this, and he could control them," she humphed as she began to look ahead and look for the famed senior. He is not here," but she was looking in the wrong direction as Harry saw him entering the hall. "He has just arrived," he said to Hermione, who then looked toward where he was pointing. Though, it seems that he was coming for them as well. And Harry saw how Hermione's expression shifted upon seeing him, though Edward's reaction was a bit abnormal. "Good morning," Hermione greeted the head boy as the boy came and stood by their side. "Hello, Hermione," and then he turned to face Harry and spoke up once more. "Hello, Harry, could both of you come with me for a second?" Harry frowned at this, though Hermione seemed equally surprised. "Why? What happened?" she questioned, though she was beginning to get up, so Harry joined her as well. The boy simply smiled and replied, "Don't worry, it's just that the headmaster wants to see you," and they walked out of the hall, and Harry was still frowning. "Why, though? Why would Professor Dumbledore want to see us?" Harry asked once more as they began to walk up the stairs. However, instead of giving him a reply, he simply gave both of them a rolled-up newspaper. "Open the first page," Edward said, and Harry would unfurl the Daily Prophet and would stop as he read the headline on the first page. The headline under a very familiar face. Justice at last. Sirius Black found innocent. 0000. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support helps me out a lot, so if possible, have a look and drop a dime. I shall be forever grateful. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 26. Albus Dumbledore. Are you 100% sure about this? He found himself asking once more as he looked at the eager form of Sirius sitting in front of him. Sirius simply nodded. Yes, the tapestry's magic was intact. Remus and Andy inspected it a couple of times, and Dumbledore sighed as he leaned back into his chair. This was a surprise. A huge surprise. These days it seems Dumbledore's life had become filled with such surprises that all began with the arrival of a single letter. Albus looked outside the window at his magical companion, Fawkes, who was simply flying around the castle. Do you have any idea about the mother, or how she even got into the Granger household? He questioned, and Sirius shook his head. No, not yet. As I told you earlier, I just found out about this yesterday night. Sirius said sadly and continued. Dumbledore nodded at this. Sirius and Regulus had gotten estranged. However, someone else had quite a good friendship with Regulus. A very talented potions master that might have some leads. However, all this would come later. What would you like to do with this information? Dumbledore questioned the newly exonerated man, and Sirius chewed his lips and struggled to answer. So, Dumbledore asked a more specific question. Do you want to tell Miss Granger, though you could hide this in FO? But Sirius cut him off quite emphatically. No. I want her to know. I want to tell her. She is the daughter of my brother, he said emotionally, and Dumbledore simply nodded as Sirius continued. I owe this to him, to Regulus. Dumbledore could understand the sentiment behind this, though there were a couple of hiccups in going ahead, for they simply knew too little. Firstly, they had to gather up all of the facts. Perhaps it is time me, and my suspicious little messenger had a little chat, Dumbledore muttered, making Sirius frown. What did you say? Sirius asked, breaking Dumbledore out of his reverie as he simply waved away Sirius's concern and proposed a further plan. Nothing. Though I do have a proposition regarding the situation regarding Miss Granger. He told Sirius, who nodded, so Dumbledore continued. I believe that we must not tell Miss Granger about her heritage, and he could see the retaliation coming, but he continued yet. He finished making Sirius stop. At this point, we simply know too little. I will try and look into it and try and get some more information about her origins before we burden her with such knowledge. Bombarding her with such information will not be good for her, and he could see that Sirius was struggling with the weight. I will try and hurry it up. I believe that we will not have to wait for too long. Give me a month, Dumbledore added, and after thinking for a while, Sirius nodded. Okay, a month it is. But no more than that, and Dumbledore simply nodded. This was sufficient time for him. By then, the second task shall be finished, and he will also have enough time to arrange a meeting with his secretive helper. Suddenly there was the sound of Gorgile and people moving up the steps to reach his office. Dumbledore saw the expressions on Sirius's face shift from indecisiveness to happiness. I believe that this is Harry and Hermione, Dumbledore added, and he was proven right when two students suddenly appeared from the staircase. Two very familiar and young faces. Harry! Sirius shouted joyfully as he rushed to greet his godson. Harry Potter also hugged Sirius, and Dumbledore felt his eyes moisten as he saw this scene. He saw Hermione Granger beside Harry, smiling as Sirius gave her a similar hug, though perhaps only Dumbledore noticed the forlorn expression on Sirius's face. Perhaps not, given that the last student, Edward Wright, stood right behind them smiling as he saw such a scene. A smile of pure satisfaction. Dumbledore continued to stare at the final year student as his mind raced to think up various explanations. Explanations that he often found inconclusive. For all remained unable to answer a simple question. How much do you exactly know, my secret helper? 0000. Harry Potter. Why didn't you tell me about the trial? You could have written to me. Harry found himself complaining as he sat down with Sirius in one of the abandoned classrooms. Yeah, you should have told me. We could have helped, added Hermione from the side, and Harry found himself agreeing. Sirius simply laughed. It was all unnecessary. Dumbledore was able to hash it out with the head of the DMLE. The trial was mainly a formality, Sirius replied with a smile, and Harry still couldn't describe his emotion. It seemed that this year was finally the year his luck had been quite good. About half the year was over, and he had not been in any life-threatening situation. Maybe the Chinese were wrong. 4 didn't seem like such an unlucky number. But then he remembered the biggest hurdle in Sirius's trial. But what about the minister? Didn't he stop the trial from happening? Harry saw a huge smile appear on Sirius's face as he replied. Fudge wasn't even in Britain. He had gone for a holiday, and he actually returned today due to this, and from what I have heard, he is facing quite some backlash at this. The head of the DMLE, isn't that Amelia Bones, Sousa's aunt? Hermione suddenly added, and Harry recognized the name. Susan was his classmate from Hufflepuff. He recalled that she had also begun hanging out with Hermione recently. Yeah, it was her. If it weren't for her, I probably wouldn't be here. Though, she also got quite a bit out of this. Now her reputation is on the rise and she could probably try and reopen a bunch of old cases, and Harry didn't understand all this politics. So, he simply nodded. So, Dumbledore's given me permission to take you out for a celebration, Sirius suddenly said with a huge smile on his face, and Harry looked at Sirius with a look of surprise. Really? Questioned Hermione. Yeah, plus I heard about this special ball from Dumbledore, and perhaps we could get you something a little special for the occasion, Sirius said as he ruffled Harry's hair, something which mostly annoyed Harry, but today it had no such effect. Ron's mom already got me a dress, so I don't think that will be necessary. Harry tried to stop this, yet it seemed Sirius was having none of it. Bollocks to that. Whatever Molly has gotten you is probably out of fashion, and we cannot have you tarnishing my legacy, now can I? Sirius said haughtily as he brushed back his hair. In my time, I was the most handsome student at Hogwarts, so go and get that redhead friend of yours. I will be waiting for you, Sirius finished, and Harry rolled his eyes. Well, I already have a dress, and there are a couple of class. Hermione tried to say but was cut off by Sirius. Where do you think you are going, Missy? I am sure you won't fail if you study one less day, so I want you down at the gates in 10 minutes. I will be waiting. Hermione tried to protest but was cut off as Sirius began to walk away. 10 minutes. No excuses. He screamed as he began to walk away. Hermione simply shook her head. Well, it seems you have no choice, he teased her, and she simply glared at him. 0000. Apollon Delacour. So, what do you think of him? Came the question from her husband as he sat on the chair for breakfast. Apollon did not reply immediately as she passed him the prepared plate and took a seat. Well, he was polite and charming, just like Fleur told us. From what I could tell, he seems to genuinely care for Fleur, and her husband simply nodded. He wore his usual black-rimmed glasses and black trousers with a white shirt. He picked up the newspaper from the side and placed it before her. Quite powerful as well, from what I can see here, and she frowned as she recognized the newspaper. It was the headline that compared him to Grindelwald. Yes, he is quite powerful, but I felt no desire for power in him. This news is a farce. She chose to defend her daughter's choice, making Sebastian scoff. Of course, it is, but that doesn't mean the boy is innocent. I did a complete history check on him, and the results were quite intriguing, Sebastian added as he wiped off his hands and took a piece of paper from his pocket. The boy has a completely clean record. A bit too clean, plus the wealth he has built up for himself in such a short tenure is also very intriguing. He passed her the page, and Apollon skimmed over the contents of the page. And her eyes widened as well as she saw the huge number. This cannot be real. He is just turned 18, from what I recall, she exclaimed. Yes, that was my reaction, but I have confirmed it through various sources. That number is quite accurate, Sebastian said, and Apollon was extremely surprised. While the house he had bought was extravagant enough, this number was a whole other matter. But he does care for Fleur. He is even planning to move to Beauxbatons for her, which surprised him. How? He asked her with a frown as she handed him back the paper. He has gotten himself an apprenticeship under Professor Delbrin. Though, after a year, he might become a full-fledged professor, according to Maxime, she told him what Maxime had told her. Sebastian seemed to process the news. Leaving his home country like this was a show of devotion that few could match. Given his acclaim in Britain, she had heard a couple of rumors about even Dumbledore considering offering the kid an apprenticeship. I still don't think he is right for Fleur, with her personality, he could. And she could understand his worries. While Sebastian had a different way of showing it, he loved their daughters just like her and wanted to protect them in his own way. No, he wouldn't. I don't think he is like that. While yes, I have noticed some peculiarities, I don't think he will ever harm Fleur intentionally, she finished, and Sebastian looked at her. Intentionally, you say? So, you also believe that Fleur could get caught up in something dangerous unintentionally, he argued, and she did not have an argument against that. Only a few wizards work as hard as this to achieve what he has. Either they are revolutionaries who wish to change the world or those who are trying to go against such revolutionaries to stop them from changing the world. Sebastian got to the crux of the matter. And Apollon had reached a similar conclusion. From the recent incident at the World Cup and his heritage, I believe that he could be the latter. Sebastian gave her his conclusion, making her look up in surprise. And he simply nodded. While he is clever, there are enough clues in his investing and spending habits to conclude that he is either planning to or is planning to move against the blood supremacists. There is no other explanation for everything. Apollon closed her eyes as he thought about this. This only meant one thing. War. A war that could potentially harm her daughter. But she then remembered the smile on Fla's face when she sat beside him and talked about him and felt sad for her daughter. So, what will you do? She asked him. And Sebastian leaned back in the chair as he took off his glasses and sighed. Well, firstly, I am going to meet him and see just what Fleur has gotten herself into. Apollon felt a ray of hope at this. 0000. Boom. Sebastian Delacour makes his entry. Honestly, as a father, he should be concerned. Edward's record is working against him in this case. Will love prevail or not? Plus, who is Hermione's mother? So many questions. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support helps me out a lot, so if possible, have a look and drop a dime. I will be extremely grateful. Chapter 27. Minerva McGonagall. Champions gather round, gather round. We are about to begin, she said to the crowd, and there was movement immediately as a very familiar faces began to make way to the front. Edward Wright was wearing a classic black and white tuxedo with crisp lapels and a simple white shirt. It was a classic look, unlike the look of his date. The Bosebaton champion's romance with Edward had been one of Hogwarts' biggest scandals. Edward, who had, at least according to rumors, never dated anyone in Hogwarts, was suddenly found romancing around with the French champion. She was wearing a very dark purple dress that shimmered slightly in the light with amethyst earrings and a necklace, probably to match the boy in question's unique eye color. She smiled as she saw them come to the front. You dress up quite well, right? And the boy smiled as he shrugged. Thank you, Professor, you look very radiant as well, he said with a mischievous little smile, making her shake her head. You look lovely as well, Miss Delacour, she complimented his date, who nodded gracefully. Thank you for the compliment, Professor, and Minerva began to look for the other couple. Instead of the expected 3, there were only 2 couples from the champion, given that 2 of them were going together. Though despite her efforts, she could find no trace of Drumstrang's champion. She then turned to face Wright once more. Have you seen Mr. Crumb? She asked, a bit worried about his absence though Edward's reply relieved her. Yet, he was in the back waiting for his date, Edward replied as he turned to look into the crowd as well. Just as she was about to request Edward to go and bring the last champion here, he suddenly spoke up. There he is. He said while pointing in a specific direction, and indeed someone was moving through the gathered crowd. Victor Crumb walked forward slowly as his date followed him. Hermione Granger was turning heads everywhere she walked, and McGonagall was surprised to see the fuzzy-haired student all dolled up and dressed in a proper dress. Well, good for her. Hi, Professor, the Gryffindor greeted her as the champions finally gathered at the front. She just smiled and finally spoke up about the program. Now that all 3 of you are here, we are ready to open the ball. The champions will lead the opening and be the first to enter. Her announcement was answered with nods, and she finally opened up the door. The sound of the music permeated through the halls as the 4 students entered the hall together, and their feet adapted to the rhythm of the music. There were murmurs of excitement as the waltz began, and McGonagall watched as the 2 couples began to twirl. 0000. Fleur Delacour. The ballroom was filled with soft strains of the waltz as they twirled and dipped across the floor. Fla's almost black dress swirled around her legs as she turned and dipped in Edward's arms. They were close enough that she could feel his heartbeat as they moved through the steps. They were lost in their own little world, almost like it was just the 2 of them alone as she taught him how to dance for the first time. However, those times seemed so long ago now. She looked up and saw him looking at her with his amethyst eyes. He was not wearing his glasses, and she could feel the intensity of his gaze. Their steps began to slow down as the music entered its final symphony, and the waltz came to an end. People would be surprised that a year ago you couldn't dance to save your life, she joked, and he only leaned in closer and whispered his response in her ear. Well, what can I say? I had a masterful teacher, Fleur blushed at the compliment. And then she felt the dance floor fill up as they were joined by the rest of the students. The music began to pick up as well. She smiled and spoke up again. So, want to go again? She asked, and she felt his arm around her tighten as he replied in an eager tone. With you, is that even a question? And then they picked up the pace once more as their feet matched the rising tempo as they were joined by various other couples. It was time for the second dance. Followed by many more. Many more. 0000. Harry Potter. Harry adjusted the bow tie once more as he sat down with his date for the night. Initially, Harry had not thought about going to the ball and had not asked anyone. However, he had wanted to ask Hermione, and then she had been asked by Victor Crumb. Harry had felt betrayed for a second but later realized that he was the one to blame. In the end, he decided to go with Parvati from his class. What do they even see in him? He looks like such a ponce. Ron spoke up in a snide irritated tone from the side as the redhead pointed towards a very specific Slytherin who was now dancing with Hermione. Though Harry did not have to reply as the answer came from Padme, Ron's date. Well, he does know how to lead a dance for one, Padme said. And he is pretty handsome, finished Parvati. Harry would agree with them. While Malfoy pruned around like a peacock, Edward dressed up nicely. He tended to mix things up from the Muggle side from what Harry had observed. Well, he might as well be a blood purist at this rate cause he sure as hell behaves like them, Ron complained, making Harry frown. That was quite rude, plus why are you so obsessed with him? Harry found himself asking. And Ron looked at him as if he had asked a very dumb question. Come on, mate. Look at him. He has always been trying to blend in with their lot. It looks like he is a frickin' pure blood with the way he behaves, and Harry simply shook his head. No, he doesn't. The dress he and his date were wearing were both Muggle. I have seen them in a fashion magazine somewhere, commented Padme in a bit annoyed tone. Plus, what's being a Muggle-born got to do with his manners, Parvati added. Ron just rolled his eyes. And Harry could see their annoyance. Well, I have had enough of this. I am going to find out what Lee and the twins are up to. They were planning something pretty special for the party, and with that, he was gone leaving him alone with two twins. Please don't tell the professors about this, he suddenly turned and requested to the Paddle twins, who looked at each other and shrugged sure. Sure, and they settled down into the chairs once more. So, Harry, have you met Sirius Black yet? The newspaper mentioned that he is your relative of some kind, Padme suddenly asked him, and Harry had been dreading this. He had been bombarded with questions regarding this after Sirius's trial news. The ministry had awarded Sirius a hefty monetary recompense for their mistake, not that he needed it given the value of the Black family vaults. Harry had thought that he was rich, though looking at the piles of galleons and gold in the Black vaults had given him a new perspective on wealth. Yet, we met for a bit though he is still in St. Mungo's for treatment, this was a story they had drummed up so Sirius could avoid the press for some time. But the part about him still recovering was true. Oh yet, he was in Azkaban for a lot of years. That must have been tough, Parvati said sympathetically, and he could only nod. Today, I read that the ministry wants to prosecute him for escaping from Azkaban, is that true? Padme suddenly asked, and Harry could only nod. The minister, in his all-encompassing wisdom, had wanted to try Sirius for escaping Azkaban though Sirius had told him how his lawyer had shut that down in a second. All this was being done at the behest of a single man, and Harry looked around and found Malfoy glaring at him from a corner. Harry ground his teeth as he saw the blonde, luscious Malfoy. The man who was pulling Fudge's strings. He had somehow convinced him not to allow any new cases to reopen and had escaped the law once more. Honestly, they must be quite mad, but how did he even escape from Azkaban? Isn't it supposed to be unescapable? Parvati questioned, and Harry, in his trance, replied without thinking. Oh, he turned into a dog and swam through the water, only to realize seconds later the mistake he had made. He turned to face the two girls who were now looking at him with wide eyes. Can you please keep it to yourself? And they both nodded. But what Harry had missed was the little beetle hanging around his table. And tomorrow's headlines were going to be very intriguing. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. Albus walked up the stairs to his office. It was now quite late after the ball, which in his mind had been a great success. Dumbledore felt quite content watching the students enjoy their school life and have some memorable times. For him, there was nothing more important than providing a safe and inclusive environment for the bright young minds of the magical world. He finally reached his office and found it already occupied. Severus Snape stood beside the wall with a scowl on his face. The man had not participated in the ball despite Dumbledore's insistence. Severus, it is good to see you, though I must say you have missed quite a party, Dumbledore said with a small chuckle as he walked towards his chair. Though it seems the cheer was lost on the potions master. I am sure I haven't missed much, plus I had more important things to focus on, the man said as he took a seat as well. Dumbledore simply sighed. It seems the past would haunt some to their graves. So, tell me, have you found something about Miss Granger's past? Dumbledore had asked Severus about Regulus, given they were quite close in their time at school, and then had both joined Tom. Though in the end, both would rebel against him when they would realize the mistakes they had made, but it would be too late. Severus nodded at that and gave Dumbledore a file. Yes, I was able to track down a lead. Regulus had a friend in the school, a half-blood witch named Josephine Presley. She died in the same hospital as the one in which Miss Granger was born. All this would take place 2 days before his alleged disappearance, and Dumbledore schemed over the file as the story was beginning to tie up. And it seems that she was related to Jane Granger. They were first cousins. So, perhaps that was the reason she was left in their care, Dumbledore reasoned, and Snape nodded. Yes, that is the likely explanation, and there was a report of intrauterine death on Josephine's records. Perhaps, Regulus simply altered the memories and made Miss Hermione seem like their own child. Severus concluded, making Dumbledore lament the fate of the Grangers. Though it seems that she was indeed related to the Grangers, if that was a consolation. He placed the file back on the table and began to think about all this. Are you sure Regulus never mentioned anything to you? After all, both of you were affiliated with the same group at school, Dumbledore questioned once more, much to Severus's annoyance, who snapped. Never. As I remember answering the last 10 times, making Dumbledore pull back slightly. It just intrigues me that he was able to keep all this quiet for so long, and it was true. Such a secret had remained hidden for more than a decade and would have for even more time had things not gone the way they had. You seem to have a misconception about our group. We didn't exactly hang around as pals. Plus, Regulus was always quite secretive and quiet, unlike his idiotic brother. Truthfully, he remained a mystery to everyone till his disappearance, and Dumbledore could feel slight sadness in Severus's tone at this. However, it was gone as he continued. Though, I do believe that I have some rather concerning news regarding this, Snape suddenly said and began to roll up his sleeve, making Dumbledore feel concerned. The mark is beginning to burn, and I don't need to tell you what this means, and Dumbledore nodded. It seems Tom was beginning to gain power. Though, Dumbledore hadn't exactly been sitting leisurely as well. He had also been researching Horcruxes and had made quite some progress. Plus, there was also his secret helper to take into account. That will be enough, Severus. But if there is any kind of contact, I want you to inform me immediately, and the potions master nodded as he straightened up his sleeve and began to get up. And thank you for doing this, Severus, he added, making the man stop in his tracks. Though with his back turned, he replied in his usual gaunt tone. As long as you keep your end of the bargain, I am yours to command. And with that, he walked out of his office, leaving Dumbledore alone in his office. He leaned back into the chair as his mind thought about all he had learned. After a while, he would pick up his wand and wave it over a drawer on his desk to reveal a secret drawer. Dumbledore would open it up and take out a very worn-out book. Its yellowish pages and torn-out look spoke of its age. On the cover, a simple title had been embroidered. Diary of the Soul. Gellert Grindelwald. Dumbledore would stare at the book for some time before he finally whispered into the darkened room. It seems to me like fate wants us to meet, old friend. 0000. Boom. Hermione is Regulus' daughter. I am not going too much into the circumstances of her birth right now. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support helps me out a lot, so if possible, have a look and lend your support. I will be extremely thankful. Chapter 28. Elizabeth White. Elizabeth's face paled as she went over the letter once more. Her eyes went over each of the words once more as she tried to wrap her head around it all. She was so lost in her little world that she failed to notice when Amy stepped into the room from her midnight adventures. Something she would normally berate her friend over. Amy frowned as she saw the state of her friend and her pale as she read a letter and finally spoke out, breaking Elizabeth out of her reverie. What happened, Liz? Why do you seem so worried? Amy said as she walked up to her friend. Elizabeth immediately looked up, folding up the letter as she shook her head and tried to lie. Oh, it's nothing. You don't need to worry about it. More importantly, what were you doing being out for so long, Amy? She tried to rubbish Amy's concern, but she knew that her efforts would not work. Amy simply gave her a look as she sat down on the bed right in front of her. Come on, don't try to change the subject. You have been worried for some time. You didn't even go to the Yule Ball. And Elizabeth did not know how to tell Amy about this. She had been able to get out of the Yule Ball by using her duties as head girl as an excuse. Plus, the reason was closely related to the source of all her distress. Seeing no response from her friend, Amy tried to snatch the folded letter herself. Here, let me have a look. But Elizabeth was able to react as she picked it up and kept it away from her friend as they both struggled to get a hold of the letter. Come on, Liz. I already know your deepest secrets. This way, we can drum up a solution just like old times, Amy said, making Elizabeth relent in the end. Okay. Okay. I will tell you, but stop. Okay. Stop. Elizabeth screamed as she pushed away Amy, shaking her head at the triumphant smile on Amy's face. Honestly, you can be so childish, Elizabeth said, finally handing the letter from her father to Amy, who was still smiling at getting her way, like always. Though Elizabeth saw the smile evaporate as Amy's face paled as her eyes went over the letter before, finally, she screamed out the biggest cause of her dread. Marcus Flint. Has your father gone mad? Amy screamed, and Elizabeth rushed to cover her friend's mouth. Are you mad? Don't scream it like an idiot. Though Amy was still trying to speak up, probably a whole plethora of profanities. And then she finally forced her hand off, looking at her incredulously. This is why you have been so worried? Amy asked, her voice still louder than necessary but lesser than her previous volume. Elizabeth nodded. Her father had approached the Flints for a possible match and had been pushing her into the arrangement. This was also why she had excused herself from the ball, as to avoid this whole issue. But everyone knows whom the Flints are associated with. They were Death Eaters. Plus, Marcus, he is an idiot. Gods. He barely got any owls, and your father wants you to marry him. And Amy had just highlighted the tip of the problem. You should refuse. Absolutely. Gods. He must really have something wrong with his mind to even suggest something like this. Elizabeth pinched Amy's arm for that. That was quite enough. Ouch. Amy squealed, looking at her and continuing her tirade, come on, what does he even see in him? And Elizabeth knew the answer to that question. The Flints were one of the old pure-blood families and hence had quite a chunk of money and, due to their proximity to the Malfoys, a significant amount of influence as well. You know what he is thinking. And Amy just gave him a look. Money. Bah. How much do they even have? I can bet you can make more than that within a decade, Liz. But more importantly, why didn't you tell us about this? You hid this from me, Cedric, and even Edward. And then Elizabeth saw Amy's eyes going wide. Edward, we should tell him about this. He will be able to think up a solution. But Elizabeth immediately cut Amy off. No. You are going to do no such thing. She said, taking away the letter, ignoring the incredulous look from Amy. Why? You have been friends with him for years. How do you think he will react if he hears about it from someone else? Plus, you must remember about his whole spat with Marcus and his brother. And Elizabeth remembered it quite clearly. Marcus had tried to bully the new mudblood and had cornered Edward in their early years. And then Edward had turned the tables and humiliated the senior. Marcus had then ganged up on Edward with seniors, and a supposedly huge fight had taken place in Slytherin dorms. Even while being outnumbered, Edward had beaten them all, but not without consequences, spending a week in the hospital wing. Though, the others had to be in it for a month, some even more than that. Edward has too much on his plate. With the competition and his girlfriend, I shouldn't disturb him. I can handle this on my own. She said, putting down Amy's idea. Amy simply scoffed. And what are you going to do? Frick, you don't have time to think up a solution. Amy said, looking her straight in the eye. Plus, Edward would be more hurt if you don't tell him. Even at the ball, he was worried about you. I don't care what you think, and I am telling him, though I will say that it will be better if you tell him yourself. Elizabeth looked up as Amy got up from her bed. All right. I will tell him, but not now. She finally relented. Amy stopped and looked at him, and she sighed as she added. Let me try and talk to my father again. If it doesn't work, I will tell him after the second task. But not before that. She said, looking at Amy, who nodded. All right. Try and talk some sense into your father. Then we involve Edward. With that, Elizabeth watched Amy walk towards the bathroom, still shaking her head in disbelief, muttering in a barely audible tone. Marcus F.G. Flint. Madness. F.G. Madness. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. Albus walked through the dark and gaunt halls, his heart still as he walked in the corridors of the famous Nermengard. The castle was built by Gellert to imprison his enemies. A prison that now held Gellert himself. The irony. But Dumbledore had walked through these halls once before. He had been there when Gellert had been brought here. Many had advocated for killing the man, yet despite his atrocities and faults, Albus couldn't find it in his heart to let them go ahead with the killing. Sometimes he thought it was because of the embers of friendship they once shared, but that was a delusion, for the true reason was guilt. Guilt for Gellert's dreams wasn't completely of his own making. There were hints of his own ambition in them. Ambition from the idiocies of youth, but still his ambition. He walked up to the final pair of guards guarding a lone corridor. A single narrow lane leads up to a thick door. One of them stepped forward, a girl quite young, and gave him a look over. You are Albus Dumbledore, here to meet Gellert Grindelwald, she said, her voice filled with both awe and surprise. Dumbledore smiled as he nodded. Indeed, and I believe you will have received the papers already. Let him through. Came the voice from what appeared to be a superior who walked towards her. This one, much older than the girl, came up to him and faced him. Albert Nietzsche, head jailer, the man said, offering him a handshake. Dumbledore shook the man's hand. I don't know how you got the permission, but you have 20 minutes, so go on ahead. And then they began to walk through the corridor. You are the first person to visit him in all this time. Hasn't ever caused trouble, though, but we can never know. Should I have someone accompany you into the cell? He questioned, and Dumbledore shook his head. No, I will be fine, and thank you for accommodating me on such short notice, and the head jailer simply scoffed. Well, you got the permission, so there is no need to thank you, he muttered as he opened up the door and stood aside. I am right outside if you. I believe I will be fine, Dumbledore said, and the man shrugged, understanding his point, and left. Dumbledore's heart beat faster as he stepped through the door. The room was dark, with a single window as the source of light. A small bed was in one corner, along with what seemed to be some Muggle books and some newspapers. I have been waiting for you, came a very aged voice. The voice was much different from the one he remembered but still distinctive and recognizable to his ears, even after all these years. Time slowed its prowess as Albus finally saw Gellert step out of the corner, his eyes smaller than they used to be and without the madness Albus had seen decades ago. His face had wrinkles now, much like his own, as he wore a simple grey gown. Though, it wasn't only him doing the scrutinizing. Gellert seemed to be giving him a look over himself as he finally stared him straight in the eyes. And Dumbledore recognized the look, as the man's lips quirked up as he finally spoke up once more. You've gotten old. Gellert quipped, and Dumbledore couldn't help but give him a stare as he gave a simple reply. And you've gone bald, and he saw those different-colored eyes narrow before a small smile came out on his face. 0000. Edward Wright. Edward had been quite surprised when he had been contacted by the Beauxbatons professor of dueling, Professor Dulbrin, for a chat. He had written a letter and invited him to a place outside Hogwarts, raising Edward's suspicion. Of course, Edward couldn't refuse. He was to have a job under him next year, so he had joined the man at the mentioned place. The meeting had been quite regular up till this point. He had asked him about his studies, grades, interests, and whatnot. Most of the mundane stuff. Even so, Edward felt something was off. Something was definitely off. So, tell me, have you started working on the second task's clue? Suddenly the man asked him as they sat in a private booth of a very famous restaurant. Dulbrin was old and had quite a status amongst French dueling circuits. A champion himself who had later coached several rising duelists. Yes, since the task is quite close, I have begun preparing for it, he replied, and the old man with white hair nodded. His eyes were still sparkling, betraying the aged look given by the wrinkled skin. Good, good. I was highly impressed by your performance in the first task. The man said as Edward noticed his eyes gain a certain sparkle. Gosh. Casting like that and that spell. It has been years since I saw something like that. Years. Of course, you must be aware the last man to have such a skill. He trailed off, shaking his head. Gellert Grindelwald. I completed his sentence, and the man began nodding his head. Gellert Grindelwald. Indeed, a genius. Pure genius. In his youth, he was perhaps the most prolific duelist in all of Europe. But gods! He went down a bad path. Bad, very unfortunate, I say. He could have done great things. Great things. The man finished, and I nodded before he continued almost innocently. Though, I am curious. How did you learn it all? Of course, you don't have to share, but I am intrigued, for many people don't talk about him, less so in Britain. The professor questioned me, a question that many people had asked me previously as well. Well, I read about him in a book and found his style to be quite intriguing, and well, so I tried to learn it. Thankfully, over the years, I was able to figure it out. Edward answered, and the man nodded. He had avoided answering about the spell, knowing that the professor would probably not push on the subject given that it was considered unethical to ask about such stuff. Well, if you achieved so after only reading about it, consider me impressed. Great feat, indeed. Many have failed in trying to do the same over the years. For you to pull this off is indeed special, and is there any truth to the rumors about you being a relative of his? The man was not known to have a family, but there have been greater secrets whenever magic is related. He questioned. Edward smiled as he shook his head. I am afraid the media is wrong about this. For all I know, my parents were simple muggles, or no-mage as you would say in France, and the professor nodded with a smile. Yes, I thought so as well. The news has a way of writing fictitious pieces here in Britain, I have heard. Well, this has been quite a pleasant evening, but I must apologize, young man, for I had another purpose in calling you out for this meeting. And Edward stiffened at that. So, his senses were right. There was indeed a hidden purpose of this meeting. And then the man continued in an apologetic voice. You see, yesterday I was contacted by a very dear friend of mine who wanted to meet you, so I decided to call you to arrange this meeting. I hope you will forgive me for this, and as the aged duelist finished, the door to our private booth was opened up, and in walked another individual. His clothing was impeccable, and his spectacle-covered green eyes were solely focused on me, scrutinizing me. A man whom I had been expecting to meet for some time. Sebastian Del Coeur. 0000. Finally, we have another one of my favorite characters make his appearance. Gellert is here. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. So, if possible, have a look and consider dropping a dime if you can. It is extremely helpful. I shall be extremely grateful. Chapter 29 0000 Lucius Malfoy. This is a disaster. An absolute disaster. This cannot be a fucking coincidence. Began Not Senior as the three of them sat in his office. Selwyn sat beside Not Senior, nodding his head. Not is right. We can no longer ignore this. At this rate, our businesses will have to close up. You have to do something to stop this, Lucius. Maybe you could talk to Fudd. But Lucius cut him off with a shake of his head. I am afraid that will not be possible. Fudge has refused to answer my letters after the whole Sirius Black debacle. I am afraid that avenue will remain closed for some time. Not Senior grunted and began to curse the minister. Lucius would have done the same if not for the guests present. That greedy old bastard. Then what are we supposed to do? We are already bleeding galleons by the day. At this rate, we will have to close up the business within a month. Not Senior burst out as he slammed his fists into the arm of the chair. What exactly is the issue? Perhaps there can be another way to solve this, Lucius inquired while he did not have much liking for the Knots. They were still politically inclined to the same ideals, and if the frequent burnings of his mark were any indication, more so now than ever. It's the same shit as the other times. Someone has been funding those green grasses, and now they are undercutting my prices. Damn, those bastards are even employing more of those mudbloods. Blood traitors, the lot of them. Blood traitors. Not Senior explained, making Lucius frown, for he was facing similar problems now for some time as well. It's the same in my case as well. They are undercutting me and pricing me out. If you don't intervene, my business might go under as well. This is not an isolated incident. Many of us have been facing similar problems for some time now. Someone has been specifically targeting us. Not Senior added, and Lucius agreed, but the question was, who? Who was powerful enough and influential enough to pull this off? Could it be Dumbledore? Do you reckon it's him or Black? He just got out of prison. It might be him. Selwyn suggested, but Lucius shook his head. No, Dumbledore doesn't do things like this, and Bulk doesn't have the brains to pull this off. This is someone else. Someone new. I say we screw them up. Do it like the old times, round up some of the old gang and burn down their shops. That will teach them a lesson to mess with their betters. No. Lucius cut him off, finally showcasing the authority that had once made him you-know-who's right-hand man. We are already exposed to the incident at the World Cup and Bulk's trial. Doing stuff like this would be suicidal. Lucius warned both of them, shutting down their idiotic plan. We need to fight them as we try and figure out who this person is. I will lend you guys some money, but I want. But before he could continue, Lucius gripped his forearm and began to scream, much like the other two occupants in the room. Pain, unlike anything he had felt, seared through his body. It felt as if his whole boy was on fire. He was screaming. Akh. Much like both Knot and Selwyn, who were gripping their forearms as well. He felt something rise out of the dark mark, and Lucius glimpsed and found his hand bloodied as blood gushed out of the dark mark, dripping onto the ground. Akh. It's bleeding. Merlin's hell's the mark, it's bleeding. Screamed Selwyn, but Lucius couldn't find it in himself to speak up as he was too busy noticing the pattern that the blood was forming. Distinct letters. This was a message. A message from their lord. With searing pain radiating across his body, Lucius watched the blood morph into letters as it spelled out the message. Come seek me. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. Albus sat in his office contemplating his meeting with Gellert. And after a long time, Dumbledore was surprised. The change in Gellert had been profound, alas. It had come too late. Too late, indeed. Are you even paying attention, Albus? Came the voice of his ever-helpful deputy, and he wrapped up all those intrusive thoughts. Ah, I am sorry, it seems I was caught up somewhere else. He apologized, and Minerva just shook her head, sighing as she closed the file she had brought. You seem distracted. We can finish this tomorrow, but you have a meeting with the chief editor of Daily Prophet early in the morning tomorrow, she reminded him again. Dumbledore had not forgotten that particular schedule. Yes, because of Rita Skeeter's article about Edward. And hadn't that been a propaganda piece? Minerva had been livid when it had come up, and the school had stepped in to rein in Ms. Skeeter. Yes. Edward wasn't overly concerned because of his plans to move abroad, but we cannot allow the Daily Prophet to slander students of our school like this. You need to make that point clear. She almost ordered him, and Dumbledore just nodded along. Arguing with Minerva when she was angry like this would be futile. Not that he disagreed that the piece would have been very damaging to young Mr. Wright's career. I will make sure he understands, Dumbledore affirmed, making Minerva nod her head before she heaved out a deep sigh. It's such a shame. I had hoped that he would have apprenticed under you. We will be losing such talent to Bose batons, she spoke up, and she was now the second person to recommend this to her after Gellert, who had also been of the view that he apprenticed the young man. I believe he will perform admirably in France as well, and Minerva just nodded. Of course, he will. The boy's a talent the likes of which we rarely see. Gods, the last time we saw someone like this was Lily, but she mostly focused on charms and ruins. It has been years since we saw a duelist like that. Years. She emphasized, and Dumbledore would agree. While any talented students had graced these halls, Edward Wright was a rare specimen. A duelist, with a focus on efficient spell casting. A style that the boy had told him was inspired by Gellert's early dueling career. Dumbledore still remembered that class when he had his alchemy class about their ideals, and he had been quite surprised by Mr. Wright's paper. For he had named Dumbledore, but reading that small essay in full, one would reach the conclusion that, in truth, it wasn't Dumbledore that the boy idealized but rather the special skills used by his greatest adversary. Have you made an offer, Dumbledore? Maybe he could turn down the French if you approach him. Minerva spoke up, cutting him off his train of thought. Though, he simply shook his head. While I could try and convince him, I don't think he will be tempted, given his relationship with a certain Miss Delacour. Minerva nodded at that as she smiled a bit. Yes, honestly, they make a remarkable couple. Though, it's still such a shame that Maxime got to him earlier. Such a shame. And Dumbledore could only nod along. For his mind was still processing the meeting with his old friend and all its implications. 0000. Edward Wright. It seems that you are already aware of me. Good. Said Fla's father as he took the seat opposite to me. And right from his tone, Edward could tell that this meeting would not be as fluffy and easygoing as meeting her mother. Sebastian Delacour was amongst France's elite and was a close confidant of the French Minister of Magic. The man had leveraged the simple Delacour businesses to integrate himself into almost every powerful circle. He had looked into him a bit, and let's just say the results were quite intriguing. Yes, I have, Mr. Delacour, he replied as the man finally sat down. His greenish eyes ran over me as he examined me from head to toe, not that I was doing something else. From my daughter, most probably. It's good, then. We can get the pleasantries out of the way quickly and get right to the point. The man said as he leaned back slightly, his attitude already making me a bit concerned. He was showing me almost open hostility and disregard, while my expectations from him had been low. This was even worse than my imagination. I must say my daughter's infatuation with you was quite a surprise for me. She had never mentioned seeing anyone previously, so imagine my surprise when she suddenly mentioned seeing a young wizard. A young foreign wizard that doesn't even go to Bose batons. It was quite a surprise, I must say. He began as he began to reach into his coat's inside pocket and took out a folder. He then adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and began to take out some papers. So, I did some digging into this young wizard, and I must say that I was quite surprised by what I found. Quite surprised, he finished as he began to unfurl the paper. The insinuation about the contents of it already clear. The man had done a full-on background check on me. A background check. While people in his position were known to be a bit paranoid, this was entirely excessive. Excessive and insulting, and this was exactly why Edward's temper was flaring. If you were so interested in knowing about me, Mr. Delacour, you could have just asked your daughter. I am sure it would have saved you quite some trouble, Edward spoke up, and perhaps he had sensed the heat in my voice as he looked at me with a smirk. Oh, what's to say I didn't? He added. Then he slid the paper toward me, leaning forward. I must say you have quite an accomplished life. A dueling champion with excellent grades and impeccable conduct. As I said, quite an accomplished life, he spoke slowly as Edward began to skim over the paper. It was quite a comprehensive report and had quite some details. Some very special details that had no place being there. Some would say even too perfect. The man finished, his eyes shining as he tried to intimidate me. Into what? I had no idea. His temper was flaring now after seeing the information about my investments on the file. Edward closed the paper and slid it to the side, looking the man straight in the eye. I would say that those people are uninformed, plus I can assure you there are several people who have achieved more than what I have in even lesser time, Edward replied, and he was being truthful. Albus Dumbledore and Tom Riddle would have had similar records. Gellert Grindelwald though had his problems with regulations, but the man's accomplishments, even during his school years, were nothing to scoff at. The man nodded. Perhaps, but I follow a simple rule in life, young man, that if something is too good to be true, it most definitely is, the man spoke up as he finally got to the point. He leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he finished in an intimidating voice. So, I am afraid I must be quite direct in my question. Who is behind you, and what are your intentions behind seeing my daughter? And he could feel the man's aura. His magic was bleeding out. A hollow attempt to intimidate me. An attempt that was not going to work. This was quite insulting by the man. A small part of me was quite angry and wanted to let my magic loose. It would have been a fitting reply. Yet the smiling face of Fleur kept such dark thoughts in check. So, he took a deep breath, stood up, and picked up his coat from the hook. I must say that this was not what I expected when you walked in. Even though, let me answer your last question, Mr. Delacour, Edward said as he buttoned up my coat. I love Fleur with all my heart, and to insinuate anything else without any evidence is an insult. For your sake, I will not mention anything about today to Fleur. Have a good day, Mr. Delacour, I finished and began to walk out of the booth without sparing the man another glance. However, before I could step out, the man spoke out. His words made me halt my steps as I turned to look at him. Incredulous about the statement made by him. A statement he had no point making. Anyone who has achieved anything similar to what you have has done it with a singular purpose. The man began to speak. So, tell me, Mr. Wright, why are you preparing for a war? 0000. Fleur's father tried to intimidate him, but he failed. Before you hate this development, you must understand that he is a highly influential figure, and his daughter suddenly mentions an affair with a wizard. Of course, it will ruffle his feathers. Plus, he is a bit overprotective of Fleur. As for his statement about war, it is simply guesswork. Albus, Gellert, and Tom all follow the same record. Not that he knows about Tom, but France would have had its own dark lords and problems. Though, I will expand on it a bit later. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support helps me out a lot, so if possible, have a look and drop a dime. It will be extremely helpful. Chapter 30. Elizabeth White. So, did you talk with your father? Questioned her friend as she sat down for breakfast. Elizabeth recalled the visuals from the horrid meeting she had had with her father, disappointment and anger rising up in her heart as she remembered his callous words. She looked up to see the concerned face of Amy piling up eggs in her plate and gave her a small nod. Yes, we met in Hogsmeade yesterday, she confirmed, making Amy stop and lean forward as she asked for an elaboration. So, did he finally see the stupidity of his proposition? Were you able to knock some sense in him? Amy asked, and Elizabeth could only shake her head. Amy uttered some profane words that Elizabeth chose to ignore and then turned to face her. Gods! It seems he is completely gone off the rocker. So, what's the plan now? Her friend inquired genuinely, and Elizabeth looked to her side at the empty seat usually occupied by her friend. A friend who would be busy preparing for the second task of the Triwizard Tournament right now. I haven't had the time to think of any solution, though I plan to tell Edward about it after the task tomorrow, she replied, and Amy nodded and reached forward to squeeze her hand reassuringly. Don't worry too much. We will find a solution to your little problem. Amy smiled and felt lucky to have such friends. So, do you have any idea about the second task? Have you asked Edward about his preparation? Amy asked about the tournament, and Elizabeth could only shake her head. Unlike the first task, she had no knowledge about the second task. Though, she did remember Edward mentioning that he had figured out the clue from the egg a couple of weeks ago. I don't know about the task, but Edward did mention that he had figured out the clue from the golden egg a couple of weeks ago. Amy nodded as she heard those words. I should have expected that. Well, not much time is left. We will find out about it tomorrow, Amy added as she forked down a piece of the egg. Miss White. Miss White, Elizabeth was broken out of the stance as she heard her name getting called out. Startled, she followed the voice and found Professor McGonagall standing there with a small smile on her face. Embarrassed, Elizabeth immediately stood up. I am sorry, Professor, my mind was occupied elsewhere. The Transfiguration waved away her apology with a smile and spoke up. It's quite all right, dear. I just needed to talk to you for a bit, the professor began making her perk up. Of course, Professor, but the professor simply shook her head and continued speaking. Not here, dear. Would you please follow me to the headmaster's office? Elizabeth frowned as she nodded her head. Her mind raced as she thought up the reasons for this. Her mind came up blank. Is everything all right, Professor? Elizabeth questioned, and the aged witch simply gave her a nod with a smile. Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry. And then, with a small nod to Amy, Elizabeth picked up her bag and began to follow the deputy headmistress out of the hall, her mind still racing as she tried to think up possible reasons for this. In the headmaster's office, she finds out that she isn't the only student to be called up and is joined by the fourth-year Hermione Granger and a small blonde bundle that looks eerily similar to Edward's girlfriend. Well, this seemed interesting. 0000. Apollon Delacour. Apollon Watcher, her husband, is sitting at the table going through a bunch of documents with a frown on his face. She had an inkling of an idea about his early excursion yet had refrained herself from asking about it. But her patience had run thin as he had not yet mentioned even a single thing to her. So she made her way to the table and simply took the seat right by him, removing the document from his hand. I think that is quite enough, she began lightly as he turned to face her, his features softening as he saw her. He took off his glasses and relaxed his shoulder. So, will you tell me how your meeting with Edward went? You have constantly been looking over these pages since you came back. She got to the point without any dilly-dallying and immediately saw his face get a complicated look. It's nothing. I am just confirming my suspicion, and his words made her frown. I thought we talked about it. You are being overly cynical, she finished with a laugh, and Sebastian simply gave her hand a squeeze. Maybe, but things in Britain feel off to me. It feels like a powder keg about to go off, and for some reason, I think Edward stands at the center of it, and Apollon could only defer to him. Sebastian was a seasoned politician who prided themselves in feeling the nation's pulse, and for him to say those things would not be baseless. Perhaps you are right, but Britain does not matter. We will be going back to France in a couple of months, and Edward plans to move there as well, she began. Sebastian simply leaned back slightly and simply raised a brow. You seem awfully defensive of him, he questioned teasingly, and Apollon knew that she seemed to be defensive of the orphan boy. It's just that I saw him interact with him, Fleur. I could see it in his eyes, his devotion to her, his care for her. On the other hand, it has been years since I saw such a genuine smile on Fleur's face. And perhaps it was the maternal aspect in her that became slightly protective of the orphan boy. The boy had grown up without any parental figure and had yet grown up to be a splendid person all on his own, so she wanted to give him a chance. Give her daughter's happiness a chance. Sebastian sighed, making his shoulders sagging, revealing the vulnerability he very rarely showed. I can understand what you are saying. Yet my heart worried for Fleur, I don't want her to get caught up in anything dangerous. Apollon knew how much he worried. Yes, his way of showing it may be a bit overhand, but she never doubted that Sebastian cared for Fleur and Gabrielle. I think we must just come to terms with the fact that our daughter has grown up and can take care of herself. Moreover, she will always have Edward looking out for her. He won't let anything happen to her, she added, and Sebastian gained a small smile on his lips. He better not, Sebastian spoke up threateningly, making her laugh. So, have you cleared up here tomorrow? It's the second task of the tournament. Fleur would be happy to see you there, and Sebastian simply nodded as he rubbed his eyes. Yeah, I did clear it up. It has been some time since I saw Fleur perform at a competition, and she could feel the hint of regret in his voice. Sebastian always had been busy with some governmental duties during Fleur's dueling competitions and had only ever visited once or twice. Something that had added to the already present communication gap between him and Fleur. 0000. Sirius Black. Sirius sat contemplatively in the library at Grimmauld Place. A thick ragged book decorated ornately with silver and emerald stones was in front of him. This was the family grimoire, the book that contained an amalgamation of his family's efforts over centuries in developing spells and magics. A young Sirius had never understood the importance of this, but the Sirius of today was different from the young teen who hated his family because of his mother's cruelty. Are you sure about what you saw? He asked the witch sitting in front of him, and every time he looked at her, he did a double take, for the witch's features were quite similar to her elder sister, Bellatrix, but the different shade of hair always calmed his nerves. Andy gave him a small nod, and if one were to look carefully, there was a hint of a small smile on her lips. Yes, I am sure. She touched the grimoire, and it didn't burn him. This is a confirmation. She is Regulus's daughter, Sirius nodded as he remembered the young Hermione's enthusiasm for seeing the library. If anything, Harry's description of the girl's obsession with books was an understatement. Sirius felt a pang of regret for his brother, who never got to see his daughter, yet he steeled his heart. Sirius would not mess this up. He would do right by Regulus's daughter. It was the least he could do. Well, this is just another confirmation. Dumbledore has also given me some details about this. I plan to visit her parents in a couple of days. I would like you to accompany me, he asked her cousin, and Andy simply nodded. I will be there. Do they know that she isn't their daughter? Sirius remembered what Dumbledore had told him about her family. We are not sure, but they are related to her mother, so it's a high chance that they may be aware of the truth, and Sirius passed her file from the drawer that Dumbledore had given him. Andromeda opened it and began to skim over it. Josephine Presley, I remember her, she spoke up, and Sirius berated himself for not asking Andy about her earlier. Do you remember her? He asked, wanting to know a bit more about his brother's lover. And Andromeda nodded. I did know her a bit. She was my junior by about 4 years. She was quite a sweet girl, a bit shy but a brilliant witch, Sirius scoffed. Regulus had also been a brilliant student and wizard. Well, along with Regulus, at least now we know where she gets her smart from, he joked. Of course, it's not like you had any to give either way, she remarked sarcastically, making him shake her head as he laughed. Well, he did have to visit Hogwarts tomorrow. It was the second task, and Dumbledore had given him permission to visit. Perhaps, he could greet her and Harry again. 0000. In a dark village, a small decrepit shack was surrounded by a dozen or so shadowy figures. All of them wearing black robes and white masks shaped in the form of a skull. They were anxious as they fiddled around, waiting for their master. There was a graveyard extending in front of the building with many graves, but in a small clearing in front of the graves was a trident stuck to the ground with runes circled around it. Suddenly the door to the building creaked open to reveal another shadowy figure coming out of the building, its face hidden by a veil as it almost floated out. And as soon as it opened its mouth, the dozen or so men all kneeled on the ground with their faces lowered. It is time for me to rise once more. 0000. Boom. The game is on. But what is the game? You will have to wait to find out. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support helps me out a lot, so if possible, have a look and drop a dime. I will be extremely thankful. Chapter 31. Fleur Delacour. Fleur could feel her nerves flaring as she made her way toward the champion's tent. There were rows of stands built around the Black Lake. She had deciphered the clue from the golden egg about a month ago and had been preparing for the task ever since. Her small lead from the first task gave her a bit of leeway, but she knew it did not matter much in the end. Her competition could claw back quite easily. Ah, someone's ready for a swim, came the snark from a very familiar one, immediately easing her heart. She stopped and let Edward catch up, his eyes still over her outfit. Given the nature of the trial, she was wearing swimwear though it was enchanted. On the other hand, he seemed to be dressed quite casually for the task, he was wearing rather simple clothes, and from the initial look, they weren't enchanted either. Well, it's better that you wear that robe above it. Otherwise, they would be missing 2 contestants for this task, he joked, making her heat up. She pinched his arm, making him jerk up. And you seem so casually dressed. It seems as if you have given up, she questioned, a hint of worry in her tone. Though, he simply laughed. Ah, you shouldn't worry about me. I have prepared quite enough for the task, he spoke confidently, making her narrow her eyes. We shall see, she added. And just as they reached the face of the tent, he suddenly stopped. Fleur bumped into him. Ah! Edward! She admonished lightly as she rubbed her nose but found him staring at a specific place in the stands. What are you look? But her words were cut midway as she recognized the people he was looking at, for right there in the stand were her parents sitting as they cheered her on. Her mother's presence didn't faze Fleur. She often accompanied her to such competitions, yet the presence of her father was a bit of a surprise. She waved back to her mother and saw Eduardo the same before they entered the tent. The tent was still empty, with only a few ministry personnel present. Well, it seems we are early today, Edward began as he sat on an empty chair. Fleur joined him on a chair by his side. Well, it seems your father is here today to cheer you on as well, Edward spoke and Fleur simply nodded, noticing, and were about to speak up when the flaps to the tent were flared open, revealing the form of the tournament officials and the third competitor. It seems everyone is here. Now we can finally begin the second task without further delay, began Ludo Bagman from the ministry. Both of them stood up and lined up for the instructions for the task, not noticing the weary look on Drumstrang's headmaster's face. Well, for the third task, all 3 of you are to retrieve one of your most prized people from the Great Lake. Well, this task just got a lot more complicated. 0000. Edward right. Edward frowned as he looked at the tranquil surface of the Black Lake, waiting for the bell to ring so he could begin the task. As per the marks, Fleur had been given a 5-minute head start for winning the last task. The second task was a task of skill and daring and required one to have good control over their nerves. For some reason, Edward felt a sense of unease and anxiety, something he attributed to the person he was supposed to rescue. Elizabeth White had been missing conspiration ally since the morning, and his guess had been right when he had seen the names of the people on the list. He clamped down on his nerves seeing the herald speak up once more, with Miss Delacour showcasing a perfect bubble head charm and chantless magic. Will our next contestants be able to catch up? Hogwarts Edward Wright displayed a highly complex piece of magic in the first task. Will he do something similar, and what will be the response of the Quidditch superstar Victor Crumb? We shall find out in 10. And the countdown began, and beside him, Crumb began to get ready, gearing up for the task. Both of us shared a glance and gave each other a small nod. 8. Best of luck, Victor, he spoke up, and the Drumstrang champion nodded, giving me a smile as the whole area reverberated with the chants of our name. Crummy. Crumb. Crumb. Right. 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 Best of luck to you as well, and may the best man win, he added with the countdown now at 4. Well, that just means that I would win, I quipped, and he simply narrowed his eyes at my joke. I wouldn't be so sure of that, and then there was a loud bang. 0. You may now begin. Crumb sprang into action as soon as the words were said, his wand tracing a complex pattern as he muttered the transfiguration spell under his breath. And Edward noticed how his body began to transform into that of a shark, taking on a bluish tinge with gills appearing on his neck. And Mr. Crumb doesn't disappoint as he transfigures half his body into that of a shark. A very daring undertaking. Highlighting how he is not just the king of the skies but has the skill to conquer the seas as well. Well, now Edward couldn't just sit back now, could he? He had thought extensively about how to tackle the task and thought out several solutions. Ultimately, he decided to go an unorthodox route, so he closed his eyes as his wand lit up, his magic responding to his command just as he had expected. Edward began to step forward just as Crumb plunged into the water, though his feet did not sink into the water as he began walking on the Black Lake's surface. And what do we have here? Edward Wright makes a unique choice of showcasing his versatility. He is now walking on water itself, bypassing all the other challenges the other challengers the other two contestants may face. Edward smiles as his charm worked just as he had intended, allowing him to walk on water. Using a point me spell, he already had a general location of the hostages. He could have faced the mer people and the other aquatic creatures they might have placed in the river, yet this method was just cleaner. He continued walking to the lake's center, the water's dark surface not allowing him to see anything underneath. As he reached the center of the lake, he stopped. He was now just about above the hostages. And he has stopped. What shall he do now as he stands above the Seine? And wait, what is this? And Edward could hear the stands quiet down as the water began to ripple around him, rising in a swirl as it formed an encompassing sphere around him. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And he doesn't disappoint as water forms a cocoon around him, protecting him as he vanishes into the waves. The voice died down as the water completely encircled him, and the sphere slowly lowered into the Black Lake. Edward smirked as he saw a couple of merfolk trying to attack the sphere with their spears and claws, yet the sphere repelled their attacks. Edward saw them snarl at him as he waved at them from inside the water sphere. Bye, he said as he focused his senses in search of his friend. It was time to rescue Elizabeth from this dump, and then he would look into taking care of her little Flint situation. There was no way that her life would be destroyed, that xenophobic bastard. Never as long as he lived. 0000. Sirius Black. Sirius watched as Hogwarts champion vanished into the lake, encircled by a sphere of water. He could have simply used the bubble head charm, Harry added from his side, and Sirius shook his head at Harry's comment. Well, that could have worked, but it would not have been as eye-catching as this, he elaborated, and Harry nodded, processing his words. And the theatrics matter in the tournament, Harry added, getting the point. Bingo. Sirius said as he ruffled Harry's unruly hair, annoying him by no small amount. So, Hermione's down there as well, Harry suddenly asked, and Sirius could hear a hint of jealousy in that tone. James had often had the same tone upon seeing Lily with Snivellis during his time. Yes, she is down there in the lake along with your head girl and the French girl's sister, Harry nodded, still frowning slightly, as he tried to rework his hair, though that would be a failed effort. What would happen if they can't reach them in time? Though McGonagall had given him a sufficient explanation when Sirius had posed a similar question. The Ministry has placed a portkaya down in the lake. 30 minutes after the allotted time, the portkaya will bring them all back to the grounds, which seemed to be a reasonable solution. But portkeys don't work inside Hogwarts, Harry remarked, and Sirius nodded. Normally, they don't, but Dumbledore gave the Ministry special permission to install one this time. As headmaster, he can probably alter the wards to make an exception like this one, Harry nodded at his explanation, focusing once more on the lake. It has been some time since the task began. Shouldn't they be coming out by now? Harry questioned him once more, and Sirius just shrugged. There was still time left for them to make it out. Though, the French girl could have made it out by now. Well, the first task wasn't that easy, so there probably are some hurdles and challenges that must have been placed down there as well. But Sirius stopped suddenly as he saw the lake begin to glow up. Its surface gained a greenish tinge as suddenly a green ray of lightning crashed out of it with a thunderous clap, sending shivers through his spine, for he had seen similar scenes many a times. Impossible, he muttered with a shaky voice as darkness began to spread across the Hogwarts clear skies. Pandemonium broke out among the stands, with most people recognizing the huge symbol of tyranny, now spread across Hogwarts skies. It's the Dark Mark. But how? Sirius found himself questioning, not noticing how his hand was shaking slightly, and neither giving any attention to the hissing voice that was just barely audible and how Harry's face was turning paler by the second. Ruckus broke out as some people began to run, only for it to stop when the thunderous voice of the greatest wizard of their time spread out with a silvery phoenix erupting from the judge's platform. Everyone, please remain calm. Though even after that, the ruckus did not die down, with Sirius getting up and rushing towards the judge's platform, not noticing how his godson was behind him. The silvery phoenix broke through the accursed green skull and snake symbol, breaking up the darkness, and the sky began to clear up once more. But the pandemonium in the stands indicated that the mark had achieved its purpose. 0000. In the graveyard of Little Hang Elton, a dozen or so Death Eaters stood with their wands drawn as 6 unconscious bodies were tied to the tombstones, their wands taken away from them. In front of the sick kneeled a short, plump man with crooked teeth. Peter Pettigrew felt liberated as he had enacted his master's plan, setting the stage for his grand return. Your orders have been completed, Master, Pettigrew spoke to the shadowy figure before him. You have done well, my servant. I can feel it. My time to rise approaches once more. 0000. Boom. Cannon is dead, and now the game is on. Edward and Dumbledore let down their guard for 1 second, and now they must suffer the consequences. Pettigrew modified the tournament files when he broke into Ludo's house, and then as he invaded the lake, he set up the whole apparatus to pull this off. Once the Ministry placed the portkey, he just had to corrupt it, and poof. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support helps me out a lot and allows me to write. So, if possible, have a look and consider subscribing to the Patreon. I shall be extremely grateful. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 32. Albus Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore was livid. Absolutely livid. And from the way everyone was looking at Ludo Bagman, he wasn't the only one. How could you let this happen? How? Screamed the French participant's father as he conversed with one of the Ministry's members from the Department on International Cooperation, berating the man for their carelessness. This is the second time I have seen that mark. You must have tried looking into it after the debacle at the Quidditch World Cup. The man asked incredulously, and the Ministry employee was sweating as he tried to answer the man. Mr. Delacour, I can assure you we had taken Eve. Don't give me this bullshit. Gods. I can assure you if a single hair on my daughters is harmed, your Ministry will have to answer to ICW. The man ended up screaming at the Ministry employee, who was reduced to a stammering mess. Maxime approached the man and spoke to him in French, trying to calm him down. Though Dumbledore's focus turned towards the stuttering form of one Ludo Bagman. Now, Ludo, I want you to tell me, with whom did you discuss the plans for the second task? Dumbledore questioned, and the man simply shook his head. I did not do anything. It was supposed to be a simple portkey and bring them back here if there was any danger. I don't know anything. Please, believe me. The man continued saying, and Dumbledore looked into the man's eyes tiring of his excuses. Dumbledore saw Ludo coming out of the Ministry building, a folder tucked in his arms as he walked towards his apartment, continuously glancing at his surroundings. And just as the man had reached his home, suddenly, he saw Ludo turn around in alarm. I can get your moan. And he saw the silhouette of a hooded man who simply raised his wand. Obliviate. And the memory ended. Confirming Dumbledore's suspicion. Dumbledore. Dumbledore. Amelia Bones is here, and she has brought Aurus with her. Suddenly, the strained voice of Minerva brought him out of his thoughts. He gave the deputy headmistress a nod. Bring her here. She needs to see this. He told her. As much as he would have liked to keep the Ministry out of it, with the foreign students also taken hostages, he really couldn't do that. At least he knew that Amelia was not one of Tom's pawns. He saw Sirius Black rush past the barriers coming up to him, his face marred with worry. The mark. Dumbledore. This is him. This is the second time, and Dumbledore simply nodded. Indeed, this seems to be Voldemort's doing. I am afraid he has caught us off guard. He was somehow able to modify the portkey's final destination, though how he was able to do so still remains a question, Dumbledore told Sirius as the man's pale face turned paler, and he frowned as he saw Young running towards them. Why have you brought young Harry here? He should go back to the dorms with the rest of the students, he asked Sirius, who replied with a frown. I did not bring him here. And the young boy stopped right beside him, huffing as he tried to control his breathing. Mr. Potter, this is an extremely dire situation. I believe that you must leave. But Dumbledore was cut off as the young man suddenly spoke up. I know what he wants. It's blood. Suddenly, the boy spoke up, making Dumbledore's heart stop. Dumbledore's mind raced as he thought up the reasons for such a demand. Potter, if this is one of your attempts at gaining glory. Severus suddenly added from the side, and Dumbledore had not missed how the man's forearm had been bandaged. I heard it myself. It was the same as the second year. Harry suddenly added, confirming Dumbledore's suspicion. Sirius, who seemed just about ready to curse his old Slytherin rival, stopped as he heard that and looked towards Harry. Second year. What is going on here? Though Dumbledore did not have the time to answer the man yet. He saw the Aurors rushing towards him. He needed to know about this before they arrived. So, he crouched down and looked the young Potter straight in the eyes, finding the green similar to Lily Potter. What exactly did you hear, Mr. Potter? Harry gulped. His hands continued to fidget as he spoke up again. He wants my blood. It said that after 10 minutes he would start killing them up one by one, But Dumbledore was not looking at Harry anymore as he suddenly got a look at the time, his eyes widening as he saw the time left till this all became a complete disaster. 5 minutes left. 0000. Edward Wright. The last thing Edward remembered was his body getting compressed and then a flash of red. And he had known that things had gone wrong. Horrible wrong. Edward remained quiet as his senses returned to him. He was on solid ground, and from the way he couldn't open his mouth or move his hands, he wasn't in friendly company. Ah! One of them is awake. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his racing thoughts, and he decided to open his eyes, and squinted to make out his surroundings as his eyes adjusted to the darkness. A mask. A skull-shaped mask, and Edward felt his heart tremble as he recognized the pattern. Oh! It seems he recognizes us. Well, that is good, and suddenly, his face was lifted up as the man pulled his hair, causing him to wince with pain. Oh, so you recognize us, hey? It seems we left quite the impression for a mudblood to remember us. Then the Death Eater yanked his head back, and it collided with the stone behind him. And Edward groaned in pain, his vision going black momentarily. Ah! Let me give you a gift. The man's voice was filled with derision and ridicule, and Edward barely saw him draw out his wand before it was aimed directly at him. Crucio. Pain. Burning. Searing. Ravishing. Pain. Edward felt as if his whole body was burning. He tried to move and get away, yet his bindings held him in place. He couldn't scream, the gag in his mouth stopping him from uttering a single word. Though, even without it he wouldn't have wanted to give them the satisfaction of hearing him scream. Enough. The pain stopped, and Edward's senses were assaulted by a revolting feeling. A sense of wrongness and foulness had taken over the surroundings, coating everything in its taint. The Death Eater immediately kneeled down as a shadowy figure appeared from behind. And for the first time Edward finally realized where he exactly was, his eyes recognizing the various graves and the people tied to them. The rows of Death Eaters lined up as a plump man mixed up a concoction in a huge cauldron. It is not the time to play around, and Edward saw the hooded figure turn and focus on the kneeling Death Eater. And then there was a small whisper. Crucio. Akha. Akha. And the grown-up Death Eater squirmed on the ground. Screaming. Begging. Crying. Yet he did not stop. And perhaps after about a minute, he finally stopped. The Death Eater continued to shake, his body convulsing from the after effects of the spell, though he still tried to kneel. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Thank you. The man continued to thank him, his body still shaking. The rest of the Death Eaters had stood in place, none moving even an inch to help their friend. Don't forget yourself, Selwyn. After all, if Dumbledore fails to deliver, you can play with them as much as you want, and with that, the hooded figure floated away, and Edward felt that he could finally breathe again. He saw the Death Eater, Selwyn, and he recognized that name, getting up shakily as he gave a glare in his direction. Don't worry, Mudblood, I will show you your place pretty soon, though his focus suddenly shifted to the others, and Edward saw the hunger and glint in those eyes as he saw his eyes land on the unconscious form of Fleur. Ah! I am gonna have so much fun. Revulsion and anger rose in his gut as he saw the hunger in those eyes. Edward glanced all around him, getting a measure of his situation. He saw Elizabeth stir up beside him, trying to wake up. Only 5 minutes are left, and then I can have all the fun I want, the man muttered as he walked away, his eyes still focused on the blonde. Alarm bells rang in Edward's ears as he heard this. He tried to move his hands, yet they were secured tightly with rope, the stack of wands placed on a small table away from him. Edward saw Fleur stir up as well, though Elizabeth was now awake and was looking around frantically. He saw her look at him, their eyes meeting, and he immediately pushed his magic, praying for it to work. Praying that she gets the signal. And then he saw her give him a small nod as he turned to look at Fleur, whose body was soaked wet and seemed to be flushed with a fever. Her face was distraught and filled with worry as her eyes were focused on the unconscious form of her sister. He saw her glance at him, and he tried to do the same, pushing his magic. Looking her straight in the eyes. 0000. Fleur Delacour. The sound of shouting and screaming assaulted her ears as soon as her senses returned to her. Her whole body was soaked, and the last thing she remembered was trying to cut the rope and free her sister. Maybe she had missed a trap, she thought as she tried to move, though she found her arms tied up. She tried to speak up and found a gag in her mouth. And while all this, the sound of screaming continued. She looked up, and her heart skipped a beat as she saw a man writhing on the ground with a hooded figure levitating in front of him. And she felt the revulsion in the air, her magic, which was more attuned to nature, screamed and gushed at the foulness. The masked man continued to scream and shake on the ground, his screams grating her ears as the reality of her situation settled down on her. No. No, her mind screamed as she looked around frantically, finally finding her little sister bound to the gravestone beside her. Gabrielle's face was scrunched up, and she seemed to be continuously shaking from the cold. She looked ahead and saw Victor and Edward's Jr. tied down as well, and after that was Edward and his friend, Elizabeth. He saw the head girl give Edward a small nod, who was staring intensely at her before he turned to face her. His face was pale, and his glasses had a crack over them, and even now, his body was shaking slightly as he stared at her, their eyes connected. Calm down. Fleur. I need you to calm down. Her eyes widened as she recognized his voice. She tried to speak up, but the gag made it impossible to utter a single word. Do not try to speak. Just think of what you want to say, and I will understand. It was his voice. She had not imagined it. How, she thought. Legilimency. But we can talk about it later. We need to get out of here. These people are Death Eaters. Death Eaters. The followers of Voldemort. Yes. But I need you to focus. We need to get out of here. They have our wands and are planning something dangerous. We only have 5 minutes, so listen closely. There are wards placed that make it impossible to apparate, so we have to get to the edge of the graveyard to get away. Okay, she thought. On my signal. You are going to free Gabrielle. Hopefully, Crumb will wake up by then, take her, and run. Don't look back. Don't stop for anything. Just run. What about you? I don't even know how to apparate, she thought with a bit of alarm. Elizabeth knows. You are to apparate in Hogsmeade near the Hog's Head. Go to the bar owner, and he will be able to contact the school. Crumb is waking up. Let me try and talk to him. And Fleur just remembers that no matter what happens, run. Take Gabrielle and run. Just run. 0000. Dumbledore watched the vial of blood sink into the Black Lake, his mind filled with worry for the 6 young students currently held as hostages by Tom and his Death Eaters. I hope you know what you are doing, Dumbledore, said Amelia Bones as she joined him on the lake's edge. There is no other choice, Amelia. We cannot put those lives in danger. Just prepare your auras to move in as soon as we track down. And suddenly, the vial vanished. Dumbledore closed his eyes, his magic thrumming as it tried to estimate the location. And moments later, he only muttered a single word, Fox, before bursting into a sea of flames. 0000. Voldemort's made the first move. What is Edward's plan, and will Dumbledore make it in time? As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support helps me out a lot and allows me to write, so if possible, have a look and drop a dime. I shall be extremely grateful. Chapter 33. Lucius Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy watched as his master floated towards the rundown shack. The backstabber Peter Pettigrew continued to stir the huge cauldron, making his heart thump in his chest as he awaited his master's ascension. He looked at the hostages, his eyes finding the Slytherin student his son often lamented about. The mudblood who had disgraced the noble house of Slytherin. A stain on the history of their house. You eyeing your pick of the lot, Yaxley commented from the side, and Lucius was repulsed slightly by the hunger he had in his eyes as he stared at the blonde girl. He did not deign to give him a reply as he looked at his watch. 1 minute left. Well, Dumbledore seems to be running out of Tim. Boom. Boom. And suddenly, there were a couple of loud explosions. Lucius immediately took out his wand, shouting. Have the ward been breached? And there was the sound of coughing and tumbling as they all inhaled the smoke. No. It's the hostages. They are trying to run. And before he could raise his wand, Zephyro, and the area began to clear up as their master raised his wand. And Lucius watched the 6 hostages running through the graveyard, trying to escape. Do not let them get away, came their master's command, and all of them were on the move. Rushing to stop them. Bombarda. Stupefy. Expulso. Spells flew, and Lucius could see them struggle as they tried to run and fight off the 12 of them. Mauricio, carrying the 2 unconscious girls. He saw the Slytherin boy turn and watched him slash his wand. Sectum Sempra. Lucius ducked on instinct. Akh. Selwyn, behind him, took the full brunt of that spell. Craquio. He raised his wand and cast the unforgivable. Akh. He saw the spell hit one of them, and watched them fall to the ground. It was the boy from Drumstrang who seemed to be carrying another student. Crucio. Avis. And a small bundle of birds appeared, blocking the barrage in front of the fallen kid. Don't stop. Just run. He heard someone scream as the boy from Slytherin stopped and raised his wand. Lumos Solium. Lucius had to close his eyes as the whole area was dyed in shimmering bright light. However, he continued to cast spells in their general direction. Aghh my eyes. He heard some of his companions scream. Though suddenly, he felt the mark on his hand burn. Burn like the way it used to years ago, and Lucius squinted his eyes and watched his master descend into the huge cauldron. Bang! The cauldron broke immediately. Clouds of darkness formed and shimmered as they coalesced into a singular entity. It was as if the magic itself was reeling back, as suddenly the clouds expanded and shockwave reverberated across the whole graveyard. Boom! Thack! Lucius was thrown back and hit a gravestone as a shadow flew past him, heading straight for the edge of the graveyard. 0000. Elizabeth White. Hope bubbled in her heart as she saw the edge of the graveyard. They could finally get out. She continued to run with Fleur, who was also carrying Gabrielle, right behind her, followed by Crumb, carrying Hermione. They moved cautiously, trying to avoid the barrage of spells aimed right at them. We are almost there. She screamed as she glanced back, but her eyes widened as she saw a cloud of darkness rushing towards them. She barely had enough time to raise her wand. Protego! She shouted as a shimmering shield appeared in front of her. But it was not enough, for she was thrown back as the wave of darkness hit her. Aghh! She grunted in pain as she fell on her back. Her vision blurred as she writhed on the ground in pain. She could see they were at the graveyard's edge, even with her blurry vision. But suddenly, her senses screamed at her to run. To get away. The shouting stopped, and the graveyard quieted down as she saw someone land at the edge of the graveyard. Oxio! And suddenly, she felt herself getting pulled back. And then she felt herself crash into another person's body, and she looked up to find the pale face of Edward holding her in his arm. His wand was still aimed straight ahead. His face was pale, and he seemed to be bleeding from several places though he still stood tall. Beside him, Fleur and Crumb had also taken out their wands and were huddled around Gabrielle and Hermione. It's him. We need to be very careful, he heard him mutter, and a feeling of dread crept over her as she looked at the figure in the black robe standing in their way. The Death Eaters had now regrouped and were kneeling on the ground, standing right behind them. His skin seemed to be white and had a scaly sheen to it like that of a snake. His nose was replaced by what seemed like slits, though what made her tremble were those eyes. Those gaunt red eyes stared at them with nothing but insignificance. Like they were playthings. She saw him glance their way, his eyes looking at them, examining them, and she shuddered as they passed by her, for they felt invasive. It was as if he was examining her whole being. Dissecting it. It seems the next generation has no respect for me, and even his voice made her hair stand up. It was hoarse and seemed as if he was hissing his words. The magic in the air was bubbling with foulness. It was reviling and making her remain on edge. Kneel. And Elizabeth felt herself fall to her knees. Her body obeyed her words as if she was a puppet. She looked up and found only Edward standing, blood dripping from his face though he stood. She saw Voldemort's smile widen as his eyes narrowed as he focused on Edward. Ah! It seems I have a challenger. His voice filled with mirth. You have already achieved what you wanted. Let us leave. Edward shouted, his wand still at the ready. Voldemort licked his lips as his smile widened. And missed the opportunity to test Hogwarts' finest. It would be such a waste. So why don't I make you an offer? And she saw Edward's eyes narrow before he nodded. I offer you the chance to duel me, Lord Voldemort. And in return, I shall let your friends leave this place, and her eyes widened. Dueling him. It was suicide. Don't take I accept, but you let them leave first, Edward spoke up before Fleur could finish her words. Elizabeth herself was distraught. She pushed herself to stand up and pulled Edward's arm. Have you gone mad? He will kill you. She whispered. Ah! That I will. But for a mudblood like him, it will be an honor to die at the hands of Lord Voldemort. Voldemort said from the side. Edward looked at her, and she could see the look in his eyes. Just listen to me and leave, and do as told you, please, he said, glancing at the shivering form of Gabrielle. Fleur was now hugging his arm. Don't do this. He will kill you. She pleaded desperately while her body shook. Ah! Young love, her head snapped as Voldemort interrupted the French girl, and she only saw a blur as she heard a snarl. Crucio! And the spell was headed straight for Fleur, who couldn't move because Gabrielle was right behind her, but Edward had been able to react as he stood in front of her, slashing his wand, making the earth rise up to intercept the spell. Boom! The earthen wall was blasted away from the force of the spell, and Elizabeth covered her face to stop the dirt from entering her eyes. Aghh! She heard Edward, though he still stood tall, huffing as he gasped for breath. Ah! Such a display of love, such sincerity! He said with a smile, opening up his arms as he looked towards his Death Eaters before suddenly raising his wand blurred again. It infuriates me. Crucio! Ah! She saw Edward grunt once more, collapsing to his knees as he tried to stop himself from shouting. Suddenly he stopped, and Elizabeth watched as Fleur aimed a barrage of spells at him. He swatted them away like they were nothing before shaking his hand in a disappointed way. It seems you must learn to respect your betters, you filthy creature. And she saw him slash his wand as fire gushed out, heading straight for Fleur. Elizabeth saw her whip her own wand as she summoned water, but the fire was enormous, and the water was not enough to hold it back. She picked up her wand, summoned water, Aquario, and felt people behind her shuffle. No. She heard him snarl, I shall deal with them myself. Crumb joined them as well, but all three of them were still being pushed back, and the way he was smiling, easily. On my signal. You all run. No matter what happens, you don't stop. Apparate away as soon as you are out. But Edway, Fleur tried to say, but he was not listening for he seemed was busy muttering a spell, though she saw him give Crumb a nod. Now. Tempest. She heard him scream, watching lightning descend from the sky. Crashing onto the ground. They let go of their spells and ducked to avoid the overpowering flames. Boom! It was a big explosion. She felt herself getting pushed from behind as they ran. The debris was cleared up, and suddenly she heard a scream. Enough! Elizabeth was getting pushed back as the ground shook from his mere shout, and she found herself tumbling again. Though she was out of the graveyard. She looked to the side and found that everyone was out except Edward, who was still running. Crucio! She heard Voldemort scream as his wand aimed at Edward, and for the first time, she heard her friend scream. Ah! Ah! He screamed, his body convulsing on the ground. And she noticed his robes were now in flame. I tried to give you an honorable death. Yet it seems you mudbloods aren't even worthy of that. Dread pooled in her heart as she saw him raise his hand. Edward's body continued to convulse. Elizabeth pushed herself to move to reach him. She saw Crumb vanish with a pop as he apparat away. Avada Kedavra. And her heart stopped as she saw the green bolt rushing towards her friend, a distant shout from of no. Ringing in her ears. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. Albus slashed his wand, and a wall erupted in front of the three remaining students. Blocking the killing curse. He saw Elizabeth White's head whip towards her, and his temper rose as he saw the fear and panic on her face. Professor, he heard her mutter as he stepped forward, just as Tom broke down the wall bringing it down. And Dumbledore felt his heart tear as he saw the state of Tom, of what he had become. He smiled as he saw him, and Dumbledore was saddened as he saw the score of Death Eaters standing behind Tom. Dumbledore. How marvelous of you to join us, Tom said grandiosely, and Dumbledore scanned the surroundings and found no trace of the other three students. He turned to his head girl. Where are the rest of you? He questioned her. She stammered a bit before finally replying. They have apparat to Hogsmeade. The PLA. And he held up his hand. This was enough as he handed her the portfolio he had prepared beforehand. Take this and go. He said. But, Professor, she tried to say, but he shook off his words, slashing his wand once more to block Tom's barrage. You all will be a hindrance. The Aurors will be arriving any second. Go. He added and saw her nod as she and the French girl took hold of young Edward before activating the portfolio. He felt relieved as he saw them vanish with a pop. Dumbledore finally let go of his temper. He had held himself back for their sake. His magic erupted, repelling all the foulness that had gathered in the air. The ground beside Tom erupted into columns that danced around him, trapping him, though Tom simply blasted them off before he took to the skies. This will not work, Tom. The Aurors will be here any second. Dumbledore spoke and saw the Death Eaters panic at his words, but Tom merely sneered as he levitated. You think Aurors can stop me? Even death could not stop Lord Voldemort. He screamed as he aimed a barrage straight at him. But love did. Dumbledore replied as he swung his own wand making the ground beneath him lift and intercept Tom's attack before heading straight toward Tom. Dumbledore felt the air crack beside him as he felt teams of Auror land one after the other. His attack was stopped by Tom, who made the matter disintegrate with his magic. He felt Amelia Bones walk up, her face pale as she saw Voldemort levitating in front of her. Gods have mercy. He has returned. How? And it was a question that intrigued him as well. But this was for later. Well. Everyone seems quite excited about my return, Tom commented, and Dumbledore's eyes narrowed as Tom suddenly spun his wand. His eyes widened as he felt the magic shift as he let go of the spell. Get back! He screamed at the Aurors, trying to rush towards Tom, as he slashed his wand, bringing up a barrier to protect everyone from Tom's attack. He watched as darkness spread everywhere and heard screams of men. Akha! Akha! Save me! My lord, save me! And watched as Death Eaters vanished as well, leaving only Tom, who looked him in the eye. Goodbye, Dumbledore! Before he himself vanished with a pop. Dumbledore swung his wand muttering the incantation, clearing up the clouds of darkness. Good lord! Amelia cursed from his side, and several Aurors emptied their guts as they saw the scene in front of them, for there were bodies that had disintegrated as if rodents had eaten them and then heated in a fire. 2 bodies that included one Auror, who was now unrecognizable, and one, even his very own Death Eater. It was Dawlish. It's Dawlish! Someone screamed, and Dumbledore closed his eyes as he mourned the first innocent soul lost to another war. 0000. Boom. This needed 2 rewrites before I could finally pen this down. Hope you like this. If Edward was alone, he would probably have fared a lot better, but covering for 6 people alone and facing Voldemort while being injured is too much. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support helps me a lot and allows me to write. So, if possible, have a look and consider dropping a dime. I shall be extremely grateful. Chapter 34. Elizabeth White. Elizabeth White felt her world twist before she suddenly felt herself land on hard ground. She landed on the ground and could hear a number of gasps before she suddenly heard the voice of their Transfiguration professor loudly. Back up! Back up! Let the healers do their work! The professor said in a hardened tone. Elizabeth finally looked around and found herself back in the familiar halls of Hogwarts. She was safe. She was alive. A wave of relief swept through her, and suddenly she felt her body getting lifted and taken to a medical bed. She also looked to the side and found Edward and Fleur getting taken to beds. A healer came to her side, someone other than Poppy. Miss White? Can you hear me? He said, and Elizabeth found herself nodding, her body still trembling. She was still looking at the healers swarming Edward's bed and casting a number of spells. Yes, yes. I can, she replied, not taking her eye off of Edward before suddenly she recalled something. She turned to the healer and spoke up. The others. The others are in Hogsmeade near the Hog's Head. She told the healer, whose eyes widened as he gave her a nod. She saw him turn and rush toward her Transfiguration professor and speak to her in a hushed tone. She saw McGonagall take a sigh of relief as immediately began to walk towards what appeared to be Aurors. The healer returned to her side and began talking to her once more. Thank you for this. Now I need you to tell me, did you receive any injury on any part of your body? She shook her head and looked to her side towards the person responsible for her and everyone else's safe return. They had now put curtains around his bed, making it so she couldn't see a thing. I did not. Is my friend going to be fine? She asked the young healer, who gave her a warm smile and nodded. He is being cared for by the best of the best. He will be fine, and she nodded, and suddenly she heard the infirmary doors open as. Suddenly a couple of Aurors walked in and with Victor Crumb, Hermione Granger, and Gabrielle Delacour. Gabrielle! She heard someone scream as the little French girl was suddenly wrapped up by what appeared to be her mother. The little girl leapt to her mother and began sobbing, and Elizabeth knew that the experience had been harrowing for the young Vila and her parents. Shwish! The curtains around Edward's bed were pulled apart, and she saw a much older man walk toward her. The man had white hair and wore the same robes as the rest of the healers, but he seemed to be a department head by the name embossed above his pocket. Healer Shafik, can your patient answer some questions? The young healer who had been examining her nodded. But she spoke up before him. Yes. Yes, I can, she almost shouted, and the young healer Shafik also nodded. She can. She has no major injuries. We just need to clean out the scrapes and cuts, and a good rest after that will be enough. The head nodded and turned to face her, and he gave her a small sympathetic smile before he started. Miss White. I know you have been through something extremely traumatic, but can I ask you some questions regarding the event? Elizabeth took a deep breath as she nodded. Thank you. Now can you tell me which spells were used against you and Mr. Edward? Elizabeth looked to the side and found Edward still unconscious, though his face had been wrapped with white dressing. She nodded as she recalled their escape from the graveyard as replied to his question. One of the Death Eaters first used the Cruciatus on him. And she heard the young healer beside her gasp as she continued. Then, as we were trying to get away, they were just throwing random spells at us. After that, Voldemort appeared. And at this, she heard the head healer gasp. She saw his face pale as she interrupted her. Are you saying that he's back? That Voldemort is back? He questioned her, and she nodded. The whole room became quiet at that, and she could see a number of eyes all focused on her. She swallowed before slowly nodding her head. Immediately she felt the temperature of the room drop. And then she saw some ministry employees trying to rush towards her, but Professor McGonagall stepped forward once more. Let the healers do their work. Everyone except the healers and the Aurors, please move out of the room. There were some protests to her, but she just waved her wand, pushing everyone out of the room. Please, continue, said the head healer, and she once again focused on him. Just even recalling being in his presence of him, made her skin crawl. We were trying to get out, but he stood in our way. He used the Cruciatus curse on him 3 times, and some flame spell also hit him. She concluded hurriedly, not wanting to dwell on the memories too much. Gods, be good. Being under the Dark Lord's torture curse 3 times. The head healer cursed, and her heart dropped as she saw his pale face. She spoke up once again. He will be fine, right? She questioned the older man, looking at both the healers, who were now pale as a sheet of paper. The younger one was simply looking toward the older head healer, who nodded toward her. Thank you for this. As for your friend, we are going to take good care of him. He will be fine. The man rushed back towards Edward's bed. She tried to speak up once more, but the younger healer stopped her. You need to rest, Miss White. Please take this dreamless sleep, you will be fine after you wake up. 0000. Apollon Delacour. The last couple of hours had been hell for Apollon Delacour. The prospect of losing any of her daughters had shocked her to the core, devastating her and leaving her distraught. She had not been the only one affected, for she had never seen Sebastian worried like this once. But in the end, everything worked out. She wiped away her tears as she hugged her little Gabrielle, who had been lucky to remain unconscious throughout the ordeal. Though the same could not be said of her eldest daughter, who was still pale as a sheet. Sebastian stood by her side, holding her side, as a ministry official from France talked to her. She could tell that this was going to become a huge international issue. The return of someone like Voldemort was something that would raise questions all over the world. Suddenly she saw the healers shift as they suddenly began moving the bed to her side. She saw Fleur turn towards them as her face grew paler, and she asked loudly. Where are they going? Where are they taking him? She asked Sebastian, who hesitated for a second before he walked up to a healer and talked to him before returning to Fleu's side. They are taking him to St. Mungo's for further treatment. He needs further treatment, which is impossible here, and she watched her daughter's face turn paler as she suddenly sprang to her feet. I need to go with them. Tell them to take me with them. She said as Sebastian stopped her from falling down. Fleur, you are in no shape to go anywhere. You need to rest. The healers will take care of it. Sebastian tried to calm her down, but Fleur seemed adamant. No. No. I need to be there. Tell them to take me with them. She pleaded, and Apollon's heart broke as she saw tears well up in her daughter's eyes. Fleur. They only allow family to accompany a Pat. He has no one. I have to go with him. Suddenly, she saw Sebastian frown as he suddenly cut Fleur off. You are not going anywhere. The healers will take care of it. We will be returning to France by tomorrow. No. And Apollon watched as Fleur defied Sebastian. Separating from him as she glared at the man. That is enough, Fle. All of us would have been dead if not for him. All of us. If not for him. I will not leave him like this, Fleur said to her father as she wiped away the tears in her eyes, standing tall even as her body shook. Sebastian seemed to be taken back by her words, but he was about to retort when Apollon decided to cut in as she suddenly spoke up. Sebastian, please. Let her go, she pleaded quietly, and Fleu's eyes brightened at her words. Sebastian took a moment or so before slowly nodding and turning to face Fleur. All right, but you need to rest first. Take the dreamless sleep and sleep for a couple of hours, and then you can go to St. Mungo's and visit him, he finished reluctantly and then motioned for the French ministry worker to leave. Fleur nodded at that and immediately drank the potion from the vial. She then walked up to her and hugged her, and Apollon relished as she felt Fleu's arms wrap around her reassuringly. Relief rippled through her. She was here. Fleur was back. Thank you for this, Fleur muttered, and Apollon kissed her head, tears of relief falling down from her eyes once again. I am just so thankful that you and Gabrielle are unharmed. She said as her daughters wrapped around her, breathing life back into her. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. This is a disaster. I thought he died all those years ago at the Potters. How the hell does someone return from the dead? Amelia Bones screamed as she paced back and forth in her office. Both of them were waiting for the minister to reach the ministry so that further steps could be taken regarding Voldemort's return. Dumbledore's mind was racing as he thought of an explanation to the question of the head of DMLE. I do have some hypothesis, but I cannot be sure, he said as he thought of the huge cauldron found in the graveyard and the potion that had been prepared. Amelia turned towards him. Well, then, do enlighten me, she said as she finally sat. Albus leaned back in the chair as he compiled his thoughts. I believe that Voldemort did not truly die when he tried to kill young Harry. I believe he was able to survive as a wraith and has now used a very obscure and strong restorative potion to return to his full life. A restorative potion? Aren't those common in Africa? And he nodded. For the truly were common there. He couldn't tell her about the Horcruxes, for the fewer people knew about such magics, the better. They were something no wizard should ever even imagine making. Gods be damned. Why couldn't he just die that night? She said with a sigh as she leaned back into her seat before suddenly speaking up in a somber tone. You do know how Fudge will react to this, right? She questioned him, and he nodded slowly. Cornelius Fudge was many things, but a brave man he was not. His association with one Lucius Malfoy also compromised the man, giving Dumbledore quite a clear idea about how he would react to this news. But that had not been the question. Do you wish for me to support you to become minister? He asked straightforwardly, and Amelia shrugged. It wouldn't really matter. Fudge will not be able to lead us through this war. He is worse than Bagnold and even more corrupt. He will be made to quit sooner or later, and everyone knew who would replace him. There were only two contenders, truly. Amelia Bones and Rufus Screamgore. And Screamgore lacked much of Amelia's appeal and support, though was a reasonable wizard in his humble opinion. If it truly comes to it, you will have my support, he said after a moment of thought. Amelia gave him a nod. Thank you, and then suddenly, a patroness appeared in the room. Dumbledore felt his mood lighten as the shining eagle did rounds around him before landing on his shoulder, conveying the message of its caster, Phileas. What is a patroness doing here? Amelia questioned cautiously as it dissolved into sparks after finishing its purpose. It was here to deliver a message from my charms, Professor. He has just informed me that the healers have taken young Mr. Edwards to St. Mungo's for further treatment for the after effects of the Cruciatus Curse, and he was furious and distraught by the news. Cruciatus Curse, an unforgivable on a 17-year-old. Voldemort had driven several people mad with that curse. Amelia seemed to share his views as her face paled as she heard his words. Gods! Cruciatus by Voldemort on a 17-year-old. Will he be fine? She questioned him and he nodded. They are optimistic, but nothing can be said with surety, and there was a knock at her door as a young Auror entered the room. Madam Bones. Madam Bones. The minister has been killed. 0000. Bang. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support helps me a lot and allows me to write. So, if possible, have a look and consider dropping a dime. I shall be extremely grateful. Chapter 35. Minerva McGonagall. The last 24 hours had been hell for Minerva McGonagall, and if Albus was telling her now was true, things were about to get way worse. How can they get the minister like this? Just how? She questioned him once more, exasperated and troubled by the news of the death of the leader of their government. The truth was she was still reeling from the shock, her consciousness refusing to accept the return of he who shall not be named. Albus sighed, looking haggard and tired, with no trace of his usual cheer and calm behavior as he shook his head. I don't know myself. The Aurors just found him dead in his home. I suspect that Voldemort had been planning for this for quite some time. It's just that we had all become complacent and careless, the man said, and McGonagall could sense how this all was taking its toll on the man. Everyone would now look to him once more for guidance and hope, an honor it may be, but it was a daunting, extremely large burden to carry, especially for someone his age. Tell me about the injured students. Is everything fine? He suddenly asked her about the 6 unfortunate children that had been caught in Voldemort's schemes. When the dark mark had gone up on the lake, her heart had nearly given up, and she had prepared herself never to see those bright faces again. Thank God, she had been wrong. Relief had flooded her when she had seen them all in the hospital, injured, scared, and distraught. But alive nonetheless. And it was all that mattered. Everyone except Edward has been cleared up. They are still a bit tired and nervous from the experience, but the healers are saying that they can return to normal activities by tomorrow, she replied to Albus, and she saw him nod at her words. Good. That is good, but what about Edward? Phileas told me that they took him to St. Mungo's, has there been any news from there? He questioned her, and she sighed heavily as she nodded. Edward Wright was one of Minerva's favorite students, and from what the rest of the captive students had told the Aurors, he had faced Voldemort, shielding them from the Dark Lord, a feat that not many adult wizards, let alone children, could boast. Poppy inquired about him, and the reports are mixed. The damage to his nerves because of the Cruciatus was not extensive and would heal up in a couple of days. And she could see Albus relax a bit at that. The Cruciatus curse was classified as unforgivable because of its long-lasting effects. The curse was so dangerous that it could drive people mad. But his face has received severe burns. They believe them to be caused by an unknown cursed fire of sorts. According to Healer Jack, his face will be scarred from them, maybe for life. Albus stiffened at that. And it was only because she had known him for such a long time that she noticed his fists clench momentarily in anger before he leaned back and closed his eyes. How extensive are the burns? He questioned, and she shook her head. I am not sure, she replied, and he sighed, and silence reigned in the headmaster's chambers. What will happen to the tournament, Albus? She questioned the man. It's not sure. My proposal would be to continue it, to send a strong message, but I believe this will have to be discussed with the ministries and the rest of the headmasters. Albus replied, making her remember another troublesome piece of news. Regarding that, I believe that Igor Karkaroff has gone missing and is nowhere to be seen, she informed him, appalled by the selfishness and carelessness of the man. Though Albus just sighed. That is unfortunate but expected. The man did betray several of his former colleagues when the last war ended. So, who is in charge of the Drumstrang students now? It is one of their professors. Though, I have contacted their governors and deputy headmaster regarding this. Hopefully, we will receive a response from them any time tomorrow, and Albus nodded as he saw him glance at the great clock on his desk before standing up again. Then this will be all. I need to return to the ministry and see to the matters over there. If there is any emergency in the shoal, you can contact me, but otherwise, I believe you shall have to see to running Hogwarts for some time. She nodded, and Albus smiled as he added. Well, we can consider it a trial run for when you eventually become the headmistress, and Minerva smiled at his joke. 0000. Lucius Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy kneeled in front of his lord as he gave the lord a report about the task that had been assigned to him. My lord, the minister is dead, he spoke up, and he could feel several eyes focus on him as murmurs broke out in the great dining hall of the Malfoy manor. The manor was already under Fidelius and unplottable and had been deemed by his lord as the base of operations. The Dark Lord sat on the chair, a chair that had been designated for the head of the household, his seat. Good. And who have we nominated for the next minister? The Dark Lord questioned, and Lucius swallowed before finally responding. Cornelius's undersecretary is sympathetic to our cause and will oppose the holding of an election, and we have placed several ministry employees under our influence. Though, we are facing some resistance in our efforts, he finished nervously. The Dark Lord was not one to forgive failures. Crucio. And Lucius's breath hitched as he felt like his body was on fire. Pain. Sheer burning pain. Ah. He screamed as he writhed on the ground, screaming, shouting, begging. Pl. Please see. Me, sigh. He tried to beg. And then he felt the spell ends as his lord moved away his wand. Lucius was sweating profusely. His clothes were dirty though he did not care. He could not care, for he slowly, pain stacking, bowed once more. Thanku for show, wing me. RCY my lord, Lucius said, and the Dark Lord stood up, and Lucius felt his cold wand touch his face, beckoning him to look up. Lucius looked up and shuddered internally as he once more saw the appearance of the Dark Lord. Those red orbs stared at him, evaluating his worth, cutting through his very being. Tell me, Lucius. Who is it? Lucius swallowed again, steadying his trembling voice before he began again. It is Amelia Bones. She has garnered significant support and is a strong candidate for Minister of Magic. Rumors are that she even has Dumbledore's support, Lucius reported faithfully. And he saw the Dark Lord nod before he raised his head, closing his eyes as he seemed to think. Bones. I remember now, though, no matter. It is but a small setback. And then Lucius felt his lord's eyes land on him once more. Give me your arm, Lucius, and dread pooled in his gut. But nonetheless, Lucius raised his arm, obeying the command. The Dark Lord looked at the mark. The dark mark was now back to full color. And Lucius was sure he could feel it writhing on his very skin. It seems many have refused my call or seem to have forgotten their loyalties. Haven't I been quite merciful in forgiving all your treachery? The Dark Lord questioned all those present. He could feel his colleagues shift in their position as they all replied. Indeed, my lord, you have been merciful, came the collective reply. Then I believe it is time I set an example for all those who seem to have forgotten their vows, and Lucius's heart raced as his lord placed his wand on his dark mark. It is time they learn that I am inevitable, and Lucius's senses screamed at him to run away, yet he did not move as a wave of magic rippled through the air. And Lucius could feel his arm burning up, the dark mark writhed and glowed though he did not move. Aghh. He muffled his scream. Lucius's face would turn ashen white the next day. The Daily Prophet would reveal the news of the death of one Igor Karkaroff. The man had died writhing on the ground, his own body decaying from withing because of unknown magic. However, Lucius knew exactly what kind of magic it had been. 0000. Fleur Delacour. Rudderless Ministry. By Harvey Specter. As Great Britain reels from the presumptive return of the infamous he who shall not be named. Our ministry shows levels of incompetence that allowed this to happen in the first place. It has been 2 days since the death of the late Minister Fudge and the subsequent return of the Dark Lord. Yet, our ministry seems rather busy with infighting and power games rather than providing assurance and hope to the anxious people of the British Isles. The Undersecretary of the late Minister refuses to give up power and has refused to comment on the Dark Lord's return, calling it all a hoax and ploy of Albus Dumbledore to gain control of the ministry. She has also tried to remove Lady Amelia Bones as the head of the DMLE, a move which has been stopped by Albus Dumbledore, who exercises his powers as the head of Wizengamot. Unrest, incompetence, and confusion. These words sum up the situation of the ministry. Many questions that perhaps it is time for the esteemed headmaster of the Dumbledore to step up and lead the nation, while others question the extraordinary power and influence wielded by the man. And Fleur had had enough as she placed the paper down. The sheer incompetence of the British ministry had been mind-boggling. She had always known about their corruption and incompetence, for Edward would often comment on it, but she had never thought that things would be this bad. She looked to the side at him as he lay unconscious on the bed, his moving chest the only sign of life as bandages covered half of his face. And she berated herself once more for causing this and for not being strong enough. For not being careful enough. The fire used by Voldemort had not been the regular fire but something rather obscure. They had tried to make the scars disappear, yet to no avail. In the end, all they could do was just let it be. She got off her chair and sat on the side of the bed, her hands brushing over the bandages. "Please wake up. Please," she pleaded as she gripped his hand, squeezing it, trying to make him aware of her presence. Her vision blurred as tears welled up in her eyes. She brought his hand up to her lips and gave it a small kiss, hoping that her warmth would reach him. Hoping that he would finally wake up. Yet there was no reaction. Suddenly she felt a knock at the door. She looked at the clock and saw that it was time for visitors, so she wiped her eyes and walked to the door. She opened the door and found two very familiar faces standing outside. Hermione Granger, the young girl whom Edward regarded as a younger sister, stood there with Edward's headmaster. The headmaster gave her a smile. "It is good to see you, Miss Delacour. May we come in?" "I wanted to check on Edward," she nodded and moved out of the way. "I am better, Headmaster Dumbledore." "Please, come in," and the man entered the room, followed by the young bushy brown-haired girl. "Thank you. I believe you are already acquainted with Miss Granger." He questioned her as he placed, and she nodded. "Indeed. We have met a couple of times," she said as she gave the young girl a smile. "Yes, she taught me how to dance for the ball," the little girl added as she placed the fruit basket she had been carrying on the table before sitting on the bed beside Edward. The ball was a magnificent event," the headmaster said a little forlornly before he turned to face her. "Has there been any change?" And she shook her head. And the man sighed, and before he could speak up, the room lit up. Fleur instinctively reached for her wand but was stopped as Edward's headmaster raised his hand. And suddenly, something leapt out of the flames, encircling the room, and Fleur's eyes widened as she recognized the legendary bird. "It's a phoenix!" she spluttered as the bird suddenly flew towards her. "Relax, my dear. This is Fox, my companion," the headmaster assured her as the bird suddenly landed on her shoulder. And despite its size, it was light as a feather. It was looking at her, examining her. And before she could react, it opened its beak and let out a melodious cry. Peace and tranquility transcended upon her. And it was like all her worries had been washed away. She could feel her spirit healing, her muscles relaxing as it continued to squeak out melodiously. "It seems that he likes you, not a coincidence, for he was quite fond of Edward," the headmaster added from the side. Fleur felt herself looking over the mythical bird, her body still trying to process it all, when suddenly the little girl shouted. "He is waking up! He is waking up! 0000. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support helps me out a lot, so, if possible, have a look and consider dropping a dime. I shall be extremely thankful." Chapter 36. Edward Wright. Edward Wright had been wrong. He had also made mistakes previously, but this time his mistakes had nearly cost him his life. And as he turned his face to the side to glance at the blonde asleep at his side, he berated himself once more. Nearly her life as well. He moved his hand to brush aside the locks covering her face as Fleur slept with her arms wrapped around him, the exhaustion clear on her face. She shifted on the small hospital bed, and her arms tightened around him, not waking up despite getting disturbed. Edward tried to smile yet winced as sharp pain radiated over his face, making him hiss lightly. Suddenly there was a calming core reverberating across the room, making his pain go away, and he looked up at the fiery bird chirping light over his head. He smiled at Fox. The bird had been there for some time, his melodious cry there to reassure him in such difficult, trying times. "Thank you," he whispered to the bird, and then with what seemed like a nod, Fox burst into flames again, leaving him alone with Fleur in the room once more. He felt Fleur shift slightly to his side and watched as her eyes fluttered lightly before they widened as he smiled at her. "Hello," he teased her as he poked her nose with his hand and smiled. Her face turned red, and she tried to separate herself from him. But he stopped her as he held her close once more. "Edward. Let me go," she said exasperatedly as she tried to get away. "Why?" He teased her back, and she frowned as she looked towards the door. "Anyone could walk in. Let me go," she replied, panicking a bit, and he finally let go of her as she stepped off the bed, straightening up her clothes as she stared at the clock on the wall, her eyes widening as she saw that the whole night had passed. "Gods! The whole night! You could have woken me up. You need rest more than me," she complained, finally sitting down on the bed and looking at all the space she had hogged guiltily. He just shrugged. "Something told me that you hadn't rested well for some time, so I let you be," and he noticed how her fists clenched as her face lost its color and she looked to the side. "It's nothing. You don't need to worry about it," she replied hurriedly, and he knew she was trying to hide something. He reached for her hand and held it, making her look toward him. Whatever it is, you can tell me. He told her, and she just shook his head. It's nothing, she rebuffed with a smile, squeezing his hand again. Then I guess you would simply consider breaking up with me. After all, which Vila would want to go out with a disfigure? No. She cut him off immediately, her face inches away from his own as she stared him right in the eyes, her blue eyes shining with resolve. Don't even joke about this, Edward. Don't. She said seriously as her hands nestled his face, caressing his bandages lightly, and he saw her chew her lip and her eyes moisten a bit. That night, if it weren't for you, all of us would be dead. You freed us, planned the escape, and when I froze, he tried to say something, yet she silenced him with her finger continuing. You shielded me. You protected me despite being injured yourself. When you asked me out, you promised that you would be willing to protect me for life. And Edward still remembered that day in the kitchens, and his eyes widened as he saw Fleur lightly kiss his forehead before she locked head with him as she added. So let me make my own promise to you here. Edward Wright. No matter what happens in the future. I shall never leave you. No matter what. And his eyes widened as he noticed the distance between them close as her lips crashed onto his with passion, the sudden movement making him wince in pain a bit, but the pain was a minor concern in that heated moment. They separated minutes later, eyes and souls locked, and his eyes widened as he heard her mutter in a small whisper. You are mine. And I am yours. From this day to the end of my days. 0000. Harry Potter. The last couple of days had been hellish for Harry Potter. For once, Harry had hoped that he would have a normal year at Hogwarts, yet it seemed like his hopes had been dashed once more. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was tense, and he could see them all staring at him, murmuring as they talked about Voldemort's return. Though now it wasn't him alone they stared at. They also stared at his friend, Hermione, and often pestered her about details of that night. Hermione had told him how she had only woken up by the end of it all, a little before she had been operated alongside Krum to Hogshead. The classes had been cancelled for the last 2 days due to administrative reasons, and Harry had noticed how Dumbledore had been absent from the dinners, yet today an assembly had been called and all of them gathered in the hall for the announcement. What do you reckon it's all about? There are rumors that they might have to close the school. Harry noticed how Hermione's head whipped towards Ron at that. Who's saying that? She questioned sharply, and Ron just shrugged. The twins are taking bets on this. They say that many parents are trying to pull their kids from school, and that was true as Harry scanned the tables and found many faces missing from across the 3 tables. Why, though? The only person he who shall not be named was afraid of is Professor Dumbledore. With him here, why would they pull the kids out of the school? What about their studies? She questioned exasperatedly. And Ron just shook his head. I don't know, but it's what I have heard, Ron finished as he began to butter the toast. Hermione just huffed and began to look at her own plate. How can they close the school? We have our owls next year. She spoke up, and Harry smiled, seeing her like this, forgetting about the dangers that lay outside these halls as he began to pile up the omelette on his own plate. Not noticing how she seemed to be glaring at him, he frowned when he finally looked up. What? He questioned, seeing her glare. Don't tell me you also don't care about our studies. She reprimanded him, and just as he was about to reply, Professor Dumbledore stood up, and he felt the hall quieten down at that as the man walked up to the dais. First of all, I would like to inform all of you that your classes are T-resume as per the regular schedule from today. Despite the flagrant rumors, the school is not closing down, he finished with a smile, and there was a groan from some of the students, the biggest one from the Weasley twins. And Harry watched Hermione's face light up at this. However, the professor wasn't done yet as he continued. However, the same cannot be said about the Triwizard Tournament. The tournament has been cancelled, and the hall became quiet at that once more as Dumbledore's gaze swept across the hall. As all of you may have heard, during the second task, a security breach led to the kidnapping of all 6 participants. While all 6 escaped, this could have ended in a great tragedy. Everyone in the hall listened attentively to his words, though each for their own reasons. The man behind this had plagued our society a decade ago as he tried to divide the wizarding world. Voldemort left devastation in his wake as he ripped us apart, making wizards turn on their brethren based on a lie. Make no mistake. He shall try it once more to divide us, to make us turn on each other. And murmurs broke out in the hall as Dumbledore confirmed the news of Voldemort's news himself, and Harry noticed how, for the first time, he had seen the man talk about political ideologies. The professor suddenly raised his hand, motioning for silence, and the whispers died down. If he were to look at you all, he would have you see purebloods, half-bloods, muggle-born. He would call one better than the other. Let me tell you, he is wrong. The professor's voice reverberated across, surprising even Harry, for he had never seen Professor Dumbledore speak up like this. I see young witches and wizards, each with limitless potential. each with dreams and aspirations of their own. So, let me assure you that you are the future despite the dark and trying times that lay ahead, despite the mistakes and choices of the past generations. And it is up to you to define what you make of it. And the whole hall quieted down at that, and Harry gulped as he felt magic brush over his senses. Then he saw the professor smile as he finished. Let me reaffirm. Help shall always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. I must say it is a shame that they have decided to end the tournament, began Amelia Bones, and Dumbledore would agree with her. Despite his insistence, the other two schools had refused to budge, and in the end, it had been decided that the tournament shall be ended. Indeed, but I can understand their point as well, he replied as they sat in his office. His meetings with Amelia had become a rather regular occurrence due to the sheer turmoil faced by their society. The ministry was still in disarray, with Fudge's undersecretary trying to take control. Albus had noticed how they had just gained a rather unique ally in the form of Pious Thickness, whom Dumbledore suspected to be under someone else's control. So, when can we finally call the elections? She asked him, and Dumbledore glanced at the calendar on his desk as he thought up any reasonable date. I would say in a bit over 10 days. I have looked through the relevant laws, and about a month after a minister's death, Chief Warlock can call for an election, and since he was Chief Warlock, that power rested with him. So, all this mess would only last for a month or so. Amelia nodded at that. That's good. And they plan to nominate Thickness, and he nodded once more. Indeed though, I suspect that he may be under someone else's control, Amelia got the hint, for it was pretty obvious to see with the change in man's behavior. Imperious curse. I had suspected the same, she said before she glanced at the clock herself and began to stand up. All right, I will be leaving. Hopefully, next time we meet, I shall be getting sworn in as the minister, and with a nod, moved towards the flue, which erupted into greenish flames, leaving him alone in his office. Albus leaned back onto his chair, took out the broken diadem from the drawer, and began to examine the piece, such a historied object destroyed on the whims of a madman. He also placed the Slytherin locket to its side and lamented its fate. Dumbledore picked up the letter he had received a day earlier from his secret helper and began to examine it. This was the third letter, and the person was willing to meet. A meeting that was now only seconds away. And then, as soon as the clock struck 9, there was a knock on his door, and Dumbledore perked up as he spoke up. Come in, he spoke as the door to his office opened, revealing to him the form of his secret helper. He wasn't surprised by the identity, for he had worked it out after the second letter, and his conjecture had been right as one of his most prized students walked into the room. The boy still had bandages on the side of his face and seemed a bit nervous. He saw the boy's eyes widen slightly as they landed on the two destroyed Horcruxes on his table. Horcruxes that he had helped Albus find. Albus decided to break the silence. Come in and have a seat, Mr. Wright. I believe it is time that we finally have a talk, and Albus noticed the boy stiffen slightly before walking and taking the seat opposite him. You don't seem nearly as surprised as I would have thought, Professor, began the boy lightly, making him chuckle. Indeed, though, I must commend your efforts in trying to hide your secret. Fawkes is a poor secret keeper, and the Phoenix burst into the room and landed on his shoulder, pecking his head as if to protest being ousted by him. The boy chuckled as he tried to get Fawkes to leave him alone. Well, it seems that Phoenixes aren't as loyal as they are made out to be, the boy commented and saw Fawkes turn to face the boy as if affronted by his words. Dumbledore chose to bring out the treats he had procured for exactly such times and gave them to Fawkes. Ah, they are loyal, not just the best at keeping secrets. Fawkes was soon distracted by the bribe he had given him and vanished with it, as it flew out through the window, leaving him alone with young Edward. Now that we have each laid down our cards, I must ask. How did you become aware of all these secrets, Mr. Edward? And he saw the boy stiffen once more at his question. Dumbledore did not want to appear hostile to him and hence chose to sound as calm as possible. And so, after a minute or so of silence, he saw Edward look up and stare him straight in the eye. What do you know of dreams, Professor? And Dumbledore leaned back in his seat as he tried to make sense of that question. Dreams? Such a mysterious and fascinating topic. And Dumbledore's mind reeled back to decades earlier, to a time when he had been nearly as old as the boy sitting in front of him. And how he had been asked a similar question. What do you know of dreams, Albus? A young Gellert asked him. Was it truly a coincidence? 0000. Is it? You tell me? The reason for Ed's actions will be revealed soon. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support helps me out a lot and allows me to write. So, if possible, have a look and consider dropping a dime. I shall be extremely thankful. Chapter 37. Albus Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore had learned early on that magic was complicated. The whole idea of magic defied logic and reason. Many before him had pondered the questions of why and how as well, though they ultimately gave up when their search became futile. Dumbledore was once more pondering that question as he listened to the 7th-year student in front of him with rapt attention. He was sure that if anyone else besides him were sitting in his place, they would have called either St. Mungo's or the Department of Mysteries. So, it was a good thing it wasn't anyone else. Dreams, he thought as the boy finished his summary and looked up. Dumbledore had refrained from interrupting the boy, who was fidgeting slightly because of the nervousness. Understandable given the absurdity of what he had just heard. Had Gellert been nervous too? He pushed that question out of his mind as he focused on the young man sitting in front of him again. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses as he leaned forward a bit. So, you saw the future in these dreams? He questioned, and the boy nodded. Yes, Professor, the future and the past, though it was in fragments, the boy replied hesitantly. Dumbledore nodded, now understanding how the boy had gotten the information about his sister. I must say that it is quite fascinating. Truly fascinating. As far as I know, this is the first time I have ever heard of a case like this. Though, I have a question of my own, he began slowly as he looked Edward in the eye again. Why now? Why did you decide to intervene now? You stayed quiet about it for all this time, yet you decided to intervene. Why? He questioned the boy, hoping that the boy's answer would give him a further clue. Edward chewed his lips and leaned back in his chair, and closed his only eye as silence reigned in between them. Initially, it was all just a mush. All of it only began making sense when I stepped into these halls, and it was a huge surprise. A part of me had wanted to come to you and just tell it all to you. Another part of me wanted to never speak of it to anyone and just skid past everything, began the kid, and the sentiment was understandable. A bit selfish, perhaps, but understandable. Then the kid opened his sole unbandaged eye and looked him straight in the eyes as he continued. There was another reason, however, and Dumbledore had a suspicion of what that reason was, and the boy's next words confirmed his suspicion. I just couldn't trust you. So, I remained quiet, finished the boy, and Dumbledore nodded as he spoke up. Because of what you had seen. The boy nodded, though his main question remained unanswered. Then why now? Why send me that message? Why intervene now? He asked once more. Edward hesitated for a second before he finally spoke up in a quiet voice. Because they are kids. And they would slaughter each other because of one madman because this whole war was pointless. Pointless, and it would have broken them all, Edward finished with a shaking voice, and Dumbledore let the kid think it through. So, I decided to intervene. I decided to change things, small and important, that would spare them. Yet it changed everything. He cut in, and his head boy nodded. Albus knew he himself would need much time to process everything he had just heard today. There were so many questions. Had the boy's mere presence made the changes, or rather his active participation only? Had the minuscule changes by the boy's presence rippled into something bigger? Yet these questions could all be pondered at a later time. You said that in your dreams, Voldemort had revived himself during the last task, yet he chose the second task this time. Is there any specific reason you can think of? He decided to ask the more pertinent question. The boy sighed as he finally began. In my dreams, the Triwizard Tournament had 4 participants, the boy began, and Dumbledore raised a brow as he gave the kid a smile, and the head boy nodded with a faint smile as well. Yes, it was quite contradictory. But the 4th participant was Harry himself. Quirrell Jr. would modify the cup and place it in the maze's center. Harry and Cedric would touch it simultaneously, and both would be transported to the graveyard where Voldemort would use Harry's blood to revive himself with a ritual, and Dumbledore frowned a bit as he heard that. But Harry isn't 17 yet. Or was there no age limit in your dreams? And I believe by Cedric you mean Cedric Diggory, your classmate from Hufflepuff, he questioned, and the boy nodded. There was an age limit. But Crouch Jr. was able to place Harry's name in somehow. And Cedric was the Hogwarts champion, and the boy gulped at that before he continued. Voldemort killed Cedric when he landed in that graveyard, and the only reason Harry was even able to make it out of there was because of the connection of their wands, and Dumbledore was surprised by Edward knowing that piece of information. However, there was another thing far more important. He killed Mr. Diggory, he confirmed, and Edward nodded. Yes, and he saw Edward reach into his pocket and place a piece of paper on his desk. Dumbledore picked it up and opened it to find the details of a ritual. This is the ritual he used. I wasn't able to find anything about it, but you might be able to find something, and he nodded as he folded it back and placed it in one of his drawers. Thank you for this. I will look into it, he began, and this was new information that could prove beneficial in taking down Voldemort. However, it was time to get to the main topic of the discussion. Now, I believe we must tackle the biggest issue, he began again, and the boy nodded. Horcruxes, replied Edward, and Dumbledore nodded. Edward sighed as he leaned forward a bit, and somehow Dumbledore felt a bit of dread about what he was about to hear. Hours later, as he sat in his office alone once more, he was proven right as he looked at the picture of a young couple holding a child in their arms with moist eyes. He lamented the fate of the young green-eyed child as he thought about the words he had heard earlier. Harry Potter was a Horcrux. 0000. Fleur Delacour. The Triwizard Tournament had come to an unremarkable stop. They had decided to cancel it, and now they were set to return to their schools soon. Many had already left, with their parents coming and taking them out of Britain, though officially, Beau's Batons was set to leave later that day. Her father had also wanted to bring her back, yet she had persisted and managed to make him allow her to stay the extra half a day. Though neither the worry over the impending war nor the journey late at night were on her mind as she sat beside Edward on a hospital bed in St. Mungo's. "All right, I will take off the bandages now, Mr. Edward. It might be a little painful, and if you want me to stop at any moment, you can say so," spoke the young healer, and Edward nodded, and she did not miss the slight clenching of fists as the young healer began to take off the bandages slowly. She squeezed his hand in hers to reassure him of her presence. He gave her a weak smile, and if she hadn't known him for as long as she did, she would have believed it to be genuine. Though, she had begun identifying his fake smiles and bravado now. He was nervous just like a week earlier when she had woken up by his side. "Just a little bit more," said the young healer once more as Edward grimaced. The healer finally had the complete bandage off, yet she still hadn't seen his face. She felt him squeeze her hand as the healer gave Edward a mirror. "The burn was massive, though I must say it has healed up nicely. The scar will contract and lessen over time, though I am afraid it will be permanent," informed the young healer, and Edward had yet to look in the mirror. "There are certain glamour charms and prosthetics that we can use. However, we will have to wait a couple of weeks before discussing those. I will be just outside. You can call me when you are ready," said the healer sympathetically before he left the room, leaving her alone with Edward in the room. She saw him hesitate a bit as he held that mirror. She brought up her hand as she cupped his face gently, trying to avoid the scars, and slowly turned it towards herself. The scars were still flushed red as the skin had been burnt off. They covered one side of his face, from the side of the nose to the edge of his jaw. Her eyes teared up as she passed her hand over them, as she internally berated herself once more for her actions that night. Edward raised his hand as he wiped away her tears before speaking slowly. "I thought chicks dug scars," he joked, and she stifled a laugh as she saw through his attempt to lighten the mood. She swatted his arm lightly. "Ouch, so I don't look as hideous as Harvey Dent, I suppose." And she frowned as she failed to get the reference. "Harvey, who?" she questioned, and he waved away her question. "Nothing," he said as he finally brought up the mirror to glance at his face, and she noticed him grimace as he saw his scarred face. "Well, at least I have one good side remaining," he joked again, and she pushed down the mirror as she leaned forward and touched their foreheads. "I am sorry for this. If only that night I had." But he stopped her as he brought his finger to her lips. "If it kept you safe and healthy, I would have Voldemort burn the other half as well," he said sincerely, and she did not have any words to relay what she felt, so she did what felt most natural and crashed her lips onto his. Their bodies melted into one another as they both forgot where they were, only to be broken out of their trance by the sound of the door opening. Her head snapped towards the half-open door with the flushed face of the young healer staring at them. "Oh, I am sorry." And with that, he backed away and closed the door behind him, leaving them alone once more. She smiled as she looked at Edward once more and wrapped her arms around his face before they were joined at their lips once more. 0000. Gellert Grindelwald. In the confines of the prison of Nurmengard, Gellert Grindelwald frowned as he glanced at the newspaper from Britain. "It seems Voldemort is back, huh? Interesting," he muttered as he skimmed through the paper again and sighed as he read further. Finally, he put down the paper and stared at the ceiling with a forlorn look. "Could this be the war I saw?" he whispered as he levitated the paper to the stack at the side. And just as he was about to get up, he frowned as his senses felt an incoming magical signature. A familiar magical signature. He heard the door to his prison getting unlocked and walked into the familiar face of his old friend once more. And Gellert smiled as he stared at his old friend again. Though, he did not miss the complicated expression on Albus's face. "Twice in a year. You must really miss me, Albus," he spoke slowly as he stared at those blue orbs. Yet the smile Albus gave him was strained as his friend walked into the room and took a seat. "So, what brought you here, Albus?" he prodded once more when no response came to his earlier question. Yet during all this time, Albus had been staring straight at him without uttering a single word. Though he did speak up, his words sent shivers down his spine. "What do you know of dreams, Gellert?" And that question took aback Gellert and an extremely old memory was stirred in his mind. "What do you know of dreams, Albus?" 0000. Now the story is taking shape. Gellert and Edward finally have a connection, this time, Gellert is here to stay. Thoughts people? As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support helps me greatly and allows me to pursue my passion. So, if possible, have a look and consider dropping a dime. I shall be extremely thankful. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 38. Albus Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore had been slightly disturbed by his meeting with young Edward. The implications behind what the kid had told him were massive. Albus had reasoned that Edward hadn't told him everything, yet the kid had also told him more than enough to rattle him slightly. After that meeting, he hadn't been able to get the memory of Gellert asking him that question out of his mind, and so he had decided to come and ask him. And Gellert's reaction made all his suspicions come true as he watched a smile blossom over his lips. Gellert smiled as he stepped out of the shade, and their eyes met as his once friend spoke up. It has been years since I asked you that question, Albus. We were young then. Young and lost in each other, and Albus couldn't speak up, still trying to process the implications behind his discovery. Gellert continued, finally coming to a stop right in front of him as their eyes were level with each other. So, tell me, Albus, who has asked you the same question now? Albus seemed a bit taken aback at how Gellert seemed to have inferred young Edward in his discussion. This also was the final nail in the coffin. However, Albus sighed and decided to give his old friend a hint. I believe you would have seen him in one of the British newspapers recently. After all, he was recently compared to you for his spell work, and he saw Gellert think before his friend smiled once more as he made the connection. I see, the Hogwarts champion for the tournament, Edward his name was, I believe. And Albus nodded, looking straight at Gellert as he thought of what other secrets the man had hidden from him. What other things had he and everyone else missed for all this time? I must say, I had never thought that there would ever be another one like me. And what a coincidence that he would be inspired by someone just like himself. I must say, magic never ceases to amaze me even after all this time, finished Gellert as he broke out into a brisk laugh. Albus was surprised as well. He had checked Edward's parents' blood, and they had been as normal as any other muggle. From what he remembered, he shared no blood relation to any magical bloodline, and yet there was a connection. A connection between his student and one of the most gifted wizards of the century. He watched Gellert stand in there and decided to speak up. Why didn't you ever say anything? He questioned Gellert. Gellert looked at him, and Albus noticed his expression shift from hurt to grim before he finally spoke up. What was there to tell Albus? You left me all alone, you turned your back on our vision, and Gellert turned away from him as he walked towards the only small window in the room before he continued. That day, when I asked you that question, I was about to do it. Yet in the last moment, I stopped, feeling that you weren't ready yet. So, I decided that I would tell it to you one day, the day when we would fulfill our vision, and Gellert turned to face him once more. And that day never came. Yet here we stand, talking about dreams long forgotten, and Albus nodded as he thought about Gellert's words and decided to ask the biggest question in his mind. What were those dreams, Gellert? What exactly did you see in them? He questioned, and Gellert frowned at this before he asked him with a smile. So, he didn't tell you everything. Smart and cautious, it seems I must meet this Edward right one day, Gellert commented in an impressed tone before continuing. Though you must have your own suspicions. You must have an idea of what we saw in those dreams, though, and indeed he did. Yet the whole idea was mind-boggling. So mind-boggling that he didn't want to bring it to his lips, for once he had said it would be a confirmation. A confirmation that would shake his whole understanding of magic itself. So, he nodded, I do. But I want you to confirm it, and Gellert nodded before he uttered the words that would tumble his worldview. Another life, Albus. They showed me a whole other life. Albus Dumbledore closed his eyes as his lover-turned-enemy uttered those words, confirming his suspicion. Change was on the horizon. 0000. Elizabeth White. The last couple of weeks had been hell for Elizabeth White. While they had all escaped relatively unscathed from their kidnapping, life after that had been a whirl of movement and change. With the return of you-know-who, things in magical Britain were. Lines were being drawn everywhere. There was a power struggle going on in the ministry, though from what the Daily Prophet was reporting, Dumbledore had managed to force an election, and now Lady Amelia Bones was en route to becoming the next minister. Even in this very hall, lines had been drawn. The Slytherin and other groups that sympathized with the ideology of blood purity were on one side, and on the other side were the blood traders and the so-called half-bloods and mudbloods. She looked to the side and found Edward sitting there, half his face covered by a simple black mask that covered majority of his burns, as he ate the dinner. In front of him sat Amy, gossiping away with Cedric, and she knew which side she was on. Yet the same couldn't be said of her family, and she dreaded that thought. So, you still planning on leaving for France after the exams? She asked Edward. The students from Beau's Batons and Drumstrang had returned a couple of weeks ago, and now their exams were just around the corner. Yeah, that's the plan. I do need to get some documents cleared up, but hopefully it wouldn't be a hassle, Edward replied, looking towards her, and once more, her heart broke seeing his injuries. Below his jawline, she saw the burns extending below to his chest. She hated herself for not being strong enough, for not being able enough to stand up with him. Elizabeth! Elizabeth! And she was broken out of her trance by his voice as she shook herself. Yet, I was just lost in thought there, she spoke as she pushed away her plate. She was in no mood of eating anymore. Ah! What's going on in your mind? Questioned Edward, still looking at her. Ah! You know, just our time at Hogwarts. How quickly the 7 years went by. I think I am going to miss being here, she replied, her voice wistful and small as she looked around the magical hall. She had so many memories here. It was the place that had made her what she was. Given her a family she never had. Then she looked down at Edward, Amy, and Cedric. And felt saddened as she remembered the latest letter from her father, though, after a second, she hardened her heart. These people were her family. And she would never betray them. Never. I am going to just miss being together like this, she said, finally noticing how her vision had become hazy due to her tearing up. Ah! Liz, you are making me tear up, interjected Amy from the side, and Elizabeth immediately wiped them away as suddenly Edward wrapped his arm around her shoulder and brought her in. Don't worry, Elizabeth. Even after we all leave these halls, I promise to remain in touch. All of us are wizards. We can travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. We will keep in touch and meet regularly, and Amy and Cedric nodded along, voicing their thoughts. Of course, where else will I get all the Wizarding World's latest gossip, said Cedric, teasing Amy, who simply made a face at him but nodded along. Yet, though she saw Amy turn towards Edward with a frown question. You still haven't told her, and he shook her head as he replied. Not yet, though I think this would be a good time for it, and she frowned as she separated from him and looked at both of them. What are both of you talking about? What haven't you told me, Edward? She questioned her friend, and Edward sighed as he began slowly. Well, I believe it's about your little Flint problem, and she immediately looked toward Amy, who had a guilty look on her face. But before she could berate her, Edward stopped her. And before you start shouting at Amy. She only confirmed it. I heard about it from within my house. Quart, Marcus's little brother, was boasting about it in the common room, and her eyes widened at that as she thought what that actually meant. This showed that things were farther along than her father made it seem. Still, she was embarrassed a bit at involving him in her personal matter. Why didn't you tell me, Elizabeth? Edward asked her, and she just shrugged after sighing. I just didn't want to trouble you. You already had so much on your plate with Fleur and tournament and everything else, she argued as Edward shook his head. You should have told me. However, that's all in the past. Though I think with the situation after Voldemort's return, she still shivered a bit when he simply took his name like that. Your situation could have only gotten worse. Thankfully, I have a perfect solution. She heard the sound of metal clacking and looked up to find him holding a set of keys. However, she didn't understand what they meant. What are those? And she noticed how Amy was about to joke, yet Edward stopped her as he continued. These are the keys to the house I bought. And as I will be leaving, you and Amy can move there without any issue at all, and her eyes widened as she remembered him buying a house. And even though he was moving to France, giving away his house to her to them was too much. So, she shook her head, not going along with the idea. No. No. This is too much. I will manage. You don't need to do this And Edward cut her off. I do. The house has enough room for a whole family, and with the way things are, Amy also needs a safe and stable place to stay. The house has the best wards money can buy. There is no reason for you to object to this, and she tried to protest again. But he simply placed the key in her hand forcefully. She looked up and found Amy smiling at her, waving her key as her eyes landed on Edward again. She did not have the words to express her emotions, so she just hugged him and wrapped her arms around him. Thank you. Thank you for this, and she felt his arms going around her, and her fears about the future's uncertainty washed off as Edward had taken care of her biggest worry. It was nothing a brother wouldn't do for his sister. Tomorrow is the weekend, and we can all go and visit, and you can look at the place and see it for yourself, and she nodded, though she simply snuggled in closer as she felt his self-assuring presence calm her down. 0000. Sirius Black. Sirius Black landed shakily as he approached near the address of the Grangers. There was another crack beside him as an immaculately dressed Remus Lupin stepped forward. Sirius, are you sure about this? Remus asked him for the 100th time, making him shake his head. So, he replied as he had for the last 100 times as he straightened out his dress. Yes, I am sure, he said, and Remus shrugged before he took a piece of paper out of his pocket. All right, let me check their address, and then he saw Remus look up as he scanned the row of houses in front of them. It should be at the end of the lane. But he noticed Remus's voice growing quieter before he shouted. Sirius. Look. Remus shook him, and he looked at the place his friend was pointing at, and his eyes widened as he saw the sky above a house illuminated in green. A green light that took over was shaped in the form of a skull with a serpent wrapping around it. It was the Dark Mark. It's their house. We need to contact the Order, shouted Lupin as both of them ran straight toward the Granger house. Sirius took out his wand as he reached the perimeter. There are wards around it. They might be inside, he muttered as Remus joined him after sending out the signal for the Order. They both looked at each other, and with a nod, they began working on the wards. It took over a minute, yet the wards were similar in design to those used in the last war, so they could dismantle them. Let's go, he said as he tried to rush towards the house, but he felt a powerful tug as Remus suddenly pulled him back. Boom! Watch out! And that was his only warning before the whole house blew up in a huge explosion. Even with Remus bringing up a shield, both of them were thrown back violently. His head hit the concrete, and Sirius felt his vision getting blurred. He writhed in pain on the ground as he noticed a silhouette walking out of the flames. If it isn't the infamous Sirius Black and Dumbledore resident werewolf. This reminds me of old times, said the person wearing the dark robes, and Sirius knew that voice was familiar. He had heard it before. He noticed a wand getting leveled at him. He tried to reach for his own wand lying away from him, yet the Death Eater swatted it away with his leg. And just as he felt darkness descend over him, he saw the wand tip light up green. It is time to put you down, Mutt. 0000. Okay. Tell me your thoughts. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support helps me out a lot and allows me to write for you all. So, if possible, have a look and consider dropping a dime. I shall be extremely thankful. Chapter 39. 2 months later. Elizabeth White. Anarchy continues. Will the new minister be able to bring back order? By Harvey Specter. As magical Britain reels in chaos due to the return of the infamous Dark Lord, the chaos has spread to the mundane world as well, with continuous attacks on Muggle settlements. Hundreds have been affected, and many have lost their lives in these attacks, which were emboldened by the infighting at the ministry between the two factions of Pious Thickness and Lady Amelia Bones. However, weeks later it seems we have a breakthrough. Yesterday the Wisengamot elected Lady Amelia Bones as the Minister of Magic. Now, the question is whether she could bring back the lost trust and how does she plan to deal with the Dark Lord that had risen again after death? The good is that she has the support of Albus Dumbledore, the only man who could hold back the resurrected Dark Lord. But it isn't all good. ICW has launched an investigation into the ministry and has shown concern over the threat to the statute of secrecy. The future remains unclear. However, the minister planned to hold a press conference today to address the nation as everyone ponders the same question: what will the former head of the DMLE do? Continued page 6. There was the sound of footsteps coming downstairs, and Elizabeth White decided to put down the paper as she looked up and found Edward coming down from his room, dressed in formal robes, ready to leave. The mask still covered his face, something which she would never get accustomed to. "Good morning, Edward," she said, and he reciprocated as he joined her in the kitchen. Life after Hogwarts had been quite a surprise to her. All of them had graduated and had applied for various jobs and apprenticeships. Living with Amy and Edward had been a blessing as they had helped her cope with the whole affair with her father. "Good morning," said Edward before he checked the time on his watch. "Why are you up so early?" he questioned her as he began to boil water for his morning coffee. An abomination he somehow preferred over tea. "Amy has an interview with the Witches Weekly today, so I came down to make breakfast. Should I make some for you as well?" she asked him, and he seemed to think about it before he nodded. "Why not? Just an omelette with some toast will do," and she nodded as she picked up another egg to prepare the omelette. She looked around the house that had become her home for over a month now and smiled as she saw its liveliness. "So, you have your appointment with the Department of International Travel and Communication today?" she questioned. He nodded as he took a cup from the rack and prepared his drink. "Yeah, prepared all the documents last night. Got that letter from Professor Dilbrin too, now just need to get my approval," and she nodded, feeling a bit sad at the thought of his departure. If he got the approval, he would leave for France in a couple of weeks, leaving them all behind. Not that she disapproved. She had seen just how close he and Fleur were, and she was happy for them. But it still hurt to see him go, but she smiled anyway. "I hope it all goes well. Have you talked to Fleur about this?" And he saw a silhouette of a smile appear on his mask as his eyes twinkled. "Yeah, she wants me to come there as soon as possible. But I still have to take care of some stuff back here before I can leave. Plus, there is still so much time before the term starts," and she nodded. "What is Fleur planning on doing?" "She did not graduate last year, right?" and Edward shook her head. "No, she graduated last year. She is thinking of pursuing enchanting or warding, so she will probably be with me at Buick's Batons for that," and Elizabeth shook her head. "What about you? You applied to DMLE, right?" And she nodded, and he noticed his gaze linger over her as she placed the breakfast on the plate and passed it to him. "Yeah, but I am not sure about it. Being an aura was never a dream of mine. Here, she said, and he thanked her as he sat down to eat, not before speaking again. Well, there is no need to rush. You can take your time, and she nodded though she did not want to take too much time. Living like this, freeloading did not sit right with her despite Edward's various reassurances. And there were several opportunities. Oh, before I go. I have something for you, said Edward suddenly as he put down his coffee, reached into his robe pocket, and took out a leather-bound object. This is for you, he said as he handed it to her, and she frowned as she looked at the wallet-like object. Open it, and she did, and her eyes widened as she saw the mirror inside it, and she looked up and found him nodding. It was the special enchanted mirror he used to communicate with Fleur, and Elizabeth had a pretty good idea of how rare and difficult it was to obtain these. I think you already know how this works. But as a reminder, you just need to say my name, which will connect to mine. I want you to contact me immediately if there is any emergency. I have one coming in for Amy as well, so you can communicate with her as well, he told her as he showed her his own mirror. Edward, there is no need. You have done enough for me, she tried to refuse, but he shook his head as he thrust it back in her hand. There is no such thing as enough. Plus, this isn't for you. It is for myself. This might prove useful in any emergency situation. It would assure me if you had the means to communicate with me or Amy like this, he spoke slowly, and she nodded, knowing that arguing with him would be futile. Thank you for this, she said as she took the mirror, and he nodded as he glanced at the time again. Well, there are a couple of enchantments. You can check them yourself. I will have to leave, and I think you might have to wrangle Amy out of the bed if you want her to make it to her interview in time, and she nodded at this. Yeah, I think I might have to do that, and with a final goodbye, he was off. Leaving her alone as she stared at the mirror he had given her. 0000. Lucius Malfoy. The Malfoy Manor had been serving as the base of operations for their movement for over a couple of weeks now. They had been attacking Muggles to draw out the Ministry for their grander objective, and today was the most important day. Dumbledore had been able to install Amelia Bones as the new minister thwarting their candidate, Pious Thickness, and today she had planned to make her first public address. And they had planned their most extensive operation yet. The preparations were almost complete as he watched Death Eaters line up, all ready for the attack. The lower ranks moved away as they made way for him as he walked towards the main hall where the Dark Lord resided. He reached the large mahogany doors and swallowed before he knocked lightly. Come in, Lucius, came the reply, and he entered the main hall of his own house with the permission of his lord. The room was empty, and the Dark Lord sat at the head of the table with his head leaned back, his snake hissing as it coiled around him. The lights around the room were as if life was getting sucked out of them, for despite it being morning, the room exuded a sense of darkness. He kneeled as he gave his report. The preparations are complete, my lord. Everything is in position, Lucius explained. The Dark Lord did not reply, and Lucius felt his heart thumping nervously before a reply came. Will Dumbledore be there at the press conference? Questioned his lord, and Lucius nodded. Yes, my lord. He will also be there, he replied, not looking up. Good. Stand up, Lucius, today is going to be a joyous day, said his lord, and Lucius stood up and found the Dark Lord smiling while he played with his snake. Today, we reunite with the real heroes of our struggle. Today we break them free, continued his lord, and Lucius nodded though, on the inside, he wasn't as excited. Several people were rotting inside Azkaban who bore grudges against him though his biggest concern wasn't them. No, it was her. Bellatrix Black. She was her wife's sister and the most unhinged of his followers. Lucius did not even dare imagine what Azkaban had done to her. My lord, there is news that the ICW is thinking of getting involved and moving against us, Lucius spoke slowly as he informed the Dark Lord of the news circulating in the circles. The Dark Lord frowned. The ICW, those fools are useless. I think it's time I spread my message once more. People have been led astray for far too long. Perhaps I shall share the stage with our esteemed minister, said the Dark Lord with a smile, and Lucius stood straight, not knowing whether the Dark Lord really meant that or not. 0000. Edward Wright. Edward sat and watched as the ministry employer rifled through his file for the 10th time and this was beginning to make him frown. The man hadn't said a single word to him and had been wasting his time for an hour. Besides him, he could see wizards lined up, some with their whole families, as they sought permits to leave magical Britain. Those wealthy enough were leaving the country to avoid the bloody war up ahead. Though with all the information in Dumbledore's hands, hopefully, this would be a much shorter war than the original one. Yet his patience finally snapped, and he leaned forward and tapped the glass window of the counter. Hey, he spoke to get the attention of the aging ministry clerk. The man perked up and adjusted his glasses and looked at him. Yes. He questioned with a frown, his temper rising further up. But he controlled himself as he spoke politely. Is there something wrong? I was led to believe that this was to be a rather simple thing. That was true, and the man looked down at his file and finally got his bearings. Yes, I am afraid I won't be able to progress this. There seems to be some issue on the French side over your permit, and Edward's eyes widened as he heard those words. What do you mean? I have a job offer from Beaux Batons right there, along with the letter from the headmistress of the school itself. Edward pointed at the file once again to emphasize his point, yet the teller simply shrugged apologetically. Oh, have checked thrice. The issue is at the French ministry. They have labeled you as a person of interest for some reason. I believe you will have to write to them to get this sorted out, and the man passed him back his file. Edward was pissed as he thought of any possible reasons for this, and in the end, there was only a single one. More like a single person. Edward took back the file with gritted teeth as he thanked the teller. His mind thought up any possible solution to his predicament. However, there wasn't any direct solution. He would need to talk to someone else. Two people came to mind. He shook his head as he walked towards the exit door to reach the ground floor. The new minister will be giving her address right now. He might even be able to catch Professor Dumbledore there and talk to him about this whole issue. However, he suddenly stopped as he felt the wards over the ministry strengthen suddenly as alarms began to ring throughout the building. Siren asterisk siren asterisk. This is not a drill. The ministry is under attack. I repeat, this is not a drill. The ministry is under attack. And ruckus broke out as people began to shout. Many tried to apparate away, yet the wards blocked their attempts. He immediately made for the door and found it locked. He took out his wand and then suddenly the door opened. Run, it's the Death Eaters. His eyes widened as he saw the signature Death Eater mask, and then, before he could think, his body reacted as he whirled a series of curses at the intruder. Blowing him away. Anyone who can fight, get ready. Anyone who cannot, don't panic, just move to the side. Edward shouted as he transfigured his shoes and clothes into something more appropriate for fighting. Of the crown, only 4 people stepped forward, ready to fight. Thankfully one of them recognized him. You are that kid. That kid who is the dueling champion, you were in that tournament, right? And Edward nodded. He watched as a sense of relief passed over the people in the room as his credentials were brought to light. Yet. Do any of you know what is going on? And when they shook their heads, he nodded along as his mind raced in search of a solution. Well, from the alarms, we can be sure that the Death Eaters are attacking the ministry. The wards make it impossible for anyone to apparate in or out, so we will have to reach the flow network stations, he concluded. The flow is on the other side of this floor. Replied one of the employees, and Edward nodded. Well, then I believe I will be moving out to clear the area. I will give the signal, and then you can all move out and head for the flow. Alone. These are Death Eaters, kid. You should wait for the Aurors or at least bring us with you. Said the employee, and he shook his head. No. The Aurors will be occupied downstairs. And honestly, you would only slow me down. Just guard the door and wait for my signal. And with those words, he stepped out of the room with cautious steps. The Death Eater he had ambushed earlier was sprawled on the ground. He scanned the corridor and heard a thrum of steps coming around the corner. He cracked his neck as he readied his wand. And his wand was moving as soon as the first Death Eater stepped out of the corner. Well, it's time to let off some steam, and he closed his eyes as he brought down the wand in a dramatic slash. Nibelheim. And the whole group of Death Eaters had no time to react as they were instantly frozen solid. However, he sensed that this wasn't their whole group, so he got ready again. It was time for revenge. 0000. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support helps me out a lot and makes it possible for me to write. So, if possible, have a look and consider dropping a nickel. I shall be extremely thankful. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 40. Albus Dumbledore. The press room of the ministry was filled with people as the newly appointed Minister of Magic, Amelia Bones, was about to make her first address to the nation. A plethora of reporters sat in front of him as he sat with the rest of the department heads of the various departments. There was Rufus Screamgore, the new head of the DMLE, Amos Diggory for the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and several other people, including one Arthur Weasley, who seemed a bit out of place amongst the people with his anxiety-ridden face. Dumbledore could feel the tension in the air. The last couple of months had been trying for Magical Britain. Voldemort had shown extreme ruthlessness and had been attacking Muggles left and right, mostly targeting families of Muggle-born students. A pang of regret and sadness made him shake his head in agony as he thought about the family of the brilliant Miss Hermione Granger. It had been a devastating blow to the brilliant girl, and she had been distraught. Sirius had taken her in after he had arrived barely in time to save him and Remus from the Death Eaters. Both she and Harry were now staying in Grimmauld Place, which was now also under a Fidelius. Suddenly all the reporters began to buzz as everyone rose to welcome the newly appointed walked in. She gave him a nod as she took the dais, and everyone became quiet. There was only the sound of cameras clicking as pictures of this momentous presser were taken. Dumbledore himself had been extremely busy over the last couple of months, ignoring the implications of the connection between Edward Wright and Gellert. His talk with Edward had given him quite a clear view of stopping Tom. Dumbledore had gotten to all Horcruxes except the snake, the cup, and the most unexpected Harry Potter. They were set to get to the cup, as Amelia had used her authority as the minister to make the goblins dispose of it. By tomorrow only 2 will be left. Today, magical Britain faces a time crisis, began Amelia in a strong tone as the sound of quills scratching filled the hall. Dumbledore sat straight as he scanned the hall once more. There were teams of Aurors stationed for security, though he frowned as he found the number less than his expectations. But it was understandable, given that their forces were thinned out due to Voldemort's continuous attacks all over Muggle Britain. Our whole society is being uprooted by a so-called Dark Lord who attacks helpless Muggles and takes delight in their suffering. He uses our gift magic to spread terror and devastation. Voldemort, and there was shuffling in the crowd as Amelia openly used the forbidden name. However, Dumbledore smiled as he applauded her courage. Voldemort and his Death Eaters are nothing more than terrorists, and as the minister, they will get no leniency from me. Hence from today onwards, the Death Eaters and Voldemort will be officially labeled as a terrorist organization and will be dealt with the full force of the ministry. Murmurs broke out from the reporters, and Dumbledore adjusted his glasses as he noticed the sheer number of the press personnel present for the conference. When did they get so many news outlets? One reporter blurted out, "Does this mean that you will be permitting the Aurors to use the unforgivable?" They quieted down as they waited for Amelia's reply. Amelia nodded her head, and Dumbledore sighed at being unable to convince her not to push things this far. Yes, from this moment onwards, the Aurors are permitted to use the unforgivable. However, I can assure you that we have placed strict protocol, and any Auror found in their violation will face severe consequences, and as he expected, the reporters gasped at her words. Don't you think this is premature, Minister? The followers of the Dark Lord are mainly young and misguided members of our own society. Using such force would just cause needless bloodshed of such youth. And he noticed Screamgore straighten up at this question. Amelia raised her hand and stopped the new head of the DMLE from responding as she replied to the question herself. I would like to shift your attention to the various attacks on the Muggle homes that have been ongoing for the last 2 months. This decision was made after much deliberation, yet we cannot let such elements go without facing the consequences of their actions, and the reporters broke out into a ruckus as they began shouting their questions. For some reason, Dumbledore started having an ominous feeling, and he scanned his surroundings yet found nothing out of the ordinary. He closed his eyes as he felt the wards of the ministry and found them intact as well. But do you understand the consequences of your actions, Minister Bones? Said one of the reporters, standing taller than the rest, his voice overpowering everyone else as Dumbledore's eyes narrowed at the man in question. It wasn't a man but a young boy wearing a brown overcoat with his hair neatly tucked to the side. Yet it was his eyes. Those red glowing orbs made him grip his wand in worry as Dumbledore began to scan the reporters to confirm his suspicion. You will have your Aurors kill wizards, pure-blood wizards that have more or less built this society, and for what? For demanding their rights. Dumbledore's heart gave out as he noticed a lot of peculiar faces in the crowd below. Amelia hadn't noticed the trap yet and leaned forward. If they have any demands, they can use legal and political avenues to raise their concerns. However, if they break the law of the land and act as terrorists, they shall be treated as such. There will be no more mercy, and Dumbledore watched as the reporter began to step forward, others parting to give him the way. Then let me do it the political way, Minister, and Dumbledore watched as the reporter suddenly had a U-wand in his hand. And then he suddenly waved it in an arc as his clothes began to morph and contort, and he watched as the Auror stiffened at the scene. His skin grew paler, the brown overcoat transformed into a snake, and his other clothes morphed into his signature dark robe. Tom was here. Behind him, many of the reporters were now in full-blown Death Eater outfits. The Aurors had now raised their wand in panic as they saw Voldemort and his Death Eaters appear right in front of them. Amelia also seemed surprised. In a flash, one of the overly anxious Aurors couldn't hold himself back. Amelia noticed it, too, and immediately shouted. Hold your fire. But it was too late. Avada Kedavra. And Dumbledore watched as the green bolt of the killing curse headed straight for Voldemort. Voldemort made no move to dodge the attack as the spell hit him straight in the face. Boom. 0000. Edward Wright. Edward stood in the center of the corridor with bodies of several Death Eaters lying around him, many frozen and others unconscious, yet all of them were alive. He was relatively unharmed, if not a little bit tired, but he hadn't wasted the last 2 months of his life. However, his situation wasn't ideal, as over a dozen Death Eaters surrounded him on both sides. Most of them were unrecognizable. Most except their leader, with his excessive facial hair and signature growl. Edward had seen his face in several wanted posters from the last war. He was probably the most hated man in magical Britain after Voldemort himself for his habit of infecting children with lycanthropy. It was none other than Fenrir Greyback, and the man smiled as he made his way through his group and looked him over, and spoke in a snide tone. How pathetic. You let a kid stop you, he addressed his group as he looked at the two groups that had surrounded him and planned. Fenrir took out his wand, and Edward raised his other hand as he got ready for the attack, though he was surprised when instead of a spell Fenrir chose to throw one of the unconscious bodies of his allies straight at him. Edward blasted it to the side without any hesitation, only to find himself getting bombarded by a barrage of spells. Protego. Edward cast quickly as he put up a shield for the spells. Fenrir had a savage grin on his face as he continued to press on. And Edward found his channels casting surprisingly fast. Ah! I can see why they were having trouble fighting you. But no matter, you shall make a fine addition to my pack, he said as he wet his lips, and Edward decided that he had enough. He twisted his other hand and watched as Fenrir was surprised when a burst of flame suddenly engulfed him. Attack him! And before he could finish Fenrir for good, the other began to attack him, and Edward was on the move. Boom! Bang! Swing! There were no rules, and most of their spells were deadly, yet Age did not let a single one hit him as he dodged, used shields and countered them all. Bomabrata! And the ground beneath him exploded. Boom! I got him! Relatio! He shouted, and several of Fenrir's cronies were pushed back violently as he rushed out of the smoke. His wand moving on instinct. Infernio Solios! And another burst of flames lit up the whole corridor on one side as Fenrir cronies began to writhe on the ground, their bodies aflame. Ack! They shouted in pain as they tried to stop the fire. Help! They cried. Run! They began to back off. Fear is evident in their eyes. We need to get away. And just as one of them ran away in panic. Avada Kedavra! Edward's heart skipped a beat as the green bolt hissed past his ear and hit the retreating Death Eater straight in the chest, and the man dropped dead. Everyone else stopped at once, and Edward looked back and found Fenrir growling, surrounded by fire, his eyes blazing in madness. Anyone coward who takes another step back will suffer the same fate. You lot are a disappointment. You let mud blood scare you. Let me show you how it is really done. And then the most feared werewolf in all of Britain threw away his wand as he looked straight at him. You, I remember now those burns. You were there that night. You were one of the hostages, he said with a smile, and Edward suddenly noticed that his mask had been shredded due to the fighting. He nodded as he aimed his wand straight at Fenrir as the rest of the lackeys backed off. I was, he replied, and Fenrir nodded, and Edward noticed his eyes glowing abnormally and his hair thickening. Tell me, did you feel it when the Dark Lord rose in front of you? And Edward understood what the man was talking about. No. He replied resolutely. Fenrir's smile grew more maniac as he suddenly dropped onto all fours, and his body began to crack up as he growled before he entirely transformed. Ah! Then you shall feel it tonight. And with that, Fenrir Greyback was gone, and in its place was a wolf growling at him hungrily. Despite his animalistic features, Edward was sure that the rumors of Fenrir having a semblance of control over his wolf form were true, given the madness in those eyes. Many around him transformed as well yet stayed back, cowed by the gigantic alpha of their pack. Fenrir stepped forward as he snarled at him, showing off his sharp canines, ready to rip him apart. Its menacing growl was the only warning before the giant werewolf leapt at him. But Edward had already finished his casting, and the various flames around him were now coalescing around him. Ignis! And just as Fenrir was about to reach him, a fiery skeletal arm slapped him away. Fenrir was sent rolling back as the fire took its final form. His efforts finally showed their final fruit over all those years as the fiery skeletal surrounded him. Grey! It growled, making the whole corridor shake. Its imposing figure made all the werewolves step back in fear. Werewolves were impervious to many things but had two main weaknesses. Silver and fire. Yet it seemed that Fenrir hadn't had enough yet as it got back on all four once more, ignoring the burns it had just gotten. Edward just cracked his neck as he readied his wand once more. Ignis Diluvium. The skeletal fiery guardian roared and flooded the corridor with scalding flames. You should have run when you had the chance. Edward whispered as the whole corridor was again filled with cries and howls of pain. 0000. Sirius Black. In the ancestral residence of House Black, the house that had remained empty for so many years had been suddenly filled with life once again for a house that only had a house elf to now, where over 4 people occupied it. Harry had stayed for about a month with the Dursleys before Dumbledore had allowed him to bring him here. As for Hermione, Dumbledore had rescued her from the killing curse, however, they had been too late to save the Grangers. The Death Eaters had killed them, leaving the little Gryffindor an orphan. In the end, he sat with the girl, told her everything, and offered her a place to stay. Dumbledore's presence had helped, and Sirius still remembered the girl's fragility when she hugged him at her parents' funeral. Sirius Black, a serial bachelor, suddenly had 2 troubled teenagers to look after, and truthfully he was out of his depth. A younger Sirius would have continued on alone, yet he had learned his lesson and couldn't risk Harry and Hermione's lives. So, he called for help from his only cousin, who had raised a teenager of her own. Andromeda walked down the stairs and gave him a glare of disapproval as she found him nursing a glass of fire whiskey on the couch. She shook her head in disapproval as she joined him in the room and put away the bottle before he could pour himself any more of the addictive drink. You should really look for some other alternatives to help you sleep, she said, and her caring side would always make him doubt just how the hell she was related to Bellatrix. After his release from Azkaban, he had been having trouble sleeping, and in the end, after trying a bunch of potions, he found fire whiskey to be the most helpful drink for his condition. You know that I have tried everything else. It's the only thing that works, he replied as he took another sip of the drink before asking his own question. Is Hermione asleep? And he noticed her lips thin as she nodded slowly. Yet, she fell asleep without the dreamless sleep today, and Sirius sighed in relief. Hermione had been having trouble sleeping as well. Nightmares and mental trauma made it so that she had to use dreamless sleep to get any sleep at all. Andromeda had been helping her through these troubled times. That is good, that is very good, he commented, and Andromeda nodded as a small smile appeared on her face. Yet, she is such a bright child. I cannot imagine what she is going through. Nymphadora is really taken with her. She thinks that the girl would make an excellent Auror, and those words made a smile appear on his face. Well, if that's what she wants, she can be an Auror. Maybe I will even show her a thing or two from the old days. I might have some of those manuals lying around, he thought out aloud as Andromeda frowned as she suddenly spoke out. You won't stop her. You, of all people, know how dangerous being an Auror is, especially these days, and he shook his head. I have no right to stop her. And I don't want to be like our parents. I will support whatever decision she makes. God knows she is smart enough to make them. Andromeda raised her brow at that, seemingly impressed. That's rather mature of you, and he smiled. Truthfully, these last words had truly changed him, and he was finally beginning to understand the changes in the behavior of James and Lily after Harry's birth. Well, at least she will have Harry by her side. He also plans to be an Auror, from what Nymphadora told me. I believe you have also been training him in the basement, and he nodded. Yet, he asked me for help, so I am showing him some of the more advanced stuff. But he felt a familiar heat in his pocket before he could continue further. He immediately reached for the order coin Dumbledore had given them all. The golden coin had heated up, and a phoenix had lit up on it. This meant one thing, that Dumbledore was calling for assistance. Dumbledore. He immediately twisted it, and an emergency message from Albus played out. Voldemort is attacking the minister. Assemble the order. And his heart gave out as soon as he heard those words. And he was on his feet instantly as he picked up his new wand and headed for the flue. Where are you going? Asked Andromeda worriedly. The coin was so designed that only the holder heard the message. He looked back, not bothering to stop, as he rushed towards the flue. Voldemort's attacking the ministry. I need to go. You should stay here and look after Harry and Hermione until I get back. Don't let them out of the house under any circumstances. He reminded her, and she nodded, her face growing paler at his words. Be careful, and he nodded as he took a handful of fluo powder and flung it to the ground. Diagon Alley. 0000. Thoughts? As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support helps me out a lot and makes it possible for me to write. So, if possible, have a look and consider dropping a nut. I shall be extremely thankful. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 41. Amelia Bones. Amelia Bones felt time slow down as the green bolt headed straight at Voldemort. She saw the bolt hit him as the area got covered in smoke. The hall became quiet as she wished in her heart for this to be the end. Yet she knew it could never be this easy. Never. And her instincts were proven right as a wand slashed through the air and sucked up all the smoke, giving her a clear view of Voldemort once again. There were hundreds of questions running through her mind. How the hell had he even gotten through? Who had betrayed her? Who had assisted him? How had the Death Eaters gotten in? And were there more Death Eaters in the building at this time? Yet she couldn't let them slow her down. Dumbledore had stepped up and stood facing Voldemort. The Aurors had come to the side and were shielding the regular reporters now, with the Death Eaters standing alert behind Voldemort himself. What are you doing here, Voldemort? Spoke Albus solemnly as he stood there before them all like a guardian. And Amelia Bones stepped forward, knowing in her heart that this might be her first and last address as the minister. Voldemort frowned at the question. You ask me what am I doing here? I am here to do exactly what the minister has told me to do. I have come here to engage in politics, he said with a sinister smile. Cameras flashed as they captured the pictures of his movement. I wish to congratulate you on your ascension, minister, and hope to tell you the voice of the people, he spoke grandly as Rufus moved. Yet she stopped the man from doing anything rash as she spoke up herself. You kill thousands, murder them in cold blood, and you think you deserve to make a speech, she said in a scathing tone, as she felt the ministry wards strengthen up as evacuation protocols got activated. With this, the only to leave the ministry was through the flow network. However, Voldemort simply shook his head as he stepped forward. The Aurors straightened up, yet they held themselves back as they all watched him speak into the cameras. They were simple sacrifices, noble in the sense that their deaths made it possible for me to stand here today. I came here in peace, hoping to talk with the new minister and present her with my ideas and demands, yet it seems the society remains resistant to true change as always, he finished speaking sadly. Amelia's mind was still racing about his real intentions. However, his tone suddenly became more hostile. I came in peace, yet the ministry began this bloodshed when they attacked me. It is the ministry that continues to defend those who defile our world with their dirty blood, who refuses to accept the superiority of blood and heritage. Then she suddenly noticed a small smile on his face as he aimed his wand straight at her. Then they leave with no choice. She saw his wand light up with a green hue, and before she could react, a green bolt of death was headed toward her. Minister! Came the shouts as pandemonium broke out. Amelia tried to jump away but there was no time. In the end, she closed her eyes when suddenly an explosion pushed her back, making her hit the floor as she rolled on it. Coughing and in pain. Yet alive. You have murdered thousands, yet you refuse to show remorse. The time for talking is long gone. You made a big mistake coming here today, Voldemort, came the booming voice of Dumbledore as the man raised his wand and stood in front of Voldemort. We shall see about that, old man. Came the response from Voldemort as his wand blurred through the air and the whole set of furniture around him morphed into gigantic snakes, which hissed and headed straight for Dumbledore. Dumbledore raised his own wand, and just as the snakes reached near him, they transformed into a robe that tried to wrap itself around Voldemort. However, Voldemort wasn't brought down so easily, he simply burned it off. Their duel continued as she tried to stand up. Minister! Came the voice as Screamgore faced a dozed Death Eater and rushed towards her. There was fighting going on all around them as Aurors and Death Eaters clashed. She watched her Aurors getting pushed to the side due to the massive duel between Voldemort and Dumbledore in the center. Minister! Do we have permission to retaliate with full force? Questioned Screamgore as she picked up her own wand and got ready. She looked around and noticed the Aurors getting pushed back, and then, with thin lips, she nodded. They are. She spoke resolutely as she stood up and looked towards Kingsley, who was now fighting right behind her. What's the situation in other departments? Are there Death Eaters on other floors? She questioned him as she faced off against one of the Death Eaters. They are attacking them as well. They have taken over the third floor. The people there have barricaded themselves in their offices, came the reply from the senior Auror, and she regretted not having greater security all over the ministry, yet there was no time to lament over what could have been. She disarmed the Death Eater attacking her and banished his body away as she rushed to support Kingsley. Take a team and push back, establish control over the flu, and have the people evacuate, she ordered him as they both easily overpowered the single Death Eater he was facing. But Minister, Voldemort is right here. We can end this by getting to him right here, argued Kingsley, and she looked at the ensuing battle between Voldemort and Dumbledore, and it was like she was witnessing a clash of the gods themselves. Spells that she had never seen were being used like party tricks as the whole area around them had been torn apart. Dumbledore seemed to be holding his own, yet the man held no edge in the fight, and as much as she wanted to interfere, she knew they would only be a hindrance. More so, she had to be prepared for the worst. If we interfere, we will only weigh Albus down. And I must prepare for the worst-case scenario as well, she said as she shook her head. She saw Shacklebolt's eyes tighten at her words as he nodded. As you order, Minister, and she nodded as she stood up. Take a small team and get everyone at the upper floors that are trapped out. Any Death Eaters you find, kill on sight. We cannot let them hold our people as hostages. She ordered as she joined Screamgore. Kingsley vanished into the ruckus as he left to complete his mission. Rufus! Have the Aurors push the Death Eaters to the side. We need to isolate Voldemort and Dumbledore, she ordered. But Minster, we can take him. This is a great opportunity to end all this, and she gritted her teeth as she shook her head. We would only be hindering Albus if we try to intervene. We need to isolate the two of them so we can. But suddenly, alarms began to ring once more in the ministry hall. Her eyes widened as she heard the announcement being made. Alert! Alert! Azkaban is under attack! Azkaban is under attack! And the words shook her, and her head snapped towards Voldemort, and she noticed a slight smile on his face. This was his plan all along. This all was a distraction to break out his followers in Azkaban. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore noticed the smile on Voldemort's face as the announcement about the attack on Azkaban was made. He realized Tom's plan now, and the events of the last couple of months began to make sense. Dumbledore's grip tightened around his wand, his knuckles turning white, as he locked eyes with the embodiment of evil before him. Voldemort's snake-like features twisted into a cruel smile, his crimson eyes radiating a malevolent hunger for power. The area around them had become unrecognizable. It is time we bring this to an end, Albus. When you fall tonight, there will be none left to resist me, and then I shall reshape the world in my image, said Voldemort, and Albus shook his head, for those words only showed him Tom's depravity. And will that satisfy you, Tom? Will you finally feel fulfilled after this? And he saw his eyes blaze in anger as he slashed his wand and sent a torrent of flame straight at him. Don't call me that! He roared, and Albus gripped his wand tight and slashed it, summoning water from the fountain to his side as it encapsulated the incoming flames, controlling them. I am no longer the child in your precious gilded castle, Dumbledore. I am Lord Voldemort, the Dark Lord, and I shall rule this world after you put you in the grave, old man, said Voldemort as dark clouds erupted from him and coalesced into shadows, which at the wave of his wand suddenly rushed towards Albus. Dumbledore felt pity for the depraved man standing in front of him as he raised his own wand. Isn't it such a pity that I still miss the bright young student that entered through the gates of Hogwarts all those years ago? Dumbledore brought down his wand. Illuminosus Clenso. And light erupted from his wand, dousing the shadowy attack from Voldemort, which enraged the red-eyed man, and Dumbledore noticed the man's nostrils flare in anger before he suddenly brought the wand to his mouth. Voldemort spewed a huge torrent of flames from his mouth that engulfed nearly the whole hall, sparing not even his own men. He heard men shout in pain as they burned, and the heat from the flames began melting the very stone of the Ministry Hall. Dumbledore took a step back and saw the horrified look on everyone's faces at the monstrous attack from Voldemort, yet he wasn't done yet as he closed his eyes and communicated with his old trust companion. Fox! He called, and the bird appeared in a burst of flame right in front of him and, with a calming caw, rushed towards the scathing fire. Caw! And Dumbledore watched in awe as the flames began to coalesce around the phoenix, wrapping themselves around him as Fox fasted on the magical fire. Voldemort seemed taken aback by Fox's presence and snarled as he sent a killing curse at the bird in question. Fox simply wrapped its wings around itself and vanished into a burst of fire once more, but all this had given him the opportunity he needed as Dumbledore flicked the wand in his hand and sent lightning bolts at Voldemort. Voldemort tried to put up a shield, yet he failed to do so in time. Boom! Voldemort was pushed back when the lightning hit him in the chest, and Dumbledore did not let go of the opportunity, for Tom might be immortal at the moment due to his Horcruxes, yet it would still be a win if he could capture him. Dumbledore aimed his wand at Tom and unleashed the lighting curse, a crackling blue bolt headed straight for Tom, who fired a killing curse at him instead of putting up a shield. The spells met each other with an explosion, and Tom had made a mistake. Dumbledore had been faster, and hence Dumbledore twisted his wand and began to push back. Tom was surprised at his attack getting pushed back and snarled in anger as he tried to retaliate, yet Dumbledore had the upper hand, their spells remained connected, and Dumbledore's eyes narrowed as Tom suddenly disengaged his spell. His spell rushed at Tom, who twisted his wand and sent another spell at him. The purple orb caught him by surprise and Dumbledore could only bring his arm up to protect himself. Ack! The spell hit his other arm, and Dumbledore screamed in pain as his arm began to wither. He dropped to his knee and looked ahead, and saw that Tom hadn't come out of it unscathed as well. Tom's wand arm had been burned to crisp and his face snarled in pain and fury as Tom's wand clattered to the ground. Protect the Dark Lord! Came a shout, and before Dumbledore could throw another spell at the man, a couple of Death Eaters stood in front of him protectively. Albus! Screamed Amelia as she rushed towards him through a barrage of spells and curses. However, his eyes widened as Tom suddenly stood up again. Get out of my way! He screamed, picking up his wand with his other hand. Avada Kedavra! He screamed, uncaring that the spell killed his own man. The Death Eater scurried out of the way as Dumbledore saw him level the wand at him. It's over, old man! Cursed Voldemort as a sharp serpent made of green flames rushed straight at him. Dumbledore tried to bring up his wand to defend himself, yet the pain made him falter. Albus! He heard Amelia scream as Voldemort smiled triumphantly, assured of his victory. Dumbledore resigned himself to his fate as he saw the serpent rush toward him. May you find true peace, Tom, he prayed as he closed his eyes, preparing himself for his demise, yet it seemed fate wasn't done with him just yet. Protego Diabolica! He heard someone instead a familiar shout. Boom! He was pushed back by the force of the clash of the two spells, and he opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by a ring of fire as it defended him against Voldemort's attack. 0000. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support helps me a lot and makes it possible for me to write. So, if possible, have a look and consider dropping a dime if you can. It would matter a lot. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 42. Amelia Bones. Amelia watched as the greenish fiery serpent rushed towards Albus, who suddenly faltered because of the spell that had hit him earlier. Albus! She shouted as she tried to help him, yet she had to jump to the side to avoid getting hit by a killing curse headed straight at her. Around her, the ministry hall was a mess, with fighting going on between Aurors and Death Eaters. There were bodies strewn across the hall, some howling in pain, some unmoving at all. She watched Albus close his eyes and her heart nearly gave out, for she knew what would happen if Albus was to fall today. It would probably be the end of their society as they knew it. Yet suddenly a silhouette jumped right in front of Albus, wand in hand, as she heard a huge shout. Protego Diabolica! Blue flames erupted around them, suddenly, rising like a protective wall, and she watched as Voldemort's attack hit the wall and was stopped. Blue clashed against green, and the fiery serpent hissed, yet the blue flames overpowered it in the end and stood strong. She struggled to her feet as she rushed toward Albus, who was grunting in pain. His whole arm seemed to be decaying rapidly and the rot seemed to be spreading to his body. Gods! She cursed as she took out her wand and began to cast all the counter curses she knew, yet she failed to stop the rot from spreading. We need to get you to St. Mungo's at once, she said to him, yet Albus shook his head and took out a vial from his pocket with great difficulty. It suddenly slipped from his hand. She reached for it and gave it to him. What is this? She asked him as he opened it and drank the clear liquid from it. Her eyes widened as she saw the rot stop spreading at once, and she had an epiphany about what was in that vial. Phoenix tears, she gasped, and Dumbledore did not need to answer. Albus was looking straight at their savior. And Amelia finally looked up as well to see who it was, and her eyes widened as she recognized the person standing in front of them. His hair was disheveled and his face and robes were dyed red with dried blood. There were burn marks visible on his face as they extended to his neck and below, and those amethyst eyes were glowing as the blue flames surrounded them all. It was Albus's student, the one that had been taken hostage. Edward, she recalled his name was. What was he doing here? Are you fine, Professor Dumbledore? He spoke up suddenly and Albus nodded as he tried to stand up. She supported him as he stood up and replied. All thanks to you, Edward, I must thank you for saving my life, and the recent graduate nodded, his wand still leveled at Voldemort, who was now gripping his lost wand arm as he glared at them with those ominous red orbs. It is over, Voldemort, you are done, said Albus, wincing in pain as he stepped forward. She noticed that while the rot had stopped spreading, the areas it had affected earlier were not healing yet. Just what kind of curse had Voldemort used? Ha 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 ha. Voldemort broke out into a cackle as he picked up his wand with his other hand. You say I am done? Oh, Dumbledore, you have no idea just how wrong you are, said Voldemort suddenly, and Amelia's eyes widened as the flow network suddenly lit up as a plethora of people entered the ministry floor. Many of them with haunted faces and sunken eyes, wearing a prison uniforms. Her body shook as she saw all those familiar faces, faces of Voldemort's devout followers they had been able to catch and imprison in the last war. Imprison at the impregnable prison of Azkaban. Tell me, am I done now, Dumbledore? Said Voldemort as his followers gathered behind him. One of the prisoners stepped forward, her hair grey and stiff, her face pale as paper, but her eyes made her take a step back. The madness in those eyes was haunting as Bellatrix Lestrange stepped forward, with all her craziness. It is you, my lord, you are here. You have finally come to rescue me. She cackled as she kneeled down at Voldemort's feet. It was demeaning for anyone, let alone someone with her power and status. Suddenly there was the sound of footsteps behind her as well. And she looked back and saw the Aurors regrouping behind her with Kingsley at the lead. She looked at him and he pointed at the kid standing in front of her. By the time I and my team reached the upper floors, the kid had already cleared more than half of them. They were littered with bodies of werewolves, and dread pooled in her gut as she heard that name. Greyback, she spoke, and Kingsley nodded. Yes, it was his pack. But thankfully he won't be able to turn anyone else after today, and she frowned at his words as Kingsley finished with a rather satisfied smile. Fenrir Greyback is dead. And the words made her turn towards the kid in front of her. She had heard of his, of course, yet killing Fenrir was a massive achievement. There was a reason he had always escaped capture. The man was almost impossible to apprehend. His magic-resistant skin made it impossible to stun him as spells simply bounced off him, and when he transformed he was a menace to handle. The man had bit over a dozen people in one of the raids to capture him. His agility, and his ability to maintain partial rationality even as a werewolf set him apart and made him exceptionally dangerous. She wasn't even sure that she could capture him alone, yet Albus's student had killed him. She would call him heartless, however she would have done the same if she ever had a chance. The world was safer for children with that bastard gone. I recognize you, spoke Voldemort suddenly, looking straight at Albus's student, as he stepped forward. Waving his wand, suddenly a shiny metal began to appear out of thin air as it morphed into an arm. You were among the kids we captured that night. Yes, I remember you. You were quite distinctive, I must say, continued Voldemort. He saw the kid stiffen up as Voldemort addressed him. There were hisses from the Death Eaters. Voldemort looked back and they all became silent in an instant. The tension in the room was suffocating, as the two groups stood opposite to each other, wands leveled and ready. They told me of you, of your prowess, and your ability reminds me of myself. Oh, how similar we are. Even with your tainted blood. So let me make you an offer, said Voldemort grandly as he spread his arms magnanimously. 0000. Edward Wright. Join me, said Voldemort as the whole Ministry Hall quieted down. Everyone was shocked by his words. Kill Dumbledore, and I will allow you to join me. You could have anything you want, and the Death Eaters became quiet at that as his heart raced in his chest. Truth was that Edward was rather tired, he had faced over 3 dozen wizards, and that had left him quite drained. And now he stood here facing Voldemort. He glanced back and saw Dumbledore standing there serenely, holding his black and rotting arm as he stood there rather relaxed. Their eyes met, and Edward sighed, as he spoke in a hushed. You know, you might show a little worry, there might be a chance that I could accept that offer, you know, said Edward to the old man, who just shrugged as he gave him a smile. I believe I know you better than him, Mr. Wright, said Professor Dumbledore with a small chuckle, his body still relaxed. Edward shook his head as he looked straight ahead once more. His grip on his wand tightened as he felt everyone's gaze focused on him. I believe I am quite fine where I am, Tom, and he saw Voldemort glower at that. His eyes narrowed at Dumbledore, but before the man could say anything, Bellatrix Lestrange snarled. You dare deny the Dark Lord's offer? You filthy mudblood! You should be on your knees thanking the Lord for giving a chance to mongrels like you, yet you defy him, she said in a crazed tone as she stood up. She suddenly aimed a wand straight at him. I will kill you. I will kill. But before she could finish her crazed rant, someone interrupted her as the doors to the Ministry Hall opened up. Well, it's because he has better taste than you, dear cousin, came the scathing reply as reinforcements finally arrived. Sirius Black stood there with other members of the Order and a dozen or so Aurors with their wands at the ready as the Death Eaters bristled at being surrounded so suddenly. They began to panic as they got surrounded. You Sirius! You traitor, you continue to defy our family's good name. Aunt Walburga would be cursing in her grace seeing you mingle with mudblood and traitors like these, snarled Bellatrix as she looked at Sirius, who simply shrugged. I don't know about the grave. But she is screeching in her portrait, he taunted her, and Bellatrix Lestrange snarled as she aimed her wand at him. But before she could cast a spell, Voldemort intervened. That will be enough, Bellatrix. Came the booming voice of Voldemort, and Bellatrix was cowed immediately as she looked at her master like a dog looks at their master. Her expression sent shivers down his spine as Voldemort's gaze focused on him. You have made a huge mistake by refusing my offer. You could have had a chance to taste greatness, yet now you shall die just like the rest of your filthy breed, snarled Voldemort. His words shook the whole building and made Edward's heart beat faster. Amelia Bones suddenly stepped forward from the side, her wand aimed at Voldemort. I doubt that. She shouted as the Aurors began to take small steps forward, following her lead. She came and stood by his side as she continued. You aren't leaving this building, Voldemort. Surrender yourself, you are surrounded, she said as Aurors continued to step forward cautiously. The Death Eaters bristled at her words. They were surrounded, on both sides. Ha 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 ha. You think you can hold me, Minister? Said Voldemort as he broke out into a sinister laugh. Let me educate you, Minister. He said suddenly as he suddenly brought down his wand as his body began to morph into a dark cloud, and it spread around. I am the Dark Lord, carrier of the will of Slytherin himself, he began as the dark cloud began to expand encircling his Death Eaters. You cannot stop me. For I am inevitable. He shouted suddenly, and the cloud of darkness exploded and the Ministry Hall was filled with shouts and cries. It expanded instantaneously, destroying everything in its path, and Edward reacted on instinct as he pushed the minister back and waved his wand in an upward slash. The flames in front of him erupted into large columns, shielding them from Voldemort's attack. Edward was pushed back by the power of the attack, and was forced on his knees, yet he did not relent, for he knew that if the attack got through him and everyone behind him would be dead. Don't move. Stay behind. Ordered the minister, stopping the Aurors from moving any further. Help. Hey. There were shouts of men writhing in pain, but Edward couldn't spare any effort to look at the source. He lost track of time, and perhaps it was hours or minutes later that the pressure reduced and he finally lowered his arm, and his wand rolled out of his hand, which was stiff and in pain. It had taken everything he had just to block Voldemort's attack. Yet he had succeeded. He finally looked ahead and the scene was haunting. The Ministry Hall had been destroyed completely. There were many casualties on the other, with many bodies lying there in puddles of blood. People were shouting and crying as medics and Aurors rushed inside from the gate. Many of them couldn't keep the contents of their stomachs inside them and vomited at the gruesome sights in front of them. Gods! Said the minister as she stepped forward, her face pale and her body shook at the dozens of dead people laid there in front of her. Thud! Suddenly, they both looked back to find that Dumbledore had fallen onto his knees. Amelia Bones rushed towards him as she shouted. Medics! I need medics here ASAP. And the whole hall watched as medics rushed towards the greatest wizard of their age. 0000. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support makes it possible for me to write. So, if possible, have a look and consider dropping a dime. It would mean a lot. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 43. Elizabeth White. Elizabeth operated in the Diagon alley with a crack. There were two other cracks behind her as Amy and Cedric also appeared in the alley. All three of their faces pale and anxious as they began to rush towards the St. Mungo's. The whole alley was a flurry of activity, with aurors stationed everywhere, people were being searched left and right, and everyone seemed extremely nervous. St. Mungo's was under lockdown with no apparition allowed in its vicinity and its connection to the flow network had been cut off due to security concerns after the major attack. A major attack right where her best friend was. She had come to know of the attack from Cedric, and then both of them had rushed to get to Amy, who had gone out. Thankfully, the only building to be attacked was the ministry, and Amy was safe. She saw the white marble-coated building of the St. Mungo's in front of her. She halted her steps as the three of them came to a stop. Aurors stood at the entrance as a horde of people stood outside the gate, many reporters and the ministry employees' family members. There is such a big crowd. It will take us hours to get through, said Amy from the side, and just as Elizabeth was about to rush forward, Cedric held her back. Don't worry. Father contacted one of his friends. He is right there, said Cedric as he pointed at a man, who cut a rather imposing figure dressed in purple aura robes. He stood out from the rest with his height and build that seemed to scream authority. They began to walk towards him, and Cedric came to the front. The man turned to face them, and she saw his face relax as he saw Cedric. Cedric, you are here, the man said, motioning for the aurors to let them through. Elizabeth felt a little bad at skipping the line, yet she was far more concerned about her friend to care about it at this time. Mr. Shacklebolt, thank you for this. How is father? Cedric questioned immediately as they shook hands. The badge on his robes showed her that the man was an auror captain. Your father's fine. He will be on the second floor, but you should still confirm it at the desk, and she saw Cedric's shoulders relax as he heard about his father, then the man's eyes turned towards them, and he spoke with a shake of his head. I believe only family members are allowed to visit at this time, and she stepped forward as she spoke up. We are not here for Mr. Amos, we are here to see our friend, Edward Wright. She spoke up and noticed how the man's eyes widened at the mention of her friend's name. Dread pooled in her gut as she spoke up again. Is he fine? She asked again, and the man nodded as he answered. Yes, I believe he is fine, but as I said, only family members are allowed to visit right now, he said with a shake of his head. He has no family. He is an orphan. We are the closest thing he has to family, intervened Amy, and the man looked them over as he turned to face Cedric again and nodded finally. She smiled as she thanked the man as they took their slips and rushed towards the main lobby of the building. There was still a massive crowd at the information desk as people tried to get a hold of any information about their loved ones. Just as Cedric was about to rush in to obtain Edward's whereabouts, a very familiar voice stopped them. Elizabeth, and her head snapped to the right, and she saw Edward standing there. She moved on instinct as she saw his familiar face. Her feet moved on instinct as she rushed towards him and hugged him with all her might. Thank God, you are fine. Thank God, she said, and she saw Amy and Cedric join her as well. After some time, she separated, and Amy and Cedric hugged their friend as well. And she finally had the chance to get a good look at him. He was again wearing his mask, and though his face was clean, there were hints of blood and debris in his hair. Likewise, his robes were torn in places with a major portion of them covered in blood. She gasped as she saw it. Elizabeth, it's not mine, he said as he saw her. And she nodded though his statement hadn't really eased her mind. How did you guys get in? He questioned, and Cedric responded. Father had a friend have us skip the line, and she saw Edward nod. Yeah, I just met your father. He is fine. He is in the first room to the right, said Edward as he pointed at the stairs, and Cedric nodded as he rushed past them and went to meet his father. Edward finally turned to face them. What the hell happened? Questioned Amy as Edward led them to a stool. The truth was that the only thing made public was that the ministry had been attacked by Voldemort, yet everything was still rather obscure. Edward sighed. Voldemort happened. He decided to attack the ministry during the minister's address. Though they believe it wasn't his main objective, and she frowned at that. Taking over the ministry wasn't his objective, then what was? A break at Azkaban was orchestrated as well. Azkaban has been destroyed, and his followers imprisoned there are now free, and the news startled her. A break at Azkaban. The impregnable Azkaban was no longer that. Gods! Said Amy, her face pale as they sat on the bench nearby. Though she remembered something else. Wasn't Professor Dumbledore present at the minister's address as well, she suddenly questioned, and Edward nodded, his lips thin. Yes, he was. They faced each other in the hall. I cannot imagine what would have happened had he not been there, and that statement made her realize the extraordinary nature of the times they were living in. She swallowed as she decided to ask the biggest question on her mind. How did you get so much blood on yourself? She questioned him cautiously, and Edward sighed, and just as he was about to answer, they were interrupted by someone else. Mr. Edward Wright, came the intrusion, and she looked up to find an Auror standing there. She did not miss the special regard with which the man was looking at Edward. Edward stood up and shook the Auror's hand. Yes, he replied. I am sorry for disturbing you, but the Minster is calling for you, he said, and she noticed Edward frown at that. The Minster? Edward questioned. And the young Auror nodded. Yes, she is with Headmaster Dumbledore. They are both calling for you, and Edward sighed and gave them a nod. Well, I will be back, then he turned to face the Auror. Lead the way, and with that, he left with the young Auror as they both sat down on the bench again. What does the Minster want from him? Questioned Amy, and truthfully she was thinking the exact same thing. 0000. Amelia Bones. What did you just say? Asked the young man as she sighed and began once more. I repeat, the Ministry would like it if you were to stay in Britain for this year instead of moving to France, and the boy shook his head. No, the boy replied, and she looked at Dumbledore, who simply raised a brow because the man had told her that Edward would refuse. And he had. Why would you even want me here? I am a nobody, and Dumbledore scoffed as he leaned back in his seat. His arm had been covered with bandages, the phoenix tears had stopped the spread of the rot, though the medics still had no idea on how to reverse it. They were working to identify the curse, for that would be the first step in the process. I believe you underestimate yourself, Edward. I can assure you with all those reporters present in the hall, you will find yourself on the cover of every newspaper in Britain in a couple of hours, finished Dumbledore chuckling slightly. The kid's eyes shot open, and Amelia sighed. Though she did not want to do this, the dire situation called for dire steps. Yes, and people will be looking for an icon. Someone to give them hope, and as much as I regret it the Ministry and the Aurors have failed to be so in these trying times. Moreover, you faced Voldemort twice now. The number of people who have done that can be counted on one hand, and the kid sighed. You have Dumbledore right here. Why do you need me? Argued the boy as he pointed at the headmaster of Hogwarts, whose expression grew grave at that. They both looked at each other and nodded as she decided to be open with the boy. Professor Dumbledore's arm is damaged. He believes that if Voldemort strikes again, there is a great chance that he would not be able to face the man as his equal, and the kid's eyes widened at that as he snapped towards Dumbledore's bandaged arm. But you have Fawkes. You could use his tears, and Dumbledore nodded. I have, and they are the reason that I am still alive. We still have not identified the curse used by him, yet is quite fatal I must say, and the kid sighed. She decided to pitch in. Yes, Dumbledore is also working on plans to kill Voldemort, but we need time. We cannot have our morale drop at such crucial times. And I personally assure you, whatever the conclusion may be, I will personally request Beauxbaton's headmistress to offer you another apprenticeship next year, and she saw the gears turning in the kid's head, though in the end he still shook his head. I am afraid my answer is still no. You may not know, Minister, but my reason for going to France are more personal than professional. And I don't think my presence in Britain will make much difference. Professor Dumbledore will recover soon, and if his plans succeed you will be able to capture or kill Voldemort. There is little I could offer you, finished the kid, and Amelia sighed. In the end, it was the young man's decision. People look for symbols in difficult times, began Dumbledore from his seat, as he stared straight at his former student. For Britain, I had been that symbol for many years. They have looked to me for guidance and help even in times when I had none to offer. Yesterday when I fell to the ground many of them lost their hopes and dreams, they saw their symbol fall. But, in those dark times, they found another one, someone not afraid to stand up to the forces of evil. Someone younger, someone brighter, someone they could look to in these dark times, he finished as he looked the young man straight in the eye. You, Dumbledore finished with a smile, and the young man shook his head. But you are alive, Professor. And Voldemort is injured as well, you have time you could finish your plans to eliminate him in this time, retorted the kid and Dumbledore. Indeed, Voldemort is injured, yet he now also has his previous followers. Azkaban held some of his deadliest followers and now all of them are loose, we cannot take any risks, began Dumbledore before he held up his bandage. And as much as it pains me, Amelia is right. In my current state, I believe I wouldn't be able to face him alone, finished Dumbledore, and she smiled as she saw Edward chew his lips. Both Edward and Dumbledore stared each other in the eye, and then he suddenly got up and began to pace in the room. Edward, I know you are an orphan and have a fiancé in France. But I also know that you have your dear friends here in Britain, including Mr. Diggory and Miss Elizabeth White, she began as she recalled her earlier conversation with Dumbledore. Edward's head snapped towards her, and she was surprised at the glint in those eyes. It seems she had failed to convey her point. What I am trying to say is, don't stay to help me or the ministry. But stay to help them. 1 year, that is all I ask, and Edward sighed as his shoulders sagged. Fleur isn't going to like this at all, said the young man. From what she recalled, Fleur was the name of his fiancée. Dumbledore chuckled from the side. I believe I could offer you something to alleviate some of that wrath, added Dumbledore from the side. Edward frowned as he questioned the aged warlock. And what is that? Questioned Edward with a frown. I believe the chance of being the first person to study Hogwarts's wards under my tutelage would do wonders in alleviating Miss Delacour's wrath. 0000. Fleur Delacour. Fleur Delacour had been waiting for a chat with Edward all night yesterday. She remembered him telling her about his meeting with the ministry to get his permit for travelling to France, yet she had not been able to reach him. This was the first time this had happened since he had gifted her that special enchanted mirror. She was alone in the house and, due to this, and had trouble sleeping the whole night, so she decided to make herself something to drink. She got up from the bed and began to rush downstairs to fix herself a coffee. Her mother had taken Gabrielle to a gathering, which she had gotten out of by making an excuse about her sleepless night, and her father was at work. She walked to the small kitchen, and just as she was about to pick up her cup, her eyes widened as she saw the headline in the newspaper. Britain's New Hope. Could Dumbledore's Mysterious Saviour be Britain's Salvation by Jessica Pearson? Below that headline was a picture of Edward, surrounded by fire as he stood face to face against Voldemort, with his headmaster and a blonde woman standing behind him, the one who was supposed to be the new minister from her guess. She picked up the newspaper and began to rifle through the article with haste, instantly forgetting about her exhaustion and sleep. Dread filled her gut as she rifled through the article. Yet her eyes focused on the paragraph that mentioned Edward. Yet just as, the paragon of light, Albus Dumbledore lay there injured, following his battle with Voldemort. The Dark Lord, who had also been injured, struck back with a vengeance, and just as all hope seemed lost, a surprising intruder stepped up in a time of peril. Edward Wright, a recent Hogwarts graduate famed for his dueling ability, jumped into the foray and faced the Dark Lord. Their exchange, though short, showed that the young man possesses great courage and has the potential to one day rise to the level of his famed headmaster. The reports also show that the man had fought and liberated many ministry floors from the control of Death Eaters, even facing and apprehending the famed werewolf, Fenrir Greyback. Greyback, famous for biting young children, has bounties on his head in many countries and has avoided capture due to his unique prowess. The Ministry of Magic of Britain has yet to give an official statement about this, though many speculate that the young man could be awarded an Order of Merlin for his services. Page 7 for more on the battle at the Ministry. Page 8 for more on Edward Wright. Facing Voldemort. She scanned the page again, and it had no mention of his injuries, yet from the few pictures, she noticed how his clothes were covered in blood. She dropped the paper and rushed up the stairs again, hoping to contact Edward again. Perhaps, if not him, she could get one of his friends. She ran back to her room and picked up the enchanted mirror. Edward. She spoke into the mirror, and with each passing second, her heart dropped as dread pooled in her gut, and just as she was about to try and contact him through one of his friends, the mirror shimmered and her heart eased, as the familiar figure of her fiancé popped into the frame. 0000. Harry Potter. In his dream, Harry found himself staring at those people again. He felt his body constricted as he focused on the scene in front of him. Tell me, Lucius. Where is it? Came his voice again, and Harry felt repulsed as he felt as if it was him speaking. Despite his training in occlumency, dreams like this still came to him sometimes. Though, their number had dropped by quite a bit. One of the masked men stepped forward, his mask covering his face, yet Harry would recognize that hair anywhere. Malfoy. He had a box in hand, and he came to stand in front of Harry as he kneeled down. Harry felt an emotion run through him. It was as if he was proud as he Malfoy SNR. Kneel down. We were able to get the prophecy, my lord. It is here. Prophecy. What prophecy? A sense of excitement and elation ran through him as he saw those white hands reach for that box. And just as the lid opened to reveal a white cloudy orb. Good. 0000. There is going to be another prison break next, chap. Can you guess who? As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support makes it possible for me to write. So, if possible, have a look and consider dropping a couple of sickles for support. It would mean a lot to me. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 44. Albus Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office as he stared at the recently procured cup of Hufflepuff, and the famed magical artifact reeked of black magic like all the other Horcruxes. This now left 3 Horcruxes, the snake, and the biggest issue, one Harry Potter. The truth was that Dumbledore had scoured every text he could for a solution, yet he had found nothing. He sighed as he leaned back into his chair, as looked down at his injured arm. Edward's decision to stay back had taken some burden off of his shoulder, and as he had suspected, the newspapers and the public had been focused on his coverage for the last couple of days. In such times of crisis people often looked for a hero, and Magical Britain had found just one. This helped build up morale, though he knew that he needed to find a solution to the issue of the Horcrux in Harry quickly. With his followers at his side, Voldemort could cause a lot more damage, and Magical Britain couldn't afford another prolonged war. Suddenly he felt the wards of Hogwarts trip, and he frowned as he found that someone had just walked in through the castle gate. Someone rather powerful and familiar. He frowned as he recognized the magical signature. Albus was perplexed, as the presence of this signal was more or less impossible. It couldn't be, he said, and with a crack, he vanished from his office and apparat to the ground in front of the gate. And his eyes widened as he saw a rather familiar face standing there. And Albus was on guard immediately as he gripped his wand and stared at the dichromatic eyes of his friend, who had no purpose of being here. "What are you doing here, Gellert?" questioned Dumbledore, and Gellert simply smiled as he stepped forward as looked around at the castle. "I was feeling quite cramped in my castle, so I decided that it was time for an outing, and Nermengard was his castle." Dumbledore watched as Gellert's eyes focused on his injured arm. "And I come bearing gifts," said Gellert suddenly as he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and threw it gently. Albus saw it fold itself into a butterfly and fly towards him, and he had not missed how Gellert had done such delicate magic without any wand. The paper landed in his hand and unfurled itself. And Dumbledore frowned as he skimmed over the contents, and his eyes widened as he reached the end. "You told me about your little Horcrux problem. I believe that could be a viable solution to your little Voldemort problem." Dumbledore did not reply as he skimmed over the whole page, and then he looked up at his friend. "Are you sure about this, Gellert?" And his friend shrugged. "There is no other way, Dumbledore. We need the items. We need the Peveril treasures. 0000. Fleur Delacour. No." An exasperated Edward immediately turned her proposal down. She puffed her cheeks and stared at Edward somewhat defiantly as she argued again. "Why? It's the perfect plan, Edward. Studying under Dumbledore for a year, you don't know how many people would die for such an opportunity, and moreover, this way, I will be right there with you," she argued, and Edward shook his head, still defiant. "Fleur, you do know how dangerous it is out here. You were the one who wanted me to get out of Britain, and now you are thinking of coming here yourself," he told her, and she just shrugged. "But that's the point. You aren't coming here, Edward," and her father's involvement in this issue had been quite embarrassing for her. Edward hadn't said anything, yet she could tell that he was quite agitated by it. "I want to be there with you. Plus, I will be at Hogwarts, and that's arguably the safest place in all of Britain," she argued, and Edward sighed as he listened to her arguments. In the end, he shrugged as a resigned smile appeared on his face. "Well, I know better than to argue with you when you are like this," and her heart leapt in her chest at his words. However, his tone turned serious as he continued. "But will you even be able to make it here?" he asked, and she understood the implication behind his words, and she chewed her lip as he nodded slowly. "I am an adult now and can make my own decisions," she said resolutely, and Edward nodded. Edward had been forced to stay in Britain for a year by his Grand Master, and the recent attack at the Ministry would have already made it difficult for anyone to come to France. And Fleur couldn't let him be alone in all this mess, and with an opportunity to study under Albus Dumbledore while being near him, it was the best-case scenario. Her eyes instinctively went to her scar, and she reaffirmed herself that she couldn't let him be there alone. She couldn't let such an opportunity slip by her. She needed to become stronger, much stronger, so she could stand by his side. So that something like that night never happens again. Never. I forgot about something," suddenly said Edward, and she was broken out of her trance as she looked at him again. "It has not been publicized yet, but the Ministry will be awarding me an Order of Merlin 2nd class for my efforts in the capture of Fenrir Greyback," and her eyes widened as she heard those words. An Order of Merlin at his age. What? Why didn't you mention it earlier? An Order of Merlin, that's such an honor, she said as she congratulated him. Exasperated at his behavior over achieving such an honor, Edward just shrugged, a small smile tucked on his lips. "Well, the truth is that I am just happy to be alive. And with all the craziness, it just left my mind," and she nodded, understanding his position. Edward had told her of all that had taken place at the Ministry, and it had shaken her heart as she had heard him retell the whole incident, and though she could tell that he had left out quite a bit of detail, even then the events were nothing short of traumatizing. "Well, whatever, so are you set on the idea of coming here?" Edward questioned her once more, and she nodded as she answered emphatically. "Yes," her voice rigid as she replied in affirmative. And Edward nodded. "All right, I will make the necessary arrangements here. We will discuss it more tomorrow," Edward said as he stifled a yawn, and she nodded. They had been talking for hours, and Edward was still in the hospital. Yeah, you should rest. We can talk later, she said, and Edward nodded as his face began to fade. Goodbye, he said, and she nodded. See you later, and with that, his silhouette vanished from the mirror, leaving her alone in her room once again. Fleur put it to the side as she thought of all that Edward had told her, more specifically, the intervention of her father in all this. She clenched her fists as she thought about it, and suddenly her eyes found an old picture of a young Fleur with her father. She picked it up, and her eyes focused on the form of her father as she whispered. One thing you always seem to forget is that I am as much your daughter as I am mother's. 0000. Harry Potter. I am coming for you, Potter. You won't get away this time, came the familiar voice that had left him sleepless for days. And suddenly, his vision shifted, and he found himself in the broken shack with several bodies strewn across, lying there lifelessly. Harry calmed himself as he continuously told himself, this isn't real. It's all in your head. I am coming for you. Harry. Harry. Suddenly, he felt himself falling as he woke up with a huff. He woke up and looked around, and found himself in his room once again. Soon, there was another knock at his door. Harry, are you fine? Came Hermione's voice, and Harry replied as he put on his glasses and got up. Yeah, it was just a bad dream, said Harry as he decided not to burden her friend with his issues. He had already confided in Sirius about these dreams, and the man had upped his occlumency training, though even that wasn't completely effective. He reached the door and opened it and found Hermione standing there outside. And the last couple of months, and changed her friend. Hermione had lost her usual cheer, and her face had a constant look of sadness. He could feel that both of them had gotten closer to each other, both of them having a clear understanding of what the other was going through. I came to call because the meeting is about to begin. If you want to try and listen to it. And before she could finish, he cut her off. Yes, let's go, he said, and she nodded as they both began to slowly walk down the stairs, trying not to make a sound. They reached the corridor and came to a halt outside the main door of the drawing room. Hermione took out her wand and waved it in a complex manner, and suddenly, he could hear whispers from inside the room. The voices were a bit muffled, but he could still make out what was being said. He heard Tonks suddenly speak up the name Elizabeth in an exasperated tone. She had been staying with them for some time now and had been a wealth of knowledge in terms of dueling. Elizabeth, Harry was sure that he had heard that name. And when Moody suddenly cut in, he finally realized whom they were talking about. It's Edward and Elizabeth, the seniors. They are here to join as well. Hermione reached the same conclusion as she spoke up from her side. Though she suddenly frowned as she whispered to herself. But wasn't he going to France? And suddenly, he frowned as Dumbledore found them out. Shit. And suddenly, instead of whispers from the inside, their ears were filled with a slight hum of Muggle music. Harry shook his head. As soon as he stepped back from the door, the sound of music vanished. 00000. Sirius Black. Sirius sat in his chair as the tension in the room continued to build with every passing second. The attack at the Ministry had been thwarted, but things were far more dire than they were previously. Voldemort had broken out his followers from Azkaban, thought to be impregnable, though Sirius would tend to disagree with that situation. The Dementors were at his side now, and with that, the war was at its tipping point now. Dumbledore had called for an order meeting, and this would be the first time Sirius would be seeing the man after his injury. And that was the biggest issue. The attack at the Ministry had left them with an injured Dumbledore, the extent of which remained still unknown. When will he be arriving? Questioned Nymphadora as he sat to his side, and Sirius shrugged, though before he could say anything, the flue lit up once again, and Sirius watched as Dumbledore stepped out of the flue, in his usual obnoxious attire of purple robes and a pointed hat. However, much like everyone else, Sirius's eyes went straight to the sling tied around his neck. Everyone's already here. I apologize for being late. I was picking up our newest members, said Dumbledore, and Sirius watched as the flue lit up again as two people walked out of it, younger than everyone present. And he immediately recognized one of the faces, for it had been splattered across the newspapers for the last couple of days. Edward Wright walked out of the flue and gave a small greeting to everyone, flanked to the side by a witch similar to his age. Sirius wasn't able to recognize the witch, but it seems Nymphadora was able to. Elizabeth, said Nymphadora as she stood up to greet the younger witch. And he saw both of them exchange pleasantries as Dumbledore took his seat. Edward joined Kingsley on the other side and stood to the man's side as everyone gathered. The order was assembled now, all except Arthur, who was busy. Everyone else was present, including Snape, much to his dismay as he hung in the shadow like a bat. Lupin sat at his side and was followed by Alastor, who was now staring at the new members. You are the one who killed Greyback, right? Suddenly, Alastor spoke up, and he saw Remus stiffen up at the mention of the infamous werewolf. The young kid didn't seem perturbed as he nodded slowly. I did, replied the kid looking straight at Moody, who narrowed his eyes before he nodded appreciatingly. Good. It was time that Mutt was put down. You must be quite a wizard to take down the man single-handedly, praised Alastor, and the boy nodded as Dumbledore coughed. I believe it is time we begin the meeting, and there were several nods as Dumbledore took out his wand and waved it around, erupting a privacy ward with a simple wave of his wand. I believe some Muggle music should do well in distracting our young audience outside, said Dumbledore as he chuckled while looking at the door. Sirius shook his head as he realized exactly what he meant. All right, now for the first matter, we have some new members amongst our ranks. Though some of you may be familiar with them, nonetheless I shall introduce them once more, said Dumbledore as he pointed at the two new members. I believe you should know him by. First, we have Mr. Edward Wright. He recently fought Fenrir Greyback and saved my life, and he saw how everyone's eyes focused on the young man. And Sirius's mind went to what the papers were saying. For the past couple of days, the papers had been filled with comparisons between him and Albus himself, and the way everyone, including Dumbledore, were looking at him, they weren't simple speculations. Or they wouldn't remain speculations for long. And then we have Miss Elizabeth White. She has just been hired as junior undersecretary to our dear Minster Bones, and there were eyebrows raised as everyone looked at the girl. Dumbledore seemed rather proud of the two of them. Both of them are recent graduates and were head boy and head girl, respectively. I must say they are amongst the brightest students Hogwarts has ever had, and looking at the two of them made Sirius think of another of his departed friends. The similarities were uncanny to an extent. We can talk more after the meeting now. I believe Severus, you have news for us, said Dumbledore as he turned to face the conniving bastard. Severus stepped out of his shadow as he drawled out. Your battle with the Dark Lord has left him injured as well, and he saw his eyes shift to Dumbledore's injured arm as he continued. Though he hasn't shared his plans yet, he is planning something. Something big, very big. Finished the Slytherin, and Dumbledore nodded. And his words rattled Sirius, for it couldn't be a coincidence. Thank you for this information Severus, said Dumbledore, and with a nod, Snivella stepped back. What about you, Dumbledore? What about that sling around your arm? Alastor asked the question that was on everyone's mind, and the room became silent as everyone waited for Dumbledore's response. I am afraid, my battle with Voldemort left its scars on me as well. While it isn't my wand arm, the healers are skeptical about recovery unless we can identify the curse used by him precisely, said Dumbledore, and Sirius saw the mood drop at Dumbledore's words. The morale of this whole resistance was dependent on the man, and Sirius had spent the last couple of days scoring his family library with Remus and Andromeda to identify the curse used by Voldemort and had yet to succeed. Though I have good news as well, suddenly spoke up Albus, and everyone perked up at that. I have been investigating Voldemort for some time and have found out that he had used some rather obscure and dark magic to turn himself immortal, and the whole room gasped at his words. Sirius sat straighter now, for unlike everyone else he had a certain idea of what Dumbledore was talking about. And recently with the help of an old friend I have made a breakthrough. Though I cannot share the details with you, I can assure you that we are much closer to turning him mortal and putting an end to Voldemort, and he saw everyone hanging at Dumbledore's words. Permanently, finished Dumbledore emphatically. Albus had never made such a statement ever before, and hence it made it all the more emphatic. The meeting then proceeded to the regular issues, with everyone giving their reports though Sirius couldn't get his mind off of Severus's words. 0000. Hermione Granger. Hermione found herself sitting with Edward as the meeting ended. Harry was inside talking with Dumbledore and Sirius and Edward had joined her outside in the corridor. Both of them stood in the silence which was broken by him as he spoke slowly. How are you Hermione? And the truth was that Hermione was quite tired of answering that question. But nonetheless, she nodded. I am fine, she said, and in some ways, she was. Sirius and Andromeda truly helped her during these times. The loss of her parents had been a big blow, and when all hope had seemed lost, Sirius had come up and told her of how they were related. It had been a ray of hope. And though they owed her nothing, Sirius and Andromeda had helped her get through these difficult times. And for that, she was thankful to them. Edward had also written to her and even visited a couple of times, but he was busy with his own work. So, you aren't going to France then? She questioned him, trying not to linger on the dark topics, and he sighed as he nodded. Yeah, now I will be staying here for a year. With all that debacle at the ministry it was elaborated to me that it would be better for Britain and for me if I stayed here for a year, said Edward in a resigned tone, seemingly a bit agitated by the prospect of staying. And with how enthusiastic he was about going to France, it was understandable. Speaking of that, Professor Tonks told me that you have been having her giving you dueling lessons, and she nodded. Hermione had realized her limitations and now knew that apart from theory, she needed to excel in the practical side of things as well. Yeah, she has been helping me and Harry a bit in that, she added, not understanding where this was going. That's good. That's very good. Then I believe you will be pleased to know that Hogwarts will be having a dueling class this year once more, and she shuddered as she remembered the disaster that such classes were in her second year. Well, I hope Professor Dumbledore finds someone competent, at least this time. I don't think we can handle another Lockhart, she said with a smile, and he joined in with a small laugh as well. Yet, I believe you will find him quite adequate. After all, I believe as a dueling champion, I am quite up to the task, and her eyes widened as her head snapped to him. You will be teaching us all dueling. And he nodded. Yeah, this will be part of my apprenticeship. Since I was supposed to shadow Professor Dilbrin at Beau's Batons for a year, Dumbledore proposed that it would be a valuable experience for me to teach for a year here. You will be getting your letters tomorrow, it will all be mentioned there, and she nodded as she thought of him teaching a proper class. He had taught Daphne, Susan, and her group for a bit last year and had been excellent, and Hermione was quite excited about attending an official class mentored by him. 0000. As always, you can read ahead and support me on PATRE-0N. Your support makes it possible for me to write. So, if possible, have a look and consider dropping a couple of sickles for support. It would mean a lot to me. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 45. Albus Dumbledore. The famed headmaster of Hogwarts sat in his office as he once more stared at the only possible solution to his Horcrux problem. The solution was risky. No, it was very risky. Of all the rules employed by the Ministry over the years, he found several useless and baseless, yet even Albus Dumbledore understood that the ban on the exploration of advanced rituals was one of the more reasonable restrictions placed by the Ministry. You don't seem convinced, Albus. Though I can assure you. If you want to keep the boy alive, there is no other solution apart from this, spoke Gellert from the side as he rifled through his vast book collection. Today Gellert had come to his office to meet a certain new professor, the very same young professor with whom he shared a mysterious connection. I know that, but you must see how dangerous this is, Gellert. The only time any magician succeeded in summoning death itself was centuries ago. Centuries. And even then, little is known on how the Peverills succeeded in doing so, for all the records of their times have been purged, and all that's left that single tale, replied Albus with a sigh. Gellert smiled as he placed the book he had been reading back on the shelf and looked towards him. That was always your problem, Albus, said his old rival as he strode slowly to the seat before him. You have always had a fascinating understanding of magic, yet you fail to see it for the living mystical being it is, began Gellert, his eyes bright and glowing, reminding Albus of simpler times, of times when they were young and ambitious and filled with raw curiosity. Magic has always been alive. Your Dark Lord's actions aren't just against human nature. They go against the very fabric of magic itself, began Gellert, and Albus's mind went to his recent encounter with Voldemort, and a part of him agreed with Gellert. Magic reviles him, considers its very existence a taint against its majesty. Yet it cannot act by itself, no, it needs a conduit. And this ritual will provide us with one. A chance for it to return balance to nature itself and destroy the taint that is Voldemort, finished Albus with a flourish, leaning back in his chair. And Albus frowned as he looked down at the paper once more. A part of him was still skeptical, yet it seemed like he had no choice. We shouldn't rush this. Let me look into it a bit more before I decide on it, said Albus as he folded the pieces of paper and placed them in his pocket. Gellert's eyes focused on his arm, the injured one, at his words before the man slowly spoke up. I don't believe you can afford to wait for much longer, Albus. Albus's eyes focused on his injured arm again, and the same thoughts ran through his mind. Gellert was right. At all his might, he could do nothing except hold Tom back, yet now, with this injury, he wasn't sure he could do that now. If Voldemort attacks again, I am not sure you could face him as an equal. Perhaps, if I could fight. But Albus cut him off. No. And Gellert stopped as Albus's eyes narrowed at Gellert. You swore to me, Gellert, and you will not break it. You will not touch a wand, otherwise, I will have you sent back to Ermengarde even if it's the last thing I do. Said Albus with finality in his tone, and Gellert's eyes narrowed at him before the man sighed and nodded slowly. Plus, Voldemort himself is injured, which gives us some time. The time that you will use to train Edward right, Albus reminded him of his other arrangement, and Gellert nodded with a small smile. Yes, and where is the intriguing young man? I must say I am quite excited to see him, spoke Gellert as he glanced at the clock. And the clock arms had hit 12, meaning Edward would be here any time now. He will be here any minute now. I believe he has entered the castle grounds, Albus spoke as he felt the disturbance in the wards. And Gellert nodded before his eyes focused on him once more. You really believe that the boy could step into your shoes? That he could face Voldemort as an equal, and Albus thought of all he had seen from the young man and nodded. Yes, I do. You can call it a teacher's intuition, and Gellert smirked as suddenly they were interrupted by a knock on the door. Professor, may I come in? Albus smiled as he saw Gellert vanish into the shadowy corner of his office as Albus replied. Please, do come in, Mr. Wright. 0000. Edward Wright. Please do come in, Mr. Wright. And the door swung open, and Edward stepped into the headmaster's office again, though this time he wasn't a student. He saw the headmaster smile at him as he walked towards the chairs. I must say, coming here feels a bit different now that I have graduated, said Edward as the headmaster motioned for him to sit. I hope you mean that in a good way, for with your new position, I believe you will be visiting this office quite regularly, and Edward nodded as he was once more reminded of his new employment as Hogwarts' youngest professor. And what do we know, one day you might even be sitting in my chair, said Professor Dumbledore with a smile, and he just shook his head. I hope not. My plan is to have an early retirement and enjoy life. So, why did you call for me, Professor? There is still about a month left till the term starts, so I doubt it is about that, Edward decided to get straight to the point. He still had 2 weeks to prepare the lesson plans, and though he was done with half of them, he could instinctively tell that this call wasn't regarding that issue. And the shift in Dumbledore's demeanor all but confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, I have called you here due to some different issues. One of them is this letter I received from Miss Delacour, and Edward picked up the letter as Albus smiled. She has accepted my offer and will be joining us as my apprentice here in Hogwarts. Though, I believe you must be already aware of it, and Edward nodded. Fleur had told him about the letter and was actually set to arrive within a week. Yes, she had told me, he replied as he put the letter back on the table, and Dumbledore nodded. And suddenly, Edward felt a gaze pouring onto him. His eyes narrowed, and he glanced back and looked around the office, yet the feeling didn't go away. He could feel something wrong, yet as Dumbledore coughed and he looked forward at the headmaster once again, though inside his hold on his wand tightened. And I believe the next topic concerns your magical prowess, more specifically, your ability to face Voldemort, and Edward frowned at those words. What do you mean, Professor? He questioned as Dumbledore took off his glasses and began slowly. My last duel with Voldemort has left us both injured. And while my recovery remains hampered by Voldemort regains his strength by the day and will soon be at his best again, said Dumbledore in a grave voice. And Edward stiffened at those words. And in that sense, I believe we must use this time to utmost effect. You are the only person apart from me who can stand up to him, yet as strong and powerful as you are. There still exists a gap between you and Voldemort, and Edward nodded slowly at those words. Edward knew that he could probably hold Tom off for an hour at his current level, a feat few could accomplish. Yet that also meant that he knew that there was little chance of him succeeding in killing him at his current level. He was working towards it, but there was little that he could do by himself. And the way this conversation was going, it seemed Dumbledore had reached the same conclusion. So, are you going to help me train, Professor? Asked Edward trying to make sense of their conversation, and to his surprise, the headmaster shook his head. I am afraid the difference in our styles makes it so that my teachings will do little to benefit you, and Edward frowned at those words. However, Dumbledore continued. However, I believe there is someone more suited than me who could help you in your journey, and suddenly Edward's senses screamed at him, and in an instant, he is out of the chair, his wand in his hand as he aimed it at the shadow from where he had senses that uninvited presence. Who are you? Edward shouted as his wand lit up, and suddenly there was the sound of chuckling before a shadowy silhouette stepped out of the shadows, and Edward's frown vanished, and his eyes widened as he saw those dichromatic eyes focused on him. For as per his knowledge, there was only ever a single wizard with eyes like that. Ha ha ha, it seems you recognize me, said the man as he completely stepped out of the shadow, and Edward was lost for words. And then he turned to look at Dumbledore, who still sat in his chair. Edward, meet the person who will train you to face Voldemort. He is perhaps the best person for the job. The man whose dueling style inspired your own, Gellert Grindelwald, and many thoughts were going through his mind, yet the only words that came out of his mouth were, what the hell is he doing here? 0000. Lucius Malfoy. The Malfoy Manor had been serving as their base of operations for about a year now. And with each passing day, the seeds of doubt in his heart grew stronger as he watched Voldemort ravish their lives. And it was on this day that the straw finally broke, and Lucius would wholeheartedly admit that he had chosen the wrong side. Yet he could do nothing about it now. Nothing at all as he watched his son standing there with several other of his friends, pale and nervous as they waited for their lord's summon. His dear Draco was pale, much like the rest of the kids, and turned to face him, nervousness and fear clearly visible in those eyes. Lucius's heart broke as he could do nothing but give his son a fake smile and nod slowly as dread pooled in his heart for his son's future. Suddenly he saw Draco's eyes shift to the side, and Lucius turned and found his wife standing there looking at their son. Her face was cold, and only their years of marriage allowed him to glimpse at the anger and pain on her face. What does he want with those kids? She whispered as he held her hand and felt her nails pushing into his own as she nervously glanced at the door to their main hall. I don't know, but we must trust the Dark Lord, spoke Lucius, slowly trying to reassure her, yet he knew in his heart that he himself didn't believe in those words. Narcissa scoffed at those words, wrung her hand out of his, and shook her head. You want me to trust him with the life of our son? Our only son? She nearly shouted, and Lucius's heart shook at her words. But what choice did they have? He looked at her. There is no other choice, Narcissa, he said in a resigned tone, and before she could reply, the door opened, and his heart nearly gave out as someone walked out of the room, and as he saw those infamous black locks and that gaunt face, he felt Narcissa stiffen beside her as Bellatrix's eyes landed at them. She smiled, and that smile sent shivers down his spine, and then she turned towards the assembled Hogwarts students and spoke in her usual fanatic manner. Be honored that the Dark Lord is granting you a chance to serve him. Go in. He is waiting for you all, and he stiffened at her words. And saw his son Draco look towards him, yet as before, he could do nothing but give her son an encouraging nod and pray in her heart as he watched him vanish behind those haunting pair of doors. Bellatrix closed the door and walked towards them, smiling fanatically, and he noticed all emotions vanish from his wife's face as her sister walked up to her. Sissa. It's so good to see you. You have no idea how much I missed you, said Bellatrix as she hugged her younger sister. He saw Narcissa stiffen as Bellatrix wrapped her arms around her tightly. I missed you too, Bella. I am sorry that I couldn't come to meet you earlier. I was out of the country and just returned today with Draco, and he saw a crazed look appear in those eyes as Bellatrix separated from Narcissa. Little Draco has grown up so much since the last time I saw him. He was such a small thing, always crying for his mommy. You must be so proud of him that he gets an opportunity to serve our Lord like this. He saw her wife's occlumency shields go up as a mechanical smile appeared on her face as she replied. Indeed I am. I am quite proud of my son. 0000. Severus Snape stood in Albus's office as the night raged on. Dumbledore had told him of the special connection between Harry and Voldemort, and the information had shocked him a bit. And when it seemed like all his sacrifice and effort would be for naught, Dumbledore had assured him that he was looking for a solution. And now the thing was that Voldemort was also aware of the prophecy and seemed to be planning something big. Something very big that involved Hogwarts itself. He had assured Narcissa that he would try to look out for her son, yet the Dark Lord was extremely secretive with his new plan and hadn't shared it with anyone. Why have you called for me, Albus? He asked in an annoyed tone. He had been busy preparing lesson plans for the incoming year. Albus stood there staring at the castle grounds below. At his question, the man turned to face him. I wanted to inform you that I have found a solution to Harry's problem. Severus's eyes widened at that, and relief filled him. Yet he quickly put his occlumency shields as he continued. And what about Voldemort? With him now aware of the full prophecy, he will still target Harry, and Albus shook his head. The solution will take care of that too, though I believe for it all to a word I will be in need of something from you, and the headmaster turned to face him. And Severus nodded. What do you need, Albus? And silence reigned in the office before Dumbledore uttered the final words. Nagini. To save Harry and eliminate Voldemort once and for all, we must destroy all his Horcruxes first. And the only one that remains is Nagini, and Severus stiffened at those words. Nagini never left Voldemort's side. And to kill it meant only one thing for him. Death. Or at least a very high probability of death or a fate even worse than that. Yet it would end it all. It would save Lily's son and end Voldemort once and for all. The potion master closed his eyes as he thought of all his life's regrets, thought of those auburn red locks and those bright green eyes, and he hardened his heart as he looked at Albus and nodded his head. I will do it. 0000. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support makes it possible for me to write. So, if possible, have a look and consider dropping a couple of sickles for support. It would mean a lot to me. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 46. Edward Wright. Ignis. Edward screamed as the flames roared around him and wrapped around him, shaping themselves according to his will into a deathly skeletal guardian. Edward was dripping from sweat as the roar from the fiery skeletal structure shook the whole area. His magical reserves were quite depleted from the several hour-long practice session he had been having for over 2 weeks now, and yet there was the sound of metal creaking and bodies moving, and Edward knew he couldn't relax. More than a dozen wooden training dummies circled him, each with a wand or a physical weapon in hand as he stood at the center. He glanced at them, ready for any attack. Shing! He heard from behind, and his grip around his wand tightened as the dance began. Edward ducked as he dodged an arrow, and then before he could react, he was getting bombarded by a massive stream of water from half a dozen of those wooden training dummies. The flames struggled to survive the onslaught from the water, and Edward was beginning to feel the strain on his magical reserves. It would have been easier to dodge the attack, yet the rules stated that he couldn't move more than a couple of steps, so he gritted his teeth as he pushed his wand up into an arc. Ignis Solus! He screamed, and the massive fiery figure began to glow before suddenly it dissolved into a jet of flames that spread around him, destroying over half a dozen of those dolls. Had it been earlier, Edward could have used Ignis to destroy them all, yet his exhaustion was beginning to catch up with him. Yet as the wooden figures walked through the ring of fire, Edward's wand had already lit up once more. This time in a whitish glow as he brushes down his wand. Tempest and Stormius. Then a lightning bolt shot out of his wand and hit the ground, and dissipated into his surroundings, destroying all of the surrounding wooden training dolls. H-A-A-A-H-A-A-A-H-A-A-A. Edward huffed slightly as he wiped the sweat from his face and looked around at the destroyed wooden dolls. In his mind, he began going over the battle once again, trying to identify and rectify his mistakes. Clap. 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 He was broken out of his trance by the sound of claps, and he looked up to find his unusual train stepping out of the shadows. Gellert Grindelwald, the greatest Dark Lord of the century. The man responsible for genocide and killings, and above all else, an extremely talented wizard. I must say, you continue to surprise me to this day, young Edward, began the man as he walked towards one of the burnt wooden dummies and crouched down to examine it. The wood was charred and crumbled at his touch. Such power and mastery at such a young age. Your growth over the last couple of weeks has surprised me quite a lot, said the man as he stood up once more looking straight at him. And Edward's hair rose as those mismatched eyes landed on him. Something was unnerving about that dissecting gaze as Grindelwald looked him up and down again. And this room? I must say, I have never seen anything like this ever in my life, Gellert said as he looked around the magical room once more. And Edward finally caught his breath and straightened up as the broken and damaged dummies began to vanish. I don't believe something similar exists in either Drumstrang or Bosbaton, said the man as he closed his eyes, and Edward watched as the man's presence filled the room of requirement. For the sake of his training, Edward had told Dumbledore about the room, and this also had the added benefit of stopping the whole Malfoy debacle. Dumbledore had been aware of the room, though hadn't bothered to look into it and had been shocked by its capabilities. In the end, he had decided to let it be as it was, as a refuge to those who found it. Well, I hope you remember your promise to Professor Dumbledore about not mentioning it to anyone, Edward reminded the old wizard, and the man nodded with a smile. Don't worry. I will take this secret to the grave with me, finished the man as the room was swept clean of all the rubble as two comfortable chairs appeared for both of them. Nice, said Grindelwald as he settled into the chair. I must say, I was quite surprised by your reaction to my presence in Professor Dumbledore's office, and Edward shrugged. Well, it was Professor Dumbledore's office and he did explain everything. And I have used your notes and books quite a bit, so I think I was quite prepared, and there was a certain glint in those eyes. And Edward still felt uneasy under the man's heavy stare. Yes. I saw that news article in the Daily Prophet about a year ago by one of their reporters. It highlighted quite some similarities between us, and Edward could only swallow as he replied. Well, I wouldn't say I am like you. But I believe our dueling styles are similar. Edward denied the notion that he was similar to the man sitting in front of him. Gellert Grindelwald had butchered people for his ideals, the man had a desire to enslave the Muggles. He wouldn't really call them similar. Oh, I know that, began the man as he leaned back into his chair. We differ quite a bit in our upbringing and ideals. Yet I do believe we share another similarity other than our similar dueling abilities, began the man, and for some reason Edward felt shivers run down his spine. After all, I believe we are the only two people in this world who have lived two lives, and Edward's body stilled at those words. And he felt those mismatched eyes latch onto his form once more. Though I believe we could call it dreaming it another life, said the man in his casual tone. Oblivious to the tumultuous storm of emotions and thoughts raging inside him. So, why don't you tell me more about those dreams we seem to share, Mr. Edward, and Edward's grip around his wand tightened as he looked at the Europe's deadliest Dark Lord. I can't force you to tell me anything, but I do have an exciting offer for you, and Edward's eyes narrowed at that. What offer? Edward questioned, and the man smirked as he waved his arms wide. A duel, finished the man with his smirk as Edward's eyes narrowed. And why would I duel you? Questioned Edward, trying to hide his eagerness to face the man who had been once called Dumbledore's equal. The smirk on his face widened. I believe I answered that question earlier. After all, I can assure you the world becomes quite interesting in 2054. 0000. Elizabeth White. Power and politics. These were the two things that basically ran the world. Money, though, could be considered a power. A couple of weeks ago, she sent her CV and applied for any job she could find. And now she was a secretary to the Minister of Magic. A junior one, but still a secretary to one of the highest offices in magical Britain. The circumstances of her landing this job were unfortunate, since the last secretary had lost her life in the storming of the ministry by Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Though she wasn't truly blind to the reasons behind her hiring, she shook her head to get rid of all those thoughts as she spotted the person she had been searching for. Fleur stood in the ministry, looking around nervously, and Elizabeth walked a bit quicker as she called her name. Fleur. Fleur, she called, and the blonde turned around and smiled as she waved at her. Elizabeth. she said with a smile as they both hugged each other and exchanged pleasantries. Thank you for doing everything. I wouldn't have been able to make it without your help, said the blonde as she gave her a crushing hug. And Elizabeth just smiled at the blonde. Elizabeth was the one who had processed all of Fla's papers quickly and quietly. Thanks to her newly acquired position, it had been quite easy to keep it all very hush-hush. Don't worry about it. Was everything fine back home? She asked her lightly, given that the whole reason that it was all kept so hush-hush was because of her father. And the way the smile vanished from her face as the blonde chewed her lips told her all she needed to know. It will be. Never mind, where is Edward? I had thought he would come, said her best friend's girlfriend as she looked around to search for that so-called friend. I am afraid he isn't here. He couldn't enter the ministry with glamour, and if he had come without any, reporters would have hounded both of you within a second, she informed Fleur about her friend's newfound celebrity status. As Britain's next proclaimed Dumbledore, Edward's face had been plastered over newspapers for weeks. And given that he was set to receive his Order of Merlin in a couple of days, it was hard for him to go into public. The blue-haired Vila nodded, somewhat aware of his circumstances, though a hint of sadness appeared on her face. Though, I believe gentleman has been waiting for you for quite some time right outside the building, and she saw Fleur light up at that. And then Elizabeth beckoned her to join her as they began to walk towards the exit. A line of people was opposite them, with half a dozen Aurors stationed everywhere. The security wards had been updated, and everyone entering the ministry had to be searched by the Aurors. That is much security than the last time I was here, said Fleur from the side, and she nodded. The attack had left everyone queasy and Minster Bones wasn't willing to take any more risks. Just as they stepped out, she noticed how Fla's head snapped to her right as her eyes focused on a black-haired boy standing against the wall, staring at them. You recognized him despite the glamour, she spoke out unintentionally. And as Fleur sprinted towards a disguised Edward. Of course I did, was the whispered response as they both crashed into each other. A smile appeared on her face as she saw their faces light up as soon as they were in each other's arms. She decided to hang back and let them enjoy themselves for a bit before she finally decided to move in. Occam. Occam. She coughed as she reached the two lovebirds who finally separated at her interruption. Edward was the first one to speak up. Thank you for this, Elizabeth, he said as he gave her a hug. Don't worry about it. Though, I think it will be better if you take this somewhere else. People are staring, and she saw Fla's face flush slightly as she saw how people were staring at them. Edward nodded and picked up Fla's luggage, and offered her his arm. Have a good day, Elizabeth, he said as Fleur took his arm as she looked towards her. Thank you. No problem. And after her words the two of them vanished with a crack, leaving her all alone. Let's see how quickly we get bombarded by letters from the French me. 0000. Draco Malfoy. Draco's heart thumped as he lined up opposite to the Dark Lord. And even the sheer presence of the Dark Lord was enough to make the very room feeling saturated with dark magic. All of them had their eyes glued to the ground as they knelt for their lord. Stand up. And let me have a look at your faces, ordered the lord. His voice sharp and distorted like a snake's hiss. Draco stood up as well, and finally gathered enough courage to glance up. And he was shaken by what he saw. The Dark Lord's face was ashen white, and his eyes were like red stars and were glowing in such a way that it sent shivers down his spine. The way those eyes were shining reminded him of the time he had seen Edward angry. It was similar to how his eyes had lit up. He shook his head as he eradicated all comparisons between Edward and the Dark Lord from her head. From what his father had told her, the Dark Lord could read a person's mind with a smile glance. Such young faces. Such hunger and drive. Looking at you reminds me of the time I first began this revolution against the filth spreading across our society, began the Dark Lord slowly, as Draco focused on the tiles on the floor once more. There was the sound of wood scrapping on the ground as the Dark Lord stood up and began to walk towards them. With each step he took, breathing became a struggle as their lord's presence overwhelmed them. I see the same hunger and drive in you, said the man, and Draco could now feel his presence, for the Dark Lord was 2 steps away from him. A hunger and desire that I find lacking in my older followers now, snarled the Dark Lord, and there was a promise in that tone. A promise of retribution. We are ready to serve you in any way you desire, my lord, said one of the 7th-year student. And Malfoy recognized the voice. It was a Quart Flint. Oh, such eagerness. Do you all share such thoughts, said the Dark Lord, and they all chorused together. Yes, my lord. We are ready to serve, and Draco felt the pressure around him lessen a bit as the Dark Lord spoke up. Yes. Yes. You say so, but are you really ready to serve? We shall find out, said the Dark Lord, and Draco felt his throat dry up as he felt the air shift in the room, and before he could think the Dark Lord spoke up. Look up. They all straightened their necks, and Draco stilled as he saw about a dozen people hanging in the air behind their lord. Bile rose in his heart as he saw their bodies, littered with scars and cuts. There were men, women, and even children. And the state of their clothes told Draco all he needed to know. Now, Take out your wands, and show me that you are ready to serve. That you are ready to receive my mark, and Draco's eyes widened as he heard those words. The Dark Mark. The Dark Lord was giving them a chance to get the mark. There were murmurs in the dining hall, before suddenly someone from their line walked out and took out his wand. It was a quart flint, and Draco watched as the man took out his wand and walked up to a whimpering man. The man's jaw was broken and he couldn't speak. Though Draco saw the man shake as his eyes began to tear up. Pll. The man whimpered. A quartz wand lit up green. Avada Kedavra. And a green bolt struck the man whose body went limp instantly. Draco nearly gasped as he saw that. Good. Very good, said the Dark Lord to Aquar before motioning for him to move back. And suddenly dread pooled in his gut as he felt those red orbs land on him. Draco, why don't you join me next? 0000. As always, you can read ahead and support me on PATRE-0N. Your support makes it possible for me to write. So, if possible, have a look and consider dropping a couple of sickles for support. It would mean a lot to me. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 47. Fleur Delacour. Fleur felt her feet touch the ground once again, and she opened her eyes to find herself standing in front of a double-story house. A very familiar double-story house, and she looked to the side and found Edward looking at her with a huge smile on his face, his glamour gone from his face, and those eyes had returned to the irregular amethyst eyes she had fallen in love with all those years ago. She felt his hand reach for hers as he tilted his head. Come on, let's go in, he said and began to lead her in. She smiled as she followed him. There was a rush to his steps as he opened the door and led her inside. And the familiar thrum of his magic wrapping around hers eased her anxiety as she walked through those dark wooden doors. He was talking slowly, trying to keep the conversation going, but she hadn't missed how his gaze lingered on her form, how his eyes lit up as he stared at her. Fleur entered the house, and the dark mahogany doors closed behind her. She noticed how the house had changed from the time she had seen it last. The kitchen was filled with dishes and cups, clean and dirty. And the disarrayed cushions on the sofa were an indication of a rather chatty gathering. As her eyes scanned the house, she didn't miss how his eyes had been scanning her, nearly glued to her as he continued to look at her. And had it been any other person, she would have found the gaze annoying, yet it wasn't just anyone. Her eyes finally landed on him, and her heart raced as their eyes met. And she found herself getting lost in those purple orbs, missing the words coming out of his mouth. She felt her magic sift as she glanced into those eyes, and she could also feel his racing pulse from the way he held her hand. His heart was racing much like yours as he continued to speak. I am on the second floor, but we have an empty room on the ground floor. I can have your stuff settle. But she had had enough, and she took a step forward, closing the distance between them, and she pushed herself up her toes, and she saw his eyes widen, but before he could say anything, her lips were on his, her hands tussling with the short black locks of his head as she felt the very magic in the air rustle at their conjoining. It took a moment for him to react, but his wanton desires that he had kept under control got the better of him in that instant as she felt herself getting pulled closer to him, his arms dropping her luggage with a thud as they wrapped themselves around her waist and pulled herself into him. She felt a metallic taste in her mouth and noticed how she had bit his lip in her passion, yet he didn't seem to mind as they just stood there enveloped in each other's warmth. Their very magic settled into a majestic harmony. H-a-a-a-a-a-a. She huffed for breath as they separated, and instantly her very self desired to be joined with him again. A streak of blood traced down his chin, yet it didn't bother them. He seemed oblivious to the pain as his eyes hungered for her. No words needed to be said, for in that moment, they had said what even words could not. And this time, it was he who initiated their conjoining. And she felt herself getting pulled up in his arms as her toes left the ground as he gently pulled her towards himself. And then she was pushed up onto the sofa back, and she didn't miss how her hands were on his coat, taking it off. And as his arms landed on her shoulder, both of them were lost in the moment when suddenly they were interrupted. Crack! Thud! 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 It was the sound of someone falling from a set of stairs. And her eyes widened as her heart skipped a beat. Edward was the first to react, his body reacting instinctively as he whipped out his wand and turned away from her. His back covered her protectively as he looked at the staircase. Ouch! Came the pained shout. In a very familiar voice, she saw the tension deflate between herself and Edward as a person's heart finally appeared above the staircase boundary. And the glint in those eyes and the blush on those rosy cheeks made her look down in embarrassment as Edward rolled his eyes. I am going to kill you, Amy! He screamed, and despite the anger and frustration in his voice she, and the intruder both knew that he would never do that. The blonde girl had an apologetic look on her face as she winced in pain. I am sorry. But what were you doing, going at it like animals in the lounge? At least use a room. Edward's friend complained as she stood up, her steps still shaky as she stepped into the lounge. Then, she saw those glinting orbs land on her. Hi, Fleur. I am sorry for all this. But I was in a hurry to leave for my office and was just surprised. Amy apologized to her and thought she was furious at the girl. She could only nod. It's okay. Are you fine? You fell down pretty hard, she asked the girl and straightened out her dress as she walked towards the girl, who was still limping. It's nothing. Just a sprain. It will be fine, replied Amy, and her eyes then moved to Edward, who had put away his wand and had joined her. I have to leave, and I am already late. And then you two can finally have the house to yourself, she said, winking at her and Edward. And Fleur felt flush in embarrassment. I will always wonder how someone like you managed to get a job. Get out of here, you minx. You are already late, Edward scolded her as he pointed at the door. Amy nodded, picked up her bag, and walked towards the door. And please don't break the sofa in your passionate reunion. And with that, the girl closed the doors behind her, leaving her alone with Edward. Hey. Edward huffed as he leaned on the kitchen top. I am sorry for all this. I should have known that she would be here. But she waved away his apology. It's okay, she cut him off as their eyes met again. Why don't we continue the rest in your room, just to avoid any other such interruptions, she teased him and saw his eyes widen. And he broke out into a small laugh, and then before she could react, she felt herself getting lifted off of her seat as his arms whipped around her. As you command, my lady. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore sat in his chair, thinking about the proposition he had just heard. He looked at the young man in front of him and saw his unwavering gaze focused on him. Are you sure about this? I still remain hesitant about giving a wand to Gellert. But may I ask why you want to duel him? He questioned the young man in front of him. Edward Wright's time spent with Gellert had sharpened the boy. Albus had sat in their latest session and had been blown away. The results had exceeded his expectation, and seeing the way young Edward cast and used his magic reminded him of a younger Gellert. Though, it wasn't a complete replica, for there were times he would see a shadow of his own self in the boy. I think it would be a good test to measure myself against him. After all, he is perhaps the only person apart from you who could duel Voldemort to a standstill, and I want to know whether I am ready or not. The man replied, and Albus knew the young man enough to know that it wasn't the whole truth, but it was reason enough. Well, if this means so much to you, then let me assure you that you are. I have taught Tom myself and have faced him numerous times, and from what I saw yesterday, I can assure you that you are, Dumbledore replied with a smile, and he was right. The Edward sitting in front of him could duel Tom to a standstill. And if Severus' reports about changes in the man's behavior were true, then there was even a chance that Edward might even be able to kill the man. Edward's lips thinned at his words. And he could see his mind racing. You say that, but I don't feel much different than I did previously. I know I have improved, but how can I be sure? And I don't think I can risk not being sure of being able to tackle him, and Albus understood what he meant. He had been informed of the arrival of his young apprentice, and he knew that Edward shared a special bond with Miss Delacour. He also knew how he held himself responsible for their kidnapping by Voldemort a year ago. And he smiled as he saw the blossoming of such young love in front of him, and he was reminded of another young couple. One from his own halls, and found it ironic that even now, the greatest obstacle in Tom's path was the very love he had never found or understood. Let me tell you something, Mr. Wright, Dumbledore began as he stood up. And walked up to the window at his back, and the encompassing Hogwarts grounds eased his senses. One can never truly be ready to face someone of Tom's level. It's impossible. The skills and repertoire of people like you, me, Tom, and even Gellert are such that when we duel, it is less about the knowledge and spells we know, but rather about what's in here, he said as he pointed to the heart. The young man frowned at his words, and he elaborated. Tom wishes for destruction and devastation. He is selfish and wishes to have the world at his feet. These desires of suppression drive his magic, he said, and then he smiled. You wish to protect those you love, and as long as your desire remains pure and stronger than his desire of damnation, you will be able to face him toe-to-toe, he replied, and the young man still remained frowning. Though, I will grant you your wish as well. I will give Gellert his wand as long as he agrees to an unbreakable vow, he finished and saw Mr. Wright's eyes widen before he nodded. Thank you for this, Professor, and Albus nodded as well. Then I believe our business is concluded. I will contact you with the details about your duel. And I do hope you are ready for the ceremony tomorrow. He added, and the young man winced yet still nodded as he left his seat and left his office, leaving him alone once more. Though, he was not alone for long as he felt the gargoyle turn once more before the doors to his office opened once more as another of his staff members entered the room. I have grave news, Dumbledore, came the voice of the youngest potions master of Britain. And he sighed as he turned to face Severus. What has happened, Severus? He questioned. Before coming here, I met Draco. And it seems the Dark Lord has granted him and other young students his mark, and Dumbledore's heart sank as he heard those words. The dark mark. He had studied the mark extensively and was aware of what Tom demanded to grant that mark. And if these young students had that mark, then it could only mean one thing. His emotions were complicated as he heard those words. He felt pity for those young wizards and witches who had been led astray, and his magic roared in a fury at Tom for putting such innocent souls through such torment. Thank you for bringing this to me, Severus. 0000. Harry Potter. Britain's Youngest Order of Merlin holder Edward Wright. By Mike Ross. In an elaborate ceremony yesterday, the Minster of Magic awarded Mr. Edward Wright, with his Order of Merlin, 2nd class, for his services to the magical community. It is amongst the several awards that young Mr. Wright is set to achieve for combating and neutralizing the threat of Fenrir Greyback. The ceremony was attended by the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, who made a surprise announcement of having hired the young wizard as professor of dueling for the school. The news isn't surprising given that Mr. Wright has been to the finals of the International Dueling Championship twice, even lifting the trophy once. Coincidentally, this year's champion Miss Fleur Delacour was also present in the ceremony, further fueling the rumors of her romantic entanglement with Mr. Wright himself. Our survey of the community showed that most students were excited about the new elective course. Mr. Wright remained hesitant about commenting on his appointment and was rather tight-lipped about his plans as an educator, though his presence in the faculty is a nice addition for. And Harry stopped reading as he heard the door to the basement getting open. He put down the paper and looked up, and found Professor Tonks walking in. The basement had been converted into a training area, and she had been helping him learn to duel over the summer. Harry had just finished a training session, and the room was quite disheveled, with a bunch of broken wooden dummies lying around and other equipment streaked everywhere. "Hi, Professor," Harry said as the Dada professor joined him. "How many times have I told you not to call me a professor at home?" she replied with a frown. And Harry smiled, knowing that his words would have made her react like that. Sirius was quite clear in his instructions. "He said he would not stand any disrespect to our beloved Dada professor," Harry replied and saw her groan. "I am gonna kill that mutt," she whispered quietly as she picked up the newspaper. And saw her expression change. "Ah, so he finally made the announcement, well, that's good," she said as she skimmed through the headlines. Harry frowned as he thought about his new professor. He had never been close with Edward, that honor belonged to Hermione. And from what she had told him, he was a beast, dueling. He had seen the way the papers spoke of him and found it all quite surprising. "Can I ask you something, Professor?" he began and saw her frown. "Only if you stop calling me that," she said with a smile motioning for him to continue. "Have you dueled Edward?" he questioned and saw her nod excitedly. "I have many times. Actually. And I am proud to say that I might be the only person in the world with more wins than losses against him." And his eyes widened as he heard those words. Tonks had a proud look on her face. "Then you are better than him?" he asked, part confused, part excited. "Well, I was in my final year, and he was in his second or third when we began to duel over the weekends. I was able to beat him a couple of times, but by the end of the year, it was difficult for me to catch up with him," she said, surprising him. And Harry was blown away by that. He was aware of just how good her grades were in Hogwarts and what it took to become an Auror. And he was beating a 7th year as a second year. She saw his surprise and nodded. Yeah, he was that good. The department even tried to recruit him to become an Auror, but he refused, saying that he would consider it, she told him. And Harry gulped, finally realizing the gap between him and him. "But don't worry about him. You are pretty good as well. Much better than I was at your age, but still very good. So, what do you say to a bit of a practice duel? I have been stuck dealing with course planning all day, it will be good to loosen up," she said, standing up. Knowing that he will not say no. "Okay, then, but first, we have to clean up this mess you have made," she said, and he saw her deflate as she saw the sheer volume of destruction in front of her. "On second thought, we should leave it be. It will be good practice for dueling in complicated terrain. 0000. As always, you can read ahead and support me on PATRE-0N. Your support makes it possible for me to write. So, if possible, have a look and consider dropping a couple of sickles for support. It would mean a lot to me. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 48. Edward Wright. Edward shifted in his bed, and as he turned and extended his hand to the other side for the rather common presence beside her, it hit nothing but air. He opened his eyes and found the other side of the bed empty, and then he looked at his clock, and his heart dropped as he saw that it was already 9. Sharks. He cursed as he hurried out of his bed and rushed to the bathroom. Despite it being a Sunday, Fleur had a meeting today with Dumbledore at 8 about her apprenticeship, and he had set the alarm for 7 so they could at least have breakfast together. Yet, for some reason, he had missed the alarm. He took a hurried shower and put on clothes, and rushed down the stairs. "Ah, so you finally decided to wake up, came the teasing voice of Amy, who sat there at the table with Elizabeth, both of them in their pajamas and a piece of toast dripping with syrup in their hands. Elizabeth, do you remember the last time H woke up this late? Said Amy, her eyes sharp as she continued. Because I don't, though it is understandable with the extra work he seems to be doing late at night. She japed, and he rolled his eyes. Haha, very funny, he said in his driest tone possible. Have you seen Fleur? She had a meeting today. He asked, looking towards Elizabeth, knowing that he wouldn't get any from Amy. Elizabeth smiled and nodded. Yes, I did. And she was the one who turned off your alarm. She said that you should rest on the weekend with how much you have been working over the week, and he sighed and shook his head, and slowed down as he walked into the kitchen. Ah, see, I was right, said Amy with a shout, and he just shook his head. The training with Gellert left him drained, and then he also had to make and submit plans for his dueling course, and along with all this, he had to make time for Fleur. The truth was that it was getting a bit too much, and it seemed like Fleur had noticed that. Amy, will you stop being so interested in my life, he said as he poured himself a cup of coffee. Amy shook her head. No, and it's not just me who's interested. All the witches of magical Britain are devastated by the news that Britain's most eligible bachelor has his heart already set on a French villa, she said as she pushed forward a paper, Witch Weekly, to be more precise. And there on the front page was his smiling face splattered along with a whole article about his supposed relation with a French villa. He skimmed over the article quickly, and when he finally read the author's name, his eyes widened, and he looked up. Really, Amy? He said, scandalized that his friend would write something like this. And Amy just smiled and raised her cup of tea in triumph. Youngest reporter to get an article published in Witch Weekly in its history, and before you go off. I asked Fleur for her permission before writing, and she proofread the entire thing, she said hurriedly, and as he heard that, he sighed and just shrugged his shoulders. Okay, he said as he sipped his coffee. And then he saw her teacup extended towards her, and he touched it with his coffee mug. Congratulations, Amy. I am happy for you, he said, and his friend broke out into a massive grin. You know, my editor was super impressed with this. The sale numbers were through the roof today, all due to my piece, she said and preened like a needy cat. Thankfully, Elizabeth was there to brush up her fur. And he decided to turn to his other friend for better conversation. With everything going on, they hadn't talked much. So, Elizabeth, how's your job at the ministry? He asked as he thought about whether he should now have breakfast or go for an early brunch. Elizabeth nodded. It is going good, and speaking of that, I might even get to ride the express again this year, she said, seeming excited at the chance of riding the Hogwarts Express once more. Edward frowned and questioned. Why? Is there any specific reason? He asked. Well, the Death Eaters have been quiet for some time, and the minister thinks that they may be planning something. So, I will be there with a couple of aurors to make sure the students are safe, she told him, and the protection seemed rather specific. Though Dumbledore had allowed students to come through the Floo network, more than 8% of the students still used the express to get to the school. It was as much tradition as Hogwarts itself. Won't the presence of aurors there spook the parents and the students, added Amy from the side. And Elizabeth nodded. It will. That is why we would be with the driver and in the back carriage. According to the minister, Dumbledore was strict in his instructions that the aurors don't disturb students on their journey, she added, and during all this, Edward's mind was focused on why the ministry was preparing for such a specific scenario. And that meant only one thing. There was intel about an imminent attack. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. Once more, Albus Dumbledore found himself sitting in his chair, staring at the man sitting opposite him as he tried to decipher the reason behind his actions. Gellert seemed unbothered by his ordeal and smirked. If people saw the way you are looking at me right now, it would cause quite a scandal, japed Gellert like he wasn't the cause of his recent headache. Albus didn't laugh and continued to look at the man. In the end, he spoke up, his voice strict and sharp. No more games, Gellert. Tell me, what do you hope to gain by dueling Edward? Albus asked plainly once more. And Gellert just shrugged. I have answered that question many times now, Albus. It would be a good way for the boy to see of the bow. But Albus decided to cut him off. Don't try to cajole me with these false pretenses, Gellert. Tell me the real reason, and I will consider it. Why do you wish to face him, or is that only a front so you can get your hands on a wand, said Dumbledore asked plainly. Gellert frowned, and Albus's fingers curled around his wand as the magic in the room shifted, and he felt the room tremble as Gellert's eyes lit up. Do you really think that you would be able to stop me from getting my hands on a wand? Especially in your current state, said Gellert derisively as his magic shook the whole room. Albus frowned and was about to let go of his own magic when the shaking stopped, and Gellert sighed, and shook his head before getting up from his seat. Well, I was not lying earlier, Albus. Dueling me would be a good test for the boy. But indeed, there is another reason for my wish to duel the boy, said Gellert finally as he walked towards one of the pictures hanging on the wall. It was a photo of a muggle, one of a younger Albus, and his family. We have gotten old, Albus, began Gellert as he picked up the picture. And Albus saw a somewhat familiar smile appear on Gellert's face. Even at best, both of us will not live for more than 10 years. Our age is coming to an end, and soon a new age will begin in a world without either Albus Dumbledore or Gellert Grindelwald, and I wish to see if I could entrust him with my own legacy, much like you have chosen to trust him with yours, said Gellert, and Albus frowned, not understanding his words. What do you mean, Gellert? And what do you mean by your legacy? Albus questioned, asking his old friend for an explanation. Gellert hesitated momentarily before placing the photo back on the wall and sat down on his chair once more. I believe it is time I tell you what exactly I saw in my visions, said Gellert. And Albus stilled in his seat because though he had a reasonable guess, he had no concrete information. War, Albus, and his worst fear was proven true with those words. I saw war, between the magical and the muggle world, in a future not so distant from today, elaborated Gellert, making him stiffen up. Albus watched as Europe's most feared wizard smiled forlornly. I saw the annihilation of our kind at their hands. The scenes and the screams of wizards as they tried to flee the muggles haunted me. And so, I began to search for meaning behind those dreams, and the only reason I could deduce was that they were meant to be a signal. A signal to a chosen one who could change the world, finished Gellert, leaving him pale and quiet. Albus already had suspicions about his friend's motive, which did not absolve him of his crimes. It made them all much more explainable. He took off his glasses and placed them on the desk. Why didn't you tell me anything, Gellert? Asked Dumbledore, and Gellert just shrugged. You weren't the one with the dreams, Albus, and I thought I was chosen. I thought magic had burdened me with those visions so I could bring change into the world and save the magical kind, explained Gellert, and the answer made him think of his actions. Hadn't he acted the same way with the prophecy about Harry? But you do know what they say about prophecy, Albus. And I do think that my dreams were a prophecy, and that is why I must duel him, said Gellert, finally looking up at him with a glinting gaze. As I said, we are not long for this world, Albus. I must face him, so I could rest easy knowing that if there ever were to come a time that the atrocities of my dreams come to happen, there would be someone there to save our kind. That there would be a Gellert Grindelwald present just in case the horrors of my dreams ever become a reality, and Gellert's voice thundered across the room as he stared at him intensely. Albus saw the determination in those eyes and opened a drawer on his desk. Inside were 2 wands, one made out of cherry wood 14 inches with a phoenix feather inside. And the other was darker in color, bent and made out of ironwood with a dragon heartstring as its core, one of Gregorovich's finest wands in his own words. Albus picked up the ironwood wand and placed it on his table after a small pause. He saw Gellert's eyes light up as soon as he saw the wand. The man smirked, so you did keep it and even got it repaired, said Gellert as he opened his hand, and the wand flew towards him, straight into his hand. A look of pure satisfaction appeared on Gellert's face as he gripped his old wand. Don't make me regret this, Gellert, Albus said, and Gellert shook his head. I won't, Albus. I won't, said Gellert, and Albus prayed in his heart, desperately, that he did not. 0000. Edward Wright. Edward walked into the room of the requirement for his usual training session, and as soon as he entered the room, he was surprised by the presence of an intruder. Professor Dumbledore, what are you doing here? Edward questioned as he walked up to the headmaster. Knowing how busy the man was, it wasn't reasonable for him to waste all these hours watching him beat training dummies. I believe he is here to officiate our little duel, came the answer from the other side of the room. And Edward's head snapped towards the source of the voice, and his eyes widened as he found Gellert Grindelwald standing there, dressed in a rather rustic dueling attire and, most surprisingly, holding a wand. Edward's head snapped towards Dumbledore, and the man smiled. Indeed, I don't believe there was any other person apart from me who could officiate this duel, for obvious reasons, of course, said the man as he looked pointedly at Grindelwald. The man in question just smiled devilishly at those words. Plus, I am quite excited to see your improvements, said Dumbledore as he began to walk back. So, why don't we get this started, said Dumbledore, and Edward nodded and walked towards the appropriate position. And took off his coat, took his wand out of the holster, and got in his stance. He took a deep breath to calm his nerves and relax before he turned his full focus on the man standing opposite him as Dumbledore read the rules. And he saw the man give both of them a final glance before he backed off with a shout. Start! And Edward's wand lit up immediately as he fired off a barrage of spells at the man and noticed the man getting surprised by his speed. The speed of casting was perhaps the most important thing in a duel, and being more than half a century younger than his opponent gave you quite some advantage in this regard. Though, his triumph was momentary as he was forced to dodge a barrage that the man shouldn't have been able to fire unless. And his guess was proven right, as he watched Grindelwald smiling at him, his hand glowing up as he used his hand to cast a shield and used his wand for the barrage. Two could play at that game. Edward began to fire off another barrage at the man, his other hand working meticulously as their spells continuously crashed in the center of the room and shook the whole room. Thunk. 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 Their spells crashed with each other as neither party gave an inch before suddenly Gellert Grindelwald had to turn back to destroy the transfigured stone pillar aimed at his back. Such fine control, even with your hand. Impressive, said the man, much to Edward's frustration. As he tried to press his advantage, yet the man had other plans, and Edward was forced to give up on attacking as the ground he was standing on began to morph into pointed pillars aimed at him. As he took care of that, he looked up and found an army of transfigured soldiers surrounding him from all sides. Gellert smirked as he twisted his wand, and the soldiers began to rush towards him. And like that wasn't enough, the man began to use his hand to send another barrage of spells at him. Edward bit his lip as he continuously dodged the attacks and chanted the cast for his spell. The transfigured soldiers attacked relentlessly, and he barely dodged their attacks. Yet thankfully, he had gotten a lot better at casting this specific spell. And as he felt the magic in the air respond to his chant, the temperature around him began to drop rapidly as he shouted. Nibelheim. Boom. There was an explosion, and the whole area was covered with a cold mist. Edward smiled as he watched all of the transfigured soldiers frozen solid. Bombarda Maxima. He said, and the frozen soldiers crumbled into pieces, yet he wasn't done yet as he waved his wand around, and the pieces began to transfigure into cone-shaped projectiles. And as soon as his eyes landed on Gellert, he brought down his wand, and the projectiles rushed toward him, though the man didn't move and raised a thick earthen wall in front of him. Yet Edward wasn't done, as he twisted his wand, changing the trajectory and then making the projectiles coalesce towards the man from all directions. Thunk. 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 Boom. The earthen wall crumbled, yet his eyes widened as there was no trace of Gellert there. Suddenly he felt an ominous presence behind him, and he turned barely in time to find him standing behind him with his wand lit up in a familiar blue glow. Tempest! Tempest! Both of them screamed at once as lightning bolts arched out of their wands and met each other. It took a moment for him to find his feet, yet he could hold off the man's attack. Lightning whizzed past his face as he stood his ground and tried to push back the man, yet despite his age, Gellert Grindelwald refused to budge, showing just why he had been Europe's most feared Dark Lord. But Edward wasn't done, and he brought his hand close to his mouth and began to breathe, and a massive torrent of flame shot out aimed straight at Grindelwald. The man finally cut off his lightning spell and dodged to the right as he brought up his wand with a smirk. Protego Diabolica, said the man, and instead of burning him, the fire shifted in color and turned a bright blue from the usual red-orange. Edward felt a drain on his magic and immediately twisted his hand, making the fire surround him. Gellert stood there smiling at the center of a ring of blue fire, and with a twist of his wand, the flames got bigger before they began to take the form of dragons. Edward grunted as he waved his own wand, making the flames around him coalesce onto him as well. In the end, he brought down his wand as he shouted the name of his spell. Ignis. And the fire formed a skeletal structure around him. Yet this time, the form was more elaborate and defined with a sword made of roaring fire in each of the hands of the fiery guardian. Roar! Roar! The very room shook as his guardian and Gellert's dragon roared before the massive dragon took flight and flew straight toward him. Thunk! Boom! The dragon crashed into his fiery guardian, and the guardian brought forward its blades to push back the dragon, yet Edward grunted in pain as he saw the dragon overpowering his guardian. Edward's body was pushed back as the dragon relentlessly attacked his fiery guardian, who suffered greatly under due to the magical and hotter nature of the blue flames of the dragon. Edward grunted as he saw himself getting pushed back. In the end, this left him no choice, so he began to chant once more, his lips moving quickly as he tried to hold back Grindelwald's beast, and just as all hope seemed lost, and the dragon had completely devoured his fiery guardian. Ignis darken! He shouted, and suddenly, the flames around him roared once more, their color shifting suddenly from the usual orange-red to pitch black, and then they began to come together around him once more. As another guardian surrounded him, this one made of black flames. Roar! His new fiery guardian roared before gripping the dragon's neck with its hand, pushing it to the ground, and it began to devour it with its massive jaw. Roar! And then suddenly, Edward looked up and found 3 more dragons circling him, and his lips thinned, yet he did not relent. And he steadied his heart as the 3 dragons rushed at him. Roar! The guardian made out of black flames roared as well as it stomped out the last vestiges of the dragon from earlier as it got ready to devour another 3. 0000. Thoughts? As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support makes it possible for me to write these stories, so it would help me out a lot if you could go and drop a dime or 2 over there on Patreon. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 49. Albus Dumbledore. The whole room shook as the fiery warrior made out of black flames roared and stomped Gellert's dragon. Albus could feel the massive strain of the castle's magic to maintain the room under the heavy stress of such a fight. Sweat rolled off his forehead as the three blur dragons began to rush forward towards Edward as Gellert brought down his wand. Though hidden behind the circle of flames, he did not miss the massive smile on Gellert's face despite the obvious hints of exhaustion evident on his face. Roar! The dragons rushed towards Edward with a roar as the warrior's eerie black eyes narrowed. And just as the first dragon descended towards the boy, the massive warrior punched it to the side, as before using its elbow to bring down the second dragon who bit it at its side. Argh! The warrior screeched in pain, yet its troubles were only just beginning, as the last dragon headed straight for it at massive speed and hit it straight in the chest. Edward was pushed back as the black warrior tried to keep away the massive dragon's maw away from itself. He saw Gellert's eyes glint as his dragon suddenly opened its maw, as a torrent of flames bubbled in its mouth. Edward's eyes widened, and his student began to weave his own wand in an intricate manner as the armor around his warrior's face shifted. And just as the dragon preened its neck, ready to unleash a storm of fire on the warrior clutching its wings, Edward's warrior opened its mouth as well, as plummules of fire escaped his lips. Roar! Roar! Thunk! 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 The two manifestations of magical flames spew a torrent of flames simultaneously. One a striking blue, and the other pitch black. The whole room shook as two torrents of flames met with a massive explosion as the two wizards controlling such massive beasts fought to overpower the other. Their magics were evenly matched, as was evident, for none managed to push back the other, and Albus could only watch the 18-year-old Edward in awe as he fought Gellert on equal footing. Albus had fought with Gellert in the past and could tell that age had done little to hamper the man's magic, and yet Edward fought the man on equal footing. The magic in the room shook violently at the clash of their wills. And that was what those flames were, the will of their casters. And then he felt the magic in the room burst, and he was forced to close his eyes as the room exploded due to sheer strain from the collision of their wills. Boom! Albus squinted his eyes as the storm of light dissolved itself, and as the debris cleared, he watched that the two challengers still stood tall. They were both injured and with dirt and grime covering their clothes and faces. Albus was about to step forward to put an end to the duel, yet he stopped as he saw the smiles on their faces, and he was reminded of times of his own youth when he and Gellert would duel to test their mettle against one another. He smiled as he stopped and watched as Gellert wiped off first from his face before speaking up. "Ah, it seems you have been keeping quite a number of cards hidden, young Edward," teased Gellert, and Edward just shrugged as his eyes glinted in excitement as he stood straight himself. "Ah, I can say the same to you," replied Edward, and Gellert had a small laugh before his body shimmered, and Albus saw the man weave his wand quickly in a very recognizable pattern. "Then let us continue," and with that, Gellert vanished in a blur, leaving young Edward perplexed at the spell. The young man scanned his surroundings, yet there was no sign of Gellert. Then suddenly, Gellert appeared right behind the man and fired off a quick couple of spells. Arg! Edward was too late to react, and one of the spells hit him, making him grunt as suddenly Gellert appeared above him and fired off another couple of spells. Once more, Edward could barely react, yet this time he was able to block the spells. Yet Gellert appeared at his side, and the routine repeated. Gellert had used this technique in the past as well. Edward's eyes scanned the room for Gellert, and yet he was failing in completely blocking Gellert's attacks which were beginning to leave their damage. And suddenly, the young man clicked his tongue and waved his wand in a circle. Papillions! Albus heard him mutter and watched as a horde of butterflies appeared out of thin air and began to circle the young wizard. And just as Gellert appeared and fired his spells, Edward didn't put up a shield, and the attacks were stopped as they hit a pair of butterflies who shimmered out of existence, giving Edward enough time to mount an offensive of his own. And then the dance began. Edward's new spell rendered Gellert's attacks moot, and the young man began to push Gellert back, and then when once Gellert appeared behind him, Albus watched as Edward brought down his wand, and the horde of butterflies surrounding him rushed towards Gellert who was too slow to react and was forced to conjure a torrent of flames to get rid of the attack. Albus frowned as he saw Edward muttering a chant, and suddenly magic circles appeared around Gellert, and chains rushed out of them and began to wrap themselves around Gellert's body, stopping his movements. Gellert was quick to react and tried to cut them off, and just as he was about to free himself, a bolt of lightning whizzed towards him, just as the chains held him in place, and Gellert was forced to use his hand to conjure a shield. Clang! Boom! The massive bolt hit the hastily conjured shield with a small explosion, and then, just as Gellert had managed to free himself out of Edward's magical binds, the duel was decided as Edward held his wand right at Gellert's neck, its tip lit ready to do its holder's bidding. "I believe this is it," came the voice of Edward, and there was a sense of pride in his tone as he saw Gellert's eyes shift towards the wand before he slowly nodded and raised his hand in surrender. "Indeed, it is," said Gellert, and then Edward nodded and placed his wand back in his holster before immediately collapsing to the ground. He began to huff massive gulps of air. "Whew! That was quite something," said the young wizard as Albus took out his own wand and waved it around to repair the damage done to the room. Despite his injuries, Gellert still stood there and nodded. "Indeed, it was," replied Gellert as he glanced towards him as he stepped towards them. Edward still sat there on the ground, huffing as he looked towards him. And Albus didn't miss the massive smile and sense of accomplishment on his face. That was indeed quite an impressive and singular duel, and I believe neither of you have any objection to the result, he said as he looked towards the two of them. And both of them shook their heads, showing that they considered the duel fair and the result acceptable. Then I believe, in the duel between Edward Wright and Gellert Grindelwald, the winner is Edward Wright, he said, making the official statement. And the young wizard smiled as Albus turned towards the young man. I must say, I have never seen finer spell work in my whole life, Albus complimented the young wizard who finally stood up, though Albus didn't miss how he winced in pain. Thank you for the compliment, Professor, said Edward. And then Albus turned towards his old friend, who was eyeing Edward with a sharp gaze. Edward looked towards Gellert, and then Gellert began. Then I believe it is time for me to uphold my end of the terms, started Gellert, yet Edward raised his hands, stopping the man. I believe that is no longer needed, said Edward, making both him and Gellert frown. Both of them looked at each other as Edward looked straight into Gellert's eyes and spoke in an extremely serious. I have a pretty good idea about why we had this duel, so you don't need to explain yourself. And he saw Gellert smirk at those words before H suddenly nodded. Edward put forward his hand, and after staring at it for a moment, Gellert shook his hand. Then I can leave this earth in peace knowing that there is someone there to protect our kind in case my dreams ever become a reality, said Gellert, and the young Edward nodded. And I pray it never comes to that. 0000. Sirius Black. Sirius Black groaned as he watched the two teenagers finish packing their trunks for their 5th year at Hogwarts. Today was the first day of their 5th year, and the two were about to leave for school, leaving him with a massive headache. I do not like this, both of you. Dumbledore himself permitted the use of the flu to reach the school this year. Then why are you so adamant about taking the train? He groaned in frustration at two teenagers who continued to defy him. Both of us are prefects, Sirius, we cannot just skimp out on our duties. Plus, I never agreed on using the flu, came the retort from Hermione as the girl closed off her trunk. Sirius's gaze shifted towards Harry, who stood by her side and simply shrugged. What she said. Plus, going to Hogwarts on the train is like a tradition. If we use the flu, then we show that he has won, Harry replied stubbornly, and Sirius could only groan as he sat himself down on the sofa, frustrated by his two teenage wards. Andromeda joined him as she sipped her tea and looked towards him with a cryptic smile. Sirius frowned and raised her arms. What? He asked, perplexed by her gaze, and she simply smiled. Well, I believe this is karma. I never thought I would see the wild Sirius Black struggling with teenagers like this, said Andromeda with a smile, and he stilled at her words as his eyes narrowed. I was never as stubborn as these two. He retorted, and all three of them stopped and looked towards him, and Sirius squirmed under their collective gaze as Andromeda scoffed. No, you were worse, she said, making him groan. Ack, it's a simple issue, both of you. Using the flu will be so much safer and quicker. Why do we have to argue about this, he complained, and Hermione wasn't in the mood to listen. As I told you, it isn't about quick or easy. It is about principle. Plus, didn't the headmaster say that there would be Aurors on the train? So, there is no need to make such a huge fuss about this all, replied the little family genius, and Sirius just shook his head as he raised his arms in surrender. Fine. Fine, but I want both of you to be extremely careful and vigilant. And I want to hear from you as soon as you reach school, he relented, and both Harry and Hermione nodded with a small smile. Come here, you two. He said, and the two of them came up to him and hugged him as he ruffled their hair lovingly. Sirius saw Andromeda smiling at him as she sipped her tea. Then both of them left his side as they rushed to finish the last of their packing, as Andromeda spoke up. I never thought that I would say these words, but you seem to have grown up, Sirius, said Andromeda, and Sirius shrugged as he watched the two of them put on their prefect badges as they finished packing their luggage. I am just worried about them, he said quietly as someone else joined their discussion. Nymphadora plopped herself on the sofa right beside her mother. Don't worry about it. I will be there with them, and Elizabeth is bringing 4 Aurors with her. I will try and keep an eye on these two, said the Auror-turned-professor as she picked up her mother's cup and began to sip without any remorse. Manners. Nymphadora. Screamed Andy as she slapped her daughter's hand, making her put down the cup. Mum. It's just tea, and it's just Tonks. Tonks. Retorted the young witch, and Sirius smiled at their regular banter. Harry and Hermione walked behind her and spoke up. We are ready, Professor Nymphadora. It's time to leave, they said in a jolly tone, making the little Metamorphogus's hair turn red in fury as she stood up angrily. Arg. It's Tonks. Just Tonks. She screamed as the two broke into a small giggle at her antics. Then she turned to face her mother, who was once again sipping her tea peacefully. I am never letting you name my child. Never, said the young Tonks before she bolted out of her room as Andy simply smiled cryptically. We will see about that. 0000. In the Malfoy manor, the very air was thick with malice and magic as the Dark Lord looked at his most loyal servants kneeling in front of him. They were the most loyal of his servants, and he had handpicked them for this mission. The doors to the room opened once again as the youngest of his followers stepped in. Most of them preening with honor at the chance of getting to serve him. He stood up from his seat as the doors closed once more. For years, I have fought to bring true justice to our society. I have fought to push back the plague that threatens to disrupt the very balance of our world, he began. Anger and pain sear through his body as he raises his right arm, now made of silver due to damage left by Dumbledore. Today, our struggle ends. Today the wizarding world shall learn the truth of that night 12 years ago. They shall learn the truth about the prophecy, and then I shall finish what I started all those years ago as I strip them of their last hope. He said finally. Today shall mark the beginning of the next era of Britain's magical world. He finished, and the tension in the room was palpable. 0000. Hours later, Britain's magical world would be surprised by a special edition of their most famous newspaper, the Daily Prophet. And with that single piece of paper, the wizarding world of Great Britain shall enter the most tumultuous time of its history. The paper will have the following headline on its first page. The End of Your Final Hope. By Lord Voldemort. 0000. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support makes it possible for them to write these stories, so it would help me out a lot if you could hop on my page and consider dropping a dime. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 50. Elizabeth White. Elizabeth watched the scenery begin to move slowly as the Hogwarts Express began to toil away toward its destination. She was pacing up and down in the prefect compartment as she waited for this year's prefects and head boy and girl to show up. Despite the war simmering out in the world, the atmosphere on the express remained quite the same as always. The students still laughed and loitered between the compartments as the prefects tried to get the rowdy bunch to settle down. There were the usual laughs and pranks, and she couldn't help but smile as she saw them enjoying their time before school began. So, tell me, how's the new job treating you? The only other person in the compartment suddenly spoke up. The Auror-turned-professor sat in the seat opposite to her, sipping a cup of tea as the scenery began to blur in the windows. Elizabeth looked up and shrugged. It's been fine, how about you? I thought you told me that you were only going to be teaching for a year. Elizabeth asked with a raised brow, as she recalled their conversation from last year. Nymphadora Tonks had a smile on her face as she nodded. Yeah, I had thought so as well, but what can I do? I have rather enjoyed teaching here at the school. What about you? How's Bones treating you? From what I recall, she could be quite a hard ass. Joked Nymphadora, and Elizabeth smirked and shook her head at the antics of the so-called professor. She is quite a witch, and somewhat of a slave river, but the pay kind of makes it all worth it, she replied. With Britain currently at war, the minister was swarmed with work that usually got delegated to her two secretaries, one of whom was her. The workload was quite massive, and their paycheck at the end of the month reflected that. And Elizabeth didn't really mind the work, it had taken her some time to settle down, but she could feel herself getting better every day. Woohoo, working for the Minster does have its perks. And then before the Dada professor could say anything, the compartment doors opened, and students began to walk in. Led by the head boy and girl with their distinctive badges, this year it was a rather serious-looking Ravenclaw pair with the signature badges pinned to their shirts. The Hufflepuff prefects gave her a small wave, and she smiled back, reminiscing about the times she had worn the uniform just a bit over half a year ago. All right, everyone please form a circle, she said politely, and the prefects and head boy formed a semicircle around her. She counted the number of students and found one of them missing, and it was the male prefect from year 5. That was Malfoy from what she recalled? She looked towards Pansy Parkinson, the female prefect from the same year. Where is Malfoy? She questioned, and she saw the girl's expression shift before she replied with a shrug. He wasn't feeling well, but don't worry, I will pass on your message to him, said the girl, and Elizabeth frowned yet could only nod despite the sense of unease rippling through her. Her fingers tightened over her wand, as she looked around at the rather nervous crowd of students gathered around her. Okay, then let us begin, she said as Nymphadora Tonks joined her. Now, most of you may already know me, but I am Elizabeth White and I graduated from the school last year and am now working as Junior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic, she began and saw the students shift slightly at her words. Now, as most of you are aware, we are facing a war with the violent terrorist group being led by a Dark Lord, we often call the Death Eaters, and she saw a couple of Slytherin growl at her words. Though she didn't stop and continued. And for your safety, the school has decided. But she stopped mid-sentence as one of the prefects suddenly hissed in pain while gripping his head. SSSS, a very familiar boy, clad in Gryffindor red wearing round gold-rimmed glasses, suddenly hissed in pain, making her frown. Hermione Granger was immediately at Harry's side, face pale and worried as she spoke slowly. What is going on, Harry? She questioned as Nymphadora Tonks joined in and led the boy to a seat. Elizabeth herself could feel the air thicken and had a rather ominous feeling. She reached into her pocket and took out a gold coin from out of her pocket before she suddenly cracked it, deciding to trust her instincts. There is something wrong here, she whispered into the fake galleon and was about to speak up again when suddenly a pale Harry Potter spoke up from the side in a quivering tone. He is here, and dread pooled in her heart as the students in front of her shifted nervously. Errors. Code Red. We are under attack. She shouted through a modified Snorris charm, informing the 4 Aurors. And then suddenly, she felt cloud smoke envelop the train as the view of valleys from the windows vanished only to be replaced by a thick black smoke. She gasped as the lights on the train went out. She raised her wand as Nymphadora spoke up from the side. We need to inform the school and evacuate the students. Spoke the Dada professor as she took out her own wand and joined her. I have contacted the order with the emergency galleon. We need to check the compartments. Just as she was about to continue, the door to their train compartment opened up once again, and a thick black cloud of smoke infiltrated the room. Get behind me! She shouted as she pushed herself in front of the students, not missing the way how they had all paled. Then the sound of deliberate footsteps broke the rampaging silence. As the thick cloud of smoke touched her skin, she felt her magic shift in anger and disgust, and she felt a rather familiar sense of unease ripple through her being. The same sense of unease that she had felt about a year ago. Though the person who stepped out of the smoke wasn't the Voldemort, she remembered. No, it was actually Draco Malfoy, or was it? Because from what she recalled, Draco Malfoy didn't have red eyes. She felt the train come to a screeching halt as this not Draco stepped into the compartment with an ominous smile on his face. Who are you? The ex-Auror questioned from the side. And she stiffened as she saw a cruel smile appear on the boy's face. I am your reckoning, and then, in a blur, she saw him whip out his wand. And it was only by pure instinct that she slashed her wand upwards to raise a shield in time to block the spell aimed at her. Bang! Despite the shield, she was pushed back with her feet scraping the floor. And Nymphadora was quick to react, as her wand blurred as she fired a barrage of spells at who she suspected was Voldemort himself. She tried to reach for the Aurors once again, yet there was no reply. She looked back and saw the head boy and head girl standing in front of the prefects, their faces pale with fear, yet they both had their wands out. She gave them a small nod and twisted her own wand. Stay behind me! She shouted as she joined the fray and fired off a barrage of her own at Voldemort, knowing that the only thing she could do at this point was to buy time. Time for him to arrive. 0000. Edward Wright. Edward Wright saw in the Great Hall, watching the magical spectacle fold in front of her. He wasn't quite aware of the sheer amount of work it took to get the school ready to house over 1,000 students for more than half a year. The teachers bustled around, giving a final check to the preparations as the house elves popped in and out, as the whole castle got ready to welcome the students. Watching the heads of the houses titter around anxiously gave him some relief at being spared that. Ah, here you are, a very familiar voice interrupted his thoughts as he felt a pair of arms wrap around him. He smiled as Fleur gave him a small peck on the cheek. Edward turned around to face her and gave her a small kiss. Ah, you should be careful now, Professor, what will the students think if they saw their new professor like this, she teased him, and Edward smiled. I believe they will think, what a shame it is that their young and gorgeous professor has already been ensnared by this French witch, he said, trying to make the best impression of an infatuated teenage girl. Fleur giggled at his words and tried to get out of his arms. What a shame indeed, though I didn't know you could do impressions like that. At least we know that you could make it as an actor if this whole teaching thing falls apart, she said with an actual nod. And then, before he could say anything, the rather strict tone of his ex-transfiguration professor made him stop immediately. Mr. Wright. Please try and keep such displays away from the eyes of the students, and Edward felt his face heat up as he got away from Fleur in an instant. He didn't miss the massive flush on Fleur's face as they both shifted nervously as McGonagall joined them, the corner of her lips turned up despite her tone. Good morning, Professor, he greeted her with a smile, and she nodded as well. Good morning to you as well, Mr. Edward. Now, why are you sitting here idle? Don't you have anything to do, she said with raised brow making him squirm a bit. Well, actually, I don't. I have already submitted my lesson plans, set up my classroom, and posted the circular about the dueling club on the notice board, he said, counting off the tasks he had been assigned. McGonagall sighed and gestured for them to follow her. Well, then, I believe I can find something for you two to occupy yourself with, she said before she looked down into the file and then spoke up. Here. You two could go and check the enchantments on the boats, she began as she looked up, her eyes focused on Fleur this time. I believe Albus told me that you were quite a prodigy at enchantments, said McGonagall with a smile, making Fleur preen up. She is, Edward cut in when she saw Fleur getting embarrassed. McGonagall eyes turned to him, lit up with a mischievous grin. Then I believe she will be perfect for the task. Why don't you take her to the lake then, Mr. Wright, and have her check them? Edward nodded, and just as he was about to lead Fleur out of there, he felt something in his pocket heat up. He reached into his trouser pockets immediately and took out the fake galleon. After Dumbledore had gotten a look at their creation, he immediately tasked them to make one for the Order as well. And now each Order member had a fake galleon in their pockets, a way for them to communicate quickly in case of emergencies. He saw an engraved ewe appear on the galleon first, after which a small whisper played out. He is here. And he stiffened as soon as those words. Both Fleur and McGonagall were eyeing him with a worried gaze. What happened, Edward? Fleur broke the silence, and Edward knew that he couldn't waste any more time. Voldemort has attacked the Express, and with those words, he closed his eyes. Dumbledore would have gotten the message as well and would be acting immediately. What? Exclaimed both of them in a worried tone. We need to tell Dumbledore, said McGonagall. Edward was busy trying to scan the wards, waiting for them to go down. He already knows, said Edward as he felt the wards shift, a small opening forming in them, allowing him to apparate away. 0000. Voldemort. Voldemort scowled as he watched a barrage of spells hit his shield. The two witches were putting up quite an effort, yet it would all be futile. His followers had already full control of the train, the four Aurors had tried to resist, yet they were no match for the best of his followers. He continued to step forward slowly, watching in delight as the faces of the students paled. The effect of the potion began to wear off, and he felt his body shift as he morphed back into his own form. He smiled as he saw fear lingering in their gazes. His eyes met a pair of green orbs, and he felt a slight ache in the back of his head before he pushed it back. The green orbs lacked fear, and that made him furious. Enough! He roared, and his magic rippled, pushing back the two witches, making them hit the walls of the train compartment. Aghh! They groaned in pain as they hit the ground. He slashed his wand, burning away their wands before they could reach for their gain. Yet even without their wands, they refused to give up and pushed themselves to step in front of the students again. He found it admiring and it reminded him of that night all those years ago. Your courage is admirable, he began, but before he could finish, he was forced to stop as a spell whizzed past his ear. He smiled and looked up to see the sole survivor from that night had his wand out and lit up. Get back, Harry. One of the witches spoke up, trying to push back the boy. Yet the boy was fearless, if anything, and pushed past her and faced him as an equal, his eyes glinting with magic making the very air crackle as if fate itself was intrigued by this. No, I am done running, shouted the boy, his voice strong as he tightened his grip around his wand. You are here for me, right? So, here I am, said his destined foe, making him smile. The boy was talentless and was decades behind him in terms of skill. Yet Voldemort could commend his courage for stepping up like that. What are you doing, Harry? Get back right this instant! Spoke the witch again, trying to pull him back, but the boy was fearless. Voldemort was getting tired of the interruption, and in a blur, a spell hit the witch in the gut, sending her tumbling back. Bang! She hit the wall of the compartment and fell down, unconscious. You have courage, boy, and for that, I shall grant you a quick death. Began Voldemort magnanimously. And with your death, I shall prove to the world that Lord Voldemort has no equal. He snarled and twisted his wand, and his wand lit up in a green hue, just like that night all those years ago. Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus. Boom. 0000. The last dance begins. Go and read the end of the story on my Patreon, and get an early look at my next HPFIC as well, called The Last Trial. Your support makes it possible for me to write these stories. So, if possible, consider visiting my Patreon and dropping a nickel or two if you can. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 51. Albus Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore felt the Hogwarts wards shift as he felt someone apparate from the castle hall. In all circumstances, he should have joined Edward, yet something greater was at stake here. You cannot wait any longer, came the retort from his oldest friend. And Albus looked at Gellert, who sat opposite to him, looking at Albus with narrowed eyes. Albus paced around his office, his mind racing as he thought about those words. Knowing deep in his heart that Gellert was right. But we do not have sufficient evidence yet. Yet his argument was cut off. And there never will be, came the quick retort from Gellert as he stood up himself. The ritual I gave you is ancient, older than even your alchemist friend, and of course, Gellert knew of his relationship with Nicholas. Yet he was right. He had scoured through the man's library and had found no additional information about the ritual. The only record that remains of something similar remains in the form of that children's tale. The tale of the three brothers, and even that tale has been heavily changed. You cannot wait any longer, Gellert spoke up. And Albus sighed, thinking about those words. He reached for the piece of parchment on his desk, something which had been occupying his time for quite some time. The details of the ritual were quite clear. Dumbledore schemed through them once more, trying to think of any other alternative. Yet none came to his mind. The ritual Gellert had given him was ancient magic. Magic that had been phased out, deliberately because of the sheer amount of danger it posed to the very world. The ritual was supposedly similar to one used by the Peverils, and it was a plea to summon death itself. From what he had gathered from various sources, the three brothers had used the ritual to summon death for aid in their fight against the very first Dark Lord, Harpo the Foul. Albus found it quite ironic that Harpo and Tom shared quite many similarities. Both were famous Parselmouth with a high affinity for the dark arts. Both had tried to cheat death by making Horcruxes. Okay, make the preparations, Albus finally said after a sigh. Tom had made his choices, and it was time for this whole farce to end. This war had already cost them hundreds of innocent lives. It was time it all ended. It is good that you have made the decision. I will make the preparations, but do you have the 3 gifts? Questioned Gellert, and Albus stiffened at that. The 3 gifts, Death's gifts, the Deathly Hallows, they had been a childhood dream for them at some point. And as Albus looked into his old friend's eyes, he was reminded of times when he had shared that dream with the man. Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald, Masters of Death, Controller of the Hallows. Gellert had known that he was in possession of the 3 items, given that they were the quintessential part of the ritual, yet had never questioned him about them previously. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on his friend before he slowly nodded. He saw Gellert's eyes lit up, before he added in a somewhat childish fascination. Can I have a look? Albus stilled at those words, and he had every reason to deny the man this request. Yet in the end, he couldn't. So, he reached into high drawer and took out the 2 items he had placed there. The Resurrection Stone, sat there in a box with massive crack running through it. Despite having the stone, Albus had never had the courage to use it. The cloak he had borrowed from Harry was next, and he saw Gellert's eyes widen as he placed them on his table. And finally, Albus took out his wand and placed it on the table, completing the trifecta. Gods! They are magnificent! Said Gellert, and Albus could see that it was only the years of discipling that kept the man opposite to him from leaping at the 3 items. Looking at them like this, I believe the ritual will work, said Gellert, and Albus nodded, knowing that he was right. The 3 objects placed on his table were thrumming with ominous magic, magic that felt as cold as the touch of death itself. Dumbledore coughed, breaking Gellert out of his reverie. I believe you need to go and make preparations, Albus said, and Gellert nodded and left the room after giving the 3 Hallows a final glance. Albus himself had his own preparations to make. He walked back and took out a coin from his pocket. It was the Order's way of communication. Severus, it is time. 0000. Elizabeth White. Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus. Boom. And Elizabeth felt the very air rattle as an explosion rocked the whole compartment. Dust flew up everywhere, and she was forced to cover her eyes. As the air cleared up, she felt relief run through her as she saw a translucent dome covering their side of the compartment. And right there in front stood a figure with his all too familiar back to them, wand in hand, as he protected them all. Edward! She found herself shouting and saw him glance back, and she stilled as she saw his eyes. They were lit up, and the very air was thick with magic. I have taken care of the other Death Eaters. Leave him to me and get the students out of here, said Edward in his voice, and she wanted to protest. Yet the look in his eyes made him stop. She gritted her teeth as she saw the scared faces of the students behind him and nodded. Okay, she said as she got back to her feet. Ho, what do we have here? Began Voldemort as he landed on the ground. The compartment roof had been blown up, and the sunlight directly hit his face, making his snake-like features more prominent. She saw his red orbs narrow onto Edward before they widened slightly, and he snarled. I remember you. You are Dumbledore's little pet, aren't you? Began Voldemort as he began crackling loudly. His nasally laugh sent shivers down her spine. You think you can stop me by yourself? Stop Lord Voldemort! He shouted. Suddenly, the air rippled with his voice. Though, it didn't faze Edward at all, who simply stood there, wand in hand, staring stoically at the Dark Lord, before he slowly began. Your men are dead. Whatever your plan was is dead as well, and by the time I am done with you, you shall be dead too. Edward spoke powerfully, and she saw Voldemort's face contort in fury at those words. You think you can kill me? I am Lord Voldemort. I am the one who has conquered death itself. You are nothing in front of me. Nothing. He shouted, his magic rippling through the air. Edward looked towards her, their eyes met, and she immediately felt a probe in her occlumency shields. She dropped the shields immediately and heard his familiar voice in her head. I am going to engage him, get to the kids, and get them out of here. And no matter what happens, don't interfere, and she gave him a small nod. She didn't miss how, Tonks beside her nodded as well. They hail you as a savior as well. They think you are my equal. Perhaps it is time that you learn your place, you mutt. Voldemort snarled as he fired a quick spell at Edward. Edward simply slashed his wand, cutting the purple orb Voldemort had sent at him into two. Don't worry, Tom. I already know where my place is in this world, and she frowned as she heard that name. Tom. Yet the air stilled at Edward's words, and she saw Voldemort's face flush with fury and rage. Magic rippled through the air as his red orbs began to glow ominously. You dare! You dare call me by that name! I am Voldemort! The one who conquered death! He snarled, and Elizabeth saw his wand blur as the area behind him lit up. Hundreds of purple orbs appeared behind the man before they began to head straight at Edward. Much to her horror, Edward didn't move, and she saw his lips move as he waved his wand. She didn't hear the chant, yet there was no mistake that the spell had been cast immediately. A blue shield appeared in front of them all, shaped in the form of a six-petal flower. Voldemort's orbs didn't even make the shield budge. She saw Voldemort's face twist in anger. She watched in awe as Edward stood there nonchalantly, facing the Dark Lord, when suddenly he tilted his face slightly and spoke up mockingly. That all you go? 0000. Gellert Grindelwald. Gellert watched in sheer fascination as the ritual circle took shape in front of him. It wasn't an ordinary ritual, for it was far more dangerous. This ritual was, in a sense, his family's legacy. This was the Peveril legacy, and this was how it had all begun. The ritual he had given Albus had been modeled on the ritual used by the Peveril brothers. A ritual that would summon death. He watched in fascination and awe as Albus placed the three hallows at the corners of the circle. Death was a deity, a powerful and all-encompassing deity whose manifestation was woven into the very fabric of magic itself. Voldemort had dabbled into magics he hadn't truly understood when he had made those Horcruxes. The Horcruxes disturbed the very magic of the world. They were a scourge, an insult to the phenomenon of death itself. Will this be enough? Questioned Dumbledore as he joined him. Now everything ready? I believe so, Gellert answered. Then I believe it is time we begin. Yet even before they could begin the chant, he felt the magic in the room shift. Gellert watched in awe as the ritual circle lit and the temperature in the room dropped. He wanted to take out his wand, yet his instincts stopped him, screaming at him that if he was to do so, he would be killed. He saw Albus pale at his side as the torches in the room went out. The whole room shook as darkness descended upon the room. A black cloudy substance began to encompass the three hallows before expanding out into the whole room. As the dark, murky substance touched his body, he felt shivers run down his spine. Fear gripped his heart, and suddenly Gellert found his throat begin to constrict. Gellert! Albus shouted as he gripped his throat. He couldn't breathe. He fell on his knees as he tried to breathe, yet all his efforts were futile as he felt a shadowy figure appear in the room. You dare summon me in the presence of a defiler? And Gellert's vision began to blur as he heard those words. Albus stiffened beside him as he spoke up. Defiler? He questioned. Yes indeed. A defiler, and from what I can sense, he isn't the only one in this world. I can sense the presence of another one. And then it all clicked into place. Defiler. For there was only one other person who shared the same circumstances as Gellert. Edward. 0000. Is Gellert's plan going to backfire? Hee, we will have to see. This is a bit short, but the next chap is going to be massive. You can read ahead and support me on Patreon. You can also read my new HPFIC, called The Last Trial, on there as well. Your support makes it possible for me to write these stories. So, if possible, drop a nickel or two if you can. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 52. Edward Wright. That all you got? Edward taunted Voldemort and smiled internally as he saw the man lose his patience. He glanced back at the people behind him and narrowed his eyes. Go. He commanded once more, a bit forceful and angry that they hadn't left the compartment still. Finally, Elizabeth and Tonks returned to their senses and began leading everyone out of the compartment. Harry was the last person left and was constantly staring at Voldemort before Elizabeth dragged him away by the collar. And where do you think you are going? Voldemort snarled and Edward immediately felt the air crackle and immediately twisted his wand, and a shield appeared in front of him, intercepting Voldemort's attacks. Yet Voldemort was anything but complacent, and Edward's lips thinned and watched as the man took flight, a mocking smile on his face as he ascended from the train floor. Edward clicked his tongue, for he had still not managed to figure out this ability. Voldemort was quick to take advantage of his flight and began to launch barrage after barrage of spells at him from various directions. Thunk! Thunk! The ground beneath his feet shook as their spells clashed, yet Edward refused to give up any ground. The truth was that he was holding back, for he couldn't afford to go all out and risk putting the students behind him in jeopardy. So, his full focus was on keeping Voldemort busy. I have had enough. Suddenly, Voldemort snarled, and Edward's eyes widened as shadows shot out of Voldemort's body and began to morph into beastly forms behind the man. Edward could barely react as Voldemort brought down his wand, and the dozen or so conjured shadowy monsters rushed toward him. Edward caught Voldemort trying to move past him to attack the students once more, and Edward's grip on his wand tightened. He could still feel the presence of students in the compartments behind him, that meant evacuation was still not complete. He closed his eyes and began his chant as the water below the massive train track began to ripple at his command before it shot out and crashed in the form of a tidal wave into the dozen or so incoming creatures. Nibelheim! He whispered, and the water froze instantly, freezing Voldemort's demons with it. Edward immediately turned back and spun his wand in a circle above his head and watched Voldemort rushing past him, and he cursed the bastard as he closed his eyes, preparing himself for what was to come next. Pop! He felt his vision twist before he suddenly felt himself falling from the sky. The air whizzed past his ears as gravity pulled him down. Had it been any other time, he would have spent a second or two appreciating a magical scenery, yet he didn't have that luxury. His eyes focused on the form of the shadowy figure rushing forward, and Edward aimed his wand at him and pushed for the magic to follow his command. Tempest! And he felt a twinge of pain due to the recoil. Voldemort wasn't quick enough to react, and Edward watched in glee as the massive bolt of lightning hit the man. Arg! Voldemort screamed in agony, and Edward closed his eyes once more and felt his world shift once more, yet this time he felt his feet touch solid ground and opened his eyes and found himself standing atop the express as Voldemort crashed into the lake below. Splash! Edward was quick to react and brought up his wand, and began to chant quickly as his wand lit up once more. He felt a massive drain on his magical reserves as he finally shouted the name of the spell. Nibelheim! And in an instant, the temperature of the whole area dropped and it became nearly freezing. In an instant, the water in the lake below turned to ice, trapping Voldemort down below. Edward did not let his guard down and let his magic wash over the express. Thankfully, the evacuation seemed to be complete, with only a couple of signatures remaining. He felt a small pop and looked to the side and found Elizabeth standing there, her face flushed as a small flame circled around her in an effort to keep her warm. Is it over? She questioned, and as much as Edward wished to say yes to that question, he knew that it would be a lie. No, so he shook his head, his eyes turning once more to the frozen lake as he scanned it all for any hint of an attack. Is the evacuation? But before he could finish his sentence, he felt the magic shift in his surroundings as an ominous presence suddenly surrounded him. Edward tried to move, yet suddenly he felt his body freeze as he failed to breathe. His wand fell from his hand as he fell to his knee. He watched as Elizabeth rushed towards him and was screaming frantically. He tried to speak again, yet it was as if his body was no longer under his control. He couldn't utter anything more than a single grunt as his throat closed up. Edward! Edward! He heard her scream as he felt her gently support his back. His vision began to blur up, and his heart thumped in his chest, and the last thing he saw before it darkened completely was an ominous dark spectre appear in front of him, his face invisible under the shadowy hood that covered his face yet its identity pretty evident given the special scythe it held in its hands. 0000. Albus Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore's heart was hammering in his chest as he watched Gellert fall to his knees. He lamented his decision to delve into magics he never understood, as the ominous presence of death made his very being tremble. Yet the mistake had already been made, and there was nothing that could be done about it. So, he had to make do. He gulped as he stepped forward and slowly began. You called him Defiler? Can I ask what a Defiler is? He questioned and the shadowy figure didn't move, yet Albus felt as if thousands of people were staring straight at him. No, not at him, but through him. Dissecting his very being, gauging his value. They are beings who have broken the providence of death, souls which were never cleansed out of their impurities. And Albus had a vague idea of what it meant. Yet he had to do something. We had summoned you, hoping to exchange the gifts you had once bestowed upon us mortals so you could return balance to this realm and remove the scourge that is trying to disrupt your realm. Yet as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt the temperature of the room drop, and he felt as if a knife was placed on his neck. Gifts! You dare call my stolen treasures as gifts, you insolent insect! That will be enough, brother. Cut in a feminine voice as he felt the air sift much like it had earlier when death had descended to the realm. And suddenly, the pressure was gone, and Albus found himself capable of breathing again. He looked up and found another shadowy figure appearing beside the first one, and this one carried a much different presence than the earlier one. It was a sense of finality that she carried like a sense of great burden. What are you doing here, sister? This matter doesn't concern you, Fate. Albus heard Death snarl in anger, and Albus felt the magic in the room crackle as the magic of the two deities clashed. Beside him, he felt Gellert's eyes flutter as his friend began to cough as he began to get up slowly. It does. After all, they have summoned you to change the very threads of fate I sewed years ago. And why would I listen to them? I owe them nothing. You do. And suddenly, Albus felt the second deity's presence thicken as the wave of chill was pushed back, replaced by an instant sweltering warmth. He then finally noticed a pair of orbs shining under the hood of the second deity. Though rash. My brother is half right. Your payment is too little for the change you wish to enact. You wish to change the very fate of two souls, and magic demands that you must give us something of equal value, Gellert added from the side, and Albus felt as if the deity nodded. Indeed. The trinkets you used to summon my brother are inadequate given how they were, in fact, stolen by you humans. And Albus suddenly felt dread pool in his heart as he saw the shiny orbs shift towards Gellert. 2 souls in exchange for untangling the threads of fate that bind the 2 souls. Fate spoke in her feminine voice. I want the souls of the 2 defilers. Death snarled as bluish orbs lit up under its hood as well. I am the adjudicator here, brother, Fate spoke angrily. I shall not let these 2 scourges remain here any longer. They are an affront to my very existence. Yet suddenly, Gellert cut off the very entity that was demanding his and young Edward's soul. You can have my soul, and Albus stilled at those words. And suddenly it all clicked. By defilers, he meant Edward and Gellert, referring to their unique ability to see the future. Good. Agree to hand over the other one as well, and I shall untangle my sister's mess and destroy the fissured soul festering in that scar. Albus gulped as soon as he heard those words. He looked at Gellert, who stood there in front of him with a serene smile on his face. Should he accept the offer and sacrifice young Edward's life to put an end to Voldemort? To sacrifice one for the greater good. The face of the young man flashed in front of his eyes as he sat amongst these very halls surrounded by his friends, so young and full of life. Yet he could see the other faces as well, the thousands that sat around him, wizards and witches from all corners of the British Isle whose lives depended on his choice. Could he do it, condemn one to save thousands? Could he and, more importantly, should he? Yet Albus scoffed as he made up his mind. He stepped forward and spoke clearly. No, he spoke clearly as he stepped right beside Gellert, whose dichromatic eyes were focused onto him. He felt the icy orbs of death land on him, yet Albus ignored them and turned to face the so-called adjudicator. The price was 2 souls, right? And before Death could speak up, the Weaver of Fate answered clearly. Yes. 2 souls, that is the price, and Albus nodded as the deity of fate confirmed the exchange prince. Then I offer my soul. He said and watched as the icy blue orbs of death narrowed in anger as the ground rumbled. No. I want the souls of the 2 defile. Done. The exchange is accepted. The feminine voice of fate cut off the screaming and Albus began the very magic in the air ripple as the 2 shadowy forms began to vanish. He looked to the side and found Gellert standing there as well. The thick black smoke around them began to coalesce around them, and Albus felt the whole castle shift as the magic circle glowed ominously. So, this is it, hey, muttered Gellert, and Albus nodded as he closed his eyes and carried out one final task. He felt his connection with the castle sever as he let go of the command of the castle wards to his first ever apprentice and colleague. It seems so, he answered as he glanced at the vanishing form of his oldest friend. You scared about what comes next? Gellert suddenly questioned, and Albus didn't miss the slight quiver in his voice, and he shook his head. No, after all, what is death but the beginning of the next great adventure? Albus himself felt his body vanishing, and he heard Gellert chuckle. You always were the optimistic one. And those were the last words he heard as he felt the light vanish as darkness enveloped him. And in that instant 2 souls departed the realm, together and hand in hand, in a way fate had never allowed to be in this realm. Perhaps in the next. Clank. And as the whole chamber emptied out, the only thing that remained were 2 wands. Legacies of perhaps the 2 most talented wizards ever born. 0000. Severus Snape. Severus Snape slowly walked into the main hall of the Malfoy Manor as his grip on his wand tightened. The main hall had become the Dark Lord's private room and had been used by the man, and no one was allowed to enter the room without the Lord's explicit permission. The atmosphere in the castle was tense, and everyone was anxious about the so-called secret mission. Though, by now, the whole continent would hear about it, as their lord had threatened a worker from Daily Prophet to publish a special edition in his name. He rushed past the massive table and walked up to the gilded cage placed there, a cage in which lay his target. The Dark Lord's snake roused at his presence and began to slither and uncoil. His eerie red eyes landed on him, and Severus felt as if it was the Dark Lord himself staring at him through those red orbs. Severus didn't react and aimed his wand at the beast. The snake hissed, and its eyes narrowed, and it began to rattle the cage trying to break free. For Lily, he muttered, his voice barely audible as he prepared his heart to use the most reviled curse of all. Severus didn't wait and moved his wand into the wretched pattern of the killing curse. Avada Kedavra. The whole room lit up, a green bolt of lightning hit the Dark Lord's familiar, and then Severus watched in awe as a thick dark cloud began to surround the body of the snake and morphed into the face of the Dark Lord. Nuuu! It screeched loudly, shaking the very foundation of the castle with its shriek before it vanished as the shadowy smoke rippled out as a blast, breaking the windows of the manor. Boom! The whole castle came alive in an instant, and before he could leave the room, the doors to the room were opened as the most loyal servants of their lord stepped into the room. Bellatrix Lestrange shifted between him and the now dead Nagini, and Severus watched the witch snarl in rage as she took out her wand and sent a barrage of curses toward him. "You trait!" Yet the witch suddenly stopped, as her wand fell from her hand. "Arg!" she screamed as her curses whizzed past him. And suddenly, Severus felt the dark mark on his arm burn with searing pain, forcing him to fall onto his knees. "Ack! It burns! What's happening?" Suddenly the whole manor was filled with shouts of men and women screaming in pain and agony, with only those of them unmarked remained unaffected. Severus collapsed to the ground as his body writhed in agony, his body began to convulse, and he felt his very soul screaming in agony as the dark mark on his arm continued to burn. Those unaffected were running around in panic as they tried to make sense of what was going on. And the last thing Severus Snape saw before darkness enveloped him was the dark mark expanding as it began to cover his whole body. 0000. Elizabeth White. Elizabeth White's heart nearly gave out as she watched her friend collapse in front of her. "Edward!" she screamed as she rushed towards him as she watched him fall to his knees, his face flushed as he struggled to breathe. She saw his wand fall on the roof of the train as he collapsed with a grunt, his eyes dazed. She reached him and supported his back gently as she cast every diagnostic spell she knew to find out what was wrong with him. Yet nothing seemed wrong, yet her friend was dying right there in her arms. "Edward! Hold on! Please just hold on!" she screamed as she gripped his hand, and she could feel a haze covering his eyes. He was losing consciousness. No. No. And she knew that she had to get him to St. Mungo's immediately. So, she held on to him, and just as she was about to close her eyes for the apparition, a massive explosion broke her concentration. Boom! She covered her face as she was showered with shards of broken ice, and her dread pooled in her heart as she watched the sky get covered by massive dark clouds, and right there in the center of the clouds was the most ominous mark of Dark Lord himself. Carved out of the clouds, a massive skull with eerie green eyes, looked down at them ominously as a shadowy snake slithered out of its mouth and began to descend towards the lake. She held on to Edward with shaky hands and closed her eyes as she tried to apparate away with him, yet she failed. The magic in the air was too turbulent for the apparition, and suddenly she felt a shiver run through her spine as a shadowy figure began to ascend out of the lake. It wasn't human. No, it was too large to be human and was shaped like a massive snake. She watched it jump out of the frozen lake, and its girth was nearly twice that of the astronomy tower at Hogwarts. Hiss! The very air trembled as it hissed as it began to coil around itself, its snake-like slit eyes focused onto her and the unconscious form of her friend. Fear gripped her heart, making it difficult to even breathe, as she watched Voldemort appear at its head, his face contorted in fury as his red eyes blazed in rage. She saw his eyes shift towards them. No, she was too insignificant for that gaze. No, they focused on Edward, and Elizabeth knew that she had to do something. She heard him hiss loudly as the massive shadowy snake-like creature hissed again, its eyes narrowing onto them as it hissed loudly before it began to rush towards them. Elizabeth gently placed down her friend and placed his wand in his pocket as she stood and walked in front of him. She hardened her heart as she gripped her own wand tightly and began to chant and wave her wand. She began to cast every spell she could recall, shields, wards, curses, and any other spell that came to mind. Yet despite all her efforts, the massive beast remained unaffected by her spells and continued to rush towards them as it opened its mouth to reveal its massive fangs. Yet she couldn't give up. She couldn't, so she continued to cast, even as her wand heated up, even as she felt her eyes tear up, even as she felt her very soul scream at her to get away, she continued to cast. And just as the beast was meters away from her, she hardened her heart as she resorted to the last spell she hadn't tried, the most reviled and dangerous curse of all, and hardened her heart as she waved her wand in a zigzag fashion as she shouted the ominous words. Avada Kedavra. And she felt her very soul scream in agony as a green bolt of lightning shot out of her wand, aimed straight for the head of the beast, meters away from devouring her. Yet even the vilest of curses did nothing as the beast continued to rush towards her. In the end, she closed her eyes as she resigned herself to her fate. "I am sorry, Edward," she whispered, and then as she stood there resigned to her fate, she suddenly felt a small whisper from behind in a very familiar tone. "Ignis Darkin. 00000. Voldy just murdered all his followers to survive. Since he was already a homunculus and with all of his horcruxes gone, he would have died, so he siphoned off all magic of his followers, leaving them dead to delay his death." Elizabeth's last stand was inspired by a scene from Pirates of the Caribbean where the Kraken devours Jack along with the Pearl. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon. Your support makes it possible for me to write these stories. So, if possible, consider dropping a nickel if you can. It would help me out a lot. www.patreon.com/drkest. Chapter 53. Minervam Kanagal. The deputy headmistress of Hogwarts paced nervously as the staff in front of her continuously processed the hordes and hordes of students that were operating to the front of the school. She thanked the gods that they had planned for this scenario and the staff was primarily aware of their duties. Pomona and Phileas were there at the gates dealing with the operating students, resolving any splinching incidents as well, of which there were quite a lot due to the nature of the students. Behind her, Poppy, along with Albus's new apprentice, had tents prepared to treat anyone who was critically injured, though thankfully, those tents were majorly empty, with only a handful of students having sustained any injuries. And suddenly she found the person she had been looking for, as 3 people suddenly appeared at the edge of the gates. 3 of them dressed in her house colors, accompanied by their young colleague. Nifadora. Nipmfeora. She called out to their Dada professor, who was huffing and breathing laboriously as Pomona and Phileas rushed Harry and Hermione into the castle grounds. The young Dada professor looked up, and McGonagall began questioning her instantly. "Tell me what happened exactly, and there are still a number of Slytherin students missing." She questioned hurriedly and saw the young witch's face shift as she spoke out quickly. "We were attacked. They used polyjuice potion and infiltrated the train, dressed up as some Slytherin students. He himself led the attack, he was after Harry for some reason," spoke the young professor, and she was about to continue, they were interrupted by a loud shriek. "Ack!" Her head snapped towards the source and she found young Harry Potter there lying on the ground convulsing in pain, as Hermione Granger stood there by his side frozen and perplexed. "Back off! Everyone back off!" Poppy was quick to react and was immediately at the boy's side, and Minerva watched her cast a number of diagnostic spells on the boy, her face paling with every chant. "What is going on, Pomfrey?" she questioned as she joined the End Witch, who shook her head. "I don't know," the matron answered, and though Minerva was troubled by the state of her house student, she had to focus on the larger issue at hand. "Move him to one of the med tents. Keep an eye on him and contact St. Mungo's," she ordered as she turned and scanned the students in front of her, ignoring the screams from the young Gryffindor as Poppy carried him to a tent. "Is this everyone, Phileas?" she questioned the short charms master, who flipped a number of pages on the paper board he was holding and nodded slowly. "Apart from some students from Slytherin and the Auror stationed on the bus, everyone else is accounted for," spoke the charms professor. "Those Slytherin students were never on the train, so we can cross them out," added Professor Tonks from the side as she scanned the pages, before she looked up at her and shook her head as she mouthed Aurors, her intent clear. "Those Aurors had been killed. I need to go back," suddenly the young witch said, as she began to step out of the school wards, making her frown. "Why?" she questioned, and the young witch turned to answer. "Elizabeth is still back there, she was supposed to be here by now," added the witch, and Minerva nodded and saw as the Dada professor closed her eyes, and tried to apparate. Yet her body didn't vanish, it tried to shift, yet the young witch landed back on her feet again. "I cannot apparate," remarked the young witch with a pale face, as she tried again. And again. And again. "Minerva! You need to come here." A shout from Poppy interrupted her making and she rushed towards her, and as she stepped into the tent her heart nearly gave out as she saw the scene in front of her. Poppy stood there, with young Miss Granger behind her, wand in hand as a thick dark mass emanated from Harry Potter's body. No, not his body, but from the scar on his forehead. The mass shifted and coiled and writhed as it took the form of a head, a bald head with a disfigured slit-like nose. "Voldemort!" she gasped as she recognized that face, and took out her wand, yet the face was scrunched up in pain and shrieked loudly, making the flaps of the tent shuffle as it caused a storm as it expanded and dissolved with a massive burst. "Noo!" Whoosh! The wave of darkness washed over the surroundings as Harry Potter once more landed on the bed, and Poppy cautiously walked towards the young boy. "What was that?" she questioned, and then suddenly the wand fell from her hand as Minerva McGonagall felt her heart shrink. Suddenly she felt a massive burden land on her shoulders as she felt the control of the wards of the castle shift onto her. As the deputy headmistress, she had controlled them previously as well, yet she had always possessed partial control. However, this time she had just received complete control over the wards, essentially making her the headmistress. Something which was only ever possible in one scenario, a scenario she didn't even want to imagine. "Albus!" she gasped as she looked towards the Hogwarts towers, as she refused to accept the most likely cause of this change. Continued to ignore the truth that the wards told her. Continued to ignore the truth, that Albus Dumbledore was dead. 0000. Edward Wright. Ignis Darkin. He shouted as he pulled back Elizabeth with his free arm, making her stumble as she crashed into him. Dark flames erupted around him, and as the massive dragon snake-esque beast of Voldemort opened its maw to devour them, a massive wall of dark flames stopped it in its tracks. The flames roared around him, as they began to take form around him, forming massive skeleton before the skeleton roared loudly, and flames began to convalesce around it, giving it much more detail, forming armor around it as the fiery guardian took its final form. Roar! The massive guardian roared and pushed away the beast, and Edward finally caught a glimpse of Voldemort once again, and noticed the change in his appearance. He still didn't know what exactly had happened to him, but he had a pretty good idea, and one look at Voldemort confirmed his suspicion. Voldemort was dead. Even at this distance, he could see the man's skill peeling off as cracks began to form on his face. Shadowy blobs of darkness continuously began to warp into him, making the cloud of darkness around him grow bigger and bigger, yet Edward's eyes widened as he saw that they weren't just shadows. No, he recognized some of those faces, and as he looked closer, he was pretty sure those faces belonged to Death Eaters. And Edward suspected that these dark shadowy things were souls. Souls that belonged to Death Eaters, which he was trying to sue to sustain himself. Ah! The man screamed as his skin continued to peel off, as the man writhed there in pain and agony in front of him. "He is dying," he murmured, catching Elizabeth's attention, whose head snapped towards him. "What?" she questioned, as Edward nodded and watched as Voldemort's body began to expand. Suddenly the dark snake-esque creature began to retreat and coil around its creator once more. "Yes, he is dead. He tried to use his dark mark to live on, but it's not working," and then suddenly he watched as Voldemort's body began to expand, and suddenly the man exploded, and a massive wave of darkness expanded throughout the area. Boom! Edward's fiery guardian protected them by bringing its shield forward, yet Edward was still forced to close his eyes as the whole area was basked in a massive cloud of darkness. And when Edward opened his eyes once again, he stilled at the sight in front of him. For Voldemort stood in front of him, or at least what remained of him, as a large massive shadowy wraith with 4 large shadowy snakes surrounding him. He felt Elizabeth stiffen beside him as Voldemort. "You thought killing me would be the end?" he snarled loudly as its shadowy mouth opened, the massive shallow orbs lit with a red hue. "No. I am Lord Voldemort. I am the one who was destined to rule this world," he snarled in rage, making the very air shake with magic as he floated there in front of him in his wraith form. "You people took that from me. Took away my future from me. Now I shall do the same," he shouted, and Edward watched those orbs shift to the side, and suddenly he felt dread pool in his heart as he understood the implication behind those words. "No!" he shouted as he stepped forward and waved his wand, making his fiery guardian roar, as Voldemort's attention turned towards him. Edward waved his wand, and watched as his black flame warrior opened its mouth and spewed a massive jet of flames at Voldemort. Voldemort simply raised his hand, and 2 of the massive snakes at his back rushed forward, coiling around each other and clashing with his jet of fire, making the whole area tremble as their magics clashed ferociously. Edward gritted his teeth and twisted his wand as the volume of the fire increased, yet they were still at a stalemate. Then suddenly the hair on his neck rose up, and he turned back and found Voldemort standing there behind him, those gleamy red orbs focused on him. And he watched as the man raised his hand, and the other 2 massive snakes rushed towards him. Edward knew that he couldn't defend himself from this attack and tried to apparate away when he suddenly felt his body jerk back as his attempt at apparition failed. "Prodigal!" he heard Elizabeth shout as a golden shield appeared in front of them, yet it broke instantly as Voldemort's shadowy snakes came into contact with it. Edward gritted his teeth and pulled Elizabeth closer and shouted as he pointed his wand to the ground. "Hold on!" he shouted, and she wrapped her arms around him as his wand lit up. "Bombarda!" he shouted, and the ground broke underneath them, and both of them began to fall, as the attack passed right above their heads, crashing into the form of his fiery guardian, who roared in agony as the massive snakes began to claw away at it hungrily. Roar! It screamed in agony as the shadowy snake continued to coil around it, overpowering it, yet Voldemort hadn't missed their little escapade. Voldemort was quick to react and immediately sent a series of attacks towards them. Shadow wraiths appeared behind him and rushed towards them as they were free-falling. "I really should have cracked that flight spell." Edward spoke through gritted teeth as he waved his wand quickly, making the ice below them reach up. It formed a massive slide for them, cushioning their landing, and as they were sliding down, he began to chant quickly as his wand began to crackle with lightning. "Tempest!" he shouted and felt his shoulder scream in pain, as a massive burst of lightning rushed out of his wand, straight at the shadow wraiths, turning them to smoke in an instant as it continued towards Voldemort, who simply swatted it away. "You puny insect!" he roared in fury, making Edward gulp as the very air shook due to the massive amount of magic he was gathering, and he began a chant of his own as he spoke to Elizabeth. "Run away and apparate to Hogwarts as soon as you can. Warn them," he ordered as he aimed a gentle banishing spell at her. "Wah!" But her words were muffled as she was sent flying back, allowing him to give his full attention to the monster in front of him. "Time to come down to earth," he whispered as the clouds rumbled loudly, as he spoke once more. "Tempest!" and brought down his wand. The clouds shook once more, rumbling loudly as they lit up before suddenly a massive bolt of lightning crashed down from them, straight at Voldemort. "Aghh!" The man screamed as his body crashed into the ice below, with a massive thud, yet Edward knew that this was far from over. The dust cleared up, and Edward's eyes narrowed as Voldemort's wraith stood there, significantly smaller than before, the shadows or souls of the former Death Eaters that formed it dispersing away, showing that this form wasn't sustainable. All he had to do was to survive, yet Edward wasn't really at his optimal condition as well. His clothes were torn at various places, and he bled from his arm and head, his magical reserves were already at dangerously low levels. He could barely cast another spell or two, any more would be impossible, so he had to be careful. You! Snarled Voldemort loudly, causing the wind to storm away as Edward's grip on his wand tightened, and he raised his wand once more despite the pain. He watched as his wand lit up with the all-too-familiar green hue. Avada Kedavra! Papillions! And a horde of conjured butterflies surrounded him as Voldemort's spell whizzed towards him, hitting one of the conjured butterflies, ending its short-lived life as it fell to the ground lifelessly. You! Why don't you die? He screamed in rage as he began to fire his signature curse at him, yet his defensive horde of butterflies continuously defended him, stopping each of the killing curses. Voldemort had lost his body, and was barely clinging on to life. Since he had no physical body, that meant regular spells would be useless against him. His evolved Ignis was capable of dealing with spiritual attacks, yet Edward had little energy to use such a massive spell again. In this case, there was only one spell he could use, and he took a deep breath as Voldemort's body suddenly began to convulse unnaturally as shadows tried to break free. The wraith collapsed onto his knees as he roared loudly, struggling to maintain his form. Edward gritted his teeth as he brought his wand up once again, its tip lit up in a characteristic silvery hue, as closed his eyes, as he slowly whispered. Expecto Patronum. 0000. Elizabeth White. Elizabeth White was sent flying back as Edward's vanishing spell hit her in the gut, and she watched as his focus turned towards Voldemort's shadowy form once more. She quickly cast a cushioning charm as she finally hit the ground at the shore, crashing into the shore with a thud. Arg! Despite the cushioning charm, the landing wasn't exactly comfortable, and she rolled on the ground a number of times and scraped and grazed her skin, damaging her clothes as she finally came to a halt. Ouch! She grunted in pain as she struggled to get back on her feet, her eyes once more going to the form of her friend as he fought with the wraith of Voldemort in the center of the lake, which was now covered with a thin dust cloud as Voldemort's body crashed into the frozen lake due to Edward's spell. She recalled his last words and closed her eyes, and tried to apparate away, yet she failed. But she could tell that if she were to move away a little more, she would be able to push through the disturbing magical turbulence and apparate to Hogsmeade. She tried to run away, yet nearly stumbled as her ankle roared in searing pain. She gritted her teeth and began to stumble away as she tried to get away, her heart continuously screaming at her to glance back. Yet she didn't, for she knew that if she did so, she wouldn't be able to move forward. She had to trust in Edward, and just as she reached the end of the massive field and felt that she could apparate, the whole air shook once more. Yet this time it wasn't with vileness or despair. No, this time, she felt a sense of deep calm and elation envelope her as waves upon waves of silver mist passed through her. She looked back, and her eyes widened as she saw Edward standing there basked in the silvery soothing hue as a massive beast shot out of his wand, racing towards the kneeling form of Voldemort, which seemed to be dissolving into nothingness with each passing second. Even at the distance, she was captivated by the beauty of the avian beast as it unfurled its wings as it flew towards the shrinking form of Voldemort, who, in his last attempt to win, opened his mouth as a massive shadowy snake shot out his mouth, clashing with Edward's patroness. Yet Voldemort's struggle was futile as Edward's spell continued to overpower his spell, pushing back the creeping darkness as Voldemort screamed in agony as the light simply enveloped him. And then, with a massive storm of light, she watched as the man dissolved into nothing right in front of her eyes, ending the reign of terror and the war that had ravaged Britain's wizarding world for years. The massive storm of light forced her to cover her eyes, and when it died down she opened her eyes and looked ahead, and her heart nearly gave out as she watched her friend collapse as well, his wand falling from his hand, and Elizabeth felt dread pool in her heart as she rushed towards him, as she screamed loudly. Edward. 0000. A whole year of writing. More than 100k words, and now we reach the end. Thank you all for sticking with me throughout this journey. You have no idea how much this means to me, and how much you all have helped me. I don't know what to say to you all except thank you. Thank you, thank you. Epilogues come next, before we delve into my next story, which is going to be a bit strange. The motivation behind my next FIC is one of the first HP FICs I ever read, The Trial. I am still planning the story, yet I believe it's gonna be a banger. You can support my writings by becoming a patron. Your support makes it possible for me to write these stories. So, if possible, consider dropping a dime. It would help me out a lot. www.patreon.com/drkest. Epilogue. Amelia Bones. The war had taken much from them, yet in the end, they had won. They had lost much yet had gained quite a bit as well. The war had highlighted the need for reform in their world, a need for them to bring meaningful changes in their world so they could avoid the rise of another Dark Lord in the future. So, that they could leave a better future for their children. The war had taken much from them. Voldemort's last spell had killed nearly all those who bore his mark, only sparing those who had received the infamous dark mark recently. Though they had been hospitalized as well, but would survive if the reports from the medics were accurate. This had basically killed all the Death Eaters and had left the wizarding world crippled with so many of the pureblood families becoming extinct. Now, a year after the end of the war, with normalcy returning to the magical world, it was the perfect time to enact these changes. An opportunity that was only possible because of the person sitting in front of her. Voldemort's second ascension had taken them all by surprise, and with the Ministry compromised and Dumbledore way past his prime, the wizarding world had needed someone else to step up to the Dark Lord. They needed a new symbol. And the blonde sitting opposite to her had become that symbol. The young man had let his hair grow, and there were hints of a beard growing on the young face, his features still marred by the burn marks that covered a quarter of his face and nearly went down to his neck. He had a light smile on his face as he sipped his coffee, a bitter drink she wouldn't ever tolerate in her office. Edward Wright, born to humble beginnings and raised in a Muggle orphanage, the young man was now a legend in the magical world, often getting mentioned in the same category as Dumbledore himself. He had been awarded multiple medals for defeating Voldemort and for his services during the time after when he had helped the Aurors in bringing a semblance of order to their world. "Is there any way I can convince you to stay in Britain?" she questioned with a smile, and the young man laughed a bit and shook his head. "I am afraid not, Minister. I have kept my promise and have stayed for over a year despite the end of the war and have helped you as much as I could. I believe I must be on my way now, and it was such a shame." The young man remained adamant about leaving Britain. He had served as a professor for a year at Hogwarts for the subject of dueling, a discipline which the new headmistress planned to reintroduce with old Professor Flitwick taking over the course as the school looked to hire a new charms teacher. "Well, that is a shame, but it is your decision," she said sadly, though she had expected this. The young man's very public relationship with his fiancée was the constant headline of the Witches' Weekly. They were Europe's most famous couple and would have their faces plastered in the newspaper nearly every week. Fleur Delacour, the French Vila, was an exemplary witch in her own regards and had become stayed in Britain for the past year serving as headmistress Minerva's apprentice. The story of their rebellious romance had somehow gotten leaked, making her somewhat of a celebrity in Britain's magical world. Though from what she had heard, the Vila wasn't quite fond of the public attention and wished to return home. "Then I believe that is all. I will be on my way." But as the young man was about to get up, she cut in quickly as she picked up a folder from the side. "Not yet. There is one last thing you need to do," she said, and the young man sat down once more, a small frown appearing on his face as she handed him the folder. "As you are aware, the wizarding world faces a major crisis given that quite a number of pureblood families were wiped out throughout the two wars," she began as Britain's hero opened up the folder and began to skim through the documents inside. "After much deliberation, it has been decided that Wizengamot will be restructured to hold both elected and inheritable seats, to strike a balance between the old and the new ways so that we don't have a repeat of this war again and seek a political solution to our problems." She summarized the documents and saw his eyes widen as he turned the page. "Given your contributions to the war effort, the Ministry has decided to give you a permanent seat on the Wizengamot, one that will be inherited by your progeny after you and so forth," she informed him. And the young man seemed perplexed and skimmed through the files. "But I don't plan to stay in Britain," he answered, and she shrugged. "It doesn't matter, really. This seat will belong to the right family name, you could let it be empty or more preferably, appoint someone to represent your interests," she said as she handed him a pen. "Just sign these documents, I will take care of the rest," she told him, and the boy nodded and took the pen and, after some deliberation, signed the two documents with a flourish and handed her back the leather folder. "Well then, I will be on my way." "It was good to see you again, Minster Bones," said Britain's latest ennobled gentry as he offered her a handshake. She smiled as she took his hand and shook it. "It was good to see you. And please know, my office's door is always open for you. If you need anything, just reach out," she said, and the young man nodded and left her office, leaving her to deal with the plethora of paperwork hidden behind her desk. 0000. Britain's hero marries his longtime French fiancée in a private ceremony in France. By Harvey Specter. Beauxbaton's newest faculty member Edward Wright. Britain's hero becomes a dueling professor. By Mike Ross. Couples absolute dominance. The infamous couple of Edward and Fleur Wright dominate the dueling world championship, reach the finals, and will face each other. By Harvey Specter. The return of the Triwizard Tournament. By Mike Ross. 0000. Elizabeth White. "I cannot believe they brought back the Triwizard Tournament," spoke the young Slytherin from the side as they raced past the clouds. The truth was that she could hardly believe that they had done so as well. It had not even been a decade since the last attempt at reviving the tournament, and she still remembered how that had gone. Though things were much different now than a decade. A decade ago, it had been her in those seats by her side, clad in the Hogwarts uniform, huddled with friends, joking and talking about life. "Professor White, you were still a student when they held the tournament the last time, right?" questioned the aforementioned Slytherin student, and as her eyes glanced past the head boy badge, a set of fond memories surfaced in her mind reminding of her another Slytherin who once wore that badge. Yes, I was. But the tournament had to be cancelled that time due to some unfortunate circumstances, she replied, and the students began to gossip once more, and she could still hear them whisper. Voldemort wore kidnapping. She could still vividly remember those days, and how the last tournament had ended in tragedy. Yet this time things would be different. Firstly, the tournament was being hosted by Bosebaton this year, with their new deputy headmaster taking charge of the preparations. She smiled as she thought about the title, something which she shared given Professor Sprout's recent retirement. Flitwick had decided to give her the position citing, much to her consternation, and coincidentally her old friend had been given the same position across the sea. Professor, is it true that you were friends with Edward Wright? The question broke her out of her trance, and she looked to the side and found a sixth-year Hufflepuff looking at her with gleaming eyes. The whole cabin's eyes were focused on her, waiting for her answer. Had she never mentioned this? Well, maybe she had taken too much after McGonagall. She nodded, yes, we were in the same year, and I was friends with him, and she saw the young Hufflepuff's eyes sparkle as she followed up quickly. Wow! They say he is even stronger than Albus Dumbledore and is the greatest wizard of the past century. Continued the puff with sparkling eyes. That's not true. Dumbledore was his teacher. How could he surpass him, came the retort from a Gryffindor, and she knew where this was going. And knew that she had to put an end to this right now. That will be enough. She cut in sharply, and the young Hufflepuff student closed her mouth. They all knew better than to disregard her instructions and quieted down in an instant. She caught a glimpse of the towers of Bosebatons and knew that they had reached their destination. We have reached Bosebatons and will be landing shortly. I want everyone acting prim and proper, you are representing Hogwarts, and I will be having words with anyone who makes a fool out of himself. Do I make myself clear? She spoke strictly as she let her eyes move across the room as the students nodded at her instructions. The Thestral-pulled carriage began its descent, and she straightened out her clothes as a sense of excitement rippled through her. It had been quite some time since she had met Edward, the last time being nearly over a year and a half ago when she had visited him and Fleur to congratulate them on their firstborn child. Althea Wright would soon be turning 2 years old, and as her godparent, she had a duty to look after the said child. Edward had been besotted with his daughter and doted quite a bit on her, his relationship with Fleur still a thing of the tabloids, especially after their exclusive interview with Amy before they had faced each other in the Dueling World Championship finals. We are landing, she remarked as the carriage slowed down and the wheels hit the ground. The massive building that could only be the famous Bosebaton School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, stood in front of them. She caught a familiar silhouette standing there alongside a couple of students through the windows as the carriage came to a complete halt. She glanced over at the Hogwarts students and saw them brimming with excitement as they stared at the massive building in front of them. Bosebatons had been built quite differently than Hogwarts, whose old rising towers gave the castle a Gothic appearance. Bosebatons, in contrast, had fewer towers and more chateau-like constructions with flower-filled trees and branches arching over their colorful walls, giving the school a much more warm and welcoming feeling than her own alma mater. The doors to the carriage opened, and she saw a welcoming committee walking towards them, her eyes easily recognizing the person leading the 2 students from the school. His hair had been left to grow and now reached past his ears, yet they were impeccably styled, most definitely by Fleur, given the attention to detail, his signature gold-rimmed glasses now replaced by rimless ones, accentuating his unique amethyst eyes. The scar on his face was visible, the years and the advancements in healing spells had made it quite smaller, yet it still reached up his neck, covering a side of his face. The students behind her were awed at his appearance, his legend had only ever grown back home in Britain despite his absence, and she could hear them whisper his name behind her. Elizabeth, he said jovially as he gave her an enthusiastic hug, making the eyes of her students go wide, seeing their usually strict professor smile. She would deal with them later as they separated, and Edward shook her hand. It is so good to see you, he said, and she nodded. It is good to see you as well, and then before they could begin getting lost in conversation, someone coughed slightly from his side, and they finally realized that they had a job to do. She glanced at the source of the noise and felt her eyes widen as she saw the all-too-familiar silvery blonde hair, and blue eyes. Those features were quite majestic, and she could feel a number of boys gaping like idiots at the female student in front of them, reminding her of times the girl's elder sister had stepped into the hall at Hogwarts. Though you have already met, for ceremony's sake, let me introduce you to the head of the student body at Bosebatons, Gabrielle Delacour, remarked Edward from the side as Flea's younger sister slowly waved her hand with a smile, making all the boys behind her nearly pop out their eyes. Hi, I am Gabrielle Delacour, and welcome to Bosebatons. I hope you have a memorable stay, she finished in accented English, her small angelic voice making the boys swoon after her. It was a cough from her and several pinches from the accompanying girls that broke their hebdoe of his trance as he put forward his hand with a light blush on his face as the rest of the boys and some of the girls glared at him with murder in their eyes. Hi, I am Ethan Hunt, head boy at Hogwarts, and the young Vila shook his hand and spoke with a smile. It is good to see you, Ethan. Let me lead you all to the hall, said the young Vila as she gave Edward a glance from the side and began to lead away the students. Ah, head of the students' committee. Do I sense a bit of nepotism going on, she teased as she joined Edward, who scoffed as he shook his head. As if that girl is even more trouble than her sister. She has her eyes set on my beating my record at the youth dueling championship. If she is selected as the champion from Bows Batons, she will school your students, he remarked with pride, and she narrowed her eyes. Ah, is that pride I hear? But do remember that Minerva and Flitwick spent years reviewing the whole school syllabus. You would be surprised at how good the students are this year, she remarked, and it was true. Minerva McGonagall had completely changed Hogwarts in her time as the headmistress, enacting several fundamental changes in curriculum and teaching style. And it was because of this reason Hogwarts now boasted a faculty twice as large as before, along with additional courses forwarding, enchanting, and dueling, to name a few. And yes, despite her repeated attempts, the school still had a divination course, though it was now taught by a certain professor. Ah, then you wouldn't mind a little wager, teased Edward as he wiggled his eyebrows. And she narrowed her eyes and smirked as she brought out a galleon and tossed it to him. You are on, he caught it as the massive doors to the hall opened up. You are so on. 0000. 20 years later 2020. Fleur Delacour looked on at the screen in front of her with sadness as the whole society collapsed around her. With advancements in Muggle technologies, they had reached enough advancement that the statute of secrecy could no longer stand. And despite their various tries and negotiations, the world's reaction to the existence of their community had been as expected. Fear. And in that fear, they had returned to their most animalistic nature, launching operations against all such settlements. Initially, all the wizarding governments tried to deal with the issue separately, but when an attack was launched against the Bows Batons school in France, leading to hundreds of injuries, leaving several dead, they knew that this couldn't be allowed to go on. The wizarding world needed to act, and it needed to do it fast. And though many names were floated around, Harry Potter, Hermione Black, and even Elizabeth White, in the end, none of them were selected. For there was truly only one option to lead them all. And so, as the military forces of Britain laid siege to Hogwarts, the blockage being broadcasted all over the world, each and every wizard held their breath as they waited for a response. I stand here, on the front lines, as the British Royal Army surrounds the wizarding stronghold, a castle which is thought to be a place for training wizards and witches. The army has had the place under siege, with various particle disruptors placed around the building to stop the wizards and witches inside from leaving the place through their apparitions. This technique allows them to literally teleport, the young blonde man spoke into the screens as the camera shifted to show the so-called particle disruptor. And she gasped as she saw the castle she had visited all those years ago, the very castle where her better half had studied for more than half a decade. Yet now, the castle stood there under siege by an army with tanks and jets surrounding it, and given the time of the year, she was sure that the castle was filled with students. Children who were surrounded by an army. The disruptor was developed by the military a month ago and has proved extremely useful against common magical folk. The government has given the magical fold an ultimatum of 1 hour to declare complete surrender. Otherwise, the army will be given the permission to conduct an operation to gain control of the stronghold. The reporter suddenly stopped as the camera showed one of these disruptors, and she cursed the very soul of the person who had built those machines. And then suddenly it happened, as a loud lightning was heard. And she knew that this was over. Crack! What the reporter shouted, as the cameras quickly panned towards the source of the disturbance and found a man standing in front of the ancient castle. Someone has just appeared at the gates of the castle named Hogwarts and is walking towards the armed forces. These are exclusive live looks from the ongoing Operation Hogwarts taking place in Britain. Now we have what appears to be an adult wizard walking towards us, the reporter shouted, and she gasped as she saw an all too familiar face appear on the screen. It had been years since she had seen those amethyst eyes filled with rage, yet those eyes on the screen promised retribution. The years had added a little grey to his hair, and though he remained thin, his gait and height made him seem imposing and powerful. Halt! Halt! Stop right now, or we will shoot! The army men could be seen shouting, yet the man didn't stop. They fired shots at his feet, yet the man didn't stop, his features becoming clearer and clearer with each step he took. The right side of his face remained scarred, a burn mark that reached his neck. The man held an all too familiar aspen wand in his hands. Fire! The commander shouted, and the men began to fire straight at the man. Yet the bullets didn't hit the man and kept bouncing off of an invisible shield that spanned around him. The bullets are getting repelled. They are not even making a dent. Is this the infamous magic that has taken the whole world by storm? And then suddenly, the man raised his hand and waved it away, and suddenly, the fortifications and the barricades turned to rash right in front of everyone's eyes. What is this? The guns. They have frozen. Look down. The men shouted, and suddenly the camera was turned down, and the whole world saw as the ground was frozen solid. The lush green fields were now covered with thick crystalline ice, and the ice reached up and covered the lower half of their body, making it impossible to move. Suddenly, helicopters and jets began to surround the man and started firing, yet he simply stood there. Suddenly, the camera panned to the man responsible for dismantling an entire battalion single-handedly. "My name is Edward Wright, and I am a wizard. And this ends now." She heard Edward shout and closed her eyes as she heard those fated words. Ignis darken. And then the chaos began, and the feed was cut as tears dripped down from her eyes. For what the world didn't know was that as the statue broke, a single man had been holding back the wizards from resorting to extreme measures, trying to establish a peaceful resolution to the whole issue. Yet for his efforts, he was paid back in betrayal, a betrayal that led to the death of someone he loved more than himself. Someone she loved more than herself, and tears fell down her eyes onto a small picture that she held in her hands. A picture of a much younger her, lying in a hospital bed, forehead covered in sweat, as Edward stood by her side, his eyes glinting even through the picture, his eyes filled with tears, as he smiled lovingly at the small bundle of love in his hands. Lillian Ifler Wright, a blessing gone too soon. 0000. And so, it all comes to an end. Thanks for reading the story. This is the epilogue. My next story has been uploaded as well. You can support me on Patreon. www.patreon.com/drkest. Do tell me your thoughts about the story. The end?